Chapter 1: The Civil Affairs Bureau system is activated, and his wife is a counselor. Along the way, Luo Tong enjoyed the treatment of a top national treasure. He kept complaining in his heart, but his body was very honest. Buzz. With a slight engine roar, the top-of-the-line hovercar stopped smoothly at its destination. The car door opened upwards, and before Luo Tong could get out, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Magnificent. Solemn. The pure white dome building in front of me, which covers an area comparable to the Bird's Nest Stadium in the past life, is actually just the Civil Affairs Bureau. The building was surrounded by a 3-story alloy wall and a dense electric fence. Every 10 meters, a valiant female guard, armed with a live ammunition, stood guard, her eyes sharp as an eagle. And outside the only entrance, there were huge crowds of people. No, it should be said that there are mountains of women and seas of women. Countless young and beautiful women lined up in long queues that stretched to the point where there was no end in sight. Their faces were filled with anxiety, longing, and anticipation as they braved the scorching sun, just for that illusory chance of a match. When Luo Tong's hovercraft appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god! It's a treasure-class hovercar! A man is coming. Is he of age? Is he here to be matched? Choose me. Choose me. Woo woo woo, it's worth waiting in line all day just to see a real man. Screams, discussions, and even excited crying merged into a heat wave that almost ignited the air. Luo Tong could even feel that the gazes of the female guards had subconsciously softened. Humph, a bunch of women who have never seen the world. Mother Luo Wan got out of the car gracefully, with a hint of disdain and strong pride on her face. She affectionately held Luo Tong's arm, as if showing off her most precious treasure. Come on, son, let me take you inside. Today, you are the only protagonist here. Under the gazes of countless envious, jealous, and fanatical eyes, Luo Tong was led by his mother and walked directly to the green channel specially opened for men. The heavy alloy door slid open silently, completely isolating the noise from the outside world. The inner hall is spacious and solemn. Above the dome is a projection of the brilliant starry sky, which is full of a sense of technology and sacredness. A tall and pretty female supervisor in a white uniform came up quickly and bowed respectfully to Luo Wan. Director Luo, you are here. Then she turned to Luo Tong, her eyes instantly became extremely gentle, and her voice was even sweeter. Mr. Luo Tong, welcome to the Huaxia Civil Affairs Center. I'm the director here, Li Cheng. I'll be serving you throughout today. This attitude is 100 times more exaggerated than the service in 5-star hotels in the previous life. Yeah. Luo Tong nodded lightly, looking as if he was used to it. The loser soul of his previous life was burning, but his identity as a national treasure forced him to behave properly. Director Li, are my son's matching information ready? It must be the highest priority. Luo Wan spoke with an unquestionable strong tone. Of course, Chief Luo, everything is ready. Li Cheng nodded quickly and led the way. Mr. Luo Tong's genetic sequence has been assessed as SSS+. According to the male supremacy law, he will enjoy the highest level of mate selection nationwide. We have selected 3 female candidates from the national database who are the most compatible with Mr. Luo Tong. Their profiles will be presented to you shortly. Soon, they arrived at a private matching room. In the center of the room, a huge holographic projection screen lit up. Li Cheng operated respectfully, and the information of the 3 women instantly appeared on the screen. Candidate 1, Lin Shirhan, 22 years old, major in the military, SSS-level genes, prominent family background, heroic and valiant, and extremely loyal. Candidate 2, Qin Yunhua, 25 years old, rising star in the business world, president of a 100 billion yuan group, SSS-level genes, astonishing wealth, and can provide unlimited support for your future. Candidate 3, Xiao Meier, 20 years old, a popular superstar, SS plus gene, hundreds of millions of fans, and enormous social influence. Each of these 3 women is a true gifted daughter of destiny in this world, an existence that countless other women could never achieve even if they strive their entire lives to reach. And now, they were placed in front of Luo Tong like commodities, waiting for his selection. Luo Wan looked at the screen and nodded with satisfaction. She was particularly optimistic about the military Major Lin Shirhan, whose strong family background could safeguard Luo Tong's future. Son, what do you think? She was just about to ask Luo Tong for his opinion. At this moment, a cold mechanical sound exploded in Luo Tong's mind without any warning. Ding! The host has been detected to be over 18 years old and meets the activation conditions. Perfect life, many children, and good fortune system officially activated. This system is dedicated to helping the host build the most perfect family, expand and prosper, and reach the pinnacle of life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Truth during the distribution of the Newbie gift pack. Eye of Truth can see through the essential information of all things, including but not limited to personal attributes, loyalty, hidden talents, etc. Luotong's heart was filled with huge waves, but he remained calm on the surface. System. The golden finger that time travelers must have is finally here. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and subconsciously turned his gaze to the holographic screen. Open the Eye of Truth. The next second, new lines of information appeared below the three candidates' profiles, which only he could see. Lin Shirhan, loyalty, 85, influenced by family. Hidden information, extremely ambitious, with a slight desire for control. Shin Yunhua, loyalty, 80, profit-oriented. Hidden information, extremely rational businessman, views marriage as an investment. Xiaomeyer, loyalty, 75, driven by vanity. Hidden message, enjoys the spotlight, unable to adapt to family life. Luotong's brows furrowed instantly. Although these women are excellent, they are not what he wants. Their loyalty level is less than 90, and they all have their own little thoughts. How can this serve as the cornerstone of their many children, more blessings plan? What he wants is a perfect wife who is extremely obedient, extremely devoted, and who regards him as heaven in everything. System, can your screen? According to my requirements. Luotong muttered in his heart. Ding. The host has the highest right to choose a mate and can conduct a targeted search of the database. Please enter your filter criteria. 100% loyalty, pure kindness, dedication, and top-notch looks. Ding. Screening. Screening completed. The only candidate who meets the requirements has been locked. In an instant, the three proud daughters of heaven on the holographic screen disappeared, and were replaced by the information of a woman that surprised Luotong. Su Mu Shui. Age, 24. Occupation, counselor at Huaxia University. Gene rating, S level. Overall evaluation, clean family background, gentle personality, pure kindness. This resume is completely different from the three people mentioned above. Luo Wan's face immediately darkened. Director Li, what's going on? Why is there an S-rank candidate? My son's match must be at least SSS rank. Li Qing was also confused, cold sweat oozing from her forehead. Director Luo, I don't know either. The system has never made such a mistake before. However, Luotong's eyes were fixed on the golden font below Su Mushua's information, which only he could see. Loyalty, 100, initial full value, absolute loyalty. Purity, 100, pure in mind and body, flawless. Devotion, 100, willing to give everything for the host, including life. Hidden talents, IKEA S level, lucky husband A level, many children and blessings SSS level. Boom. Luotong's brain buzzed. It's her. This is simply the perfect wife tailor-made for me. Especially the SSS level, many children, more blessings talent, isn't this the core purpose of the system? Mom, Director Li, don't be nervous. Luotong finally spoke, his voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable power. It's her, my wife, Su Mushue. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Luo Wan looked at her son in astonishment. Son, are you kidding me? An ordinary S-rank college counselor? How can she be worthy of you? Mom, Luotong turned his head and looked at Luo Wan seriously. This is my own choice. I believe in my vision. This was the first time he directly contradicted his mother's will. Luo Wan looked into her son's deep and determined eyes, and for a moment she was lost in thought. She felt that her son had truly grown up today. After a long time, she sighed and compromised. Okay, since it's your own choice, Mom supports you. Li Qing saw this and immediately took action, as if she had been granted amnesty. Okay, Mr. Luotong. I'll arrange for Miss Su Mushue to come and handle the formalities. 5 minutes later. The door to the matching room opened again. A slender figure walked in with a bit of nervousness and uneasiness. She was wearing a well-fitting white dress that highlighted her graceful curves. Her long black hair cascaded down her head, revealing a face that was both beautiful and stunning, even without any makeup. Her skin was as white as snow, and her facial features were as delicate as God's most perfect masterpiece, especially her eyes as clear as water, which at this moment were filled with a hint of confusion and nervousness, making people feel pity for her. It was Su Muxiue. The moment her eyes met Luo Tong's in the air, she froze completely. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Her pretty face turned red in an instant, her heart beat like a deer, and her breathing became rapid. It's him! Was it the husband assigned to me by the state? How could there be such a handsome and perfect man? Su Muxiue felt her mind go blank, with only the extremely handsome face in front of her remaining. And Luo Tong was also looking at her. She is even more beautiful than in the photos. The gentleness and purity that comes from her bones cannot be faked by anyone. Miss Su Muxiue, congratulations, Li Qing's voice broke the silence. After the highest level of matching by the National Intelligent Computer, you will become Mr. Luo Tong's wife. This is your honor and also your lifelong destination. Su Muxiue's delicate body trembled, and she slowly walked in front of Luo Tong. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Luo Tong's eyes again, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's, but extremely solemn. My name is Su Muxiue. From today on, I am yours. No matter what you do to me, I am willing. After saying this, she actually slowly bent her knees, as if she wanted to perform a kneeling ceremony. Luo Tong was quick to act and supported her. It feels warm and smooth when you get it. You won't have to do this kind of ceremony anymore. His voice was very magnetic, making Su Muxiue's body even softer. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Luo Tong's mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host and his first wife, Su Muxiue, have completed a legal matching relationship. Newbie mission release: tonight, complete the marriage with Su Muxiue. Mission reward: the host's physical fitness is comprehensively enhanced. Unlock the system mall. And open the second wife position. Chapter 2: Ridiculous Questionnaire. The fatal possessiveness of the sisters. Luo Tong held Su Muxiue's warm and smooth arm, feeling the amazing elasticity and the almost melting tenderness in his palm. In his mind, there was only one word for the system's task prompt. Understand. Do we still need the system to issue tasks? It's an insult to his instinct as a man. Su Muxiue was supported by him, her whole body almost had no strength left, her pretty face was buried low, and her ears were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. She could clearly feel a hot, masculine warmth coming from the place where their arms touched, causing her whole body to shudder. Is this what it feels like to be a husband? Just the touch made her almost lose her balance. Snort. A cold snort with obvious dissatisfaction broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Luo Wan looked at Su Muxiue with a bad expression, her eyes full of scrutiny and criticism. Although her son chose her, she was still not satisfied with this S-level daughter-in-law. With no family background, no connections, and such a low genetic rating, she is not worthy of her SSS plus grade baby son in any way. Feeling Luo Wan's sharp gaze, Su Muxiue's delicate body trembled again. Her already nervous mood sank to the bottom in an instant, and she subconsciously wanted to break free from Luo Tong's hands. However, Luo Tong's palm was like an iron clamp, holding her firmly, not allowing her to retreat even a little. He turned his head and met his mother's scrutinizing gaze, his tone still calm. Mom, haven't the formalities been completed yet? Director Li Qing, who was standing by, saw this and quickly tried to smooth things over, a flattering smile on her face. It's almost done. Mr. Luo Tong, before we officially enter the marriage information, there's a small process that requires your cooperation. As she spoke, she respectfully handed over a translucent data tablet that glowed with a soft light. This is a detailed questionnaire on personal mate preferences tailored specifically for you. All your choices will be entered into China's highest marriage database, serving as the highest standard and reference model for all future women to improve themselves and learn how to serve men. Your preferences will define the future of aesthetics. Li Qing spoke in an extremely solemn tone, as if what Luo Tong was going to do next was a great decision that could change the course of world history. Luo Tong raised an eyebrow and took the data pad. Su Muxiue also raised her eyes curiously and took a peek. At just one glance, her pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck, like a ripe apple, steaming with heat. On the data board, there were rows of questions that made Luo Tong's eyes twitch. Question 1, regarding broad-mindedness, which type do you admire more? A. Small and delicate, just a handful. B. Just right, golden ratio. C. The waves are turbulent and difficult to control. D. Big. The bigger the better. Beyond imagination. Luo Tong. Damn it. Is this the kind of questionnaire the Civil Affairs Bureau should have? This is way too damn straightforward. None of the two-dimensional forums he visited in his previous life were so unrestrained. He subconsciously glanced at Su Mushue beside him. The curves outlined by her white dress were perfect option C. As if feeling his gaze, Su Mushue's body softened and her breathing became a little disordered. Luo Tong suppressed the urge to complain, maintained the composure that a national treasure should have, and lightly tapped his finger on the screen. D. He wanted to see how outrageous this world could be. Question 2, regarding legs, what is your ultimate pursuit? A. Slender and straight, like a manga girl. B. Round, plump, and full of flesh. C. Healthy and slender, athletic lines. D. Black silk. White silk. Fishnet silk. Flesh silk. Everything can be silk. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth began to twitch. Without hesitation, he clicked D again. Su Mushue's head was almost buried in her chest. She seemed to be wearing flesh-colored stockings today. Does your husband like this? Question 3, do you have a particular preference for the attire of a particular profession? A. Intellectual teacher, office uniform. B. Holy angel, pure white nurse outfit. C. Youthful vitality, college JK style. D. Blue sky dream, elegant stewardess uniform. E. I want all of the above. Seeing this option, Luo Tong finally couldn't hold it anymore. He took a deep breath and roared in his heart, this is not a fucking multiple choice question, this is what I really think. He decisively pressed E, with an air of dominating the world. After doing all this, he handed the data tablet back to Li Qing with an expressionless face, as if he had just completed a trivial task. Li Qing took it with both hands, as if she had found a treasure, and her face was filled with excitement beyond words. Got it. We completely get it. Mr. Luo Tong's aesthetics are truly so profound and all-encompassing. I'll immediately enter this great guideline into the system. She operated with great speed, muttering to herself as if she were performing some sacred ritual. Luo Wan watched from the side with a frown on her face. Although she also felt that the questionnaire was a bit ridiculous, it was a procedure stipulated in the men's rights supremacy law and she could not interfere. However, she always felt that her son's choice today was full of rebelliousness. At this moment, the personal terminal on Luo Tong's wrist suddenly vibrated with a buzzing sound. A holographic projection popped up, and two beautiful faces appeared on the screen. A face as cold as the moon, with a noble temperament, and a hint of innate alienation in the corners of the eyes and eyebrows, but when looking at Luo Tong, the depths of those icy eyes hid an inextricable deep affection and possession. The other photo shows her looking young, beautiful, lively and cute, with a playful ponytail and a pair of big twinkling eyes, full of dependence and intimacy towards Luo Tong. They were Luo Tong's two non-blood related sisters Luo Ying and Luo Pan. Elder brother. As soon as the video was connected, the sweet voice of Sister Luo Pan sounded first, with a hint of coquettishness and dissatisfaction. Why haven't you come back yet? Mom said you went to find a wife today. Who is that woman? Is she as pretty as me? Don't you love Pan Pan anymore? As she spoke, she deliberately puffed up her cheeks, looking adorable as if to say, hurry up and comfort me, or I'll cry in front of you. Her sister Luo Ying, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. She just looked at Luo Tong quietly, but her eyes inadvertently swept over Su Mushue beside him, and her eyes instantly became colder. Xiao Tong, her voice was cold and pleasant, but it carried an unquestionable tone, go home early after you're done. Women out there are very cunning, don't be fooled. This is more of a warning than a reminder. The target of the warning is self-evident. Su Mushue felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave when Luo Ying's cold gaze swept over her, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She could feel the strong possessiveness of the two girls in the video towards their husbands, which was a pressure that made her feel suffocated. Luo Tong had already gotten used to it. He smiled helplessly, okay, I'll go back after I finish my work here. Pan Pan, if you make trouble again, you won't get any cake when I go home today. Ah. No. Luo Pan screamed immediately. His face, which had been puffed up with anger just now, instantly collapsed. He begged for mercy pitifully, I was wrong, brother. Pan Pan is the best. Come back soon. After comforting his sister, Luo Tong looked at Luo Ying again, sister, I know what's going on. Luo Ying looked at him deeply, and finally locked his gaze on Su Mushue. His eyes seemed to say, "Take care of yourself." Then he nodded lightly and hung up the phone. The communication ended, and the atmosphere in the matching room became a little strange. Li Qing had completed all the formalities quickly and respectfully handed 2 red certificates with gold borders to Luo Tong. "Mr. Luo Tong, Miss Su Muxue, congratulations on becoming husband and wife. I wish you a prosperous family and many children." She deliberately emphasized the second half of the sentence. Su Muxue looked at the marriage certificate, feeling a little dazed, as if she was dreaming. From today on, she is the wife of this perfect man. However, before she could feel the joy of her marriage, a cold and powerful voice sounded above her head. Luo Wan looked down at her condescendingly, her eyes full of warning and contempt. "Su Muxue, right? Since you have entered my Luo family, you must abide by my Luo family's rules. From today on, everything about my son will be arranged by me. You don't need to have your own ideas, and you don't need to do anything unnecessary." Luo Wan paused, her tone becoming increasingly cold as she spoke word by word. "Your only mission is to serve my son well, and then to expand the Luo family. The more branches the better. Do you understand?" These words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing all the fantasies and joy in Su Muxue's heart. Her face turned pale in an instant, her body was shaking, her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word. She didn't expect that what was waiting for her would be such a suffocatingly strong mother-in-law. Just when she felt desperate and helpless, almost suffocating, a warm and strong hand gently pulled her behind him. Luo Tong's tall figure stood in front of her, like an unshakable mountain. He looked directly at his mother. The eyes that always showed a hint of obedience were now filled with unprecedented determination and sharpness. "Mom," his voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in every corner of the room. "She is my wife now. Chapter 3 It's not your turn to teach my wife a lesson." Luo Tong's words were like a bombshell, exploding in the silent matching room. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Muxue, who was standing behind Luo Tong, trembled violently. She raised her head in disbelief and stared blankly at the tall and strong figure in front of her who was protecting her from the wind and rain. "Husband. Is he defending me? In front of his own mother, he defended me, his newly married wife with an extremely mediocre family background and genes?" An unprecedented warmth, mixed with great shock and emotion, instantly broke down the dam in her heart. Her eyes became hot and mist rose uncontrollably. "What did you say?" Luo Wan's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. She stared at her son intently, her eyes filled with shock, anger, and a hint of barely perceptible hurt. This precious son who had always obeyed her and even asked her opinion on the flavor of nutritional supplements she wanted to choose since he was a child, actually openly contradicted her today for a stranger he had just met. "Luo Tong. Do you know who you are talking to? I am your mother." Luo Wan's voice suddenly rose with a hint of sharpness. "It is because you are my mother that I am explaining this to you." Luo Tong turned half of his body and protected Su Muxue behind him more closely. He met his mother's angry gaze, his tone calm but terrifyingly firm. "Su Muxue is my wife now, and my only legal partner. Her affairs are my affairs. I will slowly teach her the rules of our Luo family. But how to teach her is up to me. From now on, I don't want anyone to speak to her in this tone again." These words are so powerful that they cannot be questioned. You could hear a pin drop in the whole room. Director Li Qing standing by wanted to curl herself up into a ball, even breathing carefully, for fear of being swept by the aftermath of this storm among the wealthy. Luo Wan was completely stunned. She looked at her son's deep and unfamiliar eyes. There was no longer the dependence and obedience of the past in them. Instead, there was a strong will and absolute control belonging to an adult male that she had never seen before. She felt that her authority was facing unprecedented challenges today. And the challenger is her proudest son. Anger, grievance, heartache and other emotions surged in her heart, but in the end, they all turned into a long, endlessly complex sigh under Luo Tong's unshakable eyes. She lost. She was defeated in the first confrontation of her son's growth. "Good, good. You've grown up and your wings have grown stronger." Luo Wan looked at Luo Tong deeply, then glanced at the woman behind him who was extremely annoying to her with her cold eyes. Finally, she shook her hand, turned around and left. "It's your business, you decide for yourself. I don't care anymore." The heavy alloy door slid open and closed, isolating Luo Wan's furious figure outside. It was not until this moment that Su Muxue's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, her legs went soft, and she almost collapsed to the ground. A stronger arm wrapped around her soft waist just in time, bringing her firmly into a warm and solid embrace. It's okay. Luo Tong's low and magnetic voice sounded in her ears as if carrying some kind of magic. Su Muxue froze, her nose lingering with a masculine scent that made her feel at ease, blush, and heartbeat. She leaned against Luo Tong's chest and could clearly hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. Boom! 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 Every sound seemed to strike at the tip of her heart. Husband! She raised her head, and her beautiful face, with tears in her eyes, was now filled with admiration and worship. Her clear eyes were astonishingly bright, as if she wanted to engrave Luo Tong's appearance deeply into her soul. Thank you. No need to thank me. Luo Tong let go of her, took her cold little hand, and looked into her eyes seriously. Remember, you are my wife. In this family, you only need to listen to me. These words made Su Muxue feel more at ease than any oath. She felt like a helpless boat in a storm, and Luo Tong was the harbor that suddenly appeared and shielded her from all the wind and waves. Ding! Your wife, Su Muxue, has reached her peak of love and admiration for you. Her loyalty has been locked to max never betray. The hidden talent lucky husband level is slightly enhanced by intense emotions. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Luo Tong's mouth curled up slightly. Very good, everything is going as planned. An absolutely loyal and obedient wife is the most solid backing for one's grand ambition of having many children and great fortune. The atmosphere on the hovercraft on the way home was a little subtle. Su Muxue sat beside Luo Tong stiffly, her hands nervously placed on her knees, her body stretched straight, and even her breathing was light. From time to time, she would secretly raise her eyes, quickly glance at the handsome man beside her who was as handsome as a god, and then quickly lower her head like a frightened little rabbit, her pretty face so red that blood could drip out. From a staff member of the Civil Affairs Bureau to the wife of the most distinguished SSS Plus level man in China, the change of status was so fast that she still felt like she was dreaming. Luo Tong looked at her cute, nervous and shy appearance and smiled in his heart. He took the initiative to reach out his hand and gently held her soft hand, which had nowhere to go, in his palm. Ah! Su Muxue let out a slight cry of surprise, her body trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back. But Luo Tong's palms were warm and strong, not allowing her to break free. Don't be nervous, relax. Luo Tong's voice was very gentle. We will be home soon. From now on, that will be your home too. My home? Su Muxue was stunned. She grew up in an orphanage and has an extraordinary desire and fear for the word home. She looked at their clasped hands, feeling the endless warmth coming from his palm. The warmth seemed to flow along her arm and warm her heart. Her tense body finally relaxed a little bit. She no longer struggled, but obediently, even with a hint of greed, let him hold her. Luo Tong nodded with satisfaction, closed his eyes and began to rest, thinking about what to do next. System, Novice Mission. Newbie Mission, tonight, complete your marriage with Su Muxue. Mission Reward, the host's physical fitness is comprehensively enhanced. Unlock the system mall. And open the second wife position. Luo Tong's heart was burning with passion. All-round improvement of physical fitness. In this world where technology is highly developed but individual strength is still important, a strong body is the foundation of survival. Not to mention the mysterious system mall and the second wife quota. He opened his eyes and glanced casually at Su Muxue beside him. Under the light, her profile is flawless, her long eyelashes tremble slightly, her white neck outlines a graceful curve, and her figure under the white dress is even more graceful and suggestive. Feeling his gaze, Su Muxue's cheeks turned even redder and she shyly turned her head to the window. Luo Tong took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. This novice task is simply a free-point question. No, it's a welfare gift. The hover car passed through layers of strict security systems and finally landed smoothly in a futuristic manner with an exaggerated area. This is the Luo family. Arrive. Luo Tong took Su Muxue's hand and got off the hovercraft. Su Muxue looked up at the magnificent building in front of her that looked like something out of a science fiction movie, and for a moment she was dazed. Is she going to live here from now on? At this moment, the heavy automatic sensor door of the manor slid open silently to both sides. In the brightly lit hallway, two beautiful figures were already waiting there. On the left is my elder sister Luoing. She was dressed in a smart women's suit, tall and slender, with a cool temperament and waist-length hair like black ink. When her eyes fell on the clasped hands of Luo Tong and Su Muxue, her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed instantly, a barely perceptible cold light flashing across them. The one on the right is my younger sister Luopan. She was still wearing her high school uniform, with a lively ponytail, looking youthful and beautiful. She had been waiting for her brother to come back with great anticipation, but when she saw the woman next to her brother, who was even more beautiful than the one in the magazine, her smile froze instantly, her mouth pouted, and her face was full of unhappiness. The temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees suddenly at this moment. Sumushue instinctively felt two extremely aggressive gazes, one of cold scrutiny and the other of jealous rejection. She subconsciously grasped Luo Tong's hand and her body involuntarily shrank behind him. Luo Tong sighed helplessly. He knew that the real test would begin after he returned home. Elder brother. In the end, it was the lively Luopan who lost her temper first. She ran over in 2 steps, ignoring Sumushue, and hugged Luoton's other arm affectionately, saying coquettishly, "You're back. Who is she? Do you really want to marry her?" As she spoke, she glared at Sumushue provocatively. Luoying walked over slowly. She didn't shout like Luopan, but her cold eyes were like a sharp sword, piercing straight at Sumushue. "Xiaotong, Mom has already told us." Luo Ying's voice was cool and pleasant, but it carried a condescending and oppressive feeling. "Not just anyone can enter our Luo family. This is Miss Su, right? Now that you've entered the door, you must first learn to recognize your place." Chapter 4: My Sister's Fatal Gift. As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Luo Ying's words were more restrained than her mother Luo Wan's, but the contempt and warning that penetrated deep into her bones were even more hurtful. Sumushue's already pale face turned even paler. She grabbed Luo Tong's hand, her knuckles turning white from the force, and her delicate body was trembling slightly. She was like a little white rabbit that had strayed into a group of lions. Facing these 2 sisters who had a strong aura and were full of hostility towards her, she even began to breathe cautiously. However, the reprimand she expected did not fall. Because the big hand holding hers squeezed her palm gently and soothingly. A warm current instantly spread throughout the body. Luo Tong took a step forward and protected Su Mushue more thoroughly behind him. He calmly met his sister Luo Ying's cold phoenix eyes, with even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "Sister, you are wrong." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Luo Ying frowned slightly. "What did I say wrong?" First, Luo Tong raised a finger, his tone calm but with unquestionable strength. "She's not called Miss Su, her name is Su Mushue. She's my wife and also your sister-in-law. I hope you can remember her name." Su Mushue, who was behind Luo Tong, suddenly raised her head and her eyes turned red instantly. My sister-in-law. She didn't even dare to think about this title. Luo Pan's pouting mouth opened slightly, and she looked at her brother in surprise, as if she didn't expect him to be so direct. Luo Ying's eyes grew a little colder, but he did not refute. Luo Tong continued to raise his second finger, his eyes swept over Luo Ying and Luo Pan, his voice still calm. "Secondly, her position doesn't need to be taught by anyone. She is my wife, Luo Tong. As long as I am alive, her position will always be by my side. I have the final say in this family." The last 6 words were understated, but they seemed to carry a tremendous force, hitting Luo Ying and Luo Pan's hearts heavily. The entire hallway was dead silent. Luo Ying and Luo Pan were both stunned, looking at Luo Tong in front of them in disbelief. Is this still the brother who would follow them around, sweetly calling them sister and sister Pan Pan, and who liked to rely on them for everything? Today, he seemed to have shed all his youthfulness overnight, becoming strange, powerful, and full of heart-pounding control. Especially Luo Ying, for the first time, a storm of emotion appeared in her cold eyes. She always thought that she was the person who knew Luo Tong best. But now, she found out that she was wrong. This brother whom she had watched grow up seemed to have a powerful soul that she did not understand at all living in his body. Good one, I have the final say." In the end, Luo Ying came back to her senses first. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and a complicated smile appeared on her face. It seems that our Xiaotong has really grown up. She didn't look at Su Mushue again, but turned and walked towards the restaurant. "Let's go, the dinner is ready. We're here to celebrate your coming of age and your admission to Huaxia University." A storm that was enough to trigger a family conflict was resolved by Luo Tong with ease. In the luxurious futuristic restaurant, the long dining table is filled with a wide variety of delicacies, many of which are rare species airlifted back from outer galaxies. Luo Tong naturally sat in the main seat. Under everyone's gaze, he naturally pulled out the chair beside him and smiled gently at Su Mushue, who was still a little reserved. Sit. Just one word, yet it carries a tenderness that cannot be refused. Su Mushue's pretty face blushed, and under the complicated gazes of Luoying and Luo Pan, she sat obediently next to Luo Tong. This location is of great significance. It represents the hostess of this house. Luo Pan sat on the other side of Luo Tong with a sullen look on his face, poking a piece of tender meat of an exotic beast on the plate with his chopsticks, as if that piece of meat was Su Mushue. Luoying seemed much calmer. She cut the steak gracefully, only occasionally glancing at Su Mushue, still with a hint of scrutiny. This meal was both warm and strange. Halfway through the dinner, Luoying wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin and put down her knife and fork. Xiaodong, to celebrate your coming of age, your sister has prepared a gift for you. As she spoke, she snapped her fingers lightly. A maid respectfully brought an exquisite box. The box was opened, and inside lay a sci-fi silver key. This is the authorization key for the Phantom, Starring's latest limited edition hover sports car. There are only 100 of them in the world. I've parked it in your exclusive garage for you to use at school. Luoying's tone was very flat, as if what he was giving away was not a top-of-the-line luxury car worth hundreds of millions, but an ordinary toy. Wow! It's Phantom! Luo Pan exclaimed, Sister, you're too partial. You didn't even give it to me last time I wanted it. Luoying ignored her and just looked at Luo Tong quietly. This is not just a car, but also a way for her to try to control Luo Tong's future life. Thank you, sister. Luo Tong smiled and accepted it calmly. He knew what his sister was thinking, but he didn't care. Because he is no longer the same person he used to be. Humph. My gift is no worse than my sister's. Luo Pan was not willing to be outdone, and took out a cutely packaged box as if presenting a treasure. Brother, please open it and take a look. Luo Tong opened it and saw a memory card and a peculiarly shaped helmet inside. This is a deeply immersive gaming helmet I had specially customized. It's loaded with advanced remastered versions of all our favorite games. From now on, I'll teach you how to play games and beat all those stinky women to the ground. Luo Pan waved his little fist and glared at Su Mushue demonstratively. Okay, let's go together when we have time. Luo Tong smiled and touched her head. Looking at the two sisters in front of him who loved him deeply but were also extremely possessive, Luo Tong felt warm in his heart, but it also strengthened his determination to be independent. He put down his chopsticks and cleared his throat. Sister, Pan Pan, I have to go out for a while. Where are we going? Luoying and Luo Pan asked almost in unison. We, the freshmen of Huaxia University, are having an offline reunion. Let's get to know each other in advance. Luo Tong told the first important lie in his life without batting an eyelid. He has to go out. The rewards for the novice mission were so tempting that he couldn't wait. Class reunion? Luo Pan's eyes lit up immediately. I want to go too. I want to go too. I want to see if there's any foolish woman who dares to flirt with my brother. Nonsense. Luoying scolded, then looked at Luo Tong and said in an unquestionable tone, I'll ask the driver to take you there. It's safe. No. Luo Tong stood up, his tone more resolute than ever before. I can go there by myself. Sis, I'm an adult. After saying this, he no longer gave the two a chance to refute, and instead took the hand of Su Mushue, who had been as quiet as water beside him. Let's go. Under the astonished gazes of Luoying and Luo Pan, Luo Tong walked out of the restaurant with his newlywed wife without looking back. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared outside the door that Luo Pan pouted in grievance. Sister, look at my brother. He doesn't even listen to us because of that woman. Luoying didn't say anything. She just looked quietly in the direction where Luo Tong left. In her cold phoenix eyes, there was a dim light that no one could understand. After a long time, she spoke softly, her voice so low that only she could hear it. Xiaotong, what do you want to do? In the hover car that drove away from Luo Family Manor. Luo Tong did not go to any class reunion, but directly set the navigation to the destination Su Mushue's single apartment. Su Mushue sat in the passenger seat, her heart still pounding. Just now, Luo Tong once again contradicted his sisters for her, which made her extremely moved and even more nervous. Husband, where are we going? She asked in a low voice. Luo Tong did not answer, but pressed the communication button on his personal terminal. It's me. Mr. Luo Tong. The extremely respectful voice of Director Li Qing of the Civil Affairs Center immediately came from the other end of the phone. Help me do something. Luo Tong's tone left no room for doubt. Donate a teaching building to Huaxia University in my name and establish a top-level scientific research fund. I have only one request. From tomorrow on, I don't want to see another counselor named Su Muxue at Huaxia University. Li Qing on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood something, and her tone became even more flattering and excited. I understand. I completely understand. Mr. Luo Tong, please rest assured. I promise that starting tomorrow, Madam Su can rest assured at home and enjoy the most perfect family life. After hanging up the phone, Luo Tong turned around and looked at Su Muxue, who was completely stunned beside him. Su Muxue opened her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. He actually quit his job just for himself? Hubby, your job is to stay by my side. Luo Tong interrupted her, his voice low and magnetic. He reached out and gently stroked her warm cheek, his eyes burning. Tonight, we'll finish what we need to do. Your mission has begun. Chapter 5, A Lavish Meeting Gift. She gave him everything. Su Muxue's brain suddenly went blank. Task. Her face flushed as she repeated the two words in a voice as thin as a mosquito. She felt a warm current rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Her whole body was as soft as a pool of spring water. She almost melted in this small space full of masculine atmosphere. Is my husband supposed to be here? In a hover car? This is too fast. She subconsciously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling nervously, looking submissive, ready to be picked. Looking at her cute misunderstanding look, Luo Tong felt amused, but more than that, he felt an unprecedented sense of control. He likes this feeling. What are you thinking about? Luo Tong bent his finger and gently tapped her smooth and plump forehead. Ah! Su Muxue screamed in pain and opened her eyes, her watery eyes filled with confusion and embarrassment. Before we complete the mission, let's make an appointment first. Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Consider it the price I pay for tricking my sister and the others into coming out. A date? Su Muxue was completely stunned. In this world, only women try their best to please men and ask them out. What man would take the initiative to bring up the word date? This is simply a fantasy. What? You don't want to? Luo Tong raised his eyebrows. I do. I do. Su Muxue nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, as if she was afraid that he would go back on his word. She was so surprised and excited that she even stuttered when she spoke. Luo Tong smiled with satisfaction and skillfully set a new location on the navigation. The hover car glided silently and soon stopped outside a stylish-looking corner coffee shop. There is neither the luxury of the Luo family manor nor the solemnity of the Civil Affairs Bureau, but only a warm and down-to-earth atmosphere that belongs to the city. Luo Tong got out of the car first and opened the door for Su Muxue very gentlemanly. Su Muxue was flattered and almost floated out of the car. The two walked into the cafe and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The coffee shop was almost entirely filled with women. The moment they saw Luo Tong, their breathing stopped for a second. Then, all sorts of astonished, envious, and fanatical gazes focused on him like searchlights. Oh my God! It's a man! Alive! So handsome. He's the most handsome man I've ever seen. Who is that woman next to him? Is she his wife? Wow, I'm so envious. I want to. There were discussions one after another, but no one dared to approach and talk. Because of Luo Tong's innate nobility and inviolable aura, they could only watch from afar and not get close. And when they saw Su Muxue beside Luo Tong, their eyes were instantly filled with envy, jealousy, and even a hint of hatred. Su Muxue was stared at by so many hostile eyes that she became so nervous that her palms began to sweat, and she subconsciously wanted to hide behind Luo Tong. Luo Tong, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He took her cold little hand and took her to a secluded booth by the window, declaring his sovereignty to everyone with his actions. No one should even think of looking at his wife in a disrespectful way. Su Muxue's heart instantly calmed down. As long as her husband is by her side, no matter how big the storm is, it seems that it cannot hurt her at all. What would you like to drink? Luo Tong handed her the menu. I'm fine with anything. It's up to you to decide. Su Muxue lowered her head and said in a low voice. Luo Tong didn't force it and ordered a cup of black coffee and a cup of hot cocoa. While waiting, Su Muxue seemed to have mustered up great courage. She carefully took out a beautifully packaged box from the exquisite little bag she was carrying. The box was not big, but it was quite heavy. "Husband, this is my wedding gift to you." Her voice was trembling. She held the box in both hands and handed it to Luo Tong nervously and expectantly. Her clear eyes were shining with the hope of being praised, like a small animal presenting a treasure to its owner. "Oh?" Luo Tong was a little surprised and he took it. "It feels heavy and has a very textured feel." He opened the package, and the moment he saw what was inside, even with his current temperament, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. Lying quietly in the velvet cushion was actually a graphics card. A top-notch graphics card with a futuristic and technological feel, glowing with a faint blue light all over, and obviously ridiculously expensive at first glance. StarCraft Titan RTX 9090 Super T. Luo Tong recognized this thing at a glance. This is the top-level civilian graphics card available on the market. It is a performance monster and is known as the king of graphics cards. It is priced at 300,000 Xia Yuan. 300,000. For Su Muxue, a college counselor with an ordinary family background who has just been working for a few years, this is definitely a luxury that she can only afford by spending all her money, and she may even have to take out a loan. Luo Tong's heart was instantly filled with an absurd and ridiculous emotion. Damn it! On the first day of traveling across time, he was forced by the state to marry a beautiful counselor. Then on our first date, my wife took out all her savings and bought me a top-of-the-line graphics card as a wedding gift? What the hell is going on? If the brothers on Earth knew about this, they would probably be so envious that they would vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot. How is it? Do you like it, husband? Seeing that Luo Tong didn't say anything for a long time, Su Muxue's heart instantly rose to her throat and she asked nervously. I heard you love playing games. So I thought I'd give you the best graphics card so you can play games at the highest quality. Her voice became smaller and smaller, full of insecurity. In order to buy this graphics card, she spent all her savings and mortgaged her only single apartment to barely raise enough money. She was afraid her husband would not like it. Luo Tong raised his head and looked at her beautiful face, which was filled with anxiety and sincerity. The absurd feeling in his heart was gradually replaced by a trace of inexplicable warmth. Although this behavior seemed stupid and extreme to him, but this feeling is extremely pure and sincere. I love so much. A sincere smile finally appeared on Luo Tong's face. He reached out and gently rubbed Su Muxue's head. You're very thoughtful. Boom! Su Muxue felt as if her head was struck by a bolt of happiness. He praised me. He liked my gift. He even touched my head. The huge feeling of happiness made her feel dizzy, and her pretty face turned red. She felt that all her efforts were worth it at this moment. Ding! I detected that my wife Su Muxue's love for you has skyrocketed. Reward host, super intelligence proficiency plus 1%. Your ability to process and learn information has been slightly improved. The system's prompt sound made Luo Tong smile even more. It turns out that making your wife happy can also improve your own abilities. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He put away the graphics card and looked at his wife opposite him, who was almost bubbling with happiness. The embarrassment that was unique to Earthlings and caused by her excessive efforts completely disappeared. Instead, it is a kind of enjoyment that is taken for granted. This is what I deserve. I am a national treasure. Just then, the waiter brought over the coffee and hot cocoa. Luo Tong gently pushed the cup of sweet, steaming hot cocoa in front of Su Muxue, and his voice became much gentler. Drink it, it will warm you up. Such an insignificant action made Su Muxue's eyes red in an instant. She grew up in an orphanage and no one had ever been so kind to her. She held the warm cup in both hands and drank it in small sips, feeling the sweetness spreading from the tip of her tongue to the deepest part of her heart. For a moment, the atmosphere in the cafe became extremely warm and sweet. However, Luo Tong knew that the sweet date was just the appetizer. The real main course is yet to come. He glanced at the gradually darkening sky outside the window, then glanced at the questioning message from his sister Luo Ying on his personal terminal. Who are you with? When will you be back? A hint of rebellion flashed in Luo Tong's eyes. He deleted the message directly and turned off the message alert tone. He put down the coffee cup and gave Su Muxue a meaningful smile. Have you finished drinking? Yeah. Su Muxue nodded obediently. Okay then. Luo Tong stood up and looked down at her condescendingly, with a hint of command in his voice that could not be refused. We should get to work on our business tonight. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the endless stream of people and cars outside the cafe, and slowly said, The road to the hotel is a bit congested, and the hovercar is too slow. Let's change our mode of transportation. Chapter 6, Crazy Woman on the Subway. How can you secretly photograph a national treasure? Change your means of transportation? Su Mushue's beautiful eyes were full of doubts. She followed Luo Tong's gaze and saw the lighted subway entrance in the distance. Her cherry lips couldn't help but open slightly. We're going to take the subway? There was disbelief in her voice. Subway. That is a means of transportation for civilians. It is crowded and noisy. Most importantly, 99.9% of the people on it are women. For a man, especially a national treasure like Luo Tong who was SSS+, to take the subway is like throwing a piece of top-grade Wagyu beef into a school of hungry sharks, which will instantly cause unimaginable chaos. Well, experience life. Luo Tong's answer was calm and casual, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. He took Su Mushue's soft little hand and walked towards the subway station without saying anything. Of course he knew what was going to happen. But he also knew that if he wanted to completely break free from his family's control and truly do whatever he wanted in this world, he had to show a strong attitude to everyone, including his mother and sister, that I do what I want and no one can control me. And taking the subway is a perfect declaration. When Luo Tong took Su Muxue into the brightly lit subway station, time seemed to be paused. The originally noisy hall suddenly fell into silence. All the women who were walking, talking, or looking at their personal terminals froze in unison. Countless eyes, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, all focused on Luo Tong. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ah! A scream that pierced the eardrums completely ignited the entire subway station. Oh my god! It's a man! Alive! Oh my god! Why is he taking the subway? Quick! Look! He's so handsome! I'm almost suffocating. He's my ideal type. No! He's 100 times more perfect than I could ever imagine. Quick! Fix my makeup. Is my lipstick crooked? The whole hall was boiling in an instant. The women's faces were filled with enthusiasm, excitement, and disbelief. Some of them who had poor psychological endurance even covered their mouths with their hands in excitement, tears streaming down their faces. The faces of several female guards who were on patrol also changed drastically, but their first reaction was not to disperse the crowd. Instead, they rushed to Luo Tong as quickly as possible, automatically formed a human wall, and guarded him with nervous expressions. Sir! Why are you here? It's too dangerous. Please allow us to escort you away. The leading female guard captain said anxiously. Luo Tong just glanced at her calmly and said, I'm just taking the subway, don't be nervous. That calm tone carried an unquestionable majesty. The female guard captain was stunned. Looking at Luo Tong's deep eyes, she unconsciously lowered her head. Yes. Yes. Just like that, under the close protection of a group of female guards and the fanatical gaze of all the women in the subway station, Luo Tong took the completely stunned Su Mushue's hand and boarded the train that had just arrived. The carriage was already crowded. But the moment Luo Tong stepped in, a miracle happened. The women around him seemed to be pushed away by an invisible force, automatically leaving a large vacuum area, trapping him and Su Muxue in the middle. No one dared to approach, but everyone's eyes were greedily and passionately glued to him, as if they wanted to carve his appearance into the depths of their souls. Gudong. Someone, I don't know who it is, swallowed nervously. Finally, a young woman with fashionable clothes and a hot body mustered up the courage. She pretended to be unstable, cried out ah, and fell into Luo Tong's arms in a weak manner. Luo Tong rolled his eyes inwardly at the poor acting. He just slightly turned his body, and the woman missed and almost fell to the ground, which attracted suppressed laughter from the people around. Immediately afterwards, another white-collar woman dressed in an intellectual manner accidentally dropped her personal terminal at Luo Tong's feet, then squatted down with a blushing face to pick it up, looking at Luo Tong with expectant eyes while picking it up. Sir! Can you add my contact information? I cannot. Luo Tong refused directly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the entire carriage. The white-collar woman's face turned pale and she retreated in despair. Throughout the whole process, Luo Tong always had a faint smile on his face. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, but he also found the women's overly straightforward attacks a little funny. He held Su Mushua tighter in his arms, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "See? This is a man's trouble." The warm breath sprayed on her earlobe, and Su Mushua's pretty face turned red instantly, and she almost melted in her husband's arms. She looked at the women around her who were looking at her with envy and jealousy, and instead of being afraid, she felt an unprecedented sense of pride and honor. "Look! This is my husband. The most perfect man in the world." However, in this ocean of fanaticism and admiration, there is a gaze filled with discordant sinisterness and resentment. In the corner, a woman with ordinary looks and somewhat sloppy clothes was holding a personal terminal with the camera aimed at Luo Tong. Her name is Zhao Feier. Unlike other women who filmed openly, she hid the terminal in her bag, leaving only a tiny camera exposed, and the angles were tricky and sneaky. There was no admiration in her eyes, only jealousy. Why? Why do these men have everything when they are born? Why do they get the pursuit and devotion of all women? And we women have to fight to the death for an illusory chance of matching? This world is so unfair. Intense jealousy had twisted her mind. She wanted to take a picture of the man surrounded by women and post it online, letting everyone see how hypocritical and unbearable these so-called national treasures were. Just when she thought she had done it without anyone noticing, a clear female voice exploded in her ears. "What are you doing?" Zhao Feier was startled and looked up suddenly, only to see a pretty girl with a ponytail, who looked like a college student, pointing at her angrily. The girl's name was Chun Yajing, and she had noticed something was wrong with this woman a long time ago. "Why are you secretly taking pictures of this gentleman? The angle of your camera is so low, what are your intentions?" Chen Yajing's voice was full of a sense of justice. This shout instantly attracted everyone's attention. The atmosphere in the car instantly changed from enthusiasm to scrutiny and coldness. Being caught red-handed, Zhao Feier's face turned pale and blue. She simply threw the can and screamed, "I'm filming my own thing. What's it to you? Mind your own business." "You." Chen Yajing's face flushed with anger. "You're infringing on Mr. S portrait rights. This is a huge disrespect to our national treasure. I'm going to call the security guards." "National treasure? Bullshit national treasure." Zhao Feier felt like her tail had been stepped on and completely exploded. Her resentful eyes swept over all the women present and she yelled hysterically, "I think you are a bunch of cheap bones. When you see a man, you pounce on him like a dog, wagging your tail and begging for mercy. Disgusting." Boom. These words were like a bomb dropped on the calm lake. All the women were stunned. In this male-dominated world, how could someone dare to say such outrageous words? This is crazy. Chen Yajing was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at her and shouted, you lunatic. How dare you insult the gentleman? You are committing a crime. Fuck you crime." Being stared at by everyone as if she were a madman, Zhao Feier completely lost her mind. Her face was ferocious and she suddenly pounced towards Chen Yajing. "You nosy little bitch. I'm going to rip your mouth off first." "Ah." Chen Yajing was frightened by the sudden attack and subconsciously closed her eyes. The women around also screamed and wanted to step forward to stop it, but it was too late. Su Mushue nervously grabbed Luo Tong's arm, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. At the critical moment, Luo Tong, who had been watching coldly, finally took action. Only a shadow flashed by. Zhao Feier's sharp claws that were about to grab Chen Yajing's face were firmly grasped by a big hand as strong as a pair of pliers. Luo Tong let out a light exclamation. He held Zhao Feier's wrist and frowned slightly. He felt as if he had exerted too much force. There was only a crisp click sound, which sounded particularly harsh in the silent carriage. Chapter 7, The Divine Power is Revealed. If you dare to touch the child, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Ah! A shrill, out-of-tune scream, like a sharp alarm, instantly broke the silence of the entire subway car. Everyone was shocked by the scream and their scalps tingled, and their eyes were all focused on the center of the commotion. The crazy woman Zhao Feier was half kneeling on the ground in an extremely twisted posture. Her right wrist was grabbed by Luo Tong with one hand and was bent unnaturally at a terrifying angle visible to the naked eye. Her face turned purple due to the severe pain, cold sweat instantly soaked the messy hair on her forehead, and she gasped with a ho-ho sound from her mouth. There was no trace of her previous arrogance. Quiet. The entire carriage was dead silent. All the women gasped and looked at Luo Tong in shock. He was still standing there, his figure as straight as a pine tree, and there was even a hint of indifference on his face, as if he had just casually swatted an annoying fly. And his other hand was still firmly holding his incredibly beautiful wife. Powerful. Calm. Full of absolute control. At this moment, Luo Tong's image in the eyes of all women instantly elevated from a national treasure who needed to be cared for to a powerful, reliable, and fatally attractive guardian. You dare to hurt me? How dare you lay hands on me? Under the severe pain, Zhao Feier's sanity completely collapsed. Instead of begging for mercy, she stared at Luo Tong with her resentful eyes and screamed hysterically. Did you see that? This is what men are like. This is the man you treasure. They are violent at heart. They are beasts. He beats women. He commits violence in public. She tried to use public opinion to attack Luo Tong. However, she was wrong. In this world, male authority cannot be challenged. Shut up. You lunatic. Chen Yajing, who stood up for Luo Tong, was the first to react. Looking at Luo Tong's protective posture, she felt infinite admiration and gratitude in her heart, and she angrily scolded Zhao Feier. You were the one who started it. You were the one who wanted to attack me. This gentleman was only acting in self-defense. That's right. We all saw it. You were the one who went crazy first, you shrew. You dare to disrespect the gentleman and even hurt others. I think you are tired of living. Where are the guards? Quickly arrest this crazy woman. Don't let her disturb the gentleman. Public opinion in the carriage was one-sided. All the women spontaneously defended Luo Tong. They looked at Zhao Feier with contempt and anger, as if they were looking at an unreasonable traitor. Sumu Xue snuggled in her husband's broad chest, feeling his steady and strong heartbeat, and the tenderness that belonged only to her. She watched her husband display his strength in protecting a strange girl, and his beautiful eyes, which were already sparkling with light, were now even more brilliant, filled with admiration and love that could melt steel. My husband is a hero. Ah! You bitches! Idiots who have all been brainwashed by men. Seeing that her attempt to incite public opinion failed and instead aroused public anger, Zhao Feier went completely crazy. Her eyes scanned the carriage frantically, and finally, they locked onto a little girl who was hugging her mother's thigh and trembling with fear. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old, with 2 pigtails and tears in her big eyes. She was obviously frightened by the scene just now. In Zhao Feier's twisted mind, this innocent little girl seemed to be the most evil symbol of this unfair world. She was another reserve soldier ready to rely on men for survival in the future. It's all because of you little bitches. You've been learning how to please men since you were little. The world has become like this because of you. A vicious curse roared out of her mouth. The next second, she suddenly broke free from Luo Tong's hand. It was not because she was strong, but because Luo Tong had never thought that a person with a broken wrist would dare to take the next step, and subconsciously relaxed a little. Zhao Feier used her intact left hand and grabbed the little girl's face like a mad dog. Don't want. The little girl's mother let out a terrified scream and tried to pull her daughter behind her, but it was too late. The women around also screamed in surprise. No one expected that this woman would be so cruel as to attack a child. Chen Yajing was so frightened that her face turned pale. Everything happened in a flash. Just when Zhao Feier's dirty nails were about to scratch the little girl's pink face, Luo Tong's eyes turned completely cold. He originally just wanted to teach this crazy woman a lesson, but now, she has touched his bottom line as an earthling. He can just watch the show when women are bullied. But you can't hurt the children. Super speed, start. Buzz. In Luo Tong's perception, the whole world seemed to be in slow motion. He could clearly see the ferocious and crazy expression on Zhao Feier's face, the dirt between her fingernails, the growing fear in the little girl's eyes, and the astonished expressions on the faces of everyone around her who had no time to change. Too slow. Everything is too slow. An afterimage that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye was instantly pulled out from its original position. Whoosh! Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, as if a gust of wind was blowing past. When they looked again, they were all shocked with their mouths open wide and their eyes almost popped out. Luo Tong appeared in front of the little girl like a ghost without anyone noticing. His tall figure was like an insurmountable mountain, perfectly protecting the small figure behind him. And Zhao Feier's sinful left hand was held in his palm nonchalantly, less than 1 centimeter away from the little girl's face. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. You. Zhao Feier's pupils suddenly contracted, and her face was filled with horror as if she had seen a ghost. She didn't even see how Luo Tong got here. This man, is he still human? I gave you a chance. Luo Tong's voice was devoid of emotion and as cold as if it came from the abyss of hell. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense with this lunatic anymore. He held Zhao Feier's wrist and shook his arm slightly. Superpower, activate. An irresistible and terrifying force erupted instantly. Ah! Zhao Feier let out another scream that was 100 times more miserable than before. This time, Luo Tong lifted her up with one hand like a torn sack, and her feet left the ground, drawing a parabola in the air. Bang! A loud bang. Zhao Feier's body hit the hard alloy wall of the carriage opposite heavily, making a dull sound, and then slid down the wall to the ground like a puddle of mud. Her head tilted and she fainted completely. The carriage fell into deathly silence again. If we say that Luo Tong breaking Zhao Feier's wrist just now was powerful, so now, this ghostly speed and this overwhelming absolute power is a miracle. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The next second, the entire carriage exploded. God. Oh my God. What did I see? Is it teleportation? Is he a god descending to Earth? So handsome. So strong. I'm dying. I'm so overwhelmed by his handsomeness. Wow. He protected that little girl. He's not only a national treasure, he's a hero. A real man. This time, the women's screams were no longer just filled with enthusiasm and admiration, but also with awe and worship from the depths of their souls. The way they looked at Luo Tong was as if they were looking at a god walking on earth. The little girl who was rescued timidly poked her head out from behind Luo Tong. Looking at the tall and handsome figure in front of her, the fear she had just felt had long since disappeared, replaced by a full sense of security and admiration. She pulled at the corner of Luo Tong's clothes and said in a soft voice, "Big brother, thank you." Luo Tong's cold eyes melted instantly. He turned around, squatted down, rubbed the little girl's head, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "You're welcome." This smile, like a gentle spring breeze, instantly warmed up the entire carriage. Countless women's hearts almost melted when they saw this scene. They covered their chests and felt so happy that they were about to faint. Sumu Xue walked quickly to Luo Tong and looked at him, her beautiful eyes filled with mist, showing both heartache and pride. At this moment, the female guards who had been in shock finally came to their senses. The leading female guard captain stepped forward quickly. She looked at Luo Tong with eyes filled with unprecedented awe and gratitude. She stood at attention and saluted, her voice booming. "Report, sir. Thank you for subduing the criminal and protecting the safety of the citizens. You have solved a big problem for our police." She paused, her tone apologetic and embarrassed. "It's just that according to regulations, we need to ask you to return to the police station and make a detailed record. This may take up some of your valuable time." "Record?" Luo Tong raised his brows slightly. He glanced at Su Muxue, who was beside him with eyes full of him, and remembered the popular novice task of the system. It seems that tonight's business will be delayed. Chapter 8, The National Treasure's transcript caused a sensation. In the wind and rain, she waited for him. When he heard that he had to go to the police station, Luo Tong frowned slightly, and then relaxed again. It's not that he's afraid of trouble. In this world, being a man, there is no possibility of trouble. He just felt that it was a bit disappointing to delay his mission with his newlywed wife. Good. Luo Tong uttered a word lightly, his tone calm, but with an unquestionable aura. It was as if he was not invited to take a statement, but rather agreed to the police's request. "Thank you so much for your cooperation." The female guard captain was so excited that her face turned red as if she had been pardoned. She quickly led the way. "Sir, this way please. We have prepared a top-notch car for you." Central City Security Headquarters. When the special car escorted by the guard's highest-level hovercraft landed smoothly in the square in front of the General Administration building, the entire Security General Administration instantly sounded the highest-level alarm. But this alarm is not to defend against the enemy, but to welcome it. Hurry. Everyone line up. Be alert. Logistics team. Are the top-grade drinks and snacks ready? Remember. Only the best. Clear the area. Clear all unnecessary personnel from the hall. We cannot allow any outsiders to disturb Mr. Luo Tong. The director of the General Security Bureau, Wang Ying, a strong woman in her 40s, with a heroic appearance and a gold star on her shoulder, was now giving orders into the communicator in an almost roaring tone. Her face was filled with nervousness, excitement, and a hint of fanaticism. Sky. That's Luo Tong. A top-tier national treasure of SSS plus rank. The most precious treasure in the entire Xia Kingdom. He actually came to their security headquarters in person. This was simply the highest honor for their entire headquarters. Bang! A uniform call of "stand at attention" was heard. Led by Director Wang Ying, all the female police officers on duty in the hall stood at attention and saluted Luo Tong in unison, their eyes burning and their movements standard to the extreme. Welcome Mr. Luo Tong to the Municipal Security Bureau to provide guidance. Wang Ying's voice was loud and powerful, full of heartfelt reverence. Luo Tong looked at this exaggerated scene and felt amused. Wow, it's just a record, but they made such a fuss about it being like an inspection by the head of state. No need to be so polite. He waved his hand lightly. Yes. Only then did Wang Ying dare to put down her hand. She walked quickly forward with a humble and respectful smile on her face. Her eyes fell on Luo Tong and she could not move them away. It's so perfect. He was 100 times more handsome than in the archival photo. His innate nobility and powerful aura made even this experienced Director General feel his heartbeat quicken and his breathing quicken. Mr. Luo Tong, I'm extremely sorry that I wasted your precious time because of that scoundrel's mistake. Wang Ying's attitude was extremely humble. The recording room is ready for you. It is absolutely of the highest standard and the most comfortable environment. As she spoke, she personally led the way and brought Luo Tong into a room that looked more like a luxurious reception room than a recording room. Soft leather sofas, constant temperature central air conditioning, and the air is filled with the scent of high-end incense. The table was filled with all kinds of rare fruits and exquisite snacks that ordinary people had never seen. A female police officer carefully brought 2 steaming drinks. Mr. Luo Tong, this is Cloudtop Sky Dew airlifted in from an alien galaxy. It has calming and beautifying properties. Please enjoy it slowly. Let's get started. I have limited time. Yes. Wang Ying nodded repeatedly, picked up the recorder himself, and asked cautiously in a tone almost as if he were talking to an idol. Mr. Luo Tong, can you give us a brief description of what happened? Luo Tong picked up the cup of Yunding Tianlu and took a sip. It tasted really good. He was too lazy to recall the details. Superintelligence, start. In an instant, everything that happened on the subway was replayed in his mind exactly as if it were a high-definition holographic image. Every detail, every expression, every line of dialogue is crystal clear. Then, Luo Tong perfectly retold the entire incident in a tone so calm that it did not cause any waves, with an accuracy comparable to that of a machine. He spoke slowly, but his logic was clear and well organized, without any redundant or emotional descriptions. In just 5 minutes, he described a complex and vicious assault incident clearly and distinctly. The whole room was silent. Wang Ying and several female police officers next to her were all stunned and almost dropped the recorders in their hands. They looked at Luo Tong, and in addition to admiration, there was also a deep awe in their eyes. What kind of terrifying memory and logical ability is this? This is no longer within the scope of human beings. Is this the superintelligence of an SSS plus level national treasure? So scary. This is what happened. Luo Tong said and put down the cup. Ming, I understand. I completely understand. Wang Ying finally woke up from her dream. She looked at the perfect confession on the recorder and said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Luo Tong. Your confession is the most perfect and impeccable example we have ever received." She took a deep breath and promised seriously, "Mr. Luo Tong, please rest assured. We will deal with Zhao Feier, a social cancer with twisted thinking who dares to offend you and even harm children, strictly, severely, and swiftly. I promise that she will spend the rest of her life in a thought reform camp, repenting for her crimes." Luo Tong nodded without comment. He didn't care what happened to that crazy woman. He glanced out the window and saw that it had become completely dark. I don't know when it started to drizzle outside. The raindrops hit the glass, making a tick-tick sound. He glanced at his personal terminal, which was empty. In order not to be disturbed by his mother and sisters, he turned off all message notifications when he was in the cafe. An inexplicable emotion suddenly surged into my heart. He stood up. "It's over, can we go now?" "Of course. Of course." Wang Ying quickly stood up. "I'll arrange a special car to take you and your wife." "No need." As I walked out of the General Administration estate, a cold wind mixed with rain blew in my face. The rain is heavier than expected. The cold rain hitting his face instantly sobered up Luo Tong's mind, which was always excited due to the system's ability. He suddenly remembered that he and Su Muxue had separated at the subway station. He asked the guards to escort her away first and waited for her outside the station. However, because of that sudden incident, he was taken directly to the police station. 3 full hours have passed since the incident occurred. Luo Tong's heart sank suddenly. He immediately opened his personal terminal, and sure enough, in the blocked message column, he saw dozens of unread messages from Su Muxue. The first one was posted 3 hours ago. "Honey, where have you been? The security guard said you had something urgent to do and asked me to wait for you at exit A of the subway." The second one was 2.5 hours ago. "Honey, it looks like it's going to rain outside. Do you have an umbrella?" The third one, an hour ago. "Honey, it's raining so hard. Are you done over there?" The last one was half an hour ago and only had 2 words. "Wait for you." Luo Tong's breathing stopped instantly. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the distant subway station. For the first time, a violent emotional fluctuation appeared in his deep eyes. This silly woman. She wouldn't just be waiting there, would she? Super speed, start. Whoosh. Luo Tong's figure disappeared instantly, turning into an afterimage that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. He rolled up the rain on the ground and rushed madly towards the subway station. Su Muxue was standing on the side of the road at this moment, her whole body completely soaked by the cold rain. The thin dress clung to her body, outlining her graceful curves. Her black hair was wet and stuck to her cheeks and neck. Drops of water kept sliding down her pale face. It was hard to tell whether it was rain or tears. She was so cold that her whole body was shivering and her lips were frozen purple. But she still stood there, like a stubborn husband waiting stone, motionless. In her arms, she held tightly the graphics card box that had been soaked beyond recognition by the rain, as if it was her most precious treasure in the world. She wasn't cold, nor did she feel wronged. She was just wondering if her husband was in trouble and if he was safe. As long as he is fine, she is willing to wait here until the end of time. Just when she was so cold that her consciousness was about to blur, a tall figure seemed to tear through the rain curtain and appeared in front of her in an instant. Su Muxue slowly raised her head, and when she saw the handsome face so close to her, it was filled with complex emotions that she had never seen before. She smiled. That smile was pale, but as bright as a summer flower. "Husband, you're back." Her voice was nasal and trembling uncontrollably. The next second, a large coat with scorching body temperature was suddenly draped over her, tightly wrapping her in the box in her arms. Luo Tong looked at her embarrassed and stubborn appearance, and her eyes that lit up instantly when she saw him. He felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. An indescribable emotion, a mixture of heartache, guilt, and an unprecedented feeling of being moved, instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. "Fool!" he growled, suddenly stretched out his arms, and hugged the cold, shivering woman tightly in his arms. Feeling the cold body in my arms and the uncontrollable trembling, Luo Tong's eyes became more determined and scorching than ever before. He lowered his head and looked at Su Muxue, who was already a little confused in his arms. His voice was hoarse, but it contained an irresistible command. "Come on, I'll take you to a warm place. We're not going home tonight." Chapter 9 Hotel Privileges. Give birth to a child for the country and get a 10% discount on the room rate. The moment he finished speaking, Luo Tong didn't even give her any time to react. He hugged her by the waist and directly lifted up the cold and soft body, along with the large coat that was wrapped around her and belonged to him, horizontally. "Ah!" Su Muxue let out a cry of surprise, subconsciously stretched out her arms and hugged Luo Tong's neck tightly. Her cheeks suddenly turned red as if they were about to bleed. Princess hug. This was the first time in her life that a man held her in such a domineering and powerful way. What lingered in her nose was the masculine scent of her husband, which made her feel at ease and intoxicated. My chest was pressed against his, which was as hard and warm as a rock. Feeling the steady and powerful heartbeat, Su Muxue felt as if she had instantly fallen into the clouds. All the coldness, grievances, and uneasiness disappeared at this moment. She buried her head deeply in her husband's arms, like a kitten that had found a harbor, greedily absorbing the warmth and sense of security that belonged only to her. Luo Tong didn't say another word. He held Su Muxue in his arms, turned around, and walked with his long legs towards the building across the street that was brightly lit and looked like a crystal palace in the rainy night. Royal Sofitel Shagua Hotel. This is the best 6-star hotel in the city, bar none. When Luo Tong, holding a beautiful woman who was soaked all over, stepped into the hotel's magnificent lobby with thick wool carpet like a king, the entire lobby fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. The well-trained and beautiful receptionists at the front desk who were checking in several wealthy women stopped breathing the moment they saw Luo Tong's face clearly. The professional smiles on their faces froze instantly, replaced by shock, enthusiasm, and excitement that could not be concealed. Man! He is a real, handsome man who outshines the sun and the moon. He was hugging a woman. Before anyone could react, the manager of the hotel lobby, a beautiful woman in her 30s, wearing a well-fitting black suit, with a plump figure and delicate makeup on her face, rushed over at the fastest speed in her high heels. Her face was filled with humility, flattery, and even a fanatical smile like a pilgrim. Sir! Welcome to the Royal Sofitel. I'm Lu Feifei, the hotel manager. It's my honor to serve you. Her waist was bent at 90 degrees, her voice was so sweet that it was sickening, and her charming peach blossom eyes stared at Luo Tong without blinking, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Get me the best room you can get, and quickly. Luo Tong's tone was flat, and his gaze didn't even linger on her proud curves for a second, which made Lu Feifei feel a little disappointed, but then it was replaced by a stronger desire to conquer. He is indeed a top-tier man. This insolent composure and nobility is so charming. Yes, yes, sir. The presidential suite is always reserved for VIPs like you. I'll get it for you right away. As Lu Feifei spoke, she personally led Luo Tong to the VIP reception desk, and at the same time signaled to other receptionists with her eyes to clear the area quickly. Those wealthy women who were originally complaining about the long waiting time, all their dissatisfaction turned into eyes full of peach blossoms the moment they saw Luo Tong. Instead of getting angry, they all tidied up their appearance, trying to show their best side, hoping to gain the favor of this god who came from heaven for even a second. Sir, in accordance with our Xia Nation's male rights supremacy law and the hotel industry's supplementary regulations for fertility support, if you bring your wife to stay tonight, this hotel will provide you with a special fertility support subsidy. While Lu Feifei was operating rapidly on the virtual light screen, she explained in a seductive tone. Our hotel's top-tier royal presidential suite originally costs 188,000 per night. But because you're contributing to the population growth of our Xia Nation, you only need to pay a 10% discount. For 18,008. You can enjoy our top-notch service. As she spoke, she flirted with Luo Tong, lowered her voice, and added in an ambiguous tone, also, all the facilities and supplies in the room that aid in sexual pleasure and fertility are provided free of charge. I guarantee that you and your wife will have an unforgettable night. Luo Tong couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he heard this. Good job. If I take my wife to check into a hotel, the government will give me a 10% discount? This privilege is simply outrageous. Su Muxue in his arms, upon hearing these explicit words, her already red face became even hotter, almost enough to fry an egg. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, but her body honestly shrank back into her husband's arms. No need to bother. Luo Tong took out a black and gold card from his pocket and threw it directly on the counter. This is an exclusive National Treasure card that the state directly issues to his personal account when he reaches adulthood, with no upper spending limit. Swipe the card. He was too lazy to even enter the password. In this world, a man's face is the best password. Yes, sir. Lu Feifei held the card in both hands, as if she had found a treasure. The whole process takes less than 30 seconds. A golden rune card emitting a faint fragrance was respectfully handed to Luo Tong. Sir, the exclusive elevator to the Royal Presidential Suite 8888 on the top floor is now open for you. I wish you and your wife a happy night and a child soon. Lu Feifei's blessing is meaningful. Luo Tong held Su Muxue in his arms and walked into the exclusive elevator without looking back, under the envious, jealous, and fanatical gazes of countless women. The elevator rose smoothly. It was as warm as spring in the luxurious presidential suite. Luo Tong gently placed Su Muxue on the huge sofa in the living room that was so soft that he could sink into it. As soon as he let go, Su Mushue subconsciously grabbed the corner of his clothes like a frightened little rabbit, her beautiful watery eyes filled with dependence and anxiety. Looking at her like this, her still slightly trembling body and pale lips, Luotong's heart inexplicably softened. He reached out and gently wiped the water stains on her cheek with his fingertips, and his voice unconsciously became much softer. Go take a hot shower and change your wet clothes so you don't catch a cold. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go to the bar in the living room to find her something hot to drink. However, just as he took 2 steps, a voice as thin as a mosquito's but extremely firm came from behind him. Husband. Luotong turned around. I saw Su Mushue had stood up from the sofa at some point. She lowered her head, her hands nervously clutching the corners of her clothes. The cheap dress soaked by rain clung tightly to her exquisite body, outlining a breathtaking curve. I'm not cold. She mustered up her courage and raised her head. Her clear eyes were misty, yet gleaming with an unprecedented determination to risk everything. Hubby, I know my mission. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, you said that tonight we would complete what we had to do. Her voice was trembling, but every word was clear. She slowly stretched out her hands, which were trembling slightly due to the cold and nervousness, and began to unbutton her chest one by one. Luotong's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the woman in front of him, looking at her extremely shy yet willing appearance, and felt his breath become hot. At this moment, the Earthling's embarrassment and awkwardness were completely swept away by a primitive, masculine vigor. He is not a saint. He is an 18-year-old, normal man full of vigor and vitality. What's more, he also has a super kidney rewarded by the system. The one in front of him is his legal, stunningly beautiful, and 100% loyal wife. Reject? Is he still a man? Fool. Luotong's Adam's apple rolled and he uttered a hoarse whisper. He took a step forward, but instead of stopping her, he stretched out his big hand, grabbed the back of her slender neck, and pulled her towards him with a little force. Su Mushue let out a soft moan, and her whole body fell into a hot and solid embrace. She could clearly feel her husband's breathing becoming heavy in an instant and his heartbeat being astonishingly fast. Since it's a mission. Luotong lowered his head, his hot breath spraying on her earlobe, and his voice was full of deadly magnetism and dominance. Then I'll take the lead. The next second, the world was spinning. Su Mushue was picked up by the waist again and thrown heavily onto the king-size bed in the bedroom, which was large enough for 7 or 8 people to roll around. The mattress was soft, gently bouncing her small body up and down. Before she could react, a tall black shadow had already covered her, carrying an irresistible, aggressive masculine aura, completely blocking all her escape routes. Outside the window, it was a rainy night. Inside the window, it is as warm and beautiful as spring. Su Mushue closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings. She gave up all resistance and offered her red lips. At the moment when the two of them completely merged into one. At the same time, a long-awaited, cold mechanical prompt sound rang in Luotong's mind. Ding! Detected that the host and his first wife, Su Mushue, have completed their marriage. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the novice guidance task. System rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million Xiaoyuan in starting capital. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all physical attributes enhanced by plus 10%. Congratulations to the host, the system mall is officially unlocked. Congratulations to the host, the second wife position has been opened. Chapter 10, $1 million reward overnight. I hung up on my mother and had a showdown. Boom! A series of system prompt sounds, like the most exciting symphony, exploded in Luotong's mind. But at this moment, he had no time to delve into these details. The warm, soft touch in his arms, and the tenderness that could melt steel, made him completely fall in love. The rain outside the window stopped at some point. A ray of morning light shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling window and falls on the messy bed. When Luotong opened his eyes, he felt refreshed and full of energy like never before. He could clearly feel a warm and powerful force slowly flowing inside his body. Muscles, bones, meridians, every inch of the body seems to have undergone the most precise tempering and reshaping. Is this what it feels like to enhance all physical attributes by plus 10%? It's so cool. He looked down and saw Su Mushue curled up in his arms like a docile kitten, sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes still had traces of last night's tears, but her pretty face had a sweet smile of relief, satisfaction, and happiness. Perhaps feeling Luo Tong's gaze, Su Mushue's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes filled with mist. Their eyes met. Husband. Her voice was a little hoarse and shy, coming from a virgin. The next second, she seemed to remember the madness and initiative of last night. Her pretty face suddenly turned red enough to bleed. She quickly buried her head in Luo Tong's chest, not daring to look at him again. Looking at her shy and lovely appearance, Luo Tong felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and conquest in his heart. Just at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detecting dramatic dopamine fluctuations from host emotions. Analyzing reward mechanisms. Analysis of the system reward mechanism is complete. This system is a perfect life with many children and blessings system. The core driving force is the dopamine produced by the host. When the host gains a great sense of accomplishment, satisfaction, conquest, and other positive emotions through their own behavior, thereby secreting a large amount of dopamine, the system will automatically capture this energy and convert it into substantial rewards for the host. Note, the first time you experience the same event or target, the dopamine energy you generate is the highest, and the reward is the most generous. With subsequent repetitions, dopamine secretion decreases significantly, and the reward also decreases. Luo Tong's pupils suddenly shrank. Dopamine reward mechanism? For the same object, the first reward is the most generous? He understood it instantly. No wonder the system is called the more children, more blessings system. Doesn't this mean that if he wants to continuously obtain high rewards and become stronger, he must constantly attack new and better targets? Marrying a wife will reward you with 1 million and physical enhancement. What if he marries 66 people? Aren't wealth, strength, and power inexhaustible? So this is the correct way to open the system. Luo Tong's eyes suddenly became extremely hot and bright. A grand and exciting blueprint slowly unfolded in his mind. Gurgle. An inopportune sound interrupted Luo Tong's thoughts. He looked down and saw Su Mushue holding her belly, her pretty face flushed, looking at him awkwardly. I'm hungry. Luo Tong then realized that this silly woman had been caught in the rain for so long yesterday and had worked hard all night without eating or drinking. It would be strange if she wasn't hungry. A trace of pity welled up in his heart, and he reached out to pick up the smart terminal in the room and directly connected to the hotel's room service. Send me a top-notch nutritious breakfast to my room. It must be warm and suitable for women. Yes. Mr. Luo Tong. I'll arrange it for you right away. The sweet voice of hotel manager Lu Feifei came from the terminal. After hanging up the phone, Luo Tong turned over and got out of bed. For the first time, his perfect body was displayed to Su Mushue without reservation. Smooth muscle lines, broad shoulders and narrow waist, without a trace of excess fat, full of explosive power. Ah! Su Mushue screamed and quickly covered her eyes with the quilt, but she couldn't help but open her fingers and look secretly. Luo Tong looked at her cute appearance, couldn't help but chuckle, and walked into the bathroom. Soon, when he walked out refreshed in his bathrobe, the hotel waiter had already delivered a sumptuous breakfast to the door of his room. Get up and eat something. Luo Tong pushed the dining cart to the bedside and placed a bowl of warm, fragrant bird's nest porridge in front of Su Mushue. Thank you, husband. Su Mushue sat up obediently, took the bird's nest porridge, and drank it in small sips. Her beautiful eyes never left Luo Tong's face, full of happiness and admiration. She felt like she was living in a dream. At this warm moment, a shrill communication ringtone suddenly rang. Luo Tong took out his personal terminal and took a look at the caller ID. Mother. His brows furrowed subconsciously. He knew that what was supposed to come would eventually come. Swipe the answer button. Before he could open his mouth, his mother Luo Wan's sharp questioning voice, which was filled with suppressed anger, came from the communicator. Luo Tong. You still remember to answer the phone? Where the hell were you last night? You didn't come back all night. Do you know how worried your sisters and I were about you? We've been looking for you all night. Luo Wan's voice was full of hysteria. Luo Tong could even imagine her face twisted with anger at this moment. He was silent and didn't say anything. Is that the vixen named Su Mushue? She must have seduced you. I knew she was no good. An S-rank bitch, she just got married to you and she kidnapped you so badly you didn't even want to go home. What's her plan? Luo Wan's insults became more and more unbearable to hear. Beside the bed, Su Mushue's face instantly turned as pale as paper. She heard the voice coming from the communicator, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the bowl in her hand almost fell to the ground. I. She looked at Luo Tong, her beautiful eyes filled with fear, helplessness, and guilt. It seems to be saying, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Seeing her like this, the last bit of hesitation in Luo Tong's heart completely disappeared. He is no longer the boy who needs to be spoiled and controlled by his mother. He is a man. A man who is capable of protecting his wife. Are you done? Luo Tong finally spoke, his voice calm but cold without a trace of emotion. Luo Wan on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. She had never heard her son speak to her in that tone. What's with that attitude, Luo Tong? Are you talking to me? She, Su Muxue, is my legal wife. Luo Tong spoke clearly, word by word. Last night, I was with my own wife, fulfilling our obligations as husband and wife and preparing for the expansion of the Luo family. Is that a problem? You. Luo Wan was so choked by his words that she was speechless. As for where I am and who I'm with, I don't need to report to you anymore. Luo Tong's tone was full of unquestionable determination. I, Luo Tong, have reached adulthood. In this family, you used to have the final say. But from today on, I have the final say. After saying that, he pressed the hang-up button without waiting for Luo Wan to explode again. Beep. The cold, busy tone plunged the entire presidential suite into dead silence. Su Muxue was completely stunned. She opened her cherry lips and looked at Luo Tong in disbelief. Is this her husband who has always been so docile in front of his mother? This domineering? This strong? While she was extremely shocked, an unprecedented and extreme sense of security surged in her heart. Buzz buzz. The personal terminal vibrated wildly again. It was Luo Wan who hit him again without giving up. Luo Tong didn't even bother to take another look. In front of Su Muxue, he stretched out his finger and pressed the power button for a long time. The screen went completely dark. The whole world is quiet. Husband, if you do this, will my aunt? Su Muxue came back to her senses, looked at him worriedly, with a hint of fear in her voice. Luo Tong turned around, looked at her pretty face full of panic, reached out his hand and gently pinched her cheek. I said, from now on, you are my wife, and it is not anyone else's turn to teach you a lesson. This promise is forever valid. All you have to do is take good care of yourself and give me lots of children. His voice is full of convincing power. Su Muxue looked into his deep eyes, and all her worries and fears were replaced by a huge sense of happiness and emotion. She nodded heavily, her eyes red again. But then, she thought of something, her pretty face flushed slightly, she bit her lips in embarrassment and whispered. Hubby, I understand. But if I'm alone, I'm afraid my body won't be able to satisfy you. Maybe I really need some sisters to share my burdens with. Hearing this, Luo Tong smiled. He looked at his considerate and understanding wife, and remembered the second wife quota that the system had just opened. It seems that it is time to put the search for a second wife on the agenda. And who should I choose for the first target? A handsome figure full of justice, and a hot figure who took the initiative to strike up a conversation, flashed through his mind at the same time. Chapter 11. My virtuous wife advised me to take a concubine. I have to say that the women in this world have a high level of ideological awareness. If it were on Earth, any woman would make a big fuss if she heard that her husband wanted to open a branch mine. And here, his legal wife actually took the initiative, even with a hint of guilt, to persuade him to find a few more women to share the work. What an outrageous, yet satisfying experience. The many children, more blessings system is simply a plug-in tailor-made for this world. Fool. Luo Tong stretched out his hand, but instead of touching her charming body, he gently and tenderly stroked her cold cheek with his warm fingertips. His voice was no longer filled with aggressive arrogance, but was filled with a gentleness that he himself had not noticed. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Muxue was stunned by his sudden tenderness, and a trace of confusion and helplessness flashed in her beautiful watery eyes. In the education she received since she was a child, any needs of a man, especially a national treasure of SSS plus level like Luo Tong, should be put first. As a wife, failing to satisfy her husband is the biggest dereliction of duty. She made this suggestion sincerely and was fulfilling her obligation as a wife. But why was her husband's reaction completely different from what she imagined? Shouldn't he accept it with pleasure and even praise her for being virtuous and sensible? Hubby. I'm serious. Sumushua bit her lower lip, eager to explain, I don't want to delay your important task of expanding the Luo family because of me. Stop. Luo Tong interrupted her and gently touched her lips with his finger to stop her from continuing. He stared into her eyes, his tone unquestionable, yet full of reassuring power. Listen, Sumushue. Expanding the Luo family is my job. And your only task now is to take good care of your body. Until I give you new orders, you are not allowed to have any more random thoughts, and you are not allowed to joke with your body. This is an order, do you understand? Order? Sumushue was completely stunned. She stared at Luotong blankly, looking into his eyes as deep as the starry sky, which reflected not desire but genuine care. An indescribable warmth, 100 times more intense than the one she felt last night, instantly overwhelmed all her thoughts and slammed into the deepest part of her heart. In this world, all women are teaching her how to please men and how to devote herself. Only him. Only her husband ordered her to take care of herself first. Boom! Sumushue's pretty face instantly turned as red as the sunset in the sky, and her eyes were quickly covered by a layer of hot mist. She could no longer control her emotions and threw herself into Luotong's arms, hugged his strong waist tightly, buried her face deeply in his warm chest, and sobbed with a heavy nasal sound. Oh, husband, you are so nice. Ding! Detected a massive increase in my wife Sumushue's love value. Loyalty has reached max and cannot be increased. Due to the influence of her lucky husband's talent, the host's super wisdom proficiency increases by 10%. Ding! The host has gained immense satisfaction and positive emotions from protecting and caring for his wife, and dopamine secretion has surged. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, System Mall Points plus 1,000 points. The system prompt sounds that rang in his mind made Luotong slightly stunned. He looked down at his lovely wife in his arms, who was crying bitterly but obviously full of happiness, and felt amused. Good job. I just relied on my earthling instinct and said a few human words, and not only did I move this silly girl so much, but I also got a wave of system rewards for free? This proficiency in super intelligence and these mall points. It seems that being a warm man occasionally can be a profitable business. After being comforted for a long time, Sumushue gradually calmed down. Under Luotong's command, she obediently finished her breakfast and fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Luotong gently covered her with a blanket, then walked alone to the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite. He lit a men's cigarette, a special cigarette in this world that was said to have a refreshing effect on the mind, and looked down at the bustling city of steel and concrete below him. The morning light is dim and all things come to life. An unprecedented sense of ambition surged in his heart. System! He muttered to himself. A light blue virtual light screen full of technology that only he could see instantly unfolded before his eyes. Host, Luotong. Gene rating, SSS+. Abilities, Super Strength Proficiency 10%, Super Speed Proficiency 10%, Super Intelligence Proficiency 20%, Super Kidneys Max. Bind Wife, 166. Wife 1, Sumushue's level genes, SSS level talent for fertility and prosperity, SSS level talent for a prosperous husband. Wife 2, quota has been opened pending binding. Funds, 1 million xia yuan. Mall points, 1,000 points. Luotong's gaze was directly fixed on the mall points column. As soon as he thought about it, a shopping mall interface with a wide variety of products popped up. System Mall Primary. Product categories, consumables, skills, special. Consumables area. Stamina Recovery Potion Small, instantly restores 20% of the host's stamina. Price, 100 points. Spirit Recovery Potion Small, instantly restores 20% of the host's spiritual power. Price, 100 points. Gene Optimization Fluid 1%, increases the genetic rating of a designated woman by 1%, with a very low chance of awakening her talent. Price, 1,000 points bottle. Skills. God-level driving skills, make you a driving god. Price, 500 points. God-level cooking skills, make you a god of food. Price, 500 points. Language proficiency all languages, allows you to communicate without any barriers. Price, 800 points. Luotong's breathing suddenly became rapid. Especially when he saw the gene optimization liquid, his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Can women's genetic ratings be improved? Can you awaken your talent? This is simply a divine object that defies the heavens. He knew very well that in this world, a woman's genetic rating almost determined her fate. The difference between S-level and A-level was like heaven and earth. If I could mass-produce S-level, or even SS-level, SSS-level women, what kind of terrifying power and strength would that be? 1,000 points a pop. I can just about afford one right now. Luo Tong's gaze involuntarily drifted to Su Muxue, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Her genetic rating is only S-level, which is also the thing that her mother Luo Wan despises her the most. What if I can improve her genes to SSS level? A crazy and bold idea began to grow in his mind. He suppressed the urge to exchange immediately and continued to look at the special category. There are very few products in the special category, and they are all solitary. Loyalty collar one-time use can be used on a designated woman. After use, the woman's loyalty to the host will be permanently locked to max, and she will never betray the host. Price, 10,000 points. Hiss. Luo Tong took a breath of cold air. Wow! This thing is even more powerful than the gene optimization fluid. Although it is ridiculously expensive, the effect is unparalleled. With this thing, why would he have to worry about loyalty? He could just put a collar on whoever he liked, and that was it. Many children bring happiness and a perfect life. Luo Tong muttered to himself, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and the blueprint in his mind became clearer and clearer. He now has money, a system, invincible abilities, and his first virtuous wife who is completely devoted to him. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. And this east wind means more and better sisters. He closed the system mall, and the figures of the two women on the subway appeared in his mind again. One is Chen Yajing, a pretty girl who speaks up for him and is full of a sense of justice. The other one was a woman who took the initiative to approach him, had a hot body, and a bold and direct look in her eyes. After being rejected by him, she still gave him a wink. One represents purity and justice. One represents passion and temptation. Who to choose? Only children make choices, so of course Luo Tong wants them all. But everything has a first-come first-served basis. A playful smile appeared on Luo Tong's lips. He took out his personal terminal and turned it on. In an instant, a series of missed calls and message alerts sounded like a bombardment. Most of it came from his mother Luo Wan and two sisters. Luo Tong just took a glance and chose to ignore it. His declaration of independence was not just talk. He wanted to use his actions to tell them that he was no longer the national treasure who was at their mercy. Then, he opened an electronic document sent by the police station, which contained the results of the handling of the subway incident and the contact information of relevant witnesses. He slid his fingers lightly and soon found the name. Chen Yajing, Huaxia University, sophomore in the Department of Journalism. Huaxia University is such a coincidence. Luo Tong's smile grew even brighter. He and Su Muxue are both from Huaxia University. Isn't this fate? He looked at the name, then looked at Su Muxue who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. He couldn't stay in the hotel forever, and he couldn't take Su Muxue back to the tense atmosphere of the Luo family manor. He needs a home of his own where he won't be disturbed by anyone. A love nest that belongs only to him and his women. Thinking of this, Luo Tong immediately opened the largest real estate trading platform in Xia country. Superintelligence, start. Countless housing listings poured into his brain like data streams, and were quickly screened, analyzed, and compared. Just 10 seconds later, his eyes were fixed on a building called Yunding Palace. The top-notch sky villa in the city center is located at the top of a 300-story skyscraper, with 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, a private helipad, a sky garden and a heated swimming pool. Privacy, perfect. Luxury, top-notch. The selling price is 500 million. Luo Tong looked at the price without frowning. Money, to him, is just a number. He called the real estate agent directly. Hello, this is the Royal Estate. I want Tower A of Yunding Palace. Luo Tong said lightly. Within an hour, all the paperwork was done and the keys were delivered to room 8888 at the Sofitel. Money was not an issue. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. A full 5 seconds passed before a female voice, trembling violently with excitement, was heard. Yes. Sir. I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Luo Tong took a look at his personal terminal. He saved Chen Yajing's contact information separately. Then he stood up, walked to the bed, looked at Su Mushua's peaceful and beautiful sleeping face, and a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. Just wait, idiot. Soon, I will give you a home that is truly worthy of you. I will also find you the first good sister who can help you share the burden. After saying that, he picked up the terminal and dialed the number he had just saved without hesitation. The phone rang only once and then was connected. Hello? Hello, who is this? A clear and pleasant girl's voice with a hint of doubt came from the receiver. It's Chen Yajing. Chapter 12, a 500 million yuan mansion. I found a bug in the world. The moment the call was connected, Luotong could clearly hear a subtle, suppressed, and rapid breathing sound like a deer running around in the corner of the receiver. Obviously, Chen Yajing had recognized his voice. It's me, Luotong. Luotong's voice was calm, but it seemed to carry a strange magic that made the person on the other end of the phone stop breathing for a second. Mr. Luotong. Chen Yajing's voice suddenly rose an octave, filled with uncontrollable excitement, surprise, and a hint of flattered fear. You, how could you? She was incoherent and had no idea what to say. Oh my god. That's Mr. Luotong. The man who descended like a god on the subway and saved the little girl. It is the top SSS plus national treasure in the entire Xia country. He actually called me personally? This is even more unbelievable than winning the jackpot in the lottery. I got your contact information. Luotong didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. Thank you for standing up for me on the subway yesterday. No. You're welcome. That's what I should do. Chen Yajing said quickly, afraid that Luotong would think she was taking credit. Any citizen of Xia with a conscience would never tolerate that kind of scum desecrating you. Her tone was filled with genuine admiration and enthusiasm. Luotong smiled faintly. He had begun to get used to this level of admiration. As a thank you, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Are you free tomorrow? Yes. I have time. I have time all day tomorrow. Chen Yajing almost blurted it out, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Not to mention that she has time tomorrow, even if tomorrow is the end of the world, as long as it is Mr. Luotong's invitation, she must have time. Okay, I'll send you the location later. After saying that, Luotong hung up the phone neatly. Listening to the busy tone coming from the receiver, Chen Yaya still maintained the posture of answering the phone, and she was stunned there, as if she was in a dream. It was a full half-minute before she suddenly reacted and let out a scream that echoed throughout the dormitory. Sofitel Hotel, Presidential Suite. The second target was an easy hook. But at this moment, Luotong didn't have much time to savor the pleasure of hunting. Because a more important and profound question came to his mind. Whether it is buying the Hentang Palace worth 500 million yuan, or being able to easily date the campus beauty of Huaxia University. All of this stems from his status as a national treasure and the privileges bestowed upon him by the world. But his understanding of this world is still only superficial. It's like a game player who only knows that the character in his hand is awesome, but knows nothing about the underlying rules, hidden mechanisms, or even the background story of the game. This feeling made him very unhappy. I enjoy privilege without fully understanding it. I have power, but I don't know where the limit of this power is. Luotong's eyes gradually became sharper. He is no longer the earthling Luotong who only needs to passively accept everything. He wants to take the initiative. He wants to thoroughly and completely analyze every corner and every rule of this world clearly and distinctly. He wants to become the master of this world. The system is just my tool. And knowledge and information are my truly invincible weapons. Thinking of this, Luotong walked to the desk in the living room and turned on the quantum optical computer equipped in the hotel, which had the highest network authority. Super intelligence, activate. He gave the order in his mind. Boom. In an instant, Luotong felt as if his brain had turned into a super quantum computer that was beyond countless epochs. The world in front of us is instantly digitized. The movement trajectory, speed, and mass of the dust particles floating in the air are all analyzed instantly. The hustle and bustle of the city outside the window, the model, route, and energy consumption of each hover car, all turned into huge data streams pouring into his consciousness. And when his eyes focused on the quantum optical computer screen in front of him, the entire national database of Xia State was like a beautiful woman who had been stripped naked, revealing everything to him without reservation. Authorization in progress, authorization passed. SSS Plus National Treasure Citizen, Mr. Luo Tong, you have the highest level of access to this database. A sneer appeared at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. He stretched out his finger and typed the first keyword on the virtual keyboard. The supremacy of men's rights law. Buzz. In an instant, billions of characters, like a flood bursting through a dam, madly poured into his retina. The massive amount of information that would cause an ordinary person to have a mental breakdown at a glance is like a docile sheep in front of Luo Tong's superintelligence. All the laws, all the supplementary regulations, all the judicial interpretations, and all the relevant precedents from the past 200 years. In just 0.01 seconds, he completely absorbed and understood it, and completed the cross-comparison and logical reconstruction. I see. Luo Tong's eyes became brighter and brighter. He found it. He discovered the first and biggest bug in the rules of this world. The core of the male rights supremacy law is to encourage childbirth and continue male genes. Therefore, almost all legal privileges for men are linked to the word reproduction. For example, the law stipulates that a man can have up to 66 legal wives. However, the definition of wife and the interpretation of the legal provisions is extremely broad. In addition to the legal spouse registered with the Civil Affairs Bureau, any woman who maintains a long-term and stable relationship with a man, has the desire to have children, and is recognized by the man himself, can be legally recognized as a quasi-spouse. And prospective spouses also enjoy legal protection, and the offspring they give birth to for men also have legal inheritance rights. The most important thing is, in order to encourage men to have children, the law stipulates that all industries owned by men for the purpose of reproduction will enjoy the highest level of national subsidies and a tax rate close to zero. An industry aimed at reproduction. Luo Tong muttered to himself, with a terrifying light flashing in his eyes. This definition is too vague. What does "for the purpose of reproduction" mean? Does it count if he bought a mansion and let his women live in it? He opened a company and let his women work there, so that he could visit them at any time. Does that count? It's literally a blank check. Luo Tong's heart began to beat violently. He realized that he could set up a Luo Family Reproduction Foundation or simply call it the Luo Tong Harem Management Company. Then, in the name of this company, invest, acquire, and conduct any business activities. Legally, all of this is to prepare for better development and expansion. He can enjoy the country's highest level of interest-free loans, obtain the rarest policy approvals, and leverage the largest wealth at the lowest cost. I was thinking about how to make money before, it's ridiculous. In this world, I myself am the source of wealth. Luo Tong suppressed the excitement in his heart and tapped his fingers on the keyboard again. The second keyword. XD7 virus. This was the main culprit that led to the serious imbalance in the ratio of men to women 200 years ago. The official information soon appeared before him. The XD7 virus, or 7th generation X chromosome targeted lytic virus, originated from a genetic experiment that went awry in the late 21st century. The virus is airborne and has no effect on women, but it has a devastatingly targeted attack on the Y chromosome in men. Infected men experience a rapid genetic breakdown and death. Following the outbreak, 99% of the global male population died within a decade. Ultimately, the world's top female scientists, led by Xiaogua, jointly developed an effective inhibitor, halting the catastrophe. However, the virus's aftermath has caused the male-to-female ratio in newborns to plummet to 1 hour 66 minutes, an irreversible decline. A seemingly flawless official report. Any ordinary person would have no doubts after seeing this. But after being analyzed by superintelligence, this report is full of loopholes. Something's wrong. Luo Tong's brows were tightly furrowed. He retrieved all the raw data from the early stages of the outbreak, including meteorological data, population movement records, and the earliest case reports. Countless data streams converged, collided, and reorganized in his mind, eventually forming a clear, dynamic, three-dimensional map of the spread of the global epidemic. Then, he discovered the first suspicious point. The outbreak point of the virus was not a certain genetic laboratory as the officials said, but 7 unrelated cities thousands of miles apart around the world that broke out at the same time, the same hour, and even the same minute. There is no way this could be an accidental leak. This is precise, premeditated, and synchronized delivery. The second doubt. Officials claim the virus has a devastating attack on the Y chromosome. But after analyzing tens of thousands of the earliest genetic reports of death cases, Luo Tong found that although the Y chromosomes of those men who died were damaged, they were not irreparable. What is truly deadly is another cleverly hidden pheromone carried by the virus. This pheromone will activate certain latent genes in women's bodies, causing them to have a physiological and fatal rejection reaction to men with damaged genes. In other words, it's not the virus that kills men, but a woman. This discovery made Luo Tong feel a chill on his back. He continued to dig deeper. He discovered that after the virus broke out, the world's political, military, and financial power were taken over by a group of mysterious female elites in a very short period of time. The core figure in the research and development of the so-called special effect inhibitor turned out to be the leader of this group of female elites. All the clues pointed to a conclusion that made his scalp tingle. This disaster that lasted for 200 years was not a natural disaster, nor was it an accident. It's a complete coup against men all over the world. It's a genetic war started by women, aimed at subverting the entire world order. Luo Tong leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. His eyes became extremely deep and complex. This world is much darker and more interesting than he imagined. He originally thought he was here to enjoy himself. Now it seems that he has entered a magnificent cage built of lies and conspiracies. And he, as the man with the best genes in the world, is undoubtedly the most precious and dangerous exhibit in this cage. Ding dong. At this moment, the prompt sound of his personal terminal interrupted his thoughts. 2 messages popped up at the same time. The first one is from the account manager of Royal Realty. Dear Mr. Luo Tong, the transfer of ownership of Building A of the Hentang Palace you purchased has been completed, and the total price of 500 million Xia Yuan has been paid. The property keys have been expedited to your hotel. Congratulations on becoming the most distinguished owner of the Hentang Palace. The second one comes from Chen Yajing. Senior Luo Tong, I'm free tomorrow. Where would be convenient for us to meet? Looking at these 2 pieces of information, the confusion and solemnity in Luo Tong's eyes were instantly replaced by an unprecedented and burning ambition. Conspiracy? Coup? So what? In this world where power is paramount, in front of him who possesses the many children, more blessings system, all conspiracies and tricks will be in vain. He raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the ceiling, and saw the sky palace that belonged to him at the top of the city. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, revealing a domineering and confident smile. Cage? No. From today on, this is my hunting ground. Chapter 13. My money comes from the country. Target, the beautiful CEO. The first thing a hunter needs to do is to establish a perfect set of rules for his hunting ground. And Luo Tong is about to become the rule maker. The confusion and solemnity in his eyes had long been replaced by a tremendous ambition and a burning flame. The so-called genetic war started by women? The so-called conspiracy that lasted for 200 years? So what? In the face of absolute power, in the face of such an unreasonable system as more children, more blessings, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing more than the red carpet paved for him to ascend to the throne. Not only will he not expose this lie, but he will use this lie to turn the entire Xia kingdom, and even the entire world, into his own breeding pasture. Superintelligence, activate. Luo Tong's consciousness was connected to the quantum optical brain again, but this time, he was no longer searching for history, but the future. It's business. It's finance. It's every node of this country's economic lifeline. The 1 million startup funds awarded by the system are a huge sum of money to ordinary people. But in Luo Tong's eyes, this was not even enough to buy a toilet in the Hentang Palace. However, when it was combined with the world-class bug that Luo Tong had just discovered, the supreme law of male rights, it became a lever that was powerful enough to move the entire planet. To maximize the use of the rules, first of all, you must have a perfect identity. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. His fingers moved as fast as lightning on the virtual keyboard, and a grand and crazy plan quickly took shape in his mind. The first step is to set up a foundation. A private foundation named after him, with the sole purpose of contributing to the expansion of the Luo family and the prosperity of the Xia kingdom. This foundation will be the core of his future business empire. It is his white glove to seize wealth and power in this world. The second step is to use this 1 million to conduct a test the waters experiment. He plans to use this money to acquire a company related to the concept of reproduction as a token of his allegiance to prove to the country his determination to expand. Once successful, he can legitimately apply to the state for the male reproduction special loan, which is almost interest-free and has no upper limit. By then, money will no longer be a number to him, but a string of codes that can be dialed at will. So, who should I choose as the first stepping stone? Luo Tong's eyes quickly swept across the computer screen. Information from countless companies flows like a waterfall. Biotechnology, high-end medical care, genetic engineering, maternal and infant products. Under the terrifying computing power of superintelligence, these companies' financial statements, technical patents, market prospects, and even the character weaknesses of their founders are all analyzed clearly in an instant. Just 3 seconds later, Luo Tong's sight was fixed on a biotechnology company called Chuyuan Life. This company is not large in scale, with a market capitalization of only about 30 million, but it holds an exclusive patent that can subvert the entire industry: gene potential induction technology. This technology can greatly increase the probability of newborns awakening their talents. Although the success rate is still low and the cost is high, its potential is unlimited. This is simply tailor-made for his "more children, more blessings" plan. What's even more interesting is that the founder and CEO of this company is named Lu Hanyan, a 27-year-old woman with an SS-level gene rating. There was a photo of her on the computer. A beautiful queen face that is enough to drive any man crazy. She was wearing a well-tailored white scientific research suit, and beneath her gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Her red lips were tightly pursed, and her whole body exuded a cold and arrogant aura that kept strangers away. This is a woman with ambition and wisdom written all over her face. That's you. A hunter-like smile appeared on Luo Tong's lips. What he wants is not only this company, but also this woman. Without any hesitation, he dialed Lu Hanyan's private number directly on the computer. At the same time, Xia Country, Donghai City, Chuyuan Life, headquarters building. In the CEO's office on the top floor, Lu Hanyan was rubbing her eyebrows in annoyance. The virtual light screen in front of her showed the company's precarious financial situation. Although gene potential induction technology has broad prospects, the research and development costs are too high. The company's capital chain is on the verge of breaking. All major investors are waiting and watching, and no one is willing to invest a penny into this bottomless pit at this time. If she fails to attract new investment, the company she has poured all her efforts into will go bankrupt within a month. Just when she was exhausted, the private terminal on the table suddenly rang. Seeing the unfamiliar number, she wanted to hang up immediately. But the line of small words displayed on the terminal made her pupils shrink suddenly. Exclusive route for SSS Plus citizens. In the entire Xia country, there is only one person who has this authority. Lu Hanyan's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in her heart, tidied herself up as quickly as possible, and then pressed the answer button. "Hello, I'm Lu Hanyan." She tried to keep her voice calm, but there was still a barely perceptible tremor in it. "Boss Lu, I'm Luo Tong." A young, calm, yet unquestionable, king-like male voice came from the receiver. Boom! Luo Tong. It's really him. The SSS Plus national treasure who had just come of age and stirred up the entire Xia kingdom. Lu Hanyan felt her brain go blank in an instant. Why would he call himself Mr. Luo Tong? Hello. Let me cut to the chase, Luo Tong said, his voice clear and direct. I'm attracted to your primordial life and your gene potential induction technology. I plan to acquire your company in full. Lu Hanyan was completely stunned. Acquisition? She even suspected that she was hallucinating because of too much stress. Mr. Luo Tong, are you kidding? There's no such thing as a joke in my dictionary. Luo Tong's tone remained calm. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll invest 50 million to acquire 100% of your company's shares, and you're out. 50 million. This is 20 million higher than the company's current market value. This is a price no businessman can refuse. Lu Hanyan's heart began to beat violently. If she agrees, she will not only be able to get rid of all the difficulties instantly, but also become a rich woman overnight. But origin of life is her hard work. It is her everything. She is unwilling to accept it. Then, what about the second option? She asked with difficulty, gritting her teeth. On the other end of the phone, Luo Tong chuckled. That laughter seemed to carry a magical power that could see through everything, making Lu Hanyan feel as if she was not wearing any clothes in front of him, and all her thoughts were seen through. Second option. I will only invest 1 million. Luo Tong's voice suddenly became playful. To acquire 51% of your company's shares. And you, Lu Hanyan, from today on, are no longer the CEO of Chuyuan Life. You will be my personal chief scientist. Your mission is no longer to be responsible for the company's profits, but to serve me alone. All of your research will revolve around one core goal. How about this? Let my future children have the most powerful talents in the world. And I will provide you with unlimited funds and the world's top-notch SSS plus genetic samples. Now, tell me your choice, Mr. Liu. Chapter 14, My Mother's Control. I shut her up with just one sentence. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. Luotong did not urge him. Hunters need patience the most. Luotong leaned on the soft sofa, picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip leisurely, and waited quietly for the prey to walk into the trap. However, just as Lu Hanyan's trembling, almost submissive voice was about to come out of the receiver. Buzz. Luotong's personal terminal suddenly emitted a rapid, higher priority vibration. An encrypted, irresistible forced communication request directly covered the call interface with Lu Hanyan. On the screen, two large blood-red characters, as if carrying an unquestionable majesty, pierced Luotong's eyes. Luo 1. Mother. Luotong's brows furrowed slightly, barely perceptible. It really is haunting. He had just hung up the phone with her in the most stern manner yesterday, declaring his independence, but he didn't expect that she would come after him again so soon. Moreover, a highest priority forced communication, which only the head of the Luo family has, was used. It seems that her rebellion last night has made her completely unable to sit still. A hint of coldness flashed in Luotong's eyes. Okay. Some things need to be resolved once and for all. He casually switched the call with Lu Hanyan to silent mode, and then slowly opened the call with his mother. With a flash of light, Mother Luowan's well-maintained face, though a little distorted by anger and anxiety, appeared in the holographic projection. Luotong. You still remember to answer my call. As soon as the communication was connected, Luowan's voice, which was filled with suppressed anger, erupted like a volcano. You've grown up. You've grown up, haven't you? You dared to hang up on me and stay out all night. Do you know that I didn't sleep the whole night last night? Do you know that the entire Luo family manor was in turmoil because of you? Her voice was sharp and piercing, filled with that suffocating sense of control. If it were the Luotong from the past, he would have been frightened by this scene and would have been at a loss as to what to do, and would have admitted his mistake obediently. But now, he just quietly watched his mother being hysterical in the holographic projection, without even a trace of unnecessary expression on his handsome face. His calmness only made Luowan's rage burn even more fiercely. Speak. Are you mute? Have you been bewitched by that vixen named Su Mushue? I've told you before that S-rank type is not worthy of you. She'll only lead you astray. Vicious words were directed at Su Mushue again. Su Mushue, who was sleeping, seemed to feel the chill as well. She whimpered uneasily on the bed, her brows furrowed. Luotong's eyes turned cold instantly. Mother. He finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unprecedented, cold penetrating power. First, Su Mushue is my wife, recognized by the laws of Xia country as my first spouse. I don't want to hear any insulting words from you again. Luowan was choked by his cold tone and was about to explode. Luotong didn't give her a chance to speak, and continued in that flat, almost cold tone. Secondly, I already said it yesterday. I'm an adult. As an SSS plus male citizen who is over 18 years old and has full civil capacity, I have the right to decide my own life, including where I spend the night and with whom I spend the night. You. Luowan was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She pointed at Luotong's shadow, her lips trembling, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. She found that after just one night, her son had become an extremely unfamiliar person. That look, that tone, that calmness and composure as if he had everything under control, made her feel an unprecedented panic from the bottom of her heart. She felt that the kite string in her hand, which she had been holding for 18 years, was being ripped apart by an irresistible force. No. Absolutely not. Luotong was hers. He was her only son. He was her greatest pride in her life. She would never allow anyone to take him away from her. Luotong, you disappoint me so much. Luowan took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress her anger, and put on a heartbroken expression. I'm doing this for your own good. The world outside is too complicated, and people's hearts are too sinister. You'll be safest only if you stay home, by your mother's side. What kind of magic potion did your wife give you? Tell me where you are now. I'll send someone to pick you up right away. Here we go again. It's this kind of cage in the name of love again. Luo Tong sneered in his heart, but he knew that simply pushing hard would only stimulate her stronger desire for control. To deal with such a mother, another approach is needed. A way that she couldn't refuse and would even be proud of. Mother. Luo Tong's voice softened, but the sense of control over everything remained unchanged. The reason I didn't go home is because I was doing something big. A major event that concerns the future prosperity and decline of our Luo family for the next 100 years. What? Luo Wan was indeed attracted by his words, and the anger and worry on her face were instantly replaced by huge doubts. The rise and fall, honor and disgrace of the Luo family in the next 100 years? What an exaggeration! In her opinion, as long as Luo Tong is alive and well and has more children for the Luo family, it will be the greatest contribution to the family. What could be more important than this? Luo Tong, stop exaggerating. What big things can a young man like you, who has just reached adulthood, accomplish? Luo Wan's tone was full of disbelief. A child who has just come of age? Hearing this, Luo Tong chuckled, and in that laugh, there was a hint of arrogance that looked down on the world. Mother, you seem to have forgotten something. I, Luo Tong, am the male with the highest genetic level in this world. My existence itself is the most important thing in this country and this era. His voice was resounding and carried an innate, kingly majesty. Luo Wan was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the holographic projection of her son, who had a majestic aura and eyes as deep as the universe. For a moment, she even forgot what she was going to say. Luo Tong looked at her reaction, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he continued to drop a bombshell. You always tell me that you want me to expand the Luo family. But have you ever thought about whether simply increasing the number is really enough? My descendants shouldn't be just ordinary people. They must be the elite among the elite, the geniuses among the geniuses. They must stand at the top of this world and control the lifeblood of this country. Only then will they be worthy of my Luo Tong bloodline. What I'm doing is laying the first chess piece to achieve this goal. Once this plan succeeds, our Luo family will no longer be just a respected national treasure family. We will become a truly powerful family with a millennium of history. A sacred family that transcends all rules. After these words were spoken, the entire room fell into absolute silence. Luo Wan on the other end of the phone was completely stunned. Her mouth was wide open, her eyes filled with shock, confusion, and the fire of ambition ignited by the grand blueprint her son had drawn. Holy family? Above all rules? These words hit her heart hard. Although she is strong, her vision is limited after all. Her greatest wish is to protect her son and let him live a safe and wealthy life. But she never imagined that her son actually had such a terrifying and overwhelming ambition in his heart. At this moment, she suddenly realized. Her son was not a canary in a cage. But it is a real dragon that is about to break free from all constraints and soar above the sky. So, mother. Luo Tong's voice brought her back from her shock. Now, do you still think that I should go home immediately and stay by your side? Luo Wan moved her lips, but found that her words of "it's for your own good" seemed so pale and ridiculous in the face of her son's grand declaration. For the first time, she didn't know how to refute her son. Once I have finished the matters at hand, I will return to the manor in person to explain my plan in detail to you and my two sisters. Luo Tong gave her a way out. Before that, please trust me. Please don't bother me in any way anymore. After saying this, without waiting for Luo Wan's response, Luo Tong unilaterally and calmly hung up the phone. This time, he did not feel the pleasure of rebellion, but only the relief of being completely free from the constraints. He knew that from this moment on, the Luo family could no longer be his cage. He easily turned his mother's threat into a boost for his future plans. Having solved the biggest problem, Luo Tong was in a very good mood. He switched the communication back to Lu Hanyan's line. Sorry, Mr. Lu, it's just a family matter. I kept you waiting for a long time. He spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if he had just received an insignificant sales call. On the other end of the phone, Lu Hanyan, who had just recovered from his two choices with difficulty, felt her heart twitch again after hearing his words. Housework? How terrifying must the other party be who can make an SSS plus level national treasure handle family affairs with such an attitude? But Luo Tong was able to solve it so easily. This man is 10,000 times more unfathomable than she had imagined. The last bit of reluctance in her heart to accept that almost humiliating contract completely disappeared at this moment. Perhaps it is not humiliating to submit to such a man. It is a kind of glory that reaches the sky in one step. Then, Mr. Lu. Luo Tong's voice sounded again, bringing her back to reality. What's your choice? Lu Hanyan took a deep breath, and an unprecedented light flashed in her sharp phoenix eyes. It was ambition, desire, and a determination to gamble everything. She said word by word in a tone that was almost like an oath. I choose the second one. A victorious smile appeared on Luo Tong's lips. Everything is under control. However, Lu Hanyan's next words made him raise his eyebrows slightly. But, Mr. Rathan, I have one condition. Chapter 15, First Day of School. My guidance counselor wife a new hunting ground. Oh? Condition? Luo Tong likes prey with claws and fangs. Although complete obedience makes things easier, occasional struggle and resistance can arouse his deep desire for conquest. Tell me about it. He leaned back on the sofa, his tone calm, but with an unquestionable sense of oppression, as if to say, your conditions had better satisfy me. On the other end of the phone, Lu Hanyan took a deep breath, as if mustering up all her courage. My condition is that your SSS Plus genetic sample must be analyzed and studied firsthand by me, and only by me. Her voice carried a hint of the almost paranoid fanaticism that is unique to scientific researchers. I need the most complete gene sequence map and the most active cell sample. This is the bottom line for me to join your team and serve you. So that's it. Luo Tong burst out laughing when he heard this. He thought the conditions would be about equity, funding, and personal freedom. After all this fuss, it turns out that this arrogant, cold and beautiful president is actually a complete scientific research madman. For her, money and status are far less attractive than the legendary SSS Plus gene that is enough to subvert the entire biological world. This condition not only did not make Luo Tong feel embarrassed, but instead made him appreciate this woman even more. Ambitious, capable, and with a professional field that he sticks to. Only a woman like this is worthy of being a part of his holy family plan. Can. Luo Tong uttered two words lightly. No, not only that. Lu Hanyan seemed afraid that he would go back on his word, and added anxiously, I need a world-class private laboratory with the highest data processing authority and an absolute research environment free from any external interference. I can give you all of these. A playful smile appeared on Luo Tong's lips. I will build your laboratory directly in my house. From today on, you only need to report all your research results to me. As for your company... Luo Tong paused, and each word sounded like a king's decree. Tomorrow, I will have my legal team contact you. 1 million in acquisition funds and a new lifetime employment contract will be delivered to you. Now, do you have any questions, Chief Lu? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Hanyan's proud heart was completely shattered by Luo Tong's flawless and domineering arrangement. She found that her wisdom and negotiation skills, which she was proud of, seemed childish and like a joke in front of this excessively young man. He wasn't negotiating with her at all. He is giving orders. And she couldn't even think of resisting, but instead felt a faint sense of pleasure in being arranged clearly. No. No more, Mr. Luo. Her last voice was filled with a hint of submissiveness and trembling that she herself was not even aware of. Very good. Luo Tong hung up the call decisively. The second prospective spouse with SS-level genes and her unique technology made it easy to win. He was in a good mood. He glanced at Su Muxue, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Having completed the first step in his career, the next step is to give his young wife a real home. Just then. Ding dong. The doorbell of the presidential suite was rang respectfully. Luo Tong opened the door, and standing outside was Lu Feifei, the hotel manager, who was extremely flattering to him. At this moment, she was more respectful than before, even with a hint of pilgrim-like awe. She held an extremely delicate box made of rosewood in both hands, bent over 90 degrees, and didn't even dare to raise her head. Dear Mr. Luo Tong, the key to the property you purchased at Block A of the Yunding Palace has been delivered to you. Luo Tong took it casually and nodded lightly. Thanks for your hard work. It's not hard at all. It's Feifei's great honor to be able to serve you. Lu Feifei's face flushed with excitement, and she wanted to kneel down to Luo Tong on the spot. After sending the hotel manager away, Luo Tong returned to the room, walked to the bed, and gently patted Su Muxue's delicate face. Husband? Su Muxue opened her eyes drowsily, and when she saw that it was Luo Tong, she immediately smiled with relief and dependence. Awake? Luo Tong smiled and pinched her nose. Don't sleep anymore. Let's move. Moving? Su Muxiue was stunned and didn't react. Yes, moving. Luotong took her hand and led her to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, pointing at the skyscraper in the distance that pierced the sky like a sword, the top skyscraper in the whole of Xia State. From today on, that place is our home. Half an hour later. When Su Muxiue took her exclusive private elevator to the 300th floor and finally stepped into the sky villa called Hentang Palace, she was completely stunned. The space is 3,000 square meters, with 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. The bustling city is at your feet, and the blue sky and white clouds are within reach above your head. Private helipad, sky garden, infinity-heated swimming pool. The luxury and science fiction here have completely exceeded the limits of her imagination. Husband, where is this? She stammered, too shocked to utter a complete sentence. Do you like our new home? Luotong gently put his arms around her slender waist from behind and whispered in her ear. Like. Su Muxiue's eyes turned red instantly. How could she be worthy of living in such a heavenly palace? However, the surprises that Luotong brought her were far from over. Oh, there's one more thing. Luotong seemed to remember something and said with a smile, I asked you to resign before because I was worried that you would be wronged in school. However, it's not good to keep you at home all the time, so I arranged a new job for you. Hearing the word work, Su Muxiue immediately became nervous and quickly stated, Husband, I don't need to work. My mission is to serve you well. No, you have to do this job. Luotong interrupted her with a sly smile on his face. I applied for a counselor position at Huaxia University for you. From today on, you will be the counselor for the freshman class at Huaxia University, Department of Mechanic Engineering. And I, unfortunately. Luotong lowered his head, kissed her blushing earlobe, and spoke word by word in a playful tone. It's the new student in this class. Boom! Su Muxiue's brain went blank in an instant. Your husband becomes your student? And I became his counselor? This outrageous and exciting identity dislocation made her pretty face instantly red enough to bleed, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. September 1st is the first day of school at Huaxia University. A limited edition Red Flame 9 Heavens suspended sports car, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, streaked across the sky like a blazing streak of light and finally landed smoothly on the giant central square of Huaxia University, which was large enough to accommodate hundreds of aircraft. The door opens upwards. A tall and slender figure walked down from the car. He is 1.85 meters tall, wearing a well-tailored custom-made school uniform, and has a handsome face that is so handsome that it makes people angry. It's Luotong. The moment he appeared. In the entire central square, with tens of thousands of female college students, time seemed to stand still for a second. Right after. It's Luotong. It's Mr. Luotong. He's coming to our school. Oh my God. I must be dreaming. A living SSS plus national treasure. He looked at me. Did he just look at me? I'm going to faint from happiness. The screams like a tsunami instantly set the entire campus off. Countless girls, like fanatics who saw the arrival of gods, rushed towards Luotong like crazy. Hundreds of female campus police officers who had been on high alert immediately formed a thick human wall and barely kept the crazy crowd out. Luotong was no longer surprised by such scenes. He ignored the fanatical gazes around him that almost wanted to eat him alive, and walked straight to the new student registration area. And behind the table at the registration office, sitting upright, trying hard to act like a teacher, but with his palms sweating from nervousness, was his beautiful counselor wife, Su Muxiue. Teacher Su, I'm here to report. Luotong walked up to her and spoke in a deliberately businesslike tone, but his eyes were full of playful smiles. Luotong, welcome. Su Muxiue's pretty face flushed red, she lowered her head, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and she didn't even dare to look at him. When the girls around saw this scene, their jealous gazes almost pierced through Su Muxiue. Why? How could this woman become Mr. Luotong's counselor? Luotong was delighted to see her shy and frightened appearance. He leaned close to her ear, and whispered in an ambiguous voice that only the two of them could hear. Teacher Su, don't forget our agreement last night. If you dare to be late for tonight's after-school tutoring, I'm going to punish you. Su Muxiue's body stiffened instantly, and she looked like she was struck by an electric current. Her neck turned red to her ears, and she was so embarrassed that she almost slipped off the chair. just as Luo Tong was enjoying teasing his wife. His eyes inadvertently swept across the crowd in the distance. Then, he was slightly stunned. Among those girls who were screaming wildly, there was one figure that looked particularly different. She just stood quietly under a sycamore tree, neither screaming nor pushing forward. She was wearing a simple white dress with her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her temperament was clean and pure. A pair of bright eyes were looking at him without blinking, filled with complex emotions. There is admiration, gratitude, curiosity, and an imperceptible girlish shyness. It was the girl who spoke up for him on the subway. Chen Yajing. Ding. A new high-quality dopamine source has been detected. Target, Chen Yajing. Gene rating, A+. Talent, Heart of Justice B level, Pure Body S level. Strategy suggestion: this target has a very high initial favorability towards the host. A sincere thank you and a heroic rescue are enough to completely capture them. The system's prompt sounded in Luo Tong's mind. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth slowly curled up into a hunter-like smile. Good job. What a coincidence. New prey has already been prepared in his new hunting ground. He looked away, already having a new plan in mind. However, just as he was about to take the ashamed and angry Su Muxue to his own exclusive dormitory, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly came from the side, blocking their way. You are the new SSS Plus National Treasure, Luo Tong? Luo Tong looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a tall woman wearing a heroic student union uniform, with neat short silver hair. She was extremely beautiful, but her temperament was as cold as ice. She was folding her arms and looking him up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes did not have the fanaticism and admiration of other women, but only the pure scrutiny of a superior looking at an inferior, and a hint of hostility. The woman's gaze stayed on Luo Tong for 2 seconds, then turned to Su Muxue beside him, frowning slightly. My name is Bai Wei, and I'm the president of the Huaxia University Student Union. I have some questions about the teacher's code of ethics and need to have a good chat with the new teacher, Mr. Su. Chapter 16, a puzzle no one has been able to solve for 300 years? Sorry, I only have 3 seconds. Su Muxue felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand and then thrown into boiling water. Plop. 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 The violent heartbeat made her eardrums buzz, and a stream of scorching heat rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her whole body almost burn. My husband is my student? I'm his counselor? This thought, like a bolt of thunder from the sky, exploded in her mind. Just imagine, in front of the whole class, I would pretend to be majestic and call him Luo Tong, and he would look at me with that mischievous, slightly playful look. Oh my god. That scene is so exciting. Su Muxue felt her legs go weak and she almost couldn't stand. Her pretty face turned as red as a ripe apple, and even her neck was covered with a charming pink blush. Husband, stop joking. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, and she was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in Luo Tong's arms. How could I joke about something like this? Luo Tong looked at his wife in his arms, who was so shy that she couldn't help herself, and he found it very interesting. His desire to conquer was greatly satisfied. He liked to see her blushing and her heart beating fast for him, and she was at a loss for what to do. The appointment letter will be delivered to you today. Luo Tong pinched her smooth face and said in an unquestionable tone, from today on, you are the youngest and most beautiful counselor at Huaxia University. And I am your most disobedient student. From now on at school, you have to call me Luo, okay? Teacher Su. He deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. His deep, magnetic voice, with a hint of playful ambiguity, ran through Su Muxue's limbs like an electric current, making her feel numb all over. I understand, husband. She responded softly, but her heart was filled with sweet panic. Although I felt extremely ashamed, what I felt more was an indescribable excitement and anticipation. Isn't it a kind of happiness to be able to see him and protect him every day in another identity? Today is the first day of school at Huaxia University. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of previous years, this year at Huaxia University, there is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps from the school gate to the main teaching building. The atmosphere is as solemn as that of guarding a state guest. Countless female guards in uniform, looking heroic, maintained order with tense expressions. Outside the cordon, there was a huge crowd of people. All the girls from Huaxia University, all the girls from all the colleges and universities in Donghai City, seemed to have made an appointment beforehand. They gathered here densely, surrounding the huge campus so tightly that no one could get through. They stretched their necks, their eyes flashing with fanaticism, admiration, and anticipation, as if they were waiting for the arrival of the gods. Is he coming? Is he coming? Is Lord Luo Tong coming? Oh my god, I've been lining up here since last night, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Being able to attend the same university as an SSS plus level national treasure is worth it even if I die. I heard he was specially recruited into the toughest mecha engineering department. He's the perfect man with both intelligence and good looks. The discussions and screams combined into a terrifying wave of sound that almost overturned the clouds in the sky. Just then, buzz! A unique roar of an engine, like the roar of a wild beast, came from far away and got closer. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. I saw a limited edition suspended sports car that was completely black and had a sci-fi and extremely cool appearance. It was like a black lightning. It ignored the congested traffic and landed smoothly at the main entrance of Huaxia University directly from the exclusive air channel. The car doors spread upwards like elegant wings. A foot-wearing custom-made white sneakers took the first step forward. Immediately afterwards, a tall and slender figure appeared in everyone's sight. The black casual sweatshirt makes his skin look even whiter, and his body proportions are as perfect as the golden ratio. That face is so handsome that it cannot be described in any words. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips, with a faint smile. The sunlight sprinkled on the tips of his hair, as if it had coated him with a layer of sacred golden light. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Space completely solidified at this moment. All the girl's breath was taken away in an instant. My mind is blank. Quiet. Deathly silence. A full 3 seconds later. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the sky. Immediately afterwards, a violent wave like a landslide and tsunami erupted. It's Luo Tong. It's Lord Luo Tong. Oh my god. He's 10,000 times more handsome than in the hologram. Mom, I'm in love. I want to give birth to a baby for him. Lord Luo Tong, look at me. Look at me. Crazy. All the girls went completely crazy. They rushed towards Luo Tong like crazy, regardless of everything, with such fanatical enthusiasm that it seemed as if they wanted to eat him alive. The female guards who had been on high alert for a long time suddenly changed their expressions and immediately formed an indestructible human wall, blocking Luo Tong. Silence. Everyone retreat. No approach. However, faced with such a terrifying crowd, their defenses were crumbling. In the center of this chaos, Luo Tong seemed extremely calm. He seemed to be accustomed to this kind of scene, and there was even a hint of helpless smile on his handsome face. He walked around to the other side, opened the passenger door like a gentleman, and helped Su Muxue, who was a little frightened by the scene, out. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He took her hand and spoke in a voice that was not loud but loud enough for everyone around him to hear. This intimate gesture was like a bombshell thrown into a boiling oil pan. Who is that woman? She actually held Lord Luo Tong's hand. I saw it. She got off Lord Luo Tong's car. What's their relationship? Countless jealous, envious, and resentful gazes, like sharp swords, shot towards Su Muxue. Su Muxue's face turned pale and she subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back. But Luo Tong held on tighter. Instead of letting go, he pulled her into his arms, declaring his sovereignty to the world with a strong possessive gesture. At this moment, a group of women in professorial uniforms and administrative formals, led by the principal Wang Shuoqin, rushed out of the school panting. Mr. Luo Tong. Welcome to Huaxia University. Principal Wang Shuoqin, who is over 50 years old and usually looks dignified, now has a fawning smile on her face, even with a hint of flattery and fear. Sorry to have frightened you. It was a mistake on our part. Hurry. Come in. We've prepared a special registration area just for you. As she spoke, she led the way in front of them, with a respectful attitude like a servant welcoming her master. Luo Tong nodded lightly, holding Su Muxue's hand, and surrounded by the principal, deans, department heads and other school leaders, he walked towards the teaching building like a king on inspection. Wherever he passed, the crowds automatically parted to the sides, and all the girls looked at him with an almost pilgrimage-like gaze. After entering the exclusive VIP registration area, the head of the Mecha Engineering Department, a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking very smart and capable, immediately came to greet them. Mr. Luo Tong, we have completed all your admission procedures. She respectfully handed over a student card that gleamed with metallic luster. According to convention, new students need to take a simple talent potential test. Of course, with your status, you can completely skip this process. No need. Luo Tong interrupted her, a faint smile on his face. The rules must be followed. Let's get started. He needs to initially show his talent in school so that he can shut up the gossips and find a reasonable excuse for his future special treatment. The department head was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness the power of an SSS Plus level genius. She immediately asked someone to bring in a holographic simulation tester. Mr. Luo Tong, this is the most difficult graduation project in our mecha engineering department. It's the K7 neuron synchronous conductance paradox. For 300 years, no one has been able to solve it. She hadn't finished her words yet. Luo Tong just casually glanced at the holographic projection composed of countless complex formulas and models. Superintelligence, start. In an instant, a huge amount of data stream flashed through his mind. Countless solutions were deduced, analyzed, and optimized in his mind. Only 2 seconds passed. Luo Tong walked forward, picked up the photon pen, casually drew a few auxiliary lines on the complex model, and then wrote down a line of extremely concise final formula. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. The moment he put down his pen, the entire VIP registration area fell into deathly silence. The head of the mecha engineering department, and several leading female professors behind her, all stared at the final formula as if they were under a spell. Their eyes got bigger and bigger. Breathing is getting more and more rapid. The expression on his face changed from shock, to disbelief, to ecstasy, and finally, to deep awe and worship. Unlocked, unlocked. The department head's voice was trembling. In such a simple, perfect way. This is a miracle. It's a miracle. She suddenly looked up and looked at Luo Tong. She was no longer looking at a student, but at a living god. The difficult problem that had troubled the entire academic community for 300 years was solved in less than 3 seconds in his hands. What a terrifying wisdom! What an enchanting talent! Sumushue, who was standing by, watched with eyes sparkling with wonder, her heart filled with incomparable pride and pride. Look! This is her man. Omnipotent, like a god. However, just as everyone was immersed in this huge shock and worshipped Luo Tong, a cold female voice, with a hint of disdain and sarcasm, came slowly from the door. Solving a 300-year-old problem makes you this excited? A bunch of idiots who have never seen the world. Chapter 17, The Icy School Beauty was stunned. In 3 seconds, I solved a century-old puzzle. The voice was not loud, but it was like a basin of cold water, poured over the heads of all the fanatical people. The entire VIP registration area fell silent in an instant, and everyone's gaze turned towards the door. I saw a girl wearing the customized elite uniform of Huaxia University, leaning against the doorframe with her arms folded across her chest. She was very tall, at least 1.75 meters, with a pair of straight and slender legs wrapped in black trousers, comparable to a supermodel. Her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders made her face look so white that it seemed almost transparent. His facial features were impeccably refined, but when put together, they exuded a coldness and arrogance that kept people at a distance. Especially those almond-shaped eyes, with slightly upturned corners, always look at people with a sense of scrutiny and a hint of contempt. She is like an iceberg that has never melted, beautiful but also dangerous. It's Lin Wanqing. Oh my god, why is she here? Doesn't she never participate in such fun? The top genius in our mecha engineering department, a top student in school beauty with SS-level genes. A suppressed exclamation was heard from the crowd. Obviously, this girl named Lin Wanqing is extremely well known in Huaxia University, but it is a kind of fame that makes people in awe and dare not approach easily. When the department head saw her, his expression changed slightly, and he said awkwardly, "Wanqing, why are you here? Where is this? Why can't I come?" Lin Wanqing interrupted the department head and looked past everyone to Luo Tong. That look was full of undisguised provocation and scrutiny. "I just came to see what's so great about this SSS Plus national treasure that makes the principal and department head circle around like a lapdog." Her words were sharp and harsh, making all the school leaders present feel embarrassed. Sumushue frowned and subconsciously stood in front of Luo Tong, full of hostility towards this rude girl. However, Luo Tong just looked at her with interest, a playful smile on his lips. Interesting. In this world where all women are eager to crawl at your feet, you can actually meet a thorny one. Moreover, she is a thorny rose with SS-level genes, and her appearance and figure are top-notch. Conquering this kind of prey gives you a greater sense of accomplishment. The dopamine reward mechanism in Luo Tong's heart has begun to work subtly. Have you finished reading? Luo Tong said calmly, his voice calm and composed. If you finished reading, get out of the way. You're blocking the way. You. For the first time, a crack appeared on Lin Wanqing's cold expression. She didn't expect that this man, instead of getting angry in the face of her provocation, took her in a more condescending manner and defeated her. She wanted to say something, but when she met Luo Tong's eyes that were as deep as the universe and seemed to be able to see through everything, her heart skipped a beat for no reason. What kind of look is that? Calm and indifferent, yet with a sense of absolute control, as if everything in the world is treated as a plaything. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, and finally, reluctantly, moved away from the door. Luo Tong held Sun Mushue's hand and passed by her. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at her again. The feeling of being completely ignored made Lin Wanqing's nails dig deeply into her palms. Department of Mecha Engineering, the first class for freshmen is Advanced Mecha Structure. The auditorium, which can accommodate 500 people, was packed. No, it should be said that it is overcrowded. Not only students from this department, but also girls from other departments and even other schools who heard the news rushed over, crowding the entire classroom aisle. And their eyes were all focused fanatically on the same place. In the middle of the classroom, the handsome young man was supporting his chin with one hand, looking out the window boredly. Luo Tong. His appearance turned this boring professional class into a scene comparable to a top idol concert. As a counselor, Su Mushue sat in her exclusive seat in the last row of the classroom. Looking at her husband, who was the center of everyone's attention, she felt both proud and a little jealous. In the first row of the classroom, Lin Wanqing sat upright, staring at the podium, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. But her occasional glance in Luo Tong's direction, with a hint of dissatisfaction, still revealed her inner unrest. On the podium, the lecturer was Zhang Haiyan, a leading female professor with a high reputation in the field of mecha structure. She cleared her throat and forced herself to look away from Luo Tong's infuriatingly handsome face. Classmates, welcome to the Advanced Mecha Construction class. To give you an intuitive understanding of the depth of our discipline, today we will first look at one of the most cutting-edge topics in the industry. As she spoke, she projected an extremely complex model of the mecha's core energy conduction onto the big screen. The densely packed rune lines and energy nodes made 99% of the students present feel dizzy. This is the paradox of the honeycomb energy matrix's conduction in an ultra-high voltage environment, and it is also the biggest bottleneck currently limiting the power output of 5th-generation combat mechas. Professor Zhang's tone was solemn. This problem has plagued the Ministry of Military Industry for a full decade. Today, I'm bringing it up, not to ask you to solve it, but simply to see if anyone can identify the key contradiction. The entire classroom fell into silence in an instant. All the students looked at each other in confusion, looking at the model that looked like a heavenly book. Only Lin Wanqing in the first row had her eyes shining. She looked like she had seen her favorite prey, her brows furrowed. She took out a photon pen and started calculating quickly on her terminal. Lines of complex formulas kept appearing on her screen. Time passes by minute by minute. 5 minutes later, a fine layer of sweat had already seeped out of Lin Wanqing's forehead. 10 minutes later, her face began to turn pale. She discovered that this problem was 10,000 times more complicated than she had imagined. No matter which angle she approached it from, she would end up in a dead end. Professor Zhang looked at her, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, but more of it was the expected regret. Lin Wanqing's talent was already the strongest she had ever seen, but it was still far from enough to solve this problem. Does anyone have any ideas? Professor Zhang looked around the room and asked. Her answer was silence. Just when everyone thought that this first class would end in boredom, a slightly lazy voice sounded from the center of the classroom. Teacher, this question itself is a false proposition. Swish. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on Luo Tong. He still had that lazy look on his face, not even sitting up straight. Student Luo Tong, you. Professor Zhang was stunned. Lin Wanqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Luo Tong with eyes full of sarcasm and disdain. False proposition? What does he know? Even he himself is helpless to solve the problem, and he, a vase who got in through the back door due to his genetic level, dares to speak so arrogantly? It's such a huge joke. The so-called honeycomb matrix fundamentally violates the principle of least force under the conservation of energy. Luo Tong ignored everyone's gaze and continued in a tone so calm that it was almost a statement of fact. Forcibly pursuing stability will sacrifice transmission efficiency, and it is inevitable that we will fall into a paradox. It's very simple to solve. Superintelligence, start. In Luo Tong's mind, the complex model was instantly decomposed into billions of data points, and countless optimization solutions were deduced at the speed of light at the quantum level. Just 1 second later, the most perfect solution came to mind. He stood up, walked slowly to the podium, picked up the photon pen, and casually drew 3 lines on the big screen. Remove these 3 redundant nodes and add a singularity here as a transfer buffer. The so-called paradox is solved. His voice was calm and gentle. His movements are smooth and flowing. The moment he put down his pen, turned around and walked back to his seat. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Professor Zhang stared blankly at the modified model on the screen, his whole body frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Her cloudy old eyes grew whiter and whiter. Breathing is getting more and more rapid. The expression on his face changed from disbelief, to horror, to ecstasy. Yes, yes. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? The way is simple. The way is simple. She rushed to the screen like a madman, and stroked the strokes drawn by Luo Tong with trembling hands. 10 years. A full 10 years. A problem that has plagued the entire Imperial Military Industry Department for 10 years has been solved just like that? She turned around suddenly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Luo Tong had completely changed. It's no longer about looking at students, or even looking at geniuses. That's like looking at a living god. And the first row. Crack. A crisp sound. The special photon pen in Lin Wanqing's hand was actually broken into 2 pieces by her. She stared at the screen intently, her cold and arrogant face filled with unprecedented shock and confusion. How is that possible? How is this possible? I'd racked my brains, exhausted all my energy and couldn't find a solution to this difficult problem, and he only took 3 seconds? Moreover, it was done in a way that he had never heard of before, yet it was perfect and impeccable. At this moment, her wisdom, which she was proud of, and her SS-level genetic talent, were crushed to pieces in front of this man. She felt that her worldview was collapsing inch by inch. Ding! Intense emotional fluctuation, shock, admiration, self-doubt detected from the SS-level gene female, Lin Wanqing. Superintelligence proficiency plus 10%. Get mole points, 1,000 points. In my mind, the pleasant prompt tone of the system sounded. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. The bell for the end of get out of class rang at just the right moment. Luo Tong stretched, stood up and prepared to leave amid countless fanatical, admiring and awe-inspiring gazes. When he passed the first row, he paused slightly and glanced at Lin Wanqing, who was still petrified. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, with a soft laugh. Student master, if you have any questions in the future, you can come and ask me. I'd be happy to teach you. Chapter 18, The God on the Basketball Court. He crushed the women's basketball team with 1 finger. The warm breath, mixed with a faint, uniquely masculine scent, blew on Lin Wanqing's sensitive earlobe. Her whole body trembled violently as if struck by an electric current. Those words, which were lightly said but full of extreme humiliation, were like a red-hot iron, burning her proud heart. Teach me? He actually said he wanted to teach me? Lin Wanqing's nails had already pierced the tender flesh of her palm, and a trickle of blood oozed out, but she was completely unaware. She bit her lips tightly, and the blood color on her pretty face as cold as an iceberg faded away, leaving only a paleness of humiliation. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a favored child of heaven and the most dazzling person in the crowd. Her SS-level genes give her intelligence and physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people. She is an unsurpassed academic master and genius that everyone looks up to. But today, just now, everything she was proud of was crushed to pieces by this man in a way that was almost playful. In terms of intelligence, she was completely defeated. Now, he said in such a condescending tone that he wanted to teach her? This would make her 10,000 times more uncomfortable than slapping her in public. After Luo Tong finished speaking, he stood up without even looking at her again. He took the hand of Su Muxue, who had been waiting beside him, and left the classroom leisurely amid countless fanatical admiring gazes. It was not until his back completely disappeared that Lin Wanqing's tense body suddenly softened. She staggered back a step and held onto the table to avoid falling to the ground. Her eyes were filled with resentment, anger, and a hint of confusion that she herself was not even aware of. Afternoon, gymnasium. Physical education at Huaxia University is a compulsory course for all students. Even a national treasure like Luo Tong is not immune to it. Of course, his physical education classes are naturally unique. All the freshmen in the mecha engineering department were arranged in the largest indoor basketball hall. The teacher who teaches the class is a heavyweight figure, Wang Li, the former devil coach of the national women's basketball team, who is known for her hot temper and strict training. Wang Li is about 40 years old, tall and strong, with bronze skin full of power and neat short hair, which makes her look more heroic than men. She stood in the middle of the court holding a basketball, her sharp eyes sweeping over every student present. When her eyes fell on Luo Tong, she couldn't help but linger for a few seconds. Her brows furrowed slightly. She had heard of this SSS plus national treasure who had turned the school upside down upon arrival. Superior intelligence? A demon among geniuses? Wang Li scoffed at this. In her opinion, a man should act like a man. If he only has brains but a body as weak as a bean sprout, what kind of man is he? It's just a vase that looks good but is useless. Today's lesson, basketball. Wang Li's voice was as loud as a bell, making the entire stadium buzz. Don't think that just because you're a top student in the mecha engineering department, you can ignore your physical fitness. No matter how brilliant your brain is, without a strong body to support it, you'll be the first to die on the battlefield. Her eyes glanced at Luo Tong vaguely. Especially some people, don't think that you can rest easy just because you have a high genetic level. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of all the girls in the audience were immediately focused on Luo Tong, their eyes full of protection and resentment. Even Su Muxue, who was sitting in the exclusive counselor's seat on the sidelines, couldn't help but frown and look at her husband with some worry. However, Luo Tong seemed not to hear it, and remained calm, even yawning. His lazy attitude completely infuriated Wang Li. You! Step out! Wang Li pointed at Luo Tong and shouted sternly. Luo Tong raised his eyebrows and slowly walked out of the team. Teacher, what's the matter? Ha! I heard you're quite remarkable. Wang Li looked him up and down, her eyes filled with disdain. You solved a 300-year-old academic problem? Just good luck. Luo Tong said lightly. What good luck? Wang Li sneered, then I want to see today whether your luck is still useful on the court. She suddenly threw the basketball in her hand to the other side of the court. There, 5 tall and imposing girls wearing school team uniforms were already ready for battle. They were the starting 5 of the Huaxia University women's basketball team, the reigning champions of the National College League for 3 consecutive years. The captain, named Zhou Tao, is 1.9 meters tall with well-defined muscles. He is the absolute core and ace of the school team. Luo Tong, right? Zhou Tao tilted his head and looked at him with an extremely aggressive gaze, a provocative arc on his lips. I've heard of your name a long time ago. Today, let the sisters teach you what basketball is. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. Coach Wang Li actually wanted Luo Tong to challenge the entire school team alone? This is too bullying. Coach! That's not fair. That's right. Lord Luo Tong is a genius in brainpower, how can we compete with him in physical strength? You're just jealous. You're taking revenge. The girls on the sidelines were immediately in an uproar and started to stand up for Luo Tong. In the corner of the crowd, Lin Wanqing, who had changed into a sports suit, was standing with her arms folded across her chest, watching all this coldly. She is conflicted inside. On the one hand, she was extremely eager to see Luo Tong make a fool of himself and see this man who had humiliated her be severely defeated. But on the other hand, deep in her heart, she had a faint expectation that she herself was unwilling to admit. She wanted to see if this man was really omnipotent. Silence! Wang Li shouted, suppressing all discussions. She looked at Luo Tong and said coldly, What? Are you scared? If you are scared, then just admit that you are a vase and do 100 push-ups over there, and I will let you go. Hearing this, Luo Tong finally smiled. He moved his wrist, and the crisp sound of bones was particularly clear in the quiet stadium. Okay. He raised his eyes and looked at the 5 school team members opposite him. His eyes were as calm as if he was looking at 5 wooden stakes. You guys come together. Don't waste my time. Mad. Too crazy. The expressions of Zhou Tao and others instantly became extremely ugly. Court death. Zhou Tao shouted angrily, took the ball from his teammate, slammed it, and rushed towards Luo Tong like a tiger descending from the mountain. She was extremely fast and her dribbling skills were extremely skillful. She was about to change direction and get past Luo Tong. However, just at the moment when she and Luo Tong crossed paths, Luo Tong moved. He didn't even move his feet, just casually stretched out a hand. Super speed, start. In everyone's eyes, Zhou Tao's movement seemed to be slowed down. In Luo Tong's eyes, the trajectory of the rapidly spinning basketball was as clear as if it were still. Bang! A soft sound. Luo Tong simply tapped the basketball lightly with his index finger. The next second, the basketball seemed to have lost all its strength and stopped obediently at his fingertips, motionless. The entire stadium fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief. What happened? What just happened? Zhou Tao was also stunned. She looked down at her empty hands, then looked up at the basketball on Luo Tong's fingertips, and her mind went blank. The ball, how did the ball get through? Too slow. Luo Tong shook his head, flicked the ball with his fingertips, and the basketball fell obediently into his palm. He didn't even bother to look at the petrified Zhou Tao. Holding the ball in one hand, he walked towards the opponent's half leisurely. Stop him. The other 4 members of the school team finally recovered from their shock and roared as they double-teamed Luo Tong from 4 directions. Each of them is a veteran warrior. The encirclement formed by these 4 people is airtight and enough to lock down any top professional player. However, the one they faced was Luo Tong. Luo Tong's mouth corners curled up in a playful arc. His body instantly turned into afterimages that were difficult to capture with the naked eye. The basketball seemed to have life, jumping wildly between his crotch, behind his back, and at his fingertips in a way that violated the laws of physics. The 4 members of the school team didn't even get a chance to touch the corner of his clothes before they were easily passed by. The whole process is smooth and full of violence and beauty. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tong was already outside the 3-point line. Everyone thought he was going to shoot. But he didn't. He stopped and bent his knees slightly. Superpower, activate. Boom! The wooden floor beneath his feet suddenly cracked in an instant with a mournful cry as if it could not bear the weight. The whole person soared into the sky like a cannonball. Flying, flying? Everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Luo Tong drew a terrifying parabola in the air, easily crossed a distance of 7 meters, and landed on the basket. He held the basketball in his hand high, like the god of war holding up the hammer of judgment. No, don't. The center under the basket looked up at the figure that was descending like a god or demon. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he couldn't even muster the courage to resist. Boom! A deafening bang. Luo Tong slammed the basketball into the basket. The entire basketball hoop let out a shrill wail as it was forcibly broken, twisted, and collapsed by this irresistible and terrifying force. The backboard made of tempered glass exploded with a loud crash and shattered into crystals all over the sky. The whole world is quiet. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the tall figure that slowly landed on the ground without even a trace of dust on his body. Looking at the basketball hoop behind him that looked like scrap metal. My brain is completely down. Is this still a human being? This is a monster. This is a god. Lin Wanqing, who was standing in the corner of the crowd, dropped the mineral water bottle in her hand to the ground with a click. Her pretty face, which she was so proud of, was now filled with endless shock and collapse. If the wisdom crushing in the morning only shattered her pride. At this moment, this miraculous, inhuman power and speed completely destroyed her worldview. Turn out to be. SSS plus level genes represent more than just intelligence. It is an all-round, godlike absolute crushing. Ding! Intense emotional fluctuations worldview collapse, fear detected from the SS level gene female, Lin Wanqing. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations conquest, admiration detected from multiple A-level gene women school team members. Superpower proficiency plus 5%. Super speed proficiency plus 5%. Get mole points, 1,500 points. In my mind, the system's prompt sounded pleasantly. Luo Tong glanced at the mess behind him, then looked at the 5 completely dumbfounded school team members and the pale-faced coach Wang Li, and curled his lips in boredom. He turned around and prepared to leave under the dead silence of the audience. just as he was about to walk out of the stadium. A trembling yet extremely clear voice sounded from behind him. Luo Tong. Luo Tong paused and looked back. Lin Wanqing's face was pale and her lips were trembling, but her once cold and arrogant phoenix eyes were now staring at him intently, with an unprecedented complex emotion surging in them. She took a deep breath, as if she had exhausted all her strength, and asked word by word. "What are you?" Chapter 19, The Iceberg School Beauty's Provocation. "You've successfully caught my attention." Facing Lin Wanqing's complex eyes filled with shock, confusion and inquiry, Luo Tong's mouth corners curled up in a meaningful arc. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked her over from head to toe as if he were examining an interesting collection. That look was full of aggression, yet also had a hint of playfulness, as if saying, "You are not qualified to know." Finally, his gaze lingered on her pretty face, which was slightly flushed with humiliation and unwillingness. He opened his thin lips slightly, and his voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, from today on, everything you are proud of will be worthless in front of me." After saying this, he didn't even look at Lin Wanqing again, and turned around and left in a leisurely manner. Everyone in the entire stadium was left in extreme silence, repeatedly pondering his extremely domineering and arrogant declaration. Lin Wanqing, on the other hand, seemed to have been drained of all her strength, and her body swayed slightly. Worthless. These 4 words, like 4 poisonous knives, stabbed into her heart. She stared at Luo Tong's departing back. The pain of her nails piercing her palms made her dull eyes regain a glimmer of light. It was a mixture of overwhelming hatred and a hint of morbid excitement that she herself had not even noticed. "Luo Tong. I will remember you." In the evening, Huaxia University, Central Library. This is the quietest and most academic place on the entire campus. Under the huge dome, rows of towering bookshelves stand like silent giants, guarding the wisdom of human civilization. At this moment, in the frontier science reading area at the deepest part of the top floor, Luo Tong was flipping through a thick book out of boredom. The title of the book is The Theoretical Foundation and Concept of Hyperdimensional Mecha. Books of this level are no less than heavenly books for ordinary students. But for Luo Tong, who has unlocked his superintelligence, it is no different from reading a children's picture book. He flipped through the pages extremely quickly, almost 1 page per second. It was more like scanning data than reading. Sumushua sat quietly opposite him, her hands supporting her cheeks, her beautiful eyes staring at her husband intently. Even if she just looked at his focused profile, she felt it was the happiest thing in the world. She is now Luo Tong's counselor, so naturally she has to accompany him in all his extracurricular activities. The warm and quiet atmosphere was broken by a burst of hurried footsteps. A tall and beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the reading area. It was Lin Wanqing. She changed out of her messy sportswear and put on the custom-made uniform that symbolized her elite status, and her face regained the icy expression that kept people at a distance. But her slightly disordered breathing and her hands tightly clenching the book with white knuckles still revealed her inner unrest. "She's here." Sumushua noticed it immediately, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. This woman clearly has ill intentions towards her husband. Lin Wanqing's eyes swept across the huge reading area and quickly locked onto Luo Tong. She walked straight over, her high heels making crisp click, click, click sounds on the smooth floor, as if venting her owner's fighting spirit. She stopped in front of Luo Tong's desk and looked down at him. "Luo Tong." She spoke, her voice still cold, but less arrogant than before and more repressed and complex. Luo Tong didn't even raise his eyelids, his fingers still flipping the pages of the book quickly, as if he didn't hear anything at all. Being so completely ignored, a trace of anger flashed across Lin Wanqing's face. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart, and slammed the equally difficult and obscure book Space Paradox under high-energy particle collision in her hand on the table. The bang sounded particularly harsh in the quiet library. "I'm talking to you," she said, gritting her teeth. Luo Tong finally stopped turning the pages of the book. He slowly raised his head, his deep eyes looking at her calmly, and said lightly, "Is there something wrong?" That nonchalant attitude, as if asking how's the weather today, instantly made all the momentum that Lin Wanqing had carefully brewed go to waste, like a fist hitting cotton, with nowhere to exert force. Lin Wanqing was speechless for a moment. Before she came, she rehearsed 10,000 opening lines in her mind. Either challenge him with more difficult academic questions or ridicule him with sharp words. But when she really met Luo Tong's eyes that seemed to see through everything, all her preparations seemed so pale and ridiculous. She found that she couldn't see through this man at all. What gives you the right to say that? In the end, she could only utter these harmless words. What did I say? Luo Tong asked back with interest, a playful smile on his lips. You said that everything I am proud of is worthless. Lin Wanqing's voice couldn't help but tremble with a hint of grievance. Oh, that sentence. Luo Tong nodded in sudden realization, then said in a matter-of-fact tone, isn't it? Lin Wanqing was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and her already spectacular curves became even more breathtaking. The wisdom that she was proud of was crushed by him in 3 seconds. Her family background, which she was so proud of, was even more of a joke in front of her SSS Plus National Treasure status. Even her physical fitness as a holder of SS-level genes was completely destroyed by his inhuman strength and speed. In fact, it is true. But the truth is one thing, and it is another thing when he says it so bluntly. This is simply heartbreaking. Don't be too proud. Lin Wanqing's eyes were red. In this world, brute force alone can't solve everything. You're just a simple-minded, strong-limbed brute. She seemed to want to use this word to hurt Luo Tong. However, Luo Tong smiled when he heard this. With a snap, he closed the book Theoretical Foundation and Concept of Hyperdimensional Mecha in his hand, and then casually pushed it in front of Lin Wanqing. You're right, brute force alone won't work. So, what about this? He tapped his temple lightly with his fingers. Wisdom, I crush you. Power, I still crush you. He stood up. His 1.85-meter height gave Lin Wanqing a strong sense of oppression. He leaned over slightly, approached her, and swept his eyes aggressively over her delicate face and well-proportioned figure. Now, tell me, what else can you offer? Your face? Or your figure? He leaned close to her ear and chuckled softly, in a voice only the two of them could hear. Well, although it's a little worse than my wife's, it's still pretty good. That can be considered one of your advantages. Boom! That warm breath and those humiliating words exploded in Lin Wanqing's mind like a thunderclap. Her face turned red from her ears to her neck. This is no longer a provocation. This is teasing. This is humiliation. You are shameless. She was ashamed and angry, and raised her hand, wanting to slap him. But her wrist was easily grabbed by a warm and powerful hand in mid-air. Luo Tong was very strong and pinched her so hard that it hurt, but she couldn't break free. What? Are you angry and embarrassed? In her opinion, Luo Tong's smile was so bad and so hateful. Let me go. Lin Wanqing struggled, and the mist in her eyes finally couldn't help but condense into tears, rolling stubbornly in her eye sockets. She has never suffered such injustice and humiliation in her life. Su Muxiwei, who was standing by, could no longer sit still. She stood up, walked to Luo Tong, and with a gesture of asserting her sovereignty, gently took Luo Tong's other arm and advised softly, "Husband, forget it, don't bother with her." The word husband was like a sharp sword, piercing through Lin Wanqing's last line of defense. She looked at the happy and dependent expression on Su Muxiwei's face, and then looked at her wrist that was held by Luo Tong. An unprecedented jealousy and unwillingness overwhelmed her reason. Why? How could this submissive woman have him? Luo Tong looked at his gentle wife in his arms, then looked at the thorny rose in front of him with red eyes, but still staring at him, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became even more intense. He let go of his hand. If you want me to respect you, it's very simple. Luo Tong sat down again, looking down at the distraught Lin Wanqing, and said lightly, "Prove your worth. Prove that you are worthy of standing by my side. Whether as my opponent or..." He didn't finish his words, but the meaning in his unfinished words made Lin Wanqing's heart beat wildly for no reason. What does he mean? At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in Luo Tong's mind. Ding! Intense emotional fluctuations, shame, jealousy, unwillingness, and desire to conquer detected from the SS-level gene female, Lin Wanqing. Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the hidden quest chain, Melting Iceberg. Mission 1, Shattering Arrogance. Make her realize that you are someone she can never defeat. Completed. Mission 2, Proof of Value. Make her strive with all her might to catch up with you and gain your approval. Task rewards, depends on the degree of completion. Current target favorability, 30 extreme disgust, but mixed with strong curiosity and desire to conquer. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. Very good. The fish has taken the bait. He stood up, took Su Mushua's hand, and prepared to leave. Mark my words. When passing by Lin Wanqing, he paused slightly and left a last word. I'm waiting for you to prove yourself. After saying that, he left the reading area with Su Mushue without looking back. Only Lin Wanqing was left, standing there blankly, clenching her fists, her body trembling slightly with excitement and anger. Prove your worth? Make him recognize me? Luo Tong. You wait. I, Lin Wanqing, will make you regret every word you said to me today. I will definitely make you admit my excellence in person. I will definitely stand by your side. In the girl's heart, a seed called conquest quietly broke through the soil and sprouted wildly under the watering of humiliation and unwillingness. Chapter 20, Holding the Sky with One Hand. The iceberg school beauty has fallen for me. After leaving the library, Luo Tong's life returned to a dull and peaceful state. Attending classes, eating, and occasionally strolling around the campus with Su Mushue. Everything seemed calm. However, Luo Tong knew that beneath the calm surface of the water, undercurrents had already been surging. The thorny rose named Lin Wanqing had completely disappeared from his sight since she was severely humiliated by him in the library that day. But through the campus surveillance system linked to superintelligence, Luo Tong could clearly see that this proud girl was frantically proving herself in an almost self-abuse way. The library, laboratory, and mecha training hall are all in a straight line. She sleeps no more than 4 hours a day. That unyielding spirit made Luo Tong look at him sideways. This woman is quite interesting. Luo Tong turned off the virtual screen in front of him and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He likes this kind of resilient prey. The dopamine rush brought by the process of completely crushing and then reshaping is far beyond what those mediocre people who easily crawl on the ground can achieve. Hubby, we don't have classes this afternoon, where should we go? Su Mushue, who was beside him, took his arm affectionately and asked softly. She was wearing a light blue dress today, which made her skin look even whiter and her temperament more gentle, like a quietly blooming lily. Just take a walk and check out the mecha training hall. Luo Tong said casually. He also wanted to see with his own eyes what the thorny rose would look like when it was pushed to its limit. Huaxia University Heavy Mecha Practical Training Hall. This is the place in the entire campus that is most filled with the atmosphere of steel and strength. Under the huge dome that is dozens of meters high, there are rows of hideous and cold training mechas parked, and the air is filled with a unique smell of a mixture of engine oil and metal. Boom! Bang! The harsh sound of metal collision never stopped. At this moment, in the central area of the training hall, a 10-meter-tall heavy engineering mecha was undergoing a load-bearing test. The robotic arm, which is thicker than a bucket, is slowly lifting an alloy counterweight weighing tens of tons. Under the mecha, a dozen students were surrounding a female professor, nervously recording various data. Lin Wanqing was among the crowd. She was wearing a tight gray training suit that perfectly outlined her fiery curves, and her long black hair was neatly tied into a ponytail. Her face was a little pale, with faint dark circles under her eyes, obviously caused by days of hard work. But those almond-shaped eyes were surprisingly bright. He stared at every detail of the mecha, and data streams flashed across the terminal in his hand like a waterfall. She is fighting hard. Work hard to acquire knowledge and improve yourself. Just so that one day, she can repay double the humiliation that man brought to her. Just to prove that she, Lin Wanqing, is not worthless. Just then. Alarm! Alarm! Hydraulic system pressure overload. Warning! The connecting shaft of the number 3 robotic arm is experiencing metal fatigue. It's about to break. The shrill red alarm sounded throughout the training hall without any warning. Everyone looked up suddenly. The heavy mecha's mechanical arm, raised high, made a teeth-grinding creaking sound, and the alloy shaft at the connection actually emitted countless sparks. The alloy counterweight weighing tens of tons began to shake violently in the air. Run! I don't know who it was, but someone let out a desperate roar. The students surrounding below were instantly thrown into chaos, screaming and running away in all directions. However, the place where Lin Wanqing was standing was right below the alloy block. The panicked crowd around her blocked her retreat. She raised her head in horror, looking at the crumbling steel Grim Reaper that seemed like it would fall at any moment. Her pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, an expression called fear and despair appeared on that cold and arrogant face. The shadow of death instantly enveloped her. No. Her mind was blank. Crack. A crisp sound of metal breaking was heard. The connecting shaft is completely broken. The alloy block weighing tens of tons lost its last restraint and fell heavily towards Lin Wanqing's head with a terrifying roar that tore through the air. It's over. Lin Wanqing closed her eyes in despair. However, the expected severe pain and death did not come. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button at this moment. All that was left in my ears was the sound of a steady and powerful heartbeat. And a voice that was a little lazy, yet familiar to her to the core. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes. What came into view was a profile that was so handsome that it made her heart palpitate. Luo Tong. He didn't know when he appeared in front of him. His posture is still upright. His expression remained calm and composed. It seemed as if this catastrophic disaster that was enough to smash a person into a pulp was nothing but a boring farce in his eyes. Lin Wanqing's gaze moved upwards subconsciously. Then, she saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. Luo Tong just raised one hand casually. With his right hand, which did not look particularly strong, he easily lifted up the alloy block weighing tens of tons that fell from the sky. One hand. Sky supporting. The terrifying impact force that was enough to destroy everything disappeared the moment it touched his palm. It was as if what was falling was not tens of tons of steel, but a ball of light cotton. Boom. A slight muffled sound. The special alloy floor under Luo Tong's feet cracked inch by inch like a spider web, with his footing as the center. But he himself didn't even move. The entire training hall was dead silent. All the students and professors who had escaped to the safe area were staring blankly at the godlike figure in the center of the venue, as if they had been cast under a spell. Watching him holding up the huge alloy block with one hand. Looking behind him, there was Lin Wanqing, who looked incredibly petite and safe. Everyone's brain has completely crashed. Is this still a human being? This is fucking God. What are you still standing there for? Do you want to be smashed to death? Luo Tong's voice brought Lin Wanqing back to reality from her endless shock. He didn't even look back at her, he just waved his hand. He threw the alloy block weighing tens of tons to the open space beside him as if it were garbage, making a deafening noise. Bang! The entire training hall was shaking. Lin Wanqing's body suddenly softened, her legs could no longer support her, and she collapsed to the ground. She tilted her head back, looking at the man who slowly turned towards her in dismay. His figure, in the beam of light cast from the dome, was stretched to be extremely tall, like a god descending to the mortal world. Crushing her wisdom. Crushing her physical strength. Now, her life has been saved in an inexplicable and miraculous way. Pride, resentment, and resentment. At this moment, I was completely washed away by the torrent of worship and awe. At this moment, her worldview completely collapsed, and then began to reshape itself with him as the center. Ding! Intense emotional fluctuations, worldview collapse, awe, admiration, dependence detected from the SS level gene female, Lin Wanqing. Congratulations to the host. The second link of the quest chain, melting the iceberg, proof of value has been exceeded. Target's favorability is greatly improved. Current favorability, 60 reverence and admiration. Superpower proficiency plus 10%. Get mall points, 3,000 points. Ding! Because the host has demonstrated a guardianship power beyond that of a mortal, successfully protecting a potential partner, the system function has been upgraded. Congratulations to the host, unlocking a new feature, Bond Panel. In my mind, a series of pleasant system prompt sounds rang out crazily. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. He walked up to Lin Wanqing, who was slumped on the ground, looked down at her, and stretched out his hand. Now, do you still think that I'm just a simple-minded, strong-limbed reckless man? His voice still held a hint of amusement. But when Lin Wanqing heard it, she no longer felt the slightest bit of humiliation. She raised her beautiful face filled with shock and confusion and looked at the hand he extended, the divine hand that had just saved her life. As if possessed by a ghost, she stretched out her slightly trembling little hand and placed it on him. Luo Tong pulled her up from the ground with a gentle pull. At the moment the two came into contact. In front of Luo Tong, a brand new virtual panel that only he could see popped up. Bond Panel. Target, Lin Wanqing. Gene rating, SS. Current relationship, conquering. Favorability, 60 awe and worship. Loyalty, 0. Special emotions, dependence 25%, possessiveness 10%. Strategy progress, 35%. Note, this target possesses a strong sense of self-esteem and a strong desire to win. Completely crushing and conquering them is the only way to increase your strategy progress. Once the strategy progress reaches 100%, they can be completely conquered. Quite interesting. Luoton looked at the clear rows of data on the panel, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. This new feature is tailor-made for him. At this moment, a cry filled with crying and panic came from a distance. Husband! Sumushue lifted her skirt, stumbled through the crowd, rushed over, hugged Luotong, and tears instantly flowed down. You scared me to death. Are you hurt? She checked Luotong's body from head to toe, and her worried look warmed Luotong's heart. I'm fine. Luotong smiled and patted her back to comfort her. On the side, Lin Wanqing, who had just been pulled up by Luotong, looked at the scene of the warm embrace in front of her, and her heart seemed to be stabbed by something. An inexplicable feeling of bitterness and jealousy quietly welled up in my heart. She looked at Su Mushua's pretty face with tears in her eyes, then looked at herself, her lips moved, but in the end, she said nothing, just lowered her head silently. Chapter 21. The whole internet is boiling. He has become the god of the women of Xia country. At this moment, Lin Wanqing clearly felt that there was an insurmountable chasm between her and the woman named Su Mushue. Luotong's arms belonged to her. Luotong's gentleness also belongs to her. And I was just an outsider who was rescued by chance. This realization made her feel more embarrassed and painful than any previous humiliation. Mr. Luo. Are you okay? Oh my god. Mr. Luo, you are simply our god. At this moment, the principal, the department head and the physical education teacher Wang Li came to their senses and rushed over crawling. There was no longer any dignity or arrogance on their faces, only the most primitive and fanatical worship and awe. They didn't even dare to look directly into Luotong's eyes, but just looked at him with an almost pilgrim gaze, as if they were looking at a god walking on earth. They didn't mention the scrapped mecha or the tragedy that almost happened. The only person they care about is Luotong. This man is everything to Xiagua. Luotong just glanced at them lightly, and the calmness in his eyes made the hearts of these usually arrogant women skip a beat. He ignored their flattery, and just patted Su Mushua's back gently in his arms, and said softly, "Okay, let's go home." After saying that, he took Su Mushua's hand as if no one was around, and slowly left under the awestruck gaze of everyone. From beginning to end, he never looked at Lin Wanqing again. It was as if she, along with this earth-shattering accident, were just a speck of dust that he casually brushed away on his way home. Lin Wanqing stood there, watching his departing back, her nails digging deeply into her palms. The sour jealousy in my heart grew wildly like weeds. Luotong thought the matter would be settled. But he was wrong. He underestimated the visual impact of the scene of himself holding up the sky with one hand. I also underestimated the speed at which public opinion ferments in this information age. Less than 10 minutes after he left the training hall, a video titled "A Miracle Comes to Huaxia University." SSS Plus National Treasure Luotong single-handedly destroys dozens of tons of alloy, saving the beauty, went viral, sweeping across all of Xia country's social media platforms. The video was shot from an excellent angle, clearly recording the entire thrilling process. From the fall of the alloy block to Lin Wanqing's despair. From Luotong's ghostly appearance to his calm and composed raising of his hand. Finally, the scene was fixed on him holding up the huge alloy block with one hand. The ground beneath his feet was cracking, but he himself remained motionless. In an instant, the entire Xia country internet was completely paralyzed. Countless women who were working, studying, or resting screamed in disbelief the moment they saw this video. Xiagua Hot Search List. Top 1, #Luotongshan #explosion. Top 2, #one-handed real-life Superman #boiling. Top 3, #this life is not marrying Luotong #hot. Top 4, #new. Top 5, #Sumushui public enemy #hot. The comments section was completely overwhelmed. Holy shit. Holy shit. Am I watching a science fiction movie? Is this something a human can do? The one upstairs, please show some respect to the gods. This is no longer a human issue. Luotong is a god. A god who has descended to earth. Wow, so handsome. So safe. Did the woman he's protecting save the galaxy in her past life? I'd trade 10 years of my life for that. Am I the only one who noticed that last throw? It was a block of alloy weighing dozens of tons. He threw it away like a piece of tofu. I can burn my doctorate in physics today. Public enemy Su Muxue. The hatred of stealing my husband is irreconcilable. Sisters, draw your swords. The frenzy of public opinion is not limited to ordinary people. Soon, elite women from all walks of life, and even some high-ranking officials who truly held power, also came to the fore. The chief instructor of the Dragon Shield Special Forces of the Xia Kingdom's military, the iron-blooded female war god, Longyu, who possessed SS+ level genes, only posted 2 words on her official account. Very strong. Just these 2 simple words instantly set off a firestorm of fandom. You know, Longyu is known for being arrogant and never complimenting others easily. Qin Yunhua, the beautiful CEO of the trillion-dollar group Apocalypse Technology and a rising star in Xia's business world, forwarded the video and added a commentary that showed great business acumen. Mr. Luotong's genetic value far exceeds the SSS+ rating standard. His very existence is the Xia nation's most valuable strategic asset. I recommend that the nation initiate the highest level Divine Guardian plan. Anyone attempting to harm him will be charged with treason. This comment instantly received likes and support from countless female entrepreneurs. Even Luo Tong's mother, Luo Wan, the head of the Luo family, who has been elusive and is said to be in seclusion to strive for a higher level of life, has rarely expressed her attitude to the public through the family spokesperson. My son has the demeanor of a unicorn, and he should suppress the world. For a time, Luo Tong's name resounded in every corner of Xia country. He is no longer just a national treasure of noble status. On this day, through this short video of just a few dozen seconds, he was deified by women all over the internet. Huaxia University, exclusive dormitory for elite students. On the top floor, there is a suite with a minimalist decoration style, but it exudes an expensive feel everywhere. Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa in a daze. On the holographic screen in front of her, the video that made her the focus of the entire internet was playing in a loop. She looked at the godlike man in the video. He looked at the comments section again and saw those women's fanatical admiration for Luo Tong and their overwhelming jealousy towards Su Muxue. Her heart ached. Pride? In the face of absolute divine power, her pride was a joke. Unwilling? She didn't even have the right to let him look at her for a second, so what right did she have to be unwilling? Resentment? He saved her life. She no longer even had the nerve to resent him. On this day, the worldview that she was proud of was shattered by Luo Tong himself, and then forcibly reshaped in an extremely brutal way. And the center of this new world is him. Prove your worth. Prove that you are worthy of standing by my side. Luo Tong's words before he left echoed in her mind over and over again like a spell. Before, she felt it was humiliating. But now, looking at the figure on the screen that was admired by everyone, she suddenly understood. That's not humiliation. That was a test posed by a god to a mortal. It's even a gift. He gave himself a chance to catch up with him. An opportunity to be qualified to stand by his side. After figuring this out, a glimmer of light rekindled in Lin Wanqing's dazed eyes. That light was no longer filled with the resentment and unwillingness from before. It is a flame mixed with admiration, fanaticism, and strong possessiveness. Su Muxue can do it. Why can't I, Lin Wanqing? She stared at the screen, at Luo Tong's handsome profile, and her breathing gradually became rapid. She stood up suddenly and called up her terminal. Among the countless messages of condolences and inquiries, she found the number she had called only once. That number belongs to Luo Tong. Her fingers, hovering over the dial button, trembled slightly. What is she afraid of? No. I, Lin Wanqing, am never afraid of challenges. She bit her lower lip, and the hesitation in her eyes was replaced by determination. She pressed it. Yunding Palace. Luo Tong was leaning comfortably on the sofa, watching the turbulent situation outside, with a faint smile on his lips. Bond panel. Target, Lin Wanqing. Gene rating, SS. Current relationship, conquering. Favorability, 75 admiration fanaticism. Loyalty, 15 initial establishment. Special emotions, dependence 40%, possessiveness 35%. Strategy progress, 55%. Hubby, people outside are talking about you. Su Muxue snuggled in his arms, browsing the terminal with some worry. She was proud of her husband's strength, but also felt uneasy about the covetous glances from countless women. They are just a bunch of women who have never seen the world. Don't pay any attention to them. Luoton smiled, ruffled her hair, and hugged her tighter. At this moment, his terminal vibrated slightly. Luoton took a look. It's an unfamiliar number. But through his superintelligence, he instantly knew who the owner of the number was. The fish finally couldn't help but take the bait. He pressed the answer button in front of Su Muxue. Hello. There was a suppressed and rapid breathing sound from the other end of the phone. A long time. A voice that was trembling but extremely firm sounded. Luoton, it's me, Lin Wanqing. She seemed to be summoning up a tremendous amount of courage. I want to see you. Now, immediately, right now. Chapter 22, My sister is jealous and acts like a spoiled child. The whole internet is my love rival. On the other end of the phone, Lin Wanqing's trembling yet extremely determined voice reached Luoton's ears clearly. It was a desperate gamble where you put everything on the line. Oh. Upon hearing this, Luoton just chuckled meaningfully. He leaned back on the sofa, hugged Su Muxue tighter in his arms, and said to the terminal in a lazy and playful tone, Want to see me? Can. But not now. I have the final say on when to meet. You just need to wait for my notification. After saying that, Luoton hung up the phone without even waiting for the other party to reply. When dealing with this kind of proud prey, one must always maintain absolute control and dominance. The more anxious you are, the longer I will make you wait. In the endless waiting and suffering, your pride will be completely worn away, and what will be left is only the most fanatical desire for me. Honey, is it classmate Lin? Su Muxue in his arms raised her head with some worry. As a woman, she could keenly feel that the girl named Lin Wanqing's feelings towards her husband had undergone a drastic change. It was no longer simple hostility, but was mixed with some fiery emotions that frightened her. Just a disobedient student. Don't bother with her. Luoton smiled and pinched Su Muxue's smooth face, saying nonchalantly. For him, Lin Wanqing was a fruit that had already been hooked. He only needed to wait for the right time to pick it. It was not worth his trouble at all now. Now, he enjoys the quiet and tender time with his lovely wife. However, this tranquility is destined not to last long. Just as Luoton was about to turn off the terminal and chat with Su Muxue about personal matters, the intelligence security system of Yunding Palace, which was worth hundreds of millions of yuan, suddenly issued a rapid alarm. Warning! Warning! An unauthorized visitor has been detected attempting to break in with the highest priority level. The visitor was identified as Ms. Luopan, a member of the Luo family. Current emotional state, extremely excited, with strong aggressive tendencies. Luotong and Su Muxue looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Before he finished speaking. Bang! The door of the Yunding Palace, which was made of special alloy and claimed to be able to withstand missile bombing, was kicked open from the outside in an extremely brutal way. A petite and delicate figure rushed in like a whirlwind. The person who came was Luotong's beloved sister, Luopan. She was wearing a black and white Gothic Lolita dress today, with layers of lace, which made her look like an exquisite doll. But at this moment, the doll's face was filled with rage. Her big watery eyes turned red with anger, her small nostrils twitched slightly, and her chest heaved violently. In her hand, she was still tightly clutching a latest model terminal, and on the screen, a video of Luotong holding up the sky with one hand in the training hall was playing in a loop. Elder brother. As soon as Luopan entered the door, he let out a cry-like roar and pounced straight towards Luotong like a kitten whose favorite toy was taken away. But she did not throw herself into Luotong's arms, but instead used her weak little fists to hit Luotong's chest again and again. You're a bad guy. A big bad guy. Don't even think about Pan Pan anymore because of that wild woman outside. Woo-oo. She beat the boy and cried at the same time, tears falling like beads from a broken string. Her aggrieved look would make anyone feel distressed. Luotong let her vent with a helpless smile, without showing any sign of anger. He knew that his sister was a spoiled, possessive little jealous girl. Okay, why is it all for that wild woman outside? Luotong grabbed her restless little hands and asked with amusement. Yes. Luopan raised the terminal in front of Luotong with force, and his white and tender fingers poked the screen hard at the figure protected by Luotong behind him. It's her. It's this vixen. People online are saying you'd even risk your life for her. And them. Her little hand swiped frantically across the screen, pointing to the overwhelming comments filled with admiration and possessiveness to Luo Tong. These bad women all want to take my brother away. They all want to be my sister-in-law. What right do they have? The little girl became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and finally, she even pointed the finger at Su Muxue, who was at a loss as to what to do next. And sister-in-law. You don't even care about your brother. Are you just going to watch him get seduced by women outside? Su Muxue was stunned by her question, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. She felt aggrieved and helpless, and could only look at Luo Tong for help. Okay, Pan, don't talk to your sister-in-law like that. Luo Tong's tone finally took on a hint of seriousness. He pulled the angry and aggrieved Luo Pan to his side, wiped the tears from her face, and coaxed her softly. When did brother say he didn't want you anymore? You are it. Luo Pan pouted, looking unconvinced. Look, isn't my brother punishing the bad guys? Luo Tong pointed at the huge alloy block in the video. If I hadn't taken action, that stupid woman would have been smashed into a meat pie. My brother is doing a good thing. I don't care. You hugged her anyway. Luo Pan continued to insist, his focus very strangely. You're still so close to her. You only stayed this close to me before. Okay, it's my fault. Luo Tong raised his hands in surrender helplessly, hugged the jealous girl into his arms, and patted her back gently. I promise you that I will never hug another woman again, okay? Really? Luo Pan raised her head in his arms and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Really? Luo Tong nodded solemnly. Of course, I added silently in my heart, except my wife. Then, what about them? Luo Pan pointed at the enthusiastic comments online. They all said they wanted to marry you and have children for you. How shameless. They are talking about their own things, brother can't hear them. Luo Tong pinched her puffy cheeks and said with a smile, in brother's heart, our Pan is the most important little princess. No one can take her away, and no one can compare to her. These words obviously touched Luo Pan's heart. The little girl's expression finally cleared up, but she still asked with some concern, really? Brother, don't you think Pan is being unreasonable? Of course not. Luo Tong's eyes were full of doting. He has the purest love for this sister who has been sticking to him since childhood. Just then, Su Muxue, who had been silent all the time, came over with a plate of cut fruits and a small piece of exquisite strawberry mousse cake. She placed the plate in front of Luo Pan and said in a voice so gentle it could melt ice and snow, Pan, don't be angry. Look, this is your favorite cake that your sister-in-law specially saved for you. When Luo Pan saw his favorite dessert, his eyes lit up instantly. She glanced at Su Muxue, then at Luo Tong, her face slightly flushed, and she muttered in a low voice a little embarrassedly, thank you, sister-in-law, I didn't mean to be mean to you just now. It's okay, I know Pan likes your brother the most. Su Muxue smiled and touched her head. A family crisis was quietly resolved with Luo Tong's pampering and Su Muxue's tenderness. Luo Pan sat on the sofa, eating cake in small bites. The gloom on her face disappeared and she turned back into the innocent little princess. While eating, she looked at her brother beside her and her sister-in-law opposite her with happy eyes, her heart full of satisfaction. Her brother is still her brother. Her sister-in-law is also very nice to her. This home is so nice. Looking at this warm and harmonious scene before him, Luo Tong felt a warm feeling in his heart. Outside, he is a god revered by everyone and a controller with perfect plans. But back home, he is just a husband depended on by his wife and a brother admired by his sister. This feeling made him feel extremely at ease. However, in this warm atmosphere, Luo Tong's terminal rang again at an inopportune time. He thought it was another harassing call from some ignorant media or fans and was about to hang up. But when he saw the name pop up on the screen, his eyebrows raised involuntarily. The name displayed on the caller ID is only one word. Film. His eldest sister, Luo Ying. That woman who was thoughtful and reserved in her words, but always gave him a great sense of oppression. She definitely didn't call at this time just out of jealousy or acting like a spoiled brat like Luo Pan did. The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. It seems that this house is really lively today. He glanced at Luo Pan, who was unaware and still whispering and laughing with Su Muxue, and pressed the answer button. Hey, big sister. There was no immediate sound from the other end of the line, only silence. But Luo Tong could feel that behind the silence, there was a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle, silently observing him. More than 10 seconds passed. A cold, calm voice without any emotional fluctuations slowly sounded. Luo Tong. Your strength is beyond my expectation. So, are you ready to accept the real gift that the family has arranged for you? Chapter 23, The Big Sister's Ultimate Test. I have the final say over my woman. When Luo Tong heard the word gift, a playful smile appeared on his lips. He leaned lazily on the sofa, playing with Su Mushue's soft hair with one hand and holding the terminal in the other hand. His tone was so relaxed as if he was chatting about family matters. Sister, didn't you already give me my coming-of-age present? I really like that Dark Knight Phantom hover sports car. He mentioned the car deliberately, with a hint of provocation in his words. That was a reminder to Luo Ying that her past attempts to use material things to influence and control him were outdated. Luo Ying on the other end of the phone obviously understood his implication, but her voice remained calm, as if it were a precision running machine that would not be disturbed by any external information. It's just a toy. I'm talking about a real gift, one that concerns your future and whether the Luo family's Holy Family plan can be successfully realized. Her voice paused, and each word seemed to be precisely calculated, carrying a sense of oppression that brooked no room for questioning. The atmosphere in the living room froze instantly. Luo Pan, who was originally eating cake in small bites, noticed something was wrong. She stopped eating with the fork in her hand, and her big watery eyes were full of anxiety as she looked at Luo Tong timidly. Su Mushue held Luo Tong's hand nervously, and beads of sweat appeared on her palms. She could feel that what came from the other end of the phone was a more terrifying and chilling desire for control than her mother Luo Wan's hysterical anger. The smile on Luo Tong's face remained unchanged, but his eyes gradually turned cold. He waited for Luo Ying to reveal her cards. Based on your conception of the Holy Family and the potential you have demonstrated, I have rescreened 3 new partner candidates for you. Luo Ying's voice announced coldly. They are not just vases in the National Gene Bank with empty ratings, waiting to be allocated. Each of them will be the most solid cornerstone of your future. First up, Long Yu. The youngest Major General in the Xia Kingdom's military, Chief Instructor of the Dragon Shield Special Forces, possesses Peak SS Plus gene, commands a large force, and is known as the God of the Army, a figure that appears only once in a century in Xia Kingdom. With her, your Holy Family will possess the sharpest sword. Second is Qin Yunhua. Founder of Apocalypse Technology, president of Qiani Group, and possesses SS-level genes, but her business acumen is unmatched. Her business empire has penetrated almost every corner of Xia country's economy. With her, your family will have inexhaustible financial resources. The third is Shangguan Wan'er. She is the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family, a hidden ancient martial arts family with a heritage of over 500 years. Her genetic level is unknown, but it is said that she has touched the next threshold of human evolution. With her, your descendants will inherit the most mysterious and powerful bloodline. We, the Luo family, must also respect them. Luo Ying finished speaking in one breath, and each name was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the luxurious living room of Yunding Palace. This is no longer a gift. This is using the best resources to pave a smooth road for Luo Tong to the pinnacle of power. At the same time, they were also using the 3 strongest shackles in an attempt to lock him firmly on the track planned for him by the Luo family. This is Luo Ying's style. If you don't move, it's fine. But once you move, it will be like thunder and lightning, making you unable to refuse. She believed that any ambitious man would fall into ecstasy after hearing this gift list and would simply not be able to refuse. However, what she waited for was a chuckle. Hee hee. Luo Tong laughed. His laughter was not loud, but it was clearly heard on the other end of the phone, and it also stunned Su Mushue and Luo Pan beside him. Big sister, are you choosing a concubine for me, or are you restructuring my life's assets? His tone was filled with undisguised sarcasm. Luo Ying on the other end of the phone fell silent. For the first time, her calm state of mind was disturbed by Luo Tong's unexpected reaction. Luo Tong, this isn't a joke. Her voice finally took on a hint of coldness. This is the shortcut to success. Without the support of these people, your Holy Family plan will ultimately be nothing but castles in the air. She actually used Luo Tong's own plan to counterattack him. My plan, I will realize it myself. Luo Tong's voice suddenly turned cold, and there was no trace of joking in it anymore. I will choose my own wife. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the brightly lit city below. A sense of dominance as if he was the king of the world arose spontaneously. Su Mushue is my first wife and the only legal wife in my life. This will never change. His voice was so decisive that Su Mushue, who was sitting on the sofa behind him, had tears in her eyes instantly, and her heart was filled with incomparable emotion and happiness. As for the other women, Luo Tong's gaze seemed to penetrate time and space and fall in a certain direction. Lin Wanqing will be my second person. As for the third and fourth, that's my business too. I'm the one who's going to hunt for them, not just like a commodity being placed in front of me for me to choose from. My woman, it's not up to anyone, including you, to tell her what to do. These words were like a loud slap in the face, slapping Luo Ying hard. Not only did he refuse, he even pointed out the name of his next target right in front of her, Lin Wanqing. The one he rescued in the video was just a slightly interesting prey in his eyes. This is no longer rebellion, it is a blatant declaration of war against her and the old order of the entire Luo family. Big sister. Luo Tong's voice became extremely calm, but beneath that calmness, there was a terrifying edge that even made Luo Ying feel frightened. You always said I needed to grow up. Now I am grown up. I have the final say in this family. The Luo family will also be my Luo family in the future. So, what you need to do is not to arrange the future for me. Instead, learn to follow behind me and watch how I create the future. Beep. After saying that, Luo Tong hung up the phone. You could hear a pin drop in the entire living room. Luo Pan's face turned pale with fear. She had never seen her brother speak to the elder sister who had frightened her since she was a child in such a tough and domineering manner. Brother, did you have a fight with your elder sister? She asked softly, with tears in her voice. Husband. Su Mushue also stood up worriedly and walked to Luo Tong. Fine. Luo Tong turned around, the coldness on his face melted instantly, and he turned back into the gentle husband and brother. He smiled and hugged Su Mushue and Luo Pan, one on each side, and said softly, "It's just a small family disagreement. It has been resolved." He said it lightly, but he was very clear in his heart. The game has been upgraded. At the same time, in the capital of Xia State, in a top-floor office located at the top of the city, the security level is comparable to that of a military base. The decoration style is minimalist, black, white and gray, cold and empty, just like its owner. Luo Ying sat quietly behind the smart desk worth tens of millions, maintaining the posture of answering the phone, and did not move for a long time. For the first time, an expression of surprise appeared on her face, which was breathtakingly beautiful yet so cold that people dared not look directly at it. The call was hung up. She was actually hung up on by her always obedient brother. Moreover, this was after he had declared his sovereignty in an almost crushing manner. Following you. Luo Ying murmured Luo Tong's last words, and extremely complex emotions flashed in her eyes, which were as deep as a cold pond. There was anger and unwillingness, but more than that, there was an excitement that she herself had not even noticed. Like a sleeping lion king, his dormant wildness is finally awakened. Very good. Luo Tong, you have really grown up. She slowly put down the terminal, and the expression on her face returned to the coldness that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. She raised her hand and tapped lightly in the air. Two holographic files were instantly projected into the air in front of him. One is Lin Wanqing. The other one is Lu Hanyan. Her gaze lingered on Lin Wanqing's cold and aloof face for a moment, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hunting? A prey that can't even protect itself is worthy of standing by your side? She stretched out her slender white fingers and lightly touched Lin Wanqing's file. An encrypted communication was connected instantly. Mississippi. An extremely respectful female voice came from the other end of the phone. Initiate the purification procedure. Luo Ying's voice was devoid of emotion. I want the Lin family to completely disappear from Xia country within a week. I want to see if you will still be interested in your prey when she is left with nothing and kneels before you like a dog. I also want you to understand how vulnerable those women you chose are without me and the Luo family's protection. Chapter 24, SS Level School Beauty shyly asks for a date. Big Sister's revenge has quietly arrived. There was deathly silence in the huge living room of the Cloud Top Palace. The air seemed to still be filled with the cold and sharp electric sparks from when Luo Tong and Luo Ying fought in the air. Brother, did you have a fight with your elder sister? Luo Pan's little face was full of fear. The small fork in her hand fell on the expensive carpet. Her big watery eyes were filled with tears, as if she was about to cry in the next second. In her memories from childhood to adulthood, her elder sister Luo Ying was an absolute authority, a person she feared even more than her mother. She had never thought that her brother, who had always been gentle and doting, would dare to contradict her elder sister in such a domineering and unquestionable tone. Husband. Su Muxiwei also quickly walked to Luo Tong and held his hand worriedly. His hands were warm and strong, but she could still feel that the phone call just now was not as simple as it seemed. Luo Tong turned around, and the coldness and arrogance on his face melted away in an instant, turning into the warmth of a spring breeze again. He smiled and stretched out his hands, gently hugging the two most important women in his life, one on his left and one on his right. Fine. He first rubbed Luo Pan's little head and soothed her softly. Brother didn't quarrel with big sister, he was just discussing some adult matters with her. Pan is still young and doesn't need to understand all this. You just need to know that no matter what happens, your brother will protect you and this family. After saying that, he lowered his head again and gently kissed Su Mushiwe's forehead, whose face turned pale with fear. Don't worry. His voice was gentle yet firm, with a soothing power. I said, I have the final say in this family. I will also protect my woman. Neither my mother nor my eldest sister can arrange my life the same way as before, let alone decide who is qualified to stand by my side. These words, like a warm current, instantly dispelled all the anxiety and fear in Su Mushiwe's heart. She leaned on Luo Tong's solid chest, listening to his steady and strong heartbeat, her eyes slightly red. This man is her heaven, her God. For him, she is willing to give everything. But she also knew that her husband's brilliance was too dazzling. He is so dazzling that all the women in the world want to rush towards him like moths to a flame. Hubby. Su Mushiwe hesitated for a moment, but mustered up the courage and whispered, classmate Lin Wanqing. She didn't finish her words, but the worry and a hint of bitterness in her tone clearly revealed her inner feelings. She is not jealous. Because she knew that a man like Luo Tong could not be the only woman by his side. But she would be afraid. She was afraid that one day a woman who was better and more dazzling than her would appear and completely steal all her husband's attention. Luo Tong was so perceptive that he immediately understood his wife's little thoughts. He couldn't help laughing. He held up Su Mushiwe's beautiful face, asked her to look directly into his eyes, and said word by word with great seriousness. Mushue, you have to remember this. You're my wife, the only legal wife I, Luo Tong, acknowledge in this life. No one can take this position away from me, and no one can replace me. As for the other women. The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a playful arc. They are just embellishments in my long life. They are prey that I use to entertain myself when I am bored. And you are my destination. After saying that, he kissed her deeply in front of his sister Luo Pan. This kiss was domineering yet gentle, full of unquestionable declaration. Su Mushiwe's mind went blank in an instant, leaving only endless sweetness and happiness, and she was completely immersed in it. Luo Pan, who was standing by, looked at this not suitable for children scene, her face flushed red in an instant, and she quickly covered her eyes with her hands, but she couldn't help but peek through her fingers. A family turmoil caused by Luo Ying was completely resolved by Luo Tong in the most powerful and gentle way. The next day. Huaxia University, in front of the library. Luo Tong hung up the phone, put his hands in his pockets, and leaned leisurely against a huge sycamore tree. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his incredibly handsome face. Just standing there, she was a sight to behold, attracting the attention of all the girls passing by, who blushed and felt their hearts beating fast. He is waiting for someone. Waiting for the fish that had taken the bait and had been left hanging all night. Really? Less than 3 minutes. A graceful figure ran out of the library with a hint of panic and anxiety. It's Lin Wanqing. She is different today than she has ever been before. She took off the gray training suit that symbolized her pride and alienation and put on a pure white dress. Her long black hair was draped softly over her shoulders, and she even had a little light makeup on her face, which added a touch of endearing tenderness to her already cool and beautiful face. She is like a snow lotus blooming quietly in the cold wind, holy yet fragile. She looked around anxiously at the door, and when her gaze finally locked on Luo Tong under the tree, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes instantly burst into an incomparably bright light. She almost trotted to Luo Tong's front. Because she ran too fast, her breathing was a little rapid, and 2 charming blushes appeared on her fair cheeks. You're here. She spoke, her voice trembling and filled with joy that she herself was not even aware of. After Luo Tong hung up on her yesterday, she couldn't sleep the whole night. She was afraid that Luo Tong would never pay attention to her again. I am afraid of myself, and I have completely lost the qualifications to be tested and examined. Just now, she received a message from Luo Tong, which consisted of only 6 short words. Library, at the door, wait for me. It was these 6 words that instantly made her heart, which had been hanging in the air all night, fall to the ground, and then she was filled with great ecstasy. Luo Tong just responded lightly, but his eyes were looking at her with interest. From head to foot. That look was as if he was examining a trophy that belonged to him. Lin Wanqing felt uncomfortable when he looked at her. She nervously pinched the corner of her clothes, lowered her head, and even her ears turned red. The once arrogant and cold school beauty, now in front of him, is like a girl next door who was on a first date and waiting for her lover's praise. Not bad. Luo Tong finally spoke, his tone calm. It's much better than that gray mouse-like training suit you wear. This was not polite at all, and even had a hint of humiliation. But to Lin Wanqing's ears, it was no less than the sound of nature. He praised me. He thinks I look good in skirts. The huge joy made her head dizzy. I can wear it for you to see every day in the future, she almost blurted out. After she finished speaking, she realized what she had said. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. He. Luo Tong was amused by her cute appearance. He reached out and gently lifted her small chin with his fingers, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. You want to see me, is there something wrong? He asked knowingly, his tone full of amusement. Lin Wanqing looked at his handsome face so close to her, felt the warmth from his fingertips, and her heart began to beat wildly. She bit her lower lip and mustered up the greatest courage of her life. I think. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. I'd like to ask you out on a date, is that okay? After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her strength and closed her eyes nervously. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings. She is waiting for the final judgment. Luo Tong looked at her shy appearance, ready to be picked, and felt a great sense of conquest in his heart. He let go of his hand, took a step back, and said lazily, Can. Lin Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes filled with unbelievable ecstasy. But Luo Tong suddenly changed the subject. The time and place are decided by me. You just need to dress up beautifully like today, and then wait for my notification. These words are still so overbearing and unquestionable. But Lin Wanqing was willing to do it, and even felt a sense of sweetness that was natural. Okay. I'll wait for your notification. She nodded vigorously, like a child who had received candy. Luo Tong smiled with satisfaction. He turned around and prepared to leave. Just then, his terminal suddenly vibrated slightly. This is a top priority news push from the Sky Eye system. Luo Tong glanced at it casually. Breaking news. Lin's Heavy Industry, one of Xia's top 100 companies, is suspected of multiple violations and is under investigation by a joint investigation team. The group's stock price has instantly evaporated by 30 billion, putting it on the brink of bankruptcy. Lin Heavy Industry? Luo Tong's footsteps suddenly stopped. He remembered it very clearly. It was clearly recorded in the information Lu Hanyan gave him. Lin's Heavy Industry is Lin Wanqing's family business. His brows furrowed instantly. What a coincidence. It was such a coincidence, as if someone had arranged it deliberately. Luo Tong's mind instantly emerged with the cold and beautiful face of his elder sister Luo Ying, as well as her voice without any emotion before she hung up the phone. I want to see if you will still be interested in your prey when she is left with nothing and kneeling before you like a dog. I also want you to understand how vulnerable those women you chose are without me and the Luo family's protection. A cold chill quietly rose from the bottom of Luo Tong's heart. He slowly turned around and looked at Lin Wanqing behind him, who was still immersed in the joy of the upcoming date and was completely unaware of everything. His eyes became extremely complicated. He knew that his elder sister's revenge had come. And this test for him has just begun. Chapter 25, The Family is Overthrown. The gods take action and decide life and death with a single word. A bone-chilling murderous intent quietly rose in Luo Tong's heart, like a cold current from the abyss. Luo Ying. He didn't even need to think about it, he was 100% sure that this was the work of his good elder sister. In Xia country, they could mobilize a joint investigation team, use the trumped-up charge of multiple violations to conduct a surprise inspection of a top 100 company, and precisely cut off all its funding chains, causing its stock to collapse in an instant. Who else has such energy and efficiency except those hidden families standing at the top of the power pyramid? And the Luo family is one of them. I want to see if you will still be interested in your prey when she is left with nothing and kneeling before you like a dog. I also want you to understand how vulnerable those women you chose are without me and the Luo family's protection." The elder sister's cold and emotionless words seemed to still echo in my ears. This was her answer. A merciless, even cruel show of force. She was not discussing with Luo Tong, but teaching him a lesson with the cruelest reality. Your so-called hunting and choice are nothing more than children's play in my eyes. I can easily crush everything you set your sights on. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth slowly curled up into an icy arc. Very good. Really good. His elder sister did not disappoint him. This game is becoming more and more interesting. Luo Tong? Lin Wanqing seemed to notice the change in Luo Tong's mood. The blush on her face faded slightly, and there was a hint of cautious inquiry in her clear eyes. What's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong? She thought that it was her bold confession of "I'll wear it for you to see every day" that made him unhappy. Looking at her innocent yet nervous appearance, the murderous intent in Luo Tong's heart was replaced by an inexplicable emotion. He reached out and gently stroked her soft long hair, his movements so gentle, as if he was treating a rare treasure. You did a great job. His voice returned to calm. It's so good that I'm reluctant to let it go. I can't bear to let you, the snow lotus that just bloomed for me, be destroyed by the wind and rain so easily. Lin Wanqing didn't understand the deeper meaning of his words. She just thought that Luo Tong was praising her, and her heart was suddenly filled with great sweetness. However, at this moment, buzz buzz buzz. The private terminal she kept in her handbag suddenly vibrated violently and issued a sharp and piercing alarm. This is the highest level emergency communication in the family. Lin Wanqing's face turned pale in an instant. She frantically took out the terminal, and when she saw the name popping up on the screen, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. It's her mother. She answered the call tremblingly, before she even had time to speak. From the other end of the phone, there was a woman's hysterical scream with a crying tone. Wanqing. Something happened. Something serious. The company was shut down. Your father was taken away by the joint investigation team. Our accounts, all our assets, are frozen. It's over. The Lin family is completely finished. Boom. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lin Wanqing's heart hard. Her mind went blank in an instant. The company was sealed? Father was taken away? All assets frozen? How is this possible? Lin's heavy industry is one of the top 100 companies in Xia country, the product of 3 generations of hard work, the source of all her pride since childhood. How could it be? How could it suddenly? Mom, don't worry, did you make a mistake? Lin Wanqing's voice was trembling uncontrollably, with a hint of luck that even she herself did not believe. No mistake. It's true. Everything is over. The voice on the other end of the phone was full of despair. Wanqing, think of a solution quickly. Don't you know Mr. Luo Tong? He is our Xia country's only SSS plus national treasure, a godlike existence. Go and beg him. Only he can save our Lin family. Hurry. Pa. The terminal slipped from Lin Wanqing's weak hands and fell to the ground. She seemed to have been drained of all her strength and soul. She stood there blankly. Her pretty face, which had just been flushed with happiness, was now deathly pale. Tears, like pearls from a broken string, rolled uncontrollably from her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. The previous second, she was still a high and mighty favored daughter of heaven, a happy girl who was about to date her lover. The next second, she fell from the clouds into the abyss. His family fell into poverty, his father was arrested, and he was left with nothing. This huge gap from heaven to hell is enough to destroy anyone's will. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Luo Tong with eyes blurred by tears, full of despair and pleading. He is the God in her mother's words. It is also the only life-saving straw she can grasp at this moment. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. She could only look at him helplessly and pitifully. Luo Tong looked at her quietly. Watching her fall from heaven, watching her worldview collapse in an instant, watching all her pride and strength being crushed in the face of cruel reality. He knew that the first step of his elder sister's test had been completed. She successfully turned her prey into a poor creature with nothing and could only kneel down and beg. Now, it's his turn to make a choice. Is it as the eldest sister expected, that he loses all interest in this nothing prey and turns away? Still. Luo Tong showed a playful smile on his face that Lin Wanqing couldn't understand. He bent down, picked up the terminal on the ground, then reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face with his fingertips. "Why are you crying?" His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable, godlike majesty. "As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall." After saying that, he opened his terminal in front of Lin Wanqing. He did not contact Luo Ying, nor did he contact anyone in the Luo family. He directly clicked on a special golden application with a dragon emblem. Xia Kingdom Privy Council exclusive passage for the highest citizens. This is a privilege exclusive to SSS Plus citizens. You can ignore any procedures and levels and communicate directly with any person in charge of the highest authority in Xia State. Communication, connected instantly. A majestic and steady female voice came from the terminal, with a hint of imperceptible respect. "Hello, Mr. Luo Tong. I am Li Bing, Director of the Joint Investigation Department. What instructions do you have?" Director of the Joint Investigation Department. It was the highest-ranking person in charge who personally sealed off the Lin family and took away Lin's father. A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in Lin Wanqing's dim eyes. She covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound, for fear of disturbing the god who was deciding the fate of her family. Luo Tong's tone was so calm, as if he was discussing today's weather. "Minister Li. The investigation into Lin Heavy Industry must be stopped immediately. All those who have been taken away will be released within 3 minutes. All frozen assets were unfrozen within a second. No explanation, no negotiation. Only orders. An oracle that cannot be questioned or refuted." Li Bing on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, but she did not ask for any reason, but simply answered. "Yes, Mr. Radhan. I will carry out your instructions immediately. Communication, hang up." The whole process takes no more than 30 seconds. Luo Tong put away the terminal and looked back at the completely petrified Lin Wanqing, with an evil smile on his lips. "Now, your family is safe. But..." He changed the subject, and his deep eyes flashed with aggressive light. "As a price, from this moment on, you, including your family, everything you have will belong to me. Would you like to?" The words fell. Ding. Target person Lin Wanqing SS rank detected experiencing extreme emotional fluctuations: despair, admiration, faith, absolute dependence. Hidden quest chain, melting of the iceberg, has been completed in excess. Lin Wanqing's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 95 devoted and absolutely loyal. Strategy progress plus 25%. Current strategy progress, 80%. Loyalty plus 50. Current loyalty, 50 absolute support. The bond emotion, possessiveness, has been improved. A new bond emotion, faith, has been added. Congratulations to the host. Reward, mole points plus 5,000. System permissions upgraded, unlocking a new feature, family shelter. Lin Wanqing stared blankly at the man in front of her, her brain completely losing the ability to think. A single word can determine the life or death of a top 100 company. One word can make the ministers of the highest departments obey orders. Is this God? Her tears burst out again. But this time, it was not despair, but the ecstasy of surviving the disaster and the incomparable happiness of being saved by the gods themselves. She suddenly threw herself into Luo Tong's arms and hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to rub herself into his body. I do. Luo Tong. Everything I have is yours. My life is yours. She cried incoherently, pouring out all her emotions on this warm and solid chest. Luo Tong felt the trembling of the warm and soft beauty in his arms, and a smile of victory appeared on his face. He patted her back gently and whispered in her ear. Very good. Since you are already mine. Then the location of the date we arranged earlier may need to be changed. Lin Wanqing raised her pretty face with tears in her eyes and looked at him in confusion. Where? The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. Civil Affairs Center. It's time for you to have a brand new identity that truly deserves you. Chapter 26, The Second Wife is Obtained. Reward, Bloodline Resonance, the Luo family is turned upside down. Civil Affairs Center? A brand new identity? Lin Wanqing's brain, soaked in tears and having just stopped functioning, fell into a shutdown state again. She stared at Luo Tong blankly, her red and swollen eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement. She doesn't understand. Why did Luo Tong go to the Civil Affairs Center? What kind of new identity should I give myself? However, Luo Tong did not give her much time to think. He took her cold little hand in his, with an unquestionable strength, as if declaring ownership to her and to the world. He pulled her along, walked through countless astonished, envious and jealous eyes, and walked straight towards the phantom parked under the sycamore tree. The luxurious car door opened silently. Luo Tong gently put the still somewhat distraught Lin Wanqing into the passenger seat. Her pure white dress formed a sharp and harmonious contrast with the luxurious dark gold interior of the car, just like a holy snow lotus blooming in the palace of the gods. Sit down. Luo Tong fastened her seatbelt, and his fingertips accidentally brushed across her sensitive collarbone, causing her to tremble slightly. Buzz. The hover sports car let out a low roar and turned into a black streak of light, instantly disappearing over the sky above Huaxia University, leaving behind only a broken girl's heart. Xia State Central Civil Affairs Center. As the most core household registration and marriage management agency in the entire Xia Kingdom, it is usually heavily guarded and has a solemn atmosphere. However, today, the entire center was in an unprecedented, almost crazy state of bustle. Hurry! Hurry, hurry! The most distinguished guest is arriving soon. Everyone, be on your toes. Li Qing, director of the Civil Affairs Center, was yelling at her staff in her shrill voice. Her usually dignified face was now filled with flattering and fanatical excitement, and even a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Just 5 minutes ago, she received a notification that made her heart almost jump out of her throat. Mr. Luo Tong, Xia country's only SSS plus level national treasure and a godlike existence, is about to arrive at the Civil Affairs Center under her jurisdiction. This is such a great honor. Buzz. At this moment, a familiar, oppressive roar of an engine came from afar. Li Qing shuddered all over and rushed out of the door, with the most humble and respectful smile instantly appearing on her face. The Dark Knight Phantom, which symbolizes the supreme power of the Luo family, was seen hovering steadily on the exclusive helipad of the Civil Affairs Center like a king. The car door opens. Luo Tong's handsome face, which was enough to drive any woman crazy, appeared in everyone's sight. Welcome, Mr. Luo Tong. Li Qing bowed 90 degrees, and her voice changed tone due to excessive excitement. Luo Tong just glanced at her lightly, then turned around and stretched out his hand towards the car. A slender, white hand, trembling slightly with nervousness, gently rested on his palm. Next second. When Lin Wanqing's cold, beautiful, yet tearful face appeared in front of everyone, the entire scene fell into dead silence. Li Qing's eyes almost popped out. Lin Wanqing? That SS-level iceberg school beauty, the proud daughter of Lin Heavy Industry? How did she end up with Mr. Luo Tong? And looking at her expression, it was obvious that she had just cried? Countless questions were swirling wildly in Li Qing's mind. But she was a smart person after all, and she suppressed all her shock in an instant, and instead looked at Luo Tong with a more fanatical look and a hint of understanding. As expected, Mr. Luo Tong. It only took a few days, and he conquered this ice beauty who was famous throughout the Xia Kingdom? And it seems that the most domineering and direct way is used. Mr. Luo Tong, you are here today? Li Qing asked cautiously. Luo Tong was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he took Lin Wanqing's hand and walked into the hall. Go through the matching procedures. He dropped these plain yet thunderous words. Li Qing stumbled suddenly and almost fell to her knees. Matching procedures? Mr. Luo Tong, would you like to go through the matching procedures with Ms. Lin Wanqing? This means that Lin Wanqing is about to become Mr. Luo Tong's second legal partner. Oh my god. This is definitely the most important news since the founding of Xia State. Li Qing's brain buzzed and was completely overwhelmed by great ecstasy. Being able to personally handle the matching procedures for the second partner of an SSS plus level national treasure is a qualification that she can brag about for the rest of her life. Yes. Yes. Mr. Luo Tong. I'll process it for you right away. At the highest level. At the fastest speed. She rushed to the service terminal as if she had been injected with chicken blood, drove away all the people who were handling business, and opened an exclusive channel for Luo Tong with an almost sacred attitude. Throughout the whole process, Lin Wanqing was like a soulless puppet. Her mind was still blank. She just stared blankly at Luo Tong's profile, watching everything he did for her. Sign, fingerprint, and bind genetic information. She was acting completely subconsciously, following the instructions of Luo Tong and Li Qing. until a brand new black chip card engraved with the emblem of two intertwined gene chains was respectfully handed to her by Li Qing with both hands. Ms. Lin Wanqing, congratulations. From this moment on, you officially become Mr. Luotong's second legal partner and are protected by the highest level of the law on the supremacy of men's rights. Your identity information has been updated to the Xia Kingdom's central database. Lin Wanqing trembled as she took the thin yet heavy chip card. She became Luotong's woman? A legally recognized wife who can share everything with him and bear offspring for him? All of this seems like an unreal dream. A dream that goes straight from hell to heaven. And the moment she took the chip card, a series of dense and pleasant system prompt sounds also rang out in Luotong's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully matching with your second legal partner SS level. The core concept of the many children, more blessings system has been implemented. Family reproduction efficiency is expected to increase. Detected that the host has successfully established a one husband, two wives family model, achieving the hidden achievement, double happiness. System rewards, unlock a new core function, bloodline resonance. Bloodline resonance, the host can establish an absolute spiritual connection with all legal partners and direct bloodlines. Function 1, real-time perception. Ability to sense the target person's emotional fluctuations, physical condition, and loyalty at any time. Function 2, potential amplification. You can consume mole points to briefly amplify the target's genetic potential, allowing them to break through their own limits. Congratulations to the host. Reward, mole points plus 10,000. A gleam of light flashed in Luotong's eyes. This, blood resonance, function comes just in time. This is not just an auxiliary function, but an absolute control tool. He thought about it and tried to connect his mental power with Lin Wanqing beside him. In an instant, a brand new data panel appeared in his mind. Target, Lin Wanqing. Bond relationship, second legal partner. Emotional states, excitement 90%, happiness 85%, admiration 100%, confusion 30%. Physical condition, healthy slightly tired. Loyalty, 65 absolute support, never betray. Very good. A satisfied smile appeared on Luotong's lips. However, his good mood did not last long. Because the next second, his personal terminal started ringing like a bomb that had exploded. A series of highest priority mandatory communication requests rushed in. The first one is my younger sister Luopan. The second one is mother Luowan. The third one is my eldest sister, Luoying, who lives far away in the capital. The whole family was shocked. Luotong looked at the madly flashing screen, and the smile on his face became playful and cold. He knew that the moment Lin Wanqing's identity information was entered into the central database, it was like dropping a nuclear bomb on the entire Luo family. Brother! Why did you find another one? Don't you love Pan Pan anymore? Whoa! Luopan's crying and aggrieved voice came out from the terminal. What followed was the cold questioning from her mother Luowan, who was suppressing her immense anger. Luotong. Do you still see me as your mother? Without my permission, you dare. Luotong frowned slightly. He glanced at Lin Wanqing, who was pale and at a loss because of the sudden change. Then, he made a move that no one expected. He directly pressed the "Reject All" button. The whole world became quiet in an instant. Leave them alone. Luotong turned his head and looked at Lin Wanqing's eyes that were full of fear. His voice was gentle, but with an overbearing attitude that did not allow for questioning. From today on, you just need to listen to me. After saying that, he reached out, gently pinched her small chin, and kissed her deeply with the sound of the family frying in the background. A family storm ignited by his own hands is about to come. But he was not afraid at all, instead he enjoyed it. He wanted to see what they could do to him this time. Chapter 27, The Majesty of the Queen. The icy school beauty felt inferior when she first met the first wife. Lip parting. Lin Wanqing's pretty face was already red enough to look like blood was dripping out. Her brain completely shut down, her mind was blank, and she could only look at Luotong in panic like a deer, feeling the domineering aura lingering on his lips. The personal terminal that was vibrating wildly seemed to be cast under a silencing spell and instantly became quiet. Luotong didn't even look at it and completely blocked all communication requests. The mother's anger, the younger sister's crying, the older sister's temptation. In the face of absolute power and sovereignty, everything is nothing but boring noise. From now on, his life will be written by himself alone. Let's go home. Luotong's voice returned to normal, as if the kiss just now, and the fate of a family he casually crushed, were just insignificant matters. He took Lin Wanqing's cold little hand again, and the warm touch was like an electric current, instantly breaking through all her psychological defenses. Home? Which home? Is it the Lin family that was already on the verge of collapse and was saved by his words? Or his home? Lin Wanqing didn't dare to think about it, nor did she dare to ask. She was like an exquisite doll that had lost its soul. She let Luotong lead her and boarded the Phantom of the Night, flying towards the legendary city in the Sky Yunding Palace. When the hover sports car landed smoothly on the private helipad of the Yunding Palace, which looked like a white jade square, Lin Wanqing saw the entire picture of this residence of the gods for the first time. Clouds and mist swirled under my feet, and the whole city seemed to be crawling in my sight. The palace-like buildings shimmer with a soft and noble halo, and every brick and stone seems to be telling of supreme power and wealth. Is this where she will live in the future? Lin Wanqing's heart was pounding. She came from a wealthy family and thought she was accustomed to luxury, but the scene before her made her feel like a country girl who had never seen the world. An indescribable feeling of embarrassment and inferiority quietly spread in her heart. And when the heavy and magnificent door opened silently inward, this emotion instantly reached its peak. At the door, a beautiful figure stood quietly. She was wearing a simple home dress, her black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her unmade-up face had a gentle and soft smile. Her beauty is not as aggressive and cold as Lin Wanqing's, but rather gentle and tolerant like a spring breeze. It was Luotong's first legal partner, Su Muxue, who had an SS-level genetic assessment. The moment she saw Su Muxue, Lin Wanqing's body suddenly stiffened. An extremely complicated emotion suddenly surged into her heart. Is it jealousy? Shame? Or perhaps unease as a latecomer? She subconsciously straightened her back, trying to regain a bit of the pride of the former icy school beauty. However, when her eyes met Su Muxue's clear, pure eyes without a trace of impurities, all her disguises collapsed in an instant. There was no hostility, no scrutiny, not even a hint of jealousy in those eyes. All he felt was joy for Luotong's return, and a tenderness towards her that was almost pity. Husband, you're back. Su Muxue's voice was soft and pleasant. She first looked at Luotong with loving eyes, and then turned her gaze to Lin Wanqing. She took the initiative to step forward and naturally stretched out her hand, wanting to hold Lin Wanqing's hand. This is Sister Lin Wanqing, right? Welcome home. Younger sister? Go home? These 4 words, like 2 heavy hammers, hit Lin Wanqing's heart hard. She stared blankly at the sincere smile on Su Muxue's face and her defenseless hands stretched out towards her. For a moment, she was at a loss. She had imagined countless scenarios of their meeting. It could be the queen's show of power, or the undercurrent of the confrontation, or the hypocritical courtesy. But she never imagined that it would be such an extreme tenderness and tolerance that she could not resist. This feeling made her feel more ashamed than any humiliation or suppression. Luotong took it all in, a playful smile appearing on his lips. He was very satisfied. He was satisfied with Su Muxue's magnanimity and obedience. This was what a legal wife should be like in his mind. He was also satisfied with Lin Wanqing's current awkwardness and transformation. An unruly and untamed lioness has finally put away all her claws and learned what reverence is in the home he built for her. He took a step forward, put his arm around Su Muxue's slender waist, and with the other hand, held Lin Wanqing's hand, which was frozen in mid-air, without a word. From today on, you are sisters. Luotong's voice was not loud, but it carried an absolute majesty that defined the rules. Muxue is the elder sister and the mistress of this family. Wanqing, you are the younger sister. All you have to do is live in harmony and serve me well together. Do you understand? I understand, husband. Su Muxue nodded softly, pressing her body closer to Luotong's arms, her face showing undisguised happiness and satisfaction. It is my honor to serve you together with Sister Wanqing. After saying that, she looked at Lin Wanqing with her gentle eyes. Lin Wanqing's heart was completely confused. Every word and every look of Su Muxue seemed to tell her that in this family, the only rule was Luotong. The only meaning of their existence is to please this man. This was a completely new worldview that she had never encountered before, which made her feel suffocated, but also had a hint of morbid temptation. Her proud heart was completely crushed at this moment, and then began to be reshaped with a new and humble attitude. Aye. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a complete syllable. Finally, under Luoton's oppressive gaze, she lowered her once proud head and called out to Su Muxue in a voice as thin as a mosquito's. Sister. This word sister means that the icy school beauty Lin Wanqing has completely let go of everything in the past. It also marked the initial establishment of a harmonious and stable order in Luoton's harem. A gentler smile appeared on Su Muxue's face. She held Lin Wanqing's cold little hand in her backhand and patted it gently. Sister, don't stand there, come in quickly. I made you some bird's nest porridge. You must be scared today. This one sentence made Lin Wanqing's eyes red in an instant. She didn't expect that this first wife not only did not make things difficult for her, but also cared about her. At this moment, all the uneasiness, embarrassment, and inferiority turned into a warm current, flowing into my heart. Ding! The Bond character, Su Muxue, has been detected displaying the first wife style, successfully stabilizing the family's internal structure, and the host's control has been enhanced. Ding! Detected that the bonded character, Lin Wanqing, has completely given up resistance, and her sense of belonging has greatly increased. Current favorability, 98 devoted and absolutely loyal, loyalty, 75 never betray, gambler progress, 90%. Listening to the system's prompts, Luoton's smile became more and more satisfied. This is exactly the effect he wants. One is absolutely tolerant, the other is completely submissive. It's perfect. However, just as he was about to take his two wives to enjoy this wonderful first meeting moment, his brows suddenly raised slightly. At this moment, the blood resonance ability he had just unlocked suddenly produced two completely different, yet equally clear, emotional fluctuations. One stream came from Su Muxue. Emotional perception, happiness 90%, contentment 85%, love 100%, and a hint of deep-seated unease 5%? The other one came from Lin Wanqing, who had just surrendered. Emotional perception, gratitude 70%, dependence 80%, admiration 100%, and an equally deeply hidden resentment 10%? A playful glint flashed in the depths of Luoton's eyes. Interesting. It seems that beneath the harmonious surface of these sisters, there are some undercurrents that even they themselves may not be aware of. This game of chess seemed to be more interesting than he had imagined. Chapter 28, The Evil Mother-in-Law Attacks. Do you deserve to be in my Luo family? The curve of Luoton's mouth became more and more playful. He could understand Su Muxue's uneasiness. As the legal wife, she enjoys the highest honor but also bears invisible pressure. The addition of new sisters is both a burden and a potential threat to her. She was afraid that she was not good enough and that she would lose her place in his heart. This uneasiness comes from love, and also from the gentleness and humility in her bones. Lin Wanqing's reluctance is even more interesting. That was not unwillingness to accept him, but unwillingness to accept one's own status. She was once a favored daughter of heaven, the only heir to Lin heavy industry, and the iceberg school beauty admired by countless people. But now, everything she has comes from his charity. The family exists because of him, and the identity is established because of him. She even had to bow her head and call sister in front of a woman whom she may have once looked down upon. It is only natural that the huge gap between falling from the clouds and being redefined made her feel a little unwilling in addition to her gratitude and admiration. It seems that in order to completely tame these thorny roses, some special catalysts are needed. Luoton thought to himself as his eyes swept lightly across the faces of his two stunning wives. Just then, the ubiquitous intelligent butler system of the Cloud Top Palace issued a soft but warning tone. Warning, a visitor with highest access privileges is detected approaching. Visitor identity, Ms. Luo Wan. Visitor emotional detection, anger 85%, anxiety 60%, desire for control 99%. Buzz. The atmosphere in the entire living room froze in an instant. Su Muxue, who had a gentle smile on her face just now, turned pale in an instant, and her hands holding the bird's nest porridge began to tremble slightly. Mother-in-law? Why did she come here suddenly? And it happened at this time. Lin Wanqing, who had just let down her guard, was struck by lightning. Her body stiffened suddenly, and her pretty face, which had just regained a trace of color, turned as pale as paper again. Luoton's mother. The woman who only exists in legends, controls the Luo family, and possesses supreme power. When Lin Wanqing thought about how Luoton had just used such a domineering method to force her to become his second woman, her heart began to twitch wildly, and an indescribable fear instantly gripped her. It's over. Would she feel that she was a shameless bad woman who actively seduced his son? Will she, in a fit of rage, bring ruin to the Lin family once again? Don't be afraid. Just as the two women were shocked and terrified, Luotong's calm and steady voice sounded in their ears. He was still sitting steadily on the sofa, holding Su Muxue with one hand and gently patting Lin Wanqing's tense back with the other hand, with even a hint of a smile on his face as if he was enjoying the show. He had completely expected his mother to come. How could she let it go when her son refused to communicate with her in front of the whole family, given her extreme desire for control? Since it is impossible to suppress him directly, we will inevitably choose to start with the people around him. And Lin Wanqing, the newcomer, is undoubtedly the best breakthrough point. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight energy fluctuation, the heavy gate of Yunding Palace, as heavy as a city gate, slid open silently to both sides. A graceful and elegant figure, yet with a cold and murderous aura, appeared at the door. The person who came was Luo Tong's mother, the current head of the Luo family, Luo Wan. She was wearing a well-cut black long dress. Time had not left too many traces on her face, but instead left a kind of majesty that made people dare not look directly at her. Her gaze, like two invisible swords, instantly pierced through the spacious living room. She did not look at her son, nor did she even glance at Su Muxue, who stood up respectfully and trembled. All her sights were fixed on Lin Wanqing. What kind of look is that? Cold, scrutinizing, contemptuous, and with a hint of undisguised disgust. It's like looking at an object stained with filth. Lin Wanqing felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and the blood in her body was almost frozen. She subconsciously wanted to stand up and lower her head, but her body was too stiff to obey. You are Lin Wanqing? Luo Wan took a step and walked in slowly. Her voice was calm, yet it carried a condescending and oppressive feeling that made the temperature of the entire palace seem to drop several degrees. Yes, Aunt. Lin Wanqing used all her strength to squeeze these words out of her throat. Her voice was dry and trembling. Aunt? A sarcastic sneer appeared at the corner of Luo Wan's mouth. I'm not worthy of it. Not just anybody can enter the Luo family. Boom! These words, like a heavy hammer, hit Lin Wanqing's heart hard. Her face instantly lost all color. Humiliation. This is naked and merciless humiliation. Mother. Su Muxue, who was standing by, mustered up the courage to speak up for Lin Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, do you have a say here? Luo Wan glanced at her coldly, and that look made Su Muxue silent instantly. The rest of the words were stuck in her throat, and her eyes were red with grievance. Luo Wan then turned her gaze back to Lin Wanqing and approached her step by step. Little girl from the Lin family, do you think that because my son saved your family and gave you a status, you can soar to the sky and become a superior person? I tell you, you are dreaming. The bloodline of my Luo family is the most noble and sacred existence in the entire Xia kingdom. My son's genes are priceless national treasures. You? Luo Wan's gaze, like a knife, scraped across Lin Wanqing's exquisite body. An SS-level gene rating is barely considered excellent. But your family is just a second-rate heavy industry group, and a small disturbance nearly overturned it. What about your knowledge, your vision, and your bloodline makes you worthy of my son, Luo Tong? Being his bed warmer is already a blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes. And you actually dream of becoming his legal partner and conceiving a child for my Luo family? Are you worthy? Luo Wan almost shouted the last 3 words. The terrifying pressure made Lin Wanqing's brain buzz and go blank. Her body softened and she almost collapsed to the ground. Her pride and self-esteem were torn to pieces at this moment. She knew that there was a gap between herself and Luo Tong, but she never thought that in the eyes of Luo Tong's mother, she was so lowly. You're not even qualified to have his child. The immense humiliation and fear made her tremble all over, tears welling up in her eyes. Subconsciously, she looked for help at the man who had been sitting on the mountain from beginning to end, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Luo Tong. She is the only one she can rely on now. And Luo Tong finally took action. He didn't stand up or even look at his mother. He simply picked up the tea that Su Muxue had just poured for him, took a sip, and then spoke in a tone that was so flat that it was almost indifferent. Mother. Just 2 words made Luo Wan's arrogance suddenly stop. Luo Tong put down the teacup and raised his eyes. There was no emotion in his deep eyes. Whether she is worthy or not is not up to you to decide. She is the woman I, Luo Tong, chose, and one of the mothers of my children. Her qualifications are defined by me. In this family, now, I have the final say. Just a few words, an understatement. But it was like an invisible slap in the face, hitting Luo Wan hard in the face. Luo Wan's body trembled violently, and her well-maintained face was instantly filled with shock and disbelief. What did she hear? Her son actually spoke to her in such a tone for a woman he had just met for a few days? He actually said that he has the final say in this family? You. Luo Wan was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at Luo Tong and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Luo Tong was too lazy to pay attention to her. He turned his head and his eyes fell on Lin Wanqing, who was already frightened silly. He held out his hand to her, his voice carrying a hint of command that left no room for argument. Come over. Lin Wanqing's body trembled, like a pet awakened by its owner's voice. Almost instinctively, she stood up from the sofa and staggered to Luo Tong. Luo Tong pulled her into his arms, let her sit on his lap, and in front of her mother, he held her tightly in his arms with an extremely possessive attitude. He lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Remember, in this family, you only need to bow to me. Your body, your soul, and the blood of your future children all belong to me. As for the others... Luo Tong's gaze passed over Lin Wanqing's shoulder and met his mother's fiery eyes, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. They are not qualified. Boom! These words are not only a declaration to Lin Wanqing, but also an ultimate declaration of war to Luo Wan. Lin Wanqing's brain was completely ignited by this extreme dominance and shelter. At this moment, all the fear, humiliation, and unwillingness turned into a morbid worship and dependence on this man. Ding! Detected that the bound character, Lin Wanqing, has received the host's absolute protection under tremendous pressure, and her inner defenses have been completely breached. Loyalty plus 15. Current loyalty, 90 unwavering. Strategy progress plus 5%. Current strategy progress, 95%. New bond emotion, absolute dependence. Listening to the system's prompts, Luo Tong smiled with satisfaction. However, Luo Wan, who was completely ignored and provoked, finally exploded. Good. She laughed out of anger and said 3 good words in a row. Luo Tong, you've grown up and become independent. You don't even care about your mother anymore. I want to see what qualifications this woman you chose has to firmly sit in the position of second wife of my Luo family. She took a deep breath, and the anger in her eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a heart-pounding coldness. Since you are so protective of her, I will give her a chance. 3 months from now, it will be the Luo family's once-a-decade family trial. At that time, all core members of the Luo family, as well as newly joined partners, must participate. If she can pass the trial and prove her worth to all the tribe members, I will personally offer her tea and apologize, acknowledging her identity. Luo Wan's gaze fell on Lin Wanqing again, as if she was looking at a dead person. But if she doesn't pass, then, according to family rules, she will be stripped of all her status, kicked out of the house, and will never again have anything to do with our Luo family. Luo Tong, this is my bottom line as a mother. By then, even you won't be able to protect her. Chapter 29, Evil Sister Attacks. My brother is mine, get out of here, you devil. Family trial? The final bottom line? Luo Wan's words, like a final declaration of war, resounded loudly and echoed in the empty and luxurious living room. Lin Wanqing's delicate body, which had just felt a surge of warmth due to Luo Tong's protection, became cold and stiff again. She could feel the murderous intent hidden in Luo Wan's words that seemed to give her a chance. It's easy to tell that the Luo family's trial, which takes place once every 10 years, is definitely not something that ordinary people can endure. With an SS-level gene rating, she is considered a favored child among ordinary people, but in the eyes of a sacred family like the Luo family, she probably doesn't even meet the passing line. How is this an opportunity? This was clearly a losing conspiracy designed to completely crush and expel her. However, facing this final ultimatum from his mother, Luo Tong's face was not solemn at all, but instead showed a more playful smile. He held Lin Wanqing's arms tighter, feeling the uncontrollable trembling of the beautiful woman in his arms, but his eyes lightly met Luo Wan. Okay. He uttered 2 words lightly. I took it for her. You. Luo Wan obviously didn't expect Luo Tong to agree so readily, as if this so-called trial was just a child's play in his eyes. Luo Tong slowly stood up, and that invisible aura instantly overwhelmed the majesty that Luo Wan had accumulated for half a lifetime. He looked down at his mother and said clearly, word by word. Mother, you made a mistake. I didn't let her participate in the trial to prove her worth to you or anyone in the Luo family. but to let everyone see clearly. She, Lin Wanqing, is my woman, Luo Tong. Anyone who dares to touch her, anyone who wants to see her laugh, must be prepared to be crushed by me. This trial is not her test. It's my declaration to the entire Luo family. After saying this, he no longer looked at his mother's face, which was twisted with shock, anger, and unwillingness, and directly ordered her to leave. You can go now. Aye. Luo Wan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Finally, she glared at Lin Wanqing, who was protected by Luo Tong behind her. Her eyes seemed to say, "Just wait for me." Then she suddenly flicked her sleeves and turned away with a heart full of anger and frustration. As the door closed silently, the suffocating pressure in the living room finally dissipated. Su Muxue heaved a long sigh of relief and hurried forward, looking at Luo Tong worriedly. "Husband, do you really want Sister Wanqing to participate in that trial? I heard that the Luo family's trial is very, very dangerous." Lin Wanqing also raised her pretty face with tears in her eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Luo Tong chuckled, reached out and scratched Su Muxue's nose, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Lin Wanqing's eyes with his fingertips. "Don't worry, the sky won't fall as long as I'm here." His voice has a soothing magic. But just when this warm atmosphere was just beginning to rise. Bang! The alloy door of the Yunding Palace, which was strong enough to withstand missile bombardment, was forcibly knocked open from the outside in an extremely brutal way. Next second, a petite figure rushed in like a whirlwind, accompanied by her crying screams full of grievance and anger. "Elder brother! You big bad guy! You really brought another woman home. Don't you love Pan Pan anymore?" The person who came was Luo Tong's beloved sister, Luo Pan. She had 2 ponytails and wore a pink princess dress. Her originally innocent and lovely face was now covered with tears. Her big eyes were as red as rabbits, staring at the scene in the living room. When her eyes finally locked onto Lin Wanqing, who was being held intimately in Luo Tong's arms, the grievance she felt instantly transformed into raging jealousy. "That's you! You vixen!" Luo Pan rushed towards Lin Wanqing like an angry kitten, with his teeth and claws bared. "Give my brother back to me! Get out of my house! You're not welcome here!" Ah! Lin Wanqing had never seen such a scene before. She was frightened by this sudden change and subconsciously wanted to avoid it. Luo Tong frowned, exerted force with his arms, and directly protected Lin Wanqing steadily behind him. At the same time, he stretched out a hand and pinched Luo Pan's angry face with incredible precision. "Wu, brother, let me go. I'm going to scratch this bad woman's face." Luo Pan danced with joy, but was restrained by Luo Tong with one hand and could not move. He could only continue to attack Lin Wanqing with a fiery look in his eyes. "Pan Pan, stop making trouble." Luo Tong's voice became deeper. "Brother! You're still protecting her. You're so mean to me because of her." Luo Pan's tears instantly fell like beads from a broken string, feeling extremely aggrieved. "You used to love me the most. Now that you have a new love, you forget about your old love. All men are pigs." Luo Tong was a little amused and helpless. This girl watches some messed up TV series all day long. She's not your new love. Luo Tong patiently introduced her to his sister in a tone that brooked no argument. "Her name is Lin Wanqing. From today on, she's your second sister-in-law." "I don't want a second sister-in-law. I only want sister-in-law Mu Shui." As Luo Pan spoke, he glared angrily at Su Muxue, who was at a loss beside him. "Sister-in-law Mu Shui, you are such a jerk. How could you let my brother bring home a woman of unknown origin? How can you be a wife like this?" Su Muxue's pretty face turned pale after hearing what she said. She bit her lips in grievance, but did not dare to refute. Lin Wanqing stood behind Luo Tong, looking at the absurd yet real scene in front of her, feeling mixed emotions. First, there was the overbearing and powerful mother-in-law, and then there was the unruly and willful sister-in-law. This house is simply a den of dragons and tigers. She had just been moved by Luo Tong's shelter, but at this moment, her heart was hanging in the air again. She could see that Luo Tong doted on his sister very much. Would he scold his most beloved sister for his own sake? What should she do if he felt even a little disgusted with her because of his sister's crying? Just as Lin Wanqing was daydreaming, Luo Tong finally lost his patience. He picked up the still crying Luo Pan by the waist and carried her on his shoulder like a sack. Ignoring her beatings, he strode to the sofa and threw her heavily onto the soft sofa. "Luo Pan! Luo Tong stood in front of her with a serious expression. I'll say it one last time. First, Lin Wanqing is my woman and your sister-in-law. You must respect her. Second, I have the final say in this family. I don't need to explain to anyone who I bring home or how many wives I marry, including you. Third, if you dare to act recklessly again, all your desserts and pocket money for this month will be cancelled. For the first two sentences, Luo Pan still stiffened his neck and looked dissatisfied. But when she heard the third one, her tear-stained face instantly fell. Wow, brother, you are bullying me. How could you do this? I am not your most beloved little baby anymore. Luo Tong looked at her acting like a spoiled brat and knew that this girl would only respond to soft words and not harsh ones, so he softened his tone. He sat down next to her and rubbed her head. Of course you are my favorite little darling. But Pan Pan has grown up and needs to learn to be sensible. He can no longer act like a child and do whatever he wants. Mu Shui is your sister-in-law, and so is Wanqing. They will love you as much as I do in the future, and buy you lots of beautiful clothes and delicious food. Isn't it good to have someone who loves you more? Luo Tong's voice was a little coaxing. Su Mushui, who was standing by, immediately understood what he meant and hurried over with a plate of exquisite strawberry cake, a gentle smile on her face. Pan Pan, don't be angry with your brother. Look, this is your favorite mousse cake that your sister-in-law specially saved for you. Luo Pan sniffed, looked at the tempting cake, then looked at her brother's handsome face, and the anger in her heart immediately disappeared. She pouted and glanced secretly at Lin Wanqing not far away. Lin Wanqing was standing there awkwardly at the moment, like a child who had made a mistake, at a loss as to what to do. Following Luo Tong's eye signal, she plucked up her courage, walked forward, and took out something from her storage bracelet. It was a peace locket carved from extremely rare icy jadeite. It was crystal clear and emitted a soft halo. It was obvious that it was worth a lot of money. This was one of the most precious dowries her mother left her. Sister Pan Pan, since we're meeting for the first time, I'm giving this to you as a greeting gift. Lin Wanqing's voice was a little nervous and flattering. Luo Pan looked at the beautiful peace locket, then looked at Lin Wanqing's cold and beautiful face, which was also a little humble and awkward. The last bit of grudge in his heart also melted away quietly. Humph, you vixen, you're smart enough. She snorted softly, but still stretched out her little hand and took the peace locket, muttering, that's almost okay. For the sake of this broken stone, I'll reluctantly admit that you're okay. A family disturbance was finally resolved without any danger thanks to Luo Tong's soft and hard tactics and the cooperation of his two wives. Lin Wanqing looked at the scene in front of her, and the heavy stone in her heart finally fell slowly. She watched Luo Tong handle it all with ease, watched Su Mushua's gentle tolerance, and even watched Luo Pan's acceptance with a hint of arrogance. An unprecedented, strange warmth surged into her heart. Although this place is full of tyranny, capriciousness, and rules. But it didn't seem as cold as she imagined. This place called home, under the control of that man, is accepting her in a way that she cannot understand but has to indulge in. Ding! Detected that the Bond character, Lin Wanqing, has integrated into the family atmosphere, and her sense of belonging and happiness has greatly increased. Loyalty +5. Current loyalty, 95 unwavering. Strategy progress +4%. Current strategy progress, 99%. The bond emotion, absolute dependence, has been deepened, and a new bond emotion, family belonging, has been added. Listening to the system's prompt, Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. 99% of the strategy is completed, only the final step is left. He stood up and his eyes swept across the two beautiful faces of Su Muxue and Lin Wanqing, each with its own unique charm. One is gentle as water, the other is cold as ice. Now, they have all become his meal. Well, now that we all know each other, we're considered a family. Luo Tong's voice was filled with a smile that brooked no room for argument. It's getting late. He held Su Mushue's hand with one hand and Lin Wanqing with the other. Let's go back to the room and rest. You two sisters, please have a good, in-depth communication with each other tonight. Chapter 30, Sisters United in Purpose. Rewarded with God-level authority, a multi-billion-dollar business empire begins. Luo Tong's words were tinged with teasing but full of arrogance and dictatorship, making Su Muxue and Lin Wanqing's pretty faces turn red as if they were about to bleed. In-depth communication? Su Muxue was an experienced person after all. She lowered her head shyly and buried her hot cheeks in Luo Tong's arms. Her body trembled slightly, but her heart was beating like a deer, full of sweet anticipation. Lin Wanqing felt as if she was struck on the top of her head by a bolt of lightning. Her brain completely shut down, everything was blank. She is going to be with Luo Tong and Su Muxue tonight? How can this be? The worldview, values and sense of shame that she had built up over the past 20 years were completely crushed to pieces by Luo Tong's light words at this moment. She subconsciously wanted to break free and escape, but Luo Tong's big hand held her tightly like an iron clamp, not giving her any chance to resist. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Luo Tong turned his head and looked at her with a smile, his deep eyes holding a hint of dangerous amusement. Lin Wanqing trembled all over, and when she met his eyes that were full of absolute control, all her struggles and resistance disappeared in an instant. She remembered her mother's humiliation, her sister's troubles, the despair she felt when her family collapsed, and even more so, how this man had pulled her out of hell with a godlike demeanor and given her supreme protection. Everything she had was given by him. Her life, her person, and her heart no longer belonged to her. What right does she have to resist her master's orders? Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing's proud heart finally melted completely, and all her shame and struggle turned into a resigned and morbid obedience. She bit her red lips, lowered her once proud head, and said him softly in a voice as thin as a mosquito's. Luo Tong smiled with satisfaction. He likes this feeling. He personally tamed a thorny and proud snow lotus, making her show the most shy and submissive posture in front of him. This kind of pleasure of conquest excites him far more than solving any world problem. The master bedroom of Yunding Palace is more luxurious and spacious than the entire villa of an ordinary person. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, there is the dazzling city night view and swirling clouds, as if you are at the top of the kingdom of God. The air is filled with a faint fragrance that brings peace of mind. Luo Tong sat with his arms and legs stretched out on the huge soft bed that was big enough for 7 or 8 people to lie down, admiring the beautiful picture in front of him that was enough to drive any man crazy. Su Muxue and Lin Wanqing, one on the left and one on the right, stood there uncomfortably, like 2 stunning maids waiting for the king's favor. One is as gentle as water and as tender as honey. One is as cold as ice and looks pitiful. 2 completely different extreme beauties are perfectly blended together at this moment because of the same emotion shyness, exuding a breathtaking charm. Muxue, you are my elder sister. Teach Wanqing how to serve me. Luo Tong's voice broke the beautiful silence. Yes, husband. Su Muxue's pretty face flushed, but as the main wife, she understood her responsibilities. She mustered up her courage, walked over to Lin Wanqing, took her cold little hand, and whispered her experience in her ear with a blushing face. Lin Wanqing felt dizzy and ashamed after hearing this, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But when she saw the sincere and gentle expression on Su Muxue's face, the resistance in her heart gradually turned into helpless acceptance. Perhaps, this is the fate of being a Luo Tong woman. And she willingly indulged herself in it. The night is still long. That night, Luo Tong truly experienced what double happiness meant. Su Muxue's gentleness and thoughtfulness, and Lin Wanqing's youthful clumsiness, intertwined into a melody that even the gods were intoxicated with. When Lin Wanqing's last psychological defense line completely collapsed under Luo Tong's extreme dominance and tenderness, she sacrificed everything she had without reservation to the man who dominated her destiny. A series of unprecedented and epic system prompts also rang out in Luo Tong's mind. Ding! Detected that the bonded character, Lin Wanqing, has completely given up herself, and her body and mind are completely devoted to the host. The strategy progress has reached 100% complete conquest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving the hidden epic achievement, Sisters United, 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully established a stable family core with 1 husband and 2 wives. The core concept of the many children, many blessings system has been implemented with great leaps. Your family's luck has been greatly improved. System permissions upgraded. Unlock a new core function, family industry. A series of prompt sounds lifted Luo Tong's spirits. Here we come. He knew that after he completely conquered Lin Wanqing and consolidated this 1 husband, 2 wives model, the system would definitely give him a huge reward. He immediately immersed his mind in the system. A brand new golden panel, full of technology and business atmosphere, emerged in his mind. Family business. Function introduction. This function is designed to help the host establish a business empire spanning all fields, systematically manage family wealth, and transform the host's personal strength into eternal family power. Function 1, Industry Perspective. Gain insight into any industry related to the host's bonded character, viewing its core data, financial status, potential value, critical vulnerabilities, and future opportunities. Information asymmetry is wealth. Function 2, God-level capital injection. Use your mall points to invest gold in your chosen family business. Each capital injection will trigger technological innovations that transcend time, or bring about earth-shattering business opportunities, resulting in overwhelming growth. Function 3, talent binding. Target core talent within your target industry, boost their loyalty up to 100%, and stimulate their work potential up to 300%, creating an absolutely loyal and invincible business team. Looking at the introduction of these three functions, Luo Tong's eyes flashed with unprecedented brilliance. Powerful. So strong. This is no longer a simple auxiliary tool, it is simply a cheating device for a business empire. With this family business function, he can create a business giant that will make the entire Xia country and even the whole world tremble in a very short period of time. And this is not all. Ding! As a gift for unlocking the family industry feature, the system will give the host a novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host. Reward, mall points plus 50,000. Congratulations to the host. Reward, super intelligence, proficiency plus 10%. Congratulations to the host. The loyalty of the bonded characters Su Muxue and Lin Wanqing has been increased to 100%. Never betray. Congratulations, host. Your bloodline resonance ability has been enhanced with a new subfunction, emotional soothing, which can be used to calm your partner's negative emotions and improve family harmony by consuming a small amount of points. Feeling the huge flow of information pouring into his mind, as well as the satisfaction of his two wives, which was filled with extreme happiness and dependence and transmitted through blood resonance, a smile of control appeared on the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. With a thought, he opened the family business panel. On the panel, there was only a solitary entry, flickering faintly. Optional Industry 1, Linshur Heavy Industry. Company rating, second-rate huge potential. Core business, traditional mecha parts manufacturing, heavy machinery processing. Current status, on the verge of bankruptcy, temporarily stabilized due to host intervention, core technology is outdated, management is disorganized, and market share continues to shrink. System recommendation, this company possesses a complete industrial base and skilled workers, possessing enormous potential. With just one divine-level investment, it can complete its industrial upgrade and transition into the field of 5th-generation combat mecha core engines. Upon completion, it will become a super supplier that the military must rely on. Looking at the suggestions given by the system, Luo Tong's eyes became extremely deep. 5th-generation combat mecha core engine? Wasn't that the technical problem that had troubled the Empire for 10 years that he had casually solved in class earlier? It turns out that all the clues have already been connected together. His eyes fell on the button at the bottom of the panel that was flashing with golden light. Do you want to make the first God-level investment in Lin's heavy industry? Estimated points consumed, 10,000. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth slowly rose, forming a cold and cruel arc. Mother, elder sister. Don't you think that Lin Wanqing is of humble origin and unworthy of my Luo family? Aren't you going to use that ridiculous family trial to humiliate her and prove that my choice was wrong? Too naive. You have no idea what kind of existence you are facing. Luo Tong's eyes swept over the two beautiful wives who were already fast asleep beside him. Their sleeping faces were peaceful and contented, as if they had given everything to him without a trace of worry. He reached out and gently stroked Lin Wanqing's smooth cheek. Wanqing, what I give you is far more than just shelter. I will also give you the glory that the entire Luo family must look up to. He muttered to himself. System, inject capital. Ding. 10,000 points have been deducted. God-level investment started. Lin's heavy industry is upgrading its industry. In 12 hours, a technical blueprint capable of overturning the entire empire's military industry landscape will appear on the desk of the chairman of Lin's heavy industry. After doing all this, Luo Tong slowly lay down, hugged his two wives in his arms, and closed his eyes. A storm sweeping across Xia's business community is about to begin after dawn. And he, Luo Tong's business empire, has just laid the first cornerstone tonight. He is looking forward to it. When the family trial comes 3 months later. When Lin Wanqing appeared before you as the queen of a multi-billion-dollar business empire that all of you need to look up to. What wonderful expressions will you have? Chapter 31, The Birth of the Billionaire Queen. The eldest sister's plan completely failed. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hentang Palace and onto the luxurious king-size bed. Luotong slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view were two breathtakingly beautiful sleeping faces. On the left is the gentle Su Muxue. She is like a docile kitten, curled up in Luotong's arms, with a sweet smile on her lips, as if she is having a sweet dream. On the right is the cold and pure Lin Wanqing, her long eyelashes still stained with the crystal tears left after last night's madness. The pretty face that was once filled with pride and stubbornness is now filled with peace and a sense of belonging. After a night of in-depth communication, this iceberg school beauty has been completely melted and conquered. In blood resonance, the loyalty of the two wives has reached 100%, never betray, and their emotions are the ultimate happiness, satisfaction, and dependence. The sense of accomplishment of having these two proud daughters of heaven completely under his control made Luotong in a good mood. He just moved slightly and Su Muxue woke up immediately. "Honey, are you awake?" She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice carrying a hint of laziness and charm in the early morning, and she offered him a kiss. Then she got up very naturally, ready to take care of everything for Luotong in the morning. Her movements also woke up Lin Wanqing beside her. Lin Wanqing opened her eyes suddenly, and when she saw the charming scene of herself, Luotong and Su Muxue sleeping in the same bed, her pretty face turned red all the way to her ears. She subconsciously pulled up the quilt to cover her flawless body. The crazy and shameful scene from last night flooded into her mind like a tide, making her feel ashamed and angry to death. But when she saw Luotong's eyes with a hint of playful smile, all her shame and anger instantly turned into the shyness and obedience of a little girl. "Husband." Her face flushed, and she called out softly in a voice as thin as a mosquito's, imitating Su Muxue's behavior. The word husband made her heart tremble. It also means that she has completely accepted her new identity from the bottom of her heart. "Well, that's what I'll call you from now on." Luotong nodded with satisfaction, reached out and held her in his arms, and placed a possessive kiss on her smooth forehead. "Muxue is the elder sister, and you are the younger sister. From now on, you two sisters must get along well and serve me together, understand?" "Nu." Lin Wanqing buried her hot cheek in Luotong's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. The last trace of uneasiness and hesitation in her heart completely disappeared. Although it was shameful, and although it overturned her cognition of the past 20 years. But this feeling of being completely possessed and protected actually gave her a morbid and unprecedented sense of security. At this moment, a rapid communication ring broke the warm and charming atmosphere in the bedroom. It was Lin Wanqing's personal terminal ringing. She answered the call with some doubt, and a holographic projection instantly appeared in front of the bed. In the projection was her father Lin Donghai's face, which was filled with shock, ecstasy, and even madness. "Wanqing! Wanqing! Miracle! It's a miracle!" Lin Donghai, the business tycoon who once headed a multi-billion-dollar group and remained calm even in the face of disaster, now acted like a madman, gesticulating and talking incoherently. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Lin Wanqing was startled. "Fifth generation. It's the core engine of the fifth-generation combat mecha. Complete technical drawings. It just appeared out of nowhere in my office." Lin Donghai's face flushed with excitement and his voice trembled. "Just now, the secret safe in my office, which hadn't been opened in decades, opened on its own. Inside was a data tablet. Recorded with technology that would drive the entire Xia nation's military industry crazy. This is a gift from the gods. It's the spirits of our Lin family ancestors appearing." Lin Wanqing was confused and her mind went blank. Fifth generation mecha engine? Isn't that a top-level problem that even the Imperial Academy of Sciences can't solve? How could it be? Subconsciously, she turned her gaze to the man beside her who had a calm expression, as if he had everything under control. Luotong. It's him. It must be him. If there really is a god in this world, it can only be him. Luotong naturally took the terminal from Lin Wanqing and spoke lightly to Lin Donghai, who was still ecstatic in the projection. "Mr. Lin, miracles are just the casual acts of the strong." Just one sentence froze Lin Donghai's fanatical expression in an instant. His pupils suddenly contracted and he stared at Luotong intently. The expression on his face changed from shock to horror, and finally, to indescribable awe and fanaticism. He understood everything. What about the ancestors appearing in person? The real God is right before our eyes. From today on, Lin's heavy industry will be renamed Qingtian Group. Luotong's voice was calm, but it carried an authority that brooked no room for questioning. You, in place of my daughter, will temporarily serve as the group's president. You have only one mission: to turn the technology on the blueprint into reality, regardless of the cost. Funding, connections, and policies are not issues you need to worry about. I have only one request. Luo Tong's gaze became as sharp as a knife. Within 3 months, I will make the Qingtian Group a giant in Xia country's military industry that no one can shake. Can you do this? Thump. In the holographic projection, Lin Donghai, the chairman of the group who was over 50 years old, knelt on his knees without hesitation and kowtowed heavily in the direction of Luo Tong. I will obey the oracle. His voice was filled with submission and fanaticism from the depths of his soul. The communication was disconnected. There was dead silence in the bedroom. Lin Wanqing stared at Luo Tong blankly, her beautiful eyes already blurred by tears. She finally understood what Luo Tong had meant when he said last night, "I will also give you the glory that the entire Luo family must look up to." He didn't lie. He really, just like creating a world easily created for her, a 10 billion, or even 100 billion empire that was destined to rise. This kind of gift has long gone beyond the scope of shelter. This is reinvention. It is the ultimate favor that gods can show to a mortal. Thank you, husband. Lin Wanqing could no longer control her emotions and threw herself into Luo Tong's arms, bursting into tears. All the grievances, anxieties, and fears, at this moment, turned into a morbid, deep-rooted admiration and love for this man. Ding! Detected that the bonded character, Lin Wanqing, has received the host's divine gift, and his faith has been sublimated, and the bond has reached its ultimate form. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the ultimate bond emotion for the bonded character, Believer of God. Believer of God, Lin Wanqing will regard the host as the only true God. The host's will is the entire meaning of her existence. She is willing to sacrifice her soul for the host and will never betray or question him. Feeling the changes in the beautiful woman in his arms, Luo Tong smiled with satisfaction. With a thought, he opened the Family Business panel. Industry name, Qingtian Group, formerly Lincher Heavy Industry. Company rating, quasi first class potential god level. Current status, the industry is undergoing upgrading, core technologies have been injected, and the market value is expected to surge by over 1,000% within 3 months. System task release, announcement of family trial. Mission, the host's majesty cannot be challenged. Before the Luo family trial begins in 3 months, ensure that the market value of Qingtian Group surpasses that of Luo's Energy, the Luo family's core business. Use the power of absolute wealth to declare to all members of the clan who will be the future king of the family. Mission reward, Mall points plus 100,000. Family business, function upgrade. A mysterious blueprint. Surpassing Roche Energy? A cold arc appeared at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. Luo's Energy is the core pillar industry of the Luo family that has been passed down for 100 years and has a market value of hundreds of billions. The system's task was to ask him to use a second-rate group on the verge of bankruptcy to challenge the foundation of a business empire. Anyone else would think this is a fantasy. But in Luo Tong's opinion, this is more interesting. His eyes swept across the system panel and landed on the 4 words, mysterious drawings. He had a hunch that the blueprint would be the most crucial piece of the puzzle in building his own business empire. Just as Luo Tong was planning his future and enjoying the gentle service of his 2 wives. His private terminal suddenly made a slight sound. An encrypted communication request was forcibly connected. Luo Tong glanced at the caller ID, and his eyes instantly became playful. Caller, Sister Luo Ying. Did she receive the news so quickly? Luo Tong raised the corner of his mouth and slowly answered the call. Hey, big sister, it's so early, what's going on? Chapter 32. My empire begins with monopolizing the future. Luo Tong's voice was lazy and casual, as if he was just answering an insignificant sales call. He didn't even sit up from the bed, still maintaining his imperial posture with his arms around women. Sumushua was carefully peeling a crystal grape for him, while Lin Wanqing, with a red face, imitated her sister and clumsily massaged his shoulders. This charming scene, if seen by outsiders, would be enough to make any man jealous to the point of madness. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Luo Ying's voice, as cold as ice and without any emotion, slowly sounded. Lin Heavy Industry, what's going on? She didn't question or get angry, she just calmly stated a fact. But Luo Tong could imagine what kind of wonderful expression would be on the face of his wise elder sister on the other end of the phone. Oh, that one. Luo Tong chuckled, ate the grapes that Su Mushue handed to him, and said vaguely, "It's just a small company that's about to go bankrupt." I felt sorry for Wan Qing, so I helped her out. Now, it's called Xingtian Group. A little toy for my woman. Are you interested too, big sister? Small toys? Luo Ying on the other end of the phone's breathing visibly stagnated. She mobilized the power of her family and laid a tight net to let Luo Tong see clearly how vulnerable his chosen prey was. But he not only resolved the deadly situation she had set within 3 minutes, but also injected the 5th-generation mecha engine technology out of thin air, the source of which even the Luo family's intelligence network could not find. That is a strategic-level technology that is enough to drive the Xia country's military crazy. In her eyes, the thundering means that were enough to destroy everything became a helping hand in his mouth. A military-industrial giant that was destined to rise has become a little toy given to women? The unfathomable and terrifying power revealed behind this understatement made Luo Ying, who was always calm and composed, feel palpitations for the first time. Luo Tong, don't be too conceited. Luo Ying's voice finally carried a hint of emotion. Do you think that relying on some unknown skills will allow her to gain a foothold in the family trial? You're hurting her. Really? A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. Sister, I suggest you pay more attention to the Luo family's stock price. Maybe in 3 months, this little toy called Xingtian Group will be worth more than Roche Energy. After saying that, Luo Tong hung up the phone without even waiting for Luo Ying to reply. Husband. Su Mushue and Lin Wanqing both looked at him worriedly. Especially Lin Wanqing, she heard about the family trial and also heard Luo Tong's extremely arrogant declaration. Use her Xingtian Group to challenge the core industry that has been passed down by the Luo family for 100 years? How is this possible? Don't worry. Luo Tong saw through her thoughts and pinched her tender face. Xingtian Group is yours, and it is also the appetizer I gave to my mother and the elders. The purpose of its existence is to slap everyone in the face in 3 months. But Luo Tong's eyes suddenly became extremely deep, as if he could see through time and space and see the endless blueprint of the future. A tool for slapping people in the face is not enough. What I want to build is a sacred empire that truly belongs to me, one that even the Luo family must look up to. After he finished speaking, Luo Tong slowly closed his eyes. Superintelligence, start. Buzz. In an instant, Luo Tong's brain seemed to turn into a quantum computer that was ahead of its time. Real-time data streams from global financial markets, a library of patents numbering in the billions, confidential investment reports from major chaebols, and maps of resource distribution around the world. At this moment, endless information poured into his consciousness like rivers flowing into the sea, and was analyzed, screened, and deduced at an efficiency exceeding the speed of light. Traditional energy? A sunset industry. Roche Energy is already a dominant player in this field, but it will soon be eliminated by the times. Artificial intelligence? Tech giants have already entered the market. Although the potential is huge, it is already a red ocean and no absolute monopoly can be formed. Biopharmaceuticals? Gene technology? Space exploration? One by one, Luo Tong ruthlessly rejected the hottest golden tracks in the world today. What he wants is not a share of the pie. What he wants is to monopolize the whole cake. It is to create a new era and become the only rule maker of this era. His eyes shuttle rapidly through the vast sea of information, searching for the singularity that is ignored by the world but contains the power to subvert the world. Finally, his consciousness was locked on an unpopular field that almost no one cared about. Controlled cold nuclear fusion. And the only key to realizing this technology is a stable isotope whose reserves are extremely scarce and the extraction technology is considered a fantasy. Helium-3. In today's mainstream scientific community, this is still just a fantasy that exists in theory. Everyone agrees that it will take at least 100 years to achieve this. However, under the terrifying computing power of Luo Tong's superintelligence, an extremely clear technology roadmap has taken shape. He saw through all the technical barriers. He understood the only and most crucial catalytic formula. That's you. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth slowly rose. Once he masters this technology, it will be equivalent to strangling the energy lifeline of the future world. By then, Roche Energy and the multi-billion-dollar chaebol will become like chickens and dogs in front of him, vulnerable. This is the cornerstone that can support a holy empire. However, although the technical route is clear, a key executor is still needed to turn it from theory into reality. A genius who can understand his oracle and put it into practice. Systematically search for the most talented and promising scientific researchers in the fields of high-energy physics and quantum energy worldwide. Ding! Global talent search in progress? Search completed. We have locked in the only target person who meets the God-level potential standard for you. The next second, a golden holographic file appeared in front of Luo Tong. Name, Qin Yunhua. Age, 26. Gene rating, SSS level. Current identity, founder and president of Xia Country's Noah's Ark Group. Market value, 300 billion. Hidden identity, chief scientist of the Prometheus project secretly researching controlled nuclear fusion. Current status, research has hit a bottleneck, lacking a key theoretical model for plasma confinement. The project is on the verge of failure and is under immense financial and emotional pressure. System evaluation, possessing a business mind and scientific talent that transcends the times, he is the best candidate for the host's executive officer and third partner to establish a business empire. Qin Yunhua. Seeing this name, Luo Tong's eyes became more playful. It's her. The woman who was once given to him as a gift by his elder sister Luo Ying, and who represents the pinnacle of Xia Country's business world. It turns out that her identity as the president of a trillion-dollar group was just a disguise to cover up her tracks and provide funding for her secret research that was burning a lot of money? A queen standing at the pinnacle of wealth, but deep down in her heart, she is a Prometheus who longs to steal the sacred fire and change the world? Interesting. So interesting. A genius on the verge of despair. Luo Tong's gaze fell on the photo of Qin Yunhua, who looked cool and beautiful, full of intelligence and arrogance. He seemed to be able to see the queen of business facing the cold data alone in countless late nights, struggling for that unattainable dream. The pleasure of conquering such a proud wild horse with top-level intelligence is definitely far greater than that of conquering 100 Lin Wonkings. Muxue, Wan Cheng. Luo Tong slowly opened his eyes and gave a meaningful smile to the two wives beside him. Change my clothes. Our family may soon be welcoming a third sister. Chapter 33. You are not qualified to see me. Luo Tong's light words were like a bombshell dropped on the calm lake. The third sister? Su Muxue paused slightly, and then a smile of understanding and obedience appeared on her gentle and charming face. As Luo Tong's first wife, she had already completely devoted her body, mind, and even soul to this man. His will is her will. She would only support his decision unconditionally. Even deep in her heart, there was a hint of expectation. If this family could be more lively, with more sisters serving their common God together, it would seem to be an extremely happy thing. But Lin Wanqing's reaction was completely different. Her beautiful face, which had just lost its blush, turned pale again in an instant. Her brain crashed again. She had just spent an entire night completely overturning her outlook on life for the past 20 years, and finally accepted the fate of sharing a husband with Su Muxue. But now, Luo Tong actually told her that a third woman would soon join the family? This is too fast. Her heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and an indescribable bitterness and panic surged up in an instant. But when she raised her head and met Luo Tong's deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, all her emotions were like a popped balloon, and were instantly released. She suddenly realized that she was once again using mortal thinking to speculate on the behavior of gods. Who is he? He is Luo Tong. He is a god who holds up the sky with one hand, and a creator whose words come true. It is his right as a god to have as many women as he wants. And she, Lin Wanqing, was just one of the luckier ones among his many believers. What right did she have to be jealous? And what right did she have to question? Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed all the distracting thoughts in her heart, and imitated Su Muxue, lowering her proud head, and replied in a mosquito-like voice, trembling. Yes, husband, we know. Very good. Luo Tong smiled with satisfaction. He likes this feeling. Watching these once high and mighty daughters of heaven being tamed little by little in the face of his will, and eventually completely abandoning themselves and becoming the most devout believers. This kind of absolute spiritual conquest makes him feel much more happy than physical possession. With the meticulous service of his two wives, Luo Tong changed into a well-tailored casual outfit, looking handsome and noble. He sat in the huge living room of Yunding Palace, enjoying the breakfast handed to him by Su Muxue while opening his personal terminal. The target has been locked. Then, it's time to hunt. He did not look for any private contact information, but directly dialed the headquarters switchboard of the Noah's Ark Group through the public network. Hello, this is Noah's Ark Group. How can I help you? A sweet and professional voice came from the terminal. "I'm looking for Qin Yunhua," Luo Tong said lightly. The operator on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned, then said in a more respectful tone, "Excuse me, who are you? Do you have an appointment?" Luo Tong, "No appointment." "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo." The voice was still polite, but with a touch of formal distance. "Mr. Qin's schedule is already booked until next year. If you are interested in business cooperation, I suggest you first send your business plan to our group's strategic investment department. After review, someone will contact you." Luo Tong had expected this set of rhetoric. If the queen of a business empire with a market value of 300 billion could be seen by anyone who wanted to, then she would have nothing to do all day. No need. The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a playful arc. "You just need to tell her a message for me. Tell her, her Prometheus, that the flame is about to go out. And I am the only one who can steal the divine fire again for her." After saying that, Luo Tong hung up the phone. At the same time, located in the capital of Xia State, on the top floor of the 800-meter-high Noah's Ark Group headquarters building, in a huge office full of futuristic technology, a female assistant wearing a white professional suit, with a capable temperament and top-notch appearance, was walking quickly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. In front of the window stood a beautiful figure, Qin Yunhua. She was wearing a well-tailored silver gray suit, and her long, shiny black hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her stunning face that was enough to drive any man crazy. Her facial features were as exquisite as God's most perfect masterpiece, but her phoenix eyes revealed a coldness and arrogance that kept people at a distance. She is like an iceberg that has never melted, or like a star hanging high in the night sky, beautiful, powerful, yet out of reach. At this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was troubled by some huge problem. "Boss Qin." The female assistant walked up behind her and reported respectfully, "The switchboard just transferred a strange call. A man named Luo Tong wants to see you." "Luo Tong?" Qin Yunhua's brows furrowed even deeper. She seemed to have some impression of this name. "Oh, I remember now. It was a gift that Luo Ing, the good-for-nothing eldest sister of the Luo family, tried to force on her some time ago. He is just a national treasure who is praised to the sky by the entire Xia country because of his high genetic level." A hint of undisguised contempt and disdain flashed across Qin Yunhua's eyes. In her opinion, this kind of man who has nothing good except his genes is just a product of the times, a flower in a greenhouse, and is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. What Qin Yunhua wants to conquer is the sea of stars and the ultimate mystery of science, rather than a man with nothing but good looks. "Didn't I tell you? Such boring people should be blocked directly. You don't have to report to me anymore." Qin Yunhua's voice was so cold that it seemed like ice chips could fall off. "Yes, but..." A hint of hesitation and fear appeared on the female assistant's face. He also said something very strange. He said, "Your Prometheus, the sacred fire is about to go out." Boom! These words, like a bolt of thunder from the sky, struck Qin Yunhua's soul deeply. Her pretty face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, suddenly changed color at this moment. "What did you say?" She turned around abruptly and grabbed the female assistant's shoulders. For the first time, her cold phoenix eyes flashed with such a terrifying light. Prometheus Project. This was the controlled cold nuclear fusion research that she had gambled her entire fortune on and spent countless efforts on secretly. It was a research that was enough to change the entire world's energy landscape. It is her greatest ambition in this life and also the deepest secret in her heart. This secret could never be known by anyone other than herself and her most important assistant. That man named Luo Tong, how could he know? The female assistant was so frightened that she trembled all over and said in a trembling voice, He also said that he was the only one who could steal the sacred fire for you again." Qin Yunhua's delicate body began to tremble violently. Reason told her that this was impossible. This might just be a coincidence, a hoax. But the scientist's intuition deep in her heart was screaming wildly. No! This is not a coincidence. She has been stuck on this project for 3 whole years. For the first time, her genius brain encountered an insurmountable barrier. Seeing tens of billions of funds being burned away like water every month, the entire project is about to collapse completely due to a broken capital chain. She has no other choice. At this most desperate moment, this man appeared out of nowhere with a secret code that only she understood. Will he be his own savior? Or is it the last straw that breaks the camel's back? Get me his communication. Now. Immediately. Shin Yunua's voice was already trembling uncontrollably. Soon, the call was forcibly dialed back by the female assistant using the highest authority. I'm Shin Yunua. The moment the call was connected, Shin Yunua spoke at his fastest speed, resuming his cold and arrogant attitude as a president. Who are you? What do you want to do? There was a chuckle from the other end of the phone. That laughter was a little lazy and playful, as if everything was under control. It doesn't matter who I am, Mr. Chin. Luo Tong leaned leisurely on the sofa, admiring Lin Wanqing's pretty face, which was full of nervousness and curiosity. The important thing is, I know you, and your Prometheus are almost finished. Your theory is fundamentally wrong. You're trying to use the powerful magnetic field of a tokamak to confine the raging plasma. That's like trying to contain the sun with a fragile birdcage. Every time you increase your energy level, that damn plasma drift will tear all your efforts into pieces, right? Every word Luo Tong said was like a ruthless hammer, hitting Shin Yunua's heart hard. Her pretty face, which was disguised as coldness, turned paler inch by inch. These are the most core and confidential data in her laboratory. This is the nightmare she has been facing day and night for the past 3 years. This man not only knew her plan, but also knew every technical bottleneck she encountered in her research. Who is he? Could it be that there is a traitor around me? No. Impossible. Every single person on her team had signed a confidentiality agreement of the highest order. If the secrets were leaked, they would face the wrath of the entire Xiao nation. What do you want to say? Shin Yunua's voice could no longer remain calm, and carried a hint of fear that she herself did not even notice. What I want to say is... Luo Tong's voice suddenly became deep and seductive, like the whisper of a devil. You're going in the wrong direction. The key to true controlled nuclear fusion lies not in confinement but in resonance. What you need to build is not an indestructible cage, but a quantum resonance field that can vibrate at the same frequency as the core of the sun. Quantum resonant field? These 5 words, like a ray of light that created the world, instantly tore through all the fog in Shin Yunua's mind. At this moment, her SSS-level superbrain was running crazily at an unprecedented speed. At this moment, countless data models and theoretical formulas that had troubled her for 3 years seemed to have found the only answer, and were instantly connected, reorganized, and sublimated. Yes. Why should we fight? Why can't we guide? If I could stabilize that violent energy. A brand new, unprecedented, and grand theory that could overturn the entire world of modern physics suddenly took shape in her mind. She seemed to see a door to a new world slowly opening to her. And the man named Luo Tong was the god who handed her the key. Shin Yunua completely lost her composure. She was so excited that her whole body was shaking and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The truth that she had spent her entire life trying to grasp was actually pointed out by this man in such a casual sentence. Ding! Target person, Shin Yunua, is experiencing an epic emotional fluctuation. Pride 95%, shock plus 100%, fanaticism plus 80%, desire plus 99%. Bond panel has been successfully established. Strategy progress, 15% Oracle defense break. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Luo Tong's mouth curled up into a smile of control over everything. Done. For a woman with an extraordinary IQ like Shin Yunua, no amount of money or power can impress her. The only way to conquer her is to crush her thoroughly and completely with wisdom. It seems that you understand. Luo Tong chuckled. Here, I have a complete theoretical model and all the technical solutions to implement it. Now, we can talk about my price. What would you like? Shin Yunua blurted out, his voice filled with unprecedented urgency. Money? Shares in Noah's Ark Group? Or anything else I can give you? As long as you give me the complete technology. She no longer cares who the other person is. She only knew that she absolutely could not afford the cost of losing this opportunity. I'm not interested in money. Luo Tong's voice suddenly became full of aggression and possessiveness. Shin Yunua, what I want is you. It's you, your mind, your body, your future, everything about you. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Yunding Palace, I'll wait for you. Remember, come alone. I hope you can make a wise choice. After saying that, Luo Tong once again unilaterally hung up the phone. Only the top business queen of Xia country was left on the other end of the phone, holding the terminal, standing there in a daze, her mind blank. In her ears, only the man's domineering declaration was echoing wildly. What I want is you. Chapter 34, Billions in Startup Capital. My mall only sells miracles. Noah's Ark Group headquarters, top floor. Dead silence. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only Qin Yunua's slightly rapid breathing due to excitement. Her beautiful face, which had been frozen for years, was now filled with struggle, shock, and a hint of humiliation that even she herself was unwilling to admit. What I want is you. The man's voice, like the most vicious spell and the sweetest poison, echoed in her mind over and over again. Who is she? She is Qin Yunua. She was the queen of 100 billionaires standing at the pinnacle of Xia's business world, overlooking the world. She was the peerless genius that countless men dreamed of, yet they weren't even qualified to have dinner with her. He is also a fire thief who is secretly carrying out the Prometheus plan in an attempt to bring light to the world. She has been conquering all her life and has never thought about being conquered. But now, a man who had only heard of her name but never met her, with a simple theory, broke down the barrier of wisdom that she had been proud of all her life. Then, in an unquestionable, imperial tone, he gave her an ultimatum. Want her, want all of her. This was simply the most ridiculous and overbearing request she had ever heard in her 26 years of life. Reason told her that she should immediately blacklist this arrogant man, use all her strength to find out his background, and then make him pay the most painful price for his arrogance. But quantum resonance field. She murmured to herself, but in her cold phoenix eyes, a flame called fanaticism ignited uncontrollably. Just these 5 words opened the door to a whole new world for her. Her SSS-level superbrain is running frantically at an unprecedented speed, deducing the endless possibilities behind this theory. She knew that the man was not lying. He must hold in his hands the complete truth that is enough to subvert the entire world. That was the holy grail that she had spent all her 300 billion fortune and gambled everything she had, but she still couldn't reach. Compared with it, what are the so-called dignity and pride? Boss Qin. The female assistant standing by was so frightened by the changeable expression of her CEO that she dared not breathe. For a long time. Qin Yunua slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, all the struggle and humiliation in her eyes had been replaced by a desperate determination. Prepare the car. Her voice was hoarse but firm. Go to Yunding Palace. Yunding Palace, living room. Luo Tong leaned leisurely on the sofa, enjoying the service of Su Muxue and Lin Wanqing on his left and right. He was not at all surprised by Qin Yunua's choice. For a true seeker, truth is everything to her. To get it, she would sacrifice everything. Hubby, that Miss Qin, will she really come? Lin Wanqing's little face was filled with nervousness and curiosity. She had just heard with her own ears how Luo Tong manipulated a legendary female CEO worth hundreds of billions of yuan with just a few words. The shock was even stronger than seeing her family's company come back to life. This is no longer a game of power, it is a dimensionality reduction attack by gods on mortals. She will come. Luo Tong smiled and pinched her tender face. Not only will they come, but they will also bring everything we need for our future Holy Empire. But the Holy Empire. Lin Wanqing murmured to herself, and then, as if she had thought of something, she asked worriedly, but, husband, building an empire like that requires a lot of money, right? Now that she was in charge of the Qingtian group, she had just realized how horrific the daily expenses of a military-industrial enterprise were. And the controlled cold nuclear fusion that Luo Tong mentioned is a bottomless pit that devours funds. Qin Yunua's Noah's Ark Group, with a market value of 300 billion, was dragged down. Do they have that much money? Money? The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a playful arc. That's a real problem. Of course he could ask his family. Not to mention hundreds of billions or trillions, with just one word from him, his mother Luo Wan, who was extremely controlling, would definitely open the entire Luo family's treasury to him without hesitation. But that's not what he wants. What he wanted to establish was a sacred empire that belonged to him and was superior to the Luo family. What he wants is absolute control without any impurities. So, we can't use the Luo family's money. Luo Tong said lightly. Lin Wanqing's face turned paler in an instant. Not using the Luo family's money? What should I do then? At this moment, the familiar electronic synthesized sound rang in Luo Tong's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has established the cornerstone of the Holy Empire, controlled cold nuclear fusion. Ding! Successfully locked onto the Empire's cornerstone CEO Qin Yunhua. Ding! Milestone achievement, Empire Dawn, reached. The system is in the process of settlement. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward. 1. Empire Special Startup Fund, 10 billion Shagwa currency. Injected into the host's personal anonymous account through untraceable channels. 2. The core function of the system, God Level Mall, has been unlocked. 3. Host Mall points plus 100,000. Here we come. The corners of Luotong's mouth slowly rose. The next second, his personal terminal vibrated slightly. A text message from the Royal Bank of Switzerland's most encrypted channel popped up. Dear Supreme VIP customer, your anonymous account XXXXXXXX received a transfer of 10 billion yuan at 18 hours 32 minutes and 5 seconds local time. Your current account balance is 10 billion yuan. Looking at that long string of zeros, even Luotong couldn't help but feel his heartbeat speed up slightly. Lin Wanqing, who was standing by, just took a casual glance and was completely petrified as if struck by lightning. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, then leaned closer and counted them carefully again. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 10 billion. A full 10 billion in cash. It just appeared out of nowhere in Luotong's account? Husband, this is. Lin Wanqing's voice was trembling. The total assets of the Qingtian Group are only in the tens of billions, and that is the result of her father's lifelong struggle. But now, 10 billion in cash is sent just like a spam message? It's just a little startup capital, don't make a fuss. Luotong closed the text message interface calmly, as if it was not 10 billion, but 100 yuan. What he is more interested in now is the newly unlocked, God-level mall. System, open the mall. As his mind moved, a golden virtual light curtain full of science fiction unfolded silently in front of him. At the top of the light curtain are several clear classification labels. Future technology. Mythical bloodline. Awakening of superpowers. Natural materials and treasures. Special props. Each label exudes a heart-pounding golden light. Luotong's eyes immediately fell on the Future Technology column. He clicked on it casually. In an instant, rows and rows of dazzling product lists appeared before his eyes like a waterfall. Product, complete set of design drawings and manufacturing process for the 6th generation Ghost Photon Combat Mecha. Effect, the ultimate weapon for individual combat, at least 50 years ahead of the current era. Price, 500,000 mall points. Product, curvature bubble primary space jump engine core model. Effect, it can realize short-distance spacefolding navigation, which is the foundation for entering the interstellar era. Price, 1 million mall points. Product, Artificial Intelligence Genesis Source Code Basic. Effect, can give rise to true artificial intelligence consciousness, with unlimited evolutionary potential. Price, 800,000 mall points. Hiss. Looking at these god-level technologies that only exist in science fiction movies and the astronomical prices behind them, Luotong couldn't help but gasp. It's too exaggerated. This is not a shopping mall, it is clearly a treasure house of gods. He took a look at his points balance, which had just skyrocketed to 140,000, and suddenly felt like he was still a pauper. He can't afford these top-level strategic technologies for the time being. He clicked on the Special Props column again. The painting style of this column has become a bit strange. Product, Absolute Loyalty Contract Unique. Effect, you can sign a soul contract with a target, permanently locking their loyalty to 100% eternal loyalty, and this cannot be shaken or changed by any external force. Price, 200,000 mall points. Product, Veritaserum Perfect Edition. Effect, can make any target below SSS level gene tell everything they know within 1 hour, without any remaining memory. Price, 10,000 mall points. Product, Love at First Sight card consumable. Effect, after use, the designated target's first impression of the host will be forcibly increased to 90 love at first sight. Price, 30,000 mall points. Looking at these props, Luotong's eyes became more and more playful. If these things are used to conquer women, they will be like magic weapons that are invincible. However, using these methods to deal with a woman like Qin Yunhua is a bit inferior. Conquering her body is far less fulfilling than conquering her mind. Luotong's eyes quickly scanned them all, looking for the most suitable tool. Soon, his eyes were fixed on a prop that was not expensive but had extremely interesting effects. Product, God's Contract Basic Sample. Effect: a contract imbued with a touch of the power of rules. Once signed, both parties will be bound by the rules. This template is a win-win cooperation template, ensuring that both parties have absolutely aligned goals and fully shared information during the cooperation period, without betrayal or suspicion. Price: 20,000 mole points. That's it. This thing can not only ensure that Qin Yunhua will not turn against her after obtaining the technology, but also preserve her proud self-esteem to the maximum extent with an attitude of equal cooperation. It's like a collar tailor-made for her. System: exchange, God's contract. Ding! Consuming 20,000 points, God's contract basic template has been successfully redeemed and stored in the system space. Done. Luo Tong closed the mall interface with satisfaction. Everything was ready, and he was just waiting for the prey to come. He picked up the top quality Dahonpo that Su Mushue had just brewed, took a sip, and felt extremely happy. It feels wonderful to be in control of everything. However, at this moment, ding dong! The smart doorbell of Yunding Palace suddenly rang. Immediately afterwards, the emotionless electronic voice of the intelligent butler Tianshu echoed in the hall. Warning: there is an unregistered visitor requesting entry. Identify Qin Yunhua. Clearance level: none. Emotional fluctuation detection: extreme struggle 85%, strong desire 99%, high alert 90%. Luo Tong's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Su Mushue and Lin Wanqing became nervous instantly and looked at Luo Tong in unison. Qin Yunhua? She actually came now? A whole night earlier than the agreed time. Chapter 35: The Queen Surrenders Overnight. God-level contract, the foundation of the empire. Let her in. Luo Tong's voice was calm, as if everything was expected. He put down the teacup, a playful smile on his lips, and leaned leisurely on the sofa, his left hand gently resting on Su Mushue's shoulder, and his right hand casually placed on Lin Wanqing's thigh. The two stunning wives stood on his left and right, snuggling up to him like the most docile cats. Su Mushue's gentleness and softness, Lin Wanqing's cold and stunning beauty, two completely different extreme beauties, are now perfectly integrated together setting off the man in the center, with an unquestionable majesty like an emperor. This was the warning he had prepared for Qin Yunhua. A silent declaration: look, this is my world, and you are about to become a part of it. Lin Wanqing was so nervous that her palms were sweating. That is Qin Yunhua. The queen of the Noah's Ark Group, a company with a market capitalization of 300 billion, was a true legend in Xia's business world. She had only ever admired him on the covers of financial magazines. And now, this legend is about to enter this home as the third woman? She subconsciously held Luo Tong's hand tightly, as if only in this way could she get a sense of security. Luo Tong sensed her nervousness, patted the back of her hand gently, and gave her a soothing look. Buzz. The alloy door slid open silently. A tall, cold figure appeared at the door. Qin Yunhua. She was still wearing her silver-gray haute couture suit, which perfectly outlined her impeccable figure. Her long black hair had been untied, casually draped over her shoulders, making her look less capable than she was during the day and more captivatingly charming. However, her beautiful face, which was enough to make everything in the world pale in comparison, was now filled with extremely complicated emotions. Struggle, desire, vigilance, and a hint of humiliation that she forcibly suppressed in the deepest part of her heart. The moment her eyes swept across the living room, her whole body froze. She saw the young man sitting in the middle of the sofa, looking lazy but as if in control of everything. He also saw Su Mushue and Lin Wanqing snuggling beside him obediently like slave girls. Especially Lin Wanqing. As a figure in the top circle of Xia country, how could she not know the daughter of Lin Heavy Industry, the famous iceberg campus beauty of Imperial Capital University? But now, this iceberg school beauty who was once as proud as a white swan is actually serving a man with another woman. And looking at her attitude, it was clear that she was willing, even a little honored. Boom! This scene had an even greater impact than Luo Tong's previous words that overturned her scientific knowledge. Her rationality and pride, which she was proud of, were completely shattered at this moment. She finally understood what the man meant when he said, "I want your person on the phone." What he wants is not a partner. What he wants is a slave girl who belongs to him completely, from body to mind. It seems that you are smarter and more anxious than I thought. Luo Tong's voice broke the silence in the living room. He didn't stand up, or even change his posture. He just looked at Qin Yunhua at the door with his eyes that seemed to be able to see through the soul. Qin Yunhua's delicate body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the turbulent emotions in her heart, and walked in step by step with heavy steps. The tapping sound of her high heels stepping on the mirror-like marble floor was like a heavy hammer hitting her own heart. She walked 3 meters in front of Luo Tong and stopped. This is the distance she is most accustomed to when talking to people, and it also makes her feel most secure. Mr. Luo. She tried to make her voice sound as cold and calm as usual. After I returned, I used the Sky River on Noah's Ark to calculate your theory. It's just a concept, but it works. So, here I am. She raised her proud phoenix eyes, looked directly at Luo Tong, and said word by word, name your terms. 51% of Noah's Ark Group's shares, all my personal assets, with a total value of over 100 billion. As long as you give me the complete quantum resonance field technology, all of this will be yours. She tried to use money to buy back her last bit of dignity. However, Luo Tong just smiled. That smile was filled with undisguised contempt and mockery. Boss Qin, did you make a mistake? He said slowly, I'm not interested in money. I said it yesterday, what I want is you. You? Qin Yunua's face turned pale in an instant. Of course, I'm not a devil. Luo Tong's tone changed, as if he saw through her inner struggle. I can give you a more decent way. As he spoke, an idea came to his mind. Ding. Do you want to use the item, God's Contract Basic Sample? Use. The next second, a golden light appeared out of thin air in Luo Tong's hand and quickly condensed into a parchment scroll full of classic and mysterious atmosphere. A faint golden glow flowed on the scroll, as if it contained some supreme power of rules. What's this? Qin Yunhua was so shocked by this supernatural scene that his pupils suddenly contracted. A contract. Luo Tong casually threw the scroll onto the coffee table in front of him. A cooperation contract between you and me. His voice held a hint of undeniable temptation. I, Luo Tong, as the supreme owner and creator of the Holy Empire Project, will provide you, Qin Yunhua, with complete theoretical and technical support for all future technologies, including controlled cold nuclear fusion, and you, Qin Yunhua, will serve as the CEO of the Holy Empire Project, responsible for turning all the blueprints I have given you into reality. Under this contract, we will absolutely share information and have the same goals. I will be your sole source of technology, and you will be my sole executor. Certainly. The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up into a devilish arc. As CEO, you demand absolute loyalty. Your body, your mind, your future, everything you are, will serve our shared empire. You belong to me. Sign it, and you will obtain the truth you have always dreamed of and open a new era with your own hands. Reject it, and you and your Prometheus will be reduced to the dust of history within 3 months. Now, make your choice, my future CEO. Quiet. You could hear a pin drop in the entire living room. Qin Yunhua stared at the contract that was emitting golden light, her chest heaving violently. How can this be called a cooperation agreement? This is clearly a complete indenture. Using the most high-sounding reasons to cover up the most domineering and shameless possession. But she couldn't refuse. Because the temptation given by that man was a miracle that she could never reach even if she gambled everything on it. For a long time. She slowly closed her eyes. Finally, 2 lines of clear tears could no longer be suppressed and slid down from the corners of her proud eyes. That was her pride as the queen, her final farewell. When she opened her eyes again, all the struggle and humiliation in those phoenix eyes had faded away, leaving only a fanaticism of burning her boats and sacrificing everything for the truth. She walked step by step to the coffee table and bent her waist, which had been noble for 26 years. Then, with trembling hands, he picked up the contract of God. Ding! Detected that the target person, Qin Yunhua, has completely given up resistance. Its favorability increased to 60 heartfelt admiration. Loyalty increased to 50 absolute support. Strategy progress, 65% contract completed. New bond emotion, truth believer. Listening to the system prompt sound coming from his mind, Luo Tong showed a smile of victory on his face. Done. The third female protagonist, Xia Country's top business queen, is here. Very good. Luo Tong stood up, walked in front of her, reached out his hand, and gently wiped away the tears on her face. His movements were gentle, but his tone was full of unquestionable commands. From today on, you are the first subject of my holy empire and the third woman of Luo Tong. Now, as your master, I will give you my first order. He lowered his head, leaned close to Qin Yunhua's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I want you to mobilize all your resources and connections and give me a list before dawn. A list of the world's top physicists, materials scientists, and energy engineers. Our empire, tonight, is founded. Qin Yunua's delicate body trembled violently. She suddenly raised her head, and her phoenix eyes, which were just filled with tears, were instantly replaced by incomparable enthusiasm and excitement. The empire is founded tonight. Just one sentence ignited all the ambitions and desires in her heart. Yes. She no longer hesitated and nodded heavily, her voice filled with unprecedented determination and enthusiasm. My master. Chapter 36, The Queen Works Overtime All Night. The billion-dollar empire detonates global media. My master. These 4 words, spoken from the mouth of Qin Yunua, the top business queen of Xia country, carry a magic that makes one tremble in the soul. It is a kind of the most devout belief offered to a higher dimension of existence after completely crushing all one's pride and dignity. Lin Wanqing, who was standing aside, felt her brain buzzing again. She looked at the business legend in front of her who had just made her feel extremely awed and pressured, but now he lowered his noble head in front of Luo Tong like the most loyal believer. This scene is more impactful than any words. She finally understood deeply how heavy the word believer that Luo Tong had mentioned before was. Su Muxiue smiled gently, her eyes filled with pride. Her man is so powerful, like a god, he can easily make the most arrogant woman in the world surrender to him. Very good. Luo Tong nodded with satisfaction. He liked the awareness of a smart woman like Qin Yunua. He didn't say any more nonsense, but directly forwarded the text message about the 10 billion yuan arrival to Qin Yunua. This is startup capital. I don't care what method you use. Before dawn, I want to see a top-notch team framework capable of supporting the controlled cold nuclear fusion project, and a business plan that will drive investors all over the world crazy. Luo Tong's tone was calm and relaxed, as if he was not talking about a grand plan that could overturn the world, but just an ordinary homework. Qin Yunua's personal terminal vibrated slightly. When she saw the long string of numbers in the text message that were enough to make any country's central bank take notice, even though she was already accustomed to the volatile capital market, her heart couldn't help but twitch violently. 10 billion. Cash. Moreover, the black money injected through the highest encryption channel of the Royal Bank of Switzerland cannot be tracked by any organization. This man not only possesses godlike wisdom, but also possesses devil-like wealth. At this moment, the last trace of distracting thoughts in Qin Yunua's mind completely disappeared. She no longer thought about what she had paid, but began to think fanatically about what she would get. Yes, master. Qin Yunua nodded heavily, and an unprecedented blazing fire ignited in those cold phoenix eyes. Without any hesitation, she started working in the most efficient mode right in the luxurious living room of the Cloudtop Palace. Her personal terminal transformed into a series of dazzling virtual screens, surrounding her completely. Connecting Anna, the Chief Human Resources Officer of Noah's Ark Group. Immediately activate Prometheus' highest authority. Regardless of the cost, issue S-level employment invitations to Professor Davis of MIT, Dr. Krauss of Heidelberg University, and Yuichi Watanabe of the Riken Institute of Physical and Chemical Research in Sakura. Tell them that I, Qin Yunua, have found the path to the God realm. Calling the group's chief legal officer, I need to register a brand new offshore company within 3 hours. The name is Holy Empire. Decisive and precise commands kept coming out of Qin Yunua's mouth. The once almighty Queen of Commerce now seemed to have transformed into a supercomputer with full performance, mobilizing all the resources of her huge business empire with incredible efficiency. The entire Xia country, and even the world's top academic and financial circles, were in turmoil late at night because of her crazy behavior. Lin Wanqing watched on in amazement. Only now did she understand that the Qingtian group she was in charge of was just like a child's toy compared to Qin Yunua's Noah's Ark. And now, this woman who can easily stir up the world is willingly working overtime all night for her man. Luo Tong leaned leisurely on the sofa, admiring the beautiful painting in front of him. A gentle and graceful wife was carefully peeling fruit for him. A cold and beautiful school beauty was gently massaging his legs with an admiring look in her eyes. A stunningly beautiful queen with immense business power is using the entire world as her chessboard, laying the foundation for her empire. This feeling made him extremely intoxicated. No words were spoken that night. When the first ray of sunlight the next morning shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Yunding Palace, the financial media all over the world have gone completely crazy. Late night thunderbolt. Qin Yunua, president of Noah's Ark Group, seems to be going all out and launching a mysterious project. Global shock. More than 15 Nobel Prize-winning scientists announced their resignations on the same night, suspected of collectively joining a mysterious new company called Holy Empire. Wall Street Journal headline, "Who is he?" The mysterious upstart who made the Qin Empress willingly submit and leveraged hundreds of billions of dollars in capital overnight. Countless headlines, like snowflakes, swept across the internet in all countries around the world. Holy Empire. Mysterious upstart. These two words topped the global hot search list in just a few hours, sparking countless speculations and heated discussions. No one knows what this Holy Empire actually does. No one knows who the mysterious upstart hiding behind Qin Yunhua is. He was like a ghost that appeared out of thin air, leaving no trace, but in an almost miraculous way, he integrated top wisdom and capital overnight, enough to make any superpower take notice. Countless business giants, financial tycoons, and even national intelligence agencies began to frantically investigate the origins of this mysterious upstart. Especially in Xia country, this news caused an uproar. Countless women who claim to be business elites have developed an extremely strong interest in this man who can make Qin Yunhua fall in love with him. Investigate. Find out who this man is at all costs. In the CEO's office of Longting Group, a giant in the Xia country's military industry, a woman in military uniform, with a heroic demeanor and possessing SSS-level genes, slammed a document on the table. She was one of Luo Tong's matching candidates, Lin Sherhan. Qin Yunhua, that arrogant woman, would actually go to such lengths for a man? I want to see who this so-called mysterious upstart is. Her eyes sparkled with the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent and a strong possessive desire. On the other side, in the diva lounge of a top entertainment company, the popular superstar Xiao Meier, looking at the news on her mobile phone, also revealed a determined smile on her pretty face that could captivate everyone. Mysterious, powerful, and wealthy, isn't this the perfect man I've been waiting for? Inform my team and find a way to contact Qin Yunhua. Tell them that I'm very interested in their Holy Empire project. For a time, the entire upper class of Xia State was in turmoil because of Luo Tong's unintentional act. Countless powerful women regarded him as the perfect prey and were ready to fight for him. However, as the center of all this storm, Luo Tong knew nothing about it and didn't care at all. At this moment, he was lazily lying by the open-air swimming pool of the Hentaying Palace, enjoying the meticulous service of three stunning beauties. After a sleepless night of high-intensity work, Qin Yunhua was not tired at all. Instead, she was full of energy because she was building a grand blueprint with her own hands. There was a touch of moving blush and radiance on her pretty face like an iceberg. She was standing respectfully beside Luo Tong, reporting to him the results of the night's battle. Master, the team framework has been initially established. All funds have been secured. Next, we only need a location to build the first core base of the Holy Empire, the Prometheus generation nuclear fusion reactor. Luo Tong took a sip of the juice Su Mushua handed him and said lightly, "I've already thought of the location." At this moment, a special prompt tone suddenly sounded from his personal terminal. It was a forced communication request from his elder sister, Luo Ying. Luo Tong raised his eyebrows slightly, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He neither answered nor hung up, but let the shrill ringing continue. He knew that with the Luo family's intelligence capabilities, it would be impossible for them not to find out that it was him since he had caused such a big commotion. Luo Ying's call was undoubtedly to call for accusation. Sure enough, after ringing for a full minute, the communication was unilaterally converted into text messages and projected in front of Luo Tong. The message was short, but full of Luo Ying's usual arrogance and contempt. "Brother, this empire game you're playing is fun. But you seem to have forgotten that in 3 months, your real toy won't be able to pass the Luo family trial. Don't use your petty tricks that are not worthy of being mentioned to challenge the Luo family's dignity." Looking at this message, Lin Wanqing's face turned pale instantly, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Luo family trial. This is the sword of Damocles hanging over her head. Luo Tong smiled. He reached out his hand, took Lin Wanqing into his arms, and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Then he raised his head and looked at the message, a cold glint in his eyes. He picked up the terminal and replied slowly, "Sister, maybe you are mistaken. Qingtian Group is not for passing trials. It is used to crush your proud Luo's energy underfoot in front of all the Luo family members on the day of the trial." Chapter 37, My Sister's Test? You can't see through my wisdom. Message sent successfully. A strange silence fell by the open-air swimming pool of Hentaying Palace. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Lin Wanqing was held in Luo Tong's arms. She could clearly feel the steady heartbeat coming from the man's chest. The fear that was enough to suffocate her was being replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. Her man actually issued a declaration of war directly to the powerful eldest daughter of the Luo family. And in such an arrogant and domineering way. Trample Roche energy underfoot and crush it to pieces? That is one of the core pillars that enables the Luo family to stand at the top of Xia country, an energy giant with a market value of trillions. The Qingtian Group is just a newly born little toy with assets of only tens of billions. This is no longer an egg hitting a stone, this is dust trying to shake the stars. But for some reason, looking at the man's calm profile, Lin Wanqing didn't have any doubts in her heart. It seemed as if every word he said was an unquestionable truth that was about to come true. Sumushua gently handed Luo Tong a piece of cut melon, her beautiful eyes full of admiration and pride. Her man is showing his true fangs to the world. Qin Yunhua, the business queen who had just sworn allegiance, looked at Luo Tong with an almost fanatical look. Her SSS-level superbrain was rapidly analyzing the deep meaning behind Luo Tong's words. This is not impulsive, nor is it arrogance. This is the ultimate declaration made after possessing an absolute trump card and being absolutely sure of the final victory. He doesn't care about family trials at all. What he wanted was to announce the arrival of the new king to the entire Luo family in the most humiliating and thorough way on that day. And I am fortunate to be the first witness and executor of this subversive epic. When she thought of this, Qin Yunhua's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It is excitement, it is thrilling, it is the supreme glory of making history with one's own hands. At the same time, Xia Kingdom, the imperial capital. The headquarters of Roche Energy Group is located in the top floor office 300 meters above the ground. A woman wearing a black women's suit, with a cold temperament and a face that was somewhat similar to Luo Tong, but more sharp and mature, was quietly looking at the message that had just popped up on her terminal. She is the eldest sister of the Luo family, Luo Ying. The temperature in the entire office seemed to drop several degrees because of her silence. The female assistant standing behind her even subconsciously slowed down her breathing, for fear of disturbing the icy empress who was in charge of a trillion-dollar empire. For a long time, there was no anger, no disdain, or even the slightest emotional fluctuation on Luo Ying's face. She just slowly raised her head, and in her eyes, as deep as a cold pond, there flashed a hint of strong interest that she herself had not even noticed. Interesting. Her brother, who had been closely protected by their mother since childhood and even had his choice of woman arranged by her, seemed to have grown some interesting minions without her knowing. Qingtian Group. The Holy Empire. Qin Yunhua. Luo Ying's fingertips tapped lightly on the mirror-smooth office desk, making a rhythmic tap sound. It seems that he not only accepted the little gift I gave him, but also made some fun of it. The little gift she was referring to was naturally Qin Yunhua. At first, she did think about introducing Qin Yunhua to Luo Tong. In Luo Ying's opinion, Qin Yunhua, a woman with SSS-level genes and great business acumen, is the only one qualified to be Luo Tong's partner and give birth to the best offspring for the Luo family. Unfortunately, her mother Luo Wan rejected it on the grounds that her bloodline was not noble enough. Now it seems that my younger brother's vision is surprisingly consistent with mine. But Luo Ying's eyes turned cold and sharp again. Children's play is not presentable after all. Do you think you can challenge Luo's energy just by winning over Qin Yunhua? Innocent. She calmly instructed the female assistant behind her. Connecting to Roche Venture Capital. Tell them that I'm personally very interested in a new company called Holy Empire. I want the most detailed investment value assessment report and an equity acquisition plan. Remember, I want absolute controlling stake. The female assistant was startled and immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Mr. Luo." Of course she understood what Luo Ying meant. This is not an investment at all. This is a test, a warning, and even more of a recruitment. Luo Ying wants to use the Luo family's best and most irresistible method capital to tell her naive brother. Your toys are great. But the next second, its surname can be Luo. Yunding Palace. Luo Tong, as if he had predicted the future, put down the juice in his hand and smiled at Qin Yunhua beside him. Get ready, my good sister's kindness is about to arrive. Qin Yunhua was slightly stunned, then reacted. A hint of solemnity flashed in her beautiful eyes. You mean Luo Ying will intervene? Interference? Luo Tong scoffed. No, she's just investing. Just as he finished speaking. Ding. System warning. It has been detected that the external supercapital entity, Roche Venture Capital, is conducting malicious commercial infiltration in value assessment of the host's Holy Empire plan. The other party has activated the A-level business war plan. The goal, to obtain absolute control of the Holy Empire within 72 hours. The system has automatically generated a countermeasure strategy. Would the host like to enable the empty city strategy business model? The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Enable. The next second, a stream of data that only he could see instantly flooded into Qin Yunua's mind. Qin Yunua's delicate body trembled violently, and a look of horror flashed in her eyes. It was a business plan that was incredibly perfect to deal with the invasion of Roche Capital. It lists in detail dozens of possible attack methods that Roche Venture Capital might use, and provides response strategies one by one. It even presets 7 or 8 capital traps that are enough to make the other party fall into them and unable to extricate themselves. This is simply a script written by God. Before she could recover from the shock, a top-level communication request rang out from her personal terminal. Caller ID Luoying. Qin Yunhua took a deep breath and glanced at Luo Tong. Luo Tong gave her a look that said, "Stick to the plan." Qin Yunhua understood what he meant and immediately connected the call. A holographic projection appeared in the center of the living room. Luo Ying's cold and oppressive face appeared clearly. "Mr. Qin, we meet again." Luo Ying's voice showed no emotion. "Hello, Mr. Luo." Qin Yunhua forced himself to calm down and responded according to the lines in the script without being humble or arrogant. Luo Ying's gaze was like the sharpest knife, as if it wanted to see through Qin Yunhua from inside out. "I admire your courage. Holy Empire is a great name. However, as far as I know, your project is controlled cold nuclear fusion, correct? This is a bottomless pit that can swallow up any capital. Noah's Ark, powerful as it is, probably can't support such a dream. Roche Venture Capital is willing to provide a small support for your dream." As he spoke, a tempting letter of intent for investment was sent to Qin Yunua's terminal. $10 billion in Series A financing. The only requirement is to transfer 40% of the shares. This is a huge move. However, Qin Yunhua just glanced at it indifferently and refused with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Luo, but the Holy Empire currently has sufficient funds and has no plans to raise funds for the time being." Luo Ying seemed to have anticipated this answer. The corners of her mouth curled up in an almost imperceptible arc, and she threw out her real trump card. "Funding has never been the most important issue. Boss Qin, you should know that if you want to achieve controlled nuclear fusion, there is a key strategic raw material that cannot be avoided. Helium-3. Unfortunately, 70% of the shares of the helium-3 mineral vein, the world's only proven mineral with industrial mining value, are held by Roche Energy. Without raw materials, your 10 billion in startup capital and your so-called Holy Empire are nothing but a joke." Luo Ying's voice was full of a condescending sense of control. She believed that no one could resist such a conspiracy. This is the foundation of the Luo family. Qin Yunua's face turned pale, just right. However, at this moment, a lazy figure slowly walked into the holographic projection. Luo Tong picked up a grape, put it in his mouth, and said nonchalantly, "Sister, who told you that we still need to dig helium-3 from your vein like digging soil?" Luo Ying's pupils suddenly shrank. She stared intently at the man who suddenly appeared in the screen, her so-called younger brother. Luo Tong completely ignored her gaze and said to himself, "Using a high-energy particle accelerator to bombard lithium-6 targets, neutron capture produces tritium, which then undergoes beta decay to mass-produce helium-3. This technology, which has long been written in textbooks, may be a bit costly, but it's better than relying on others, isn't it?" "Oh, right." Luo Tong seemed to suddenly remember something, and a devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I almost forgot. We recently derived a new isotope synthesis model based on the theory of quantum resonance field. We can directly use resonant wave induction to cause directional polymerization of deuterium atoms and directly produce high-purity helium-3. As for the cost, is it about 1% of your ore refining method? So, sister." Luo Tong raised his head and looked through the screen with eyes that could see through everything, at Luo Ying's icy face, which was cracked for the first time because of extreme shock. "Those ores in your hands seem to be just a pile of useless rocks to us. Now, do you still want to invest in us?" Chapter 38, one sentence set off the world. "Sister, your empire is outdated." Bang! Communications were unilaterally severed. In the holographic projection, Luo Ying's beautiful face, which was out of control due to extreme shock, disappeared instantly. There was deathly silence in the living room of the Cloud-Top Palace. Qin Yunhua, Lin Wanqing, and Su Muxue, the three women, didn't dare to breathe. The scene just now had such a huge impact on them. That's Luo Ying. She is a business empress who stands at the pinnacle of power and capital in the Xia Kingdom, known for her coldness and wisdom, and has never been defeated. But just now, Luo Tong almost crushed her and completely defeated all her proud trump cards. That is not a business game, it is a dimensionality reduction attack from a higher dimensional civilization. What Luo Ying used to threaten was the most advanced resource of this era. But Luo Tong told her directly that he could create resources. This is a method that only God possesses. Master. Master. Qin Yunhua's voice trembled uncontrollably. The look she gave Luo Tong was no longer that of a simple believer, but rather it was as if she was looking up to a creator god walking on earth. Her SSS-level superbrain had deduced the terrifying storm behind Luo Tong's words in just a few seconds. Resonant wave induction, directional polymerization. Once confirmed, these unheard-of words will completely overturn the existing physics. The mass production of helium-3 means that mankind will step into the era of unlimited energy. Her previous Prometheus plan was like a child's graffiti compared to the blueprint that Luo Tong was drawing at this moment. What are you panicking about? Luo Tong leisurely finished the last grape and threw the peel into the trash can, as if he had just had an insignificant chat. He walked to Qin Yunhua, reached out his hand, gently pinched her smooth chin, and forced her to raise her head. Remember, from the moment you sign the contract, your opponent will no longer be a mortal on Luo Ying's level. Your journey is to the Sea of Stars. The man's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable magic that instantly calmed all the waves in Qin Yunhua's heart. Yes. The one you are loyal to is God. Why should I be afraid of the threat from a mortal sister? Qin Yunhua's phoenix eyes were rekindled with a fire that was even hotter than before. She nodded heavily. Yes, master. Yunhua understands. Luo Tong let go of his hand with satisfaction, and turned to embrace Lin Wanqing, who had been staring at him in a daze, into his arms. The girl's delicate body was still trembling slightly, half out of fear and half out of excitement. Little fool, are you still afraid of that family trial? Luo Tong chuckled in her ear. Lin Wanqing buried her head in Luo Tong's chest and shook her head vigorously. Her voice was filled with a thick nasal tone and endless admiration. I'm not afraid anymore. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Looking at this scene, Su Muxue just smiled gently and silently poured another glass of warm water for Luo Tong. Her man is using the most domineering way to support his women. At the same time, Imperial Capital, top floor of Roche Energy Group headquarters. Bang! An antique crystal cup worth millions was smashed to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. Luo Ying's chest was heaving violently. Her face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, was now filled with a flush of unbelievable horror and humiliation. Lost? She actually lost. And he lost in the field he was most proud of. Resonant wave-induced, directional polymerization. She chewed on these two unfamiliar words over and over again, and each word was like a needle, piercing deeply into her proud heart. She immediately activated the highest level of internal communications. Connecting to the Roche Institute, chief physicist, Dr. Holman. The communication was quickly connected, and a white-haired, highly respected old man appeared on the screen. Boss Luo, do you have any urgent instructions? Dr. Holman, have you ever heard of the technology of using resonant wave induction to cause directional polymerization of deuterium atoms to synthesize helium-3? Luo Ying asked in the calmest possible tone. Dr. Holman on the other side of the screen was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Then, as if he had just heard something out of the Arabian Nights, he laughed and said, Mr. Luo, are you kidding? Resonant waves? Directed polymerization? That sounds like something out of science fiction. Based on our current physics theories, precisely inducing the aggregation of individual atomic nuclei at a macroscopic level without triggering a chain reaction is something only a god can accomplish. God. That word again. Luo Ying's heart sank suddenly. After hanging up the phone, she slumped down on the leather seat. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The wisdom that she was proud of and the huge technological empire she controlled seemed so ridiculous and vulnerable in front of her brother's incredible knowledge. He doesn't seem like a human being. More like a ghost from the future. No. Luo Ying's eyes became fierce again. I absolutely don't believe it. He must be playing tricks on me. He must have obtained these technologies from some unknown ancient ruins or fragments of alien civilization. As long as it's technology, there's a source. As long as there's a source, I can find it and take it away. There was a crazy possessiveness in her eyes, and she immediately gave orders to the female assistant behind her. Activate the Sky Eye system. Investigate Luo Tong's whereabouts over the past 3 months at all costs. I want to know every person he's come into contact with, every place he's been to, and every book he's read. Yes, Mr. Luo. However, just 10 minutes later, the female assistant came back with a pale face and reported, Boss Luo, the Sky Eye system can't find any useful information. Master Luo Tong's information is shrouded in a fog that we cannot decipher. The level of authority exceeds our highest level. Boom! Luo Ying's mind went blank. Yunding Palace. Luo Tong seemed to see through his sister, who was working in vain thousands of miles away, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Use the technology of this era to investigate the existence of this person who possesses a god-level system? Ridiculous. He picked up the warm water, took a sip, and then gave Qin Yunhuan new instructions. Notify everyone that an emergency global press conference will be held in the name of the Holy Empire in 1 hour. Qin Yunhuan was stunned. Master, what is the content of the press conference? There was a playful glint in Luo Tong's eyes. Just tell the whole world. We, the Holy Empire, have mastered controlled cold nuclear fusion technology. The era of unlimited energy for mankind will begin with us. From today on, oil, natural gas, and even the helium-3 mineral veins that Roche Energy is so proud of. It will all become the garbage of history. Qin Yunhua's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme. All the blood in her body was boiling at this moment. This move is too cruel. This is no longer a business challenge. This is to directly cut off the source of the problem and uproot the foundation of Roche Energy. Yes. Master. Qin Yunhua didn't hesitate at all. She turned around and began to mobilize her huge business network. An hour later, an unprecedented global online press conference was held on time. When Qin Yunhua's face that captivated everyone appeared on hundreds of millions of screens around the world. When she announced the news that could change the world in a calm yet powerful voice. The whole world is crazy. On Wall Street, the screams of countless traders almost blew the ceiling off. Global stock markets and energy sectors collapsed instantly. All stocks related to Roche Energy triggered circuit breakers in succession within just 3 minutes and turned into a string of worthless numbers. The highest leaders of countless countries held an emergency meeting at the highest level at the same time. A ghost called Holy Empire appeared before the whole world on this day in the most violent manner. The president's office of Longtong Group, a military giant in Xia country. Lin Shurhan, dressed in military uniform, looked at the plummeting share price of Roche Energy and the high-spirited Qin Yunhua on the screen. An unprecedented light flashed in her eyes with SSS-level genes. So this is his real purpose. What he wants is not money, but the power to make the rules of the new world. This man is even more powerful and charming than she imagined. Her heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. Prepare the car. I want to go to Yunding Palace myself. On the other side, the Diva Lounge of a top entertainment company. Xiaomeier looked at the news on her mobile phone, and an obsessed smile appeared on her beautiful face. Oh my god. This is more exciting than any movie script. This man, who destroyed $1 trillion empire overnight, is simply a devil. I love him so much. She immediately told her agent, cancel all my upcoming announcements. I'm running to become the global spokesperson for Holy Empire. For free. The center of the storm, the imperial capital. The headquarters of Roche Energy Group has long been in chaos. The phone rang one after another, filled with questions and panic from investors around the world. Luo Ying sat alone in the office, quietly looking out the window. There was no trace of blood on her face anymore. She lost. The defeat was complete and utter. Just then, her internally encrypted private terminal suddenly rang. The caller ID showed a name that she was both awed and terrified of. Mother. Luo Ying took a deep breath, trembling, and answered the phone. There was no roaring or questioning on the other end of the phone, only an extremely cold voice that suppressed tremendous anger. Luo Ying. Is your good brother going to destroy our Luo family? Chapter 39, The Trillion-Dollar Empire Evaporates. The mother is furious, and the military goddess comes personally. Mother, I. For the first time, Luo Ying's voice trembled uncontrollably. Facing the woman who could suffocate her with just her voice, all her pride and skill seemed so pale and powerless. On the other end of the phone, Luo Wan's voice was cold, as if it was a cold wind blowing from the depths of the underworld, carrying the majesty of judgment. I've said it before, that Lin Wanqing is a disaster. Not only did you not stop her, you even let Luo Tong mess around. Now, do you see this? Luo's energy, the hard work of several generations of our Luo family, has seen its market value evaporate by 3 trillion in one day. How did you manage to be the general manager? Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Luo Ying's heart hard. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Because she knew that her mother was right. Not only did she not stop it, she even participated in it herself due to a trace of inappropriate curiosity and competitiveness. As a result, she was humiliated by her own brother in a way that she could not understand at all. Don't worry about this matter. Luo Wan's voice suddenly became eerie and terrifying. Since he enjoys playing that Empire game so much, I will personally take action and crush his toys, along with all his inappropriate thoughts. Didn't he think that just because he mastered some bullshit technology, he could do whatever he wanted? I'll show him who holds the real power in this country. Beep. The phone was hung up abruptly. Luo Ying slumped weakly in the chair, her beautiful face expressionless. She knew that her mother was going to use the Luo family's most fundamental and terrifying power. That is a privilege that transcends capital and is above business. Yunding Palace. Luo Tong had just finished a refreshing morning exercise and was lazily leaning on the sofa, enjoying the meticulous service of 2 stunning beauties, Su Muxue and Lin Wanqing. A peeled, crystal-clear lychee was brought to his mouth. One of them wiped the sweat from his forehead with a warm towel. Qin Yunhua, the newly crowned Queen of Commerce, stood respectfully aside, ready to report on the latest developments of the Holy Empire at any time. This kind of imperial enjoyment made Luo Tong extremely intoxicated. However, at this moment, Qin Yunhua's personal terminal suddenly issued a shrill alarm. Her face changed and she clicked it immediately. The next second, her pretty face, which had always been flushed with excitement, instantly turned as pale as paper. Master. For the first time, Qin Yunhua's voice was filled with unconcealable panic and fear. Something happened. Just 5 minutes ago, 7 major departments of Xia country, including the Supreme Security Council, the Financial Supervisory Administration, and the Ministry of Energy, jointly issued the highest-level red emergency notice. On the grounds of suspected endangerment of national energy security and financial order, a joint investigation of the highest level has been launched against our Holy Empire. All our bank accounts have been frozen, including the 10 billion you just transferred to me. All newly hired scientists are restricted from leaving the country. The entire project has been suspended indefinitely. Boom! This news was like a bolt from the blue, and Lin Wanqing and Su Muxue, who were standing by, were instantly shocked. Although they don't understand business, they can tell that this is a thundering blow at the national level. It is a dimensionality reduction attack that is enough to destroy any business empire in an instant. How is this possible? Lin Wanqing's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. The first person she thought of was Luo Tong's mother, the woman who regarded her as a thorn in her side. This must be her revenge. Fine beads of cold sweat had already seeped out of Qin Yunhua's forehead. At this moment, her SSS-level superbrain also felt deeply powerless. Master, this is an open conspiracy. They're using state property. All our business tactics are meaningless in front of them. Unless they can get support from higher levels, or even the military. But how is that possible? The Holy Empire was established less than 12 hours ago. However, to everyone's surprise, Luo Tong, who was at the center of the storm, did not show the slightest panic on his face. He didn't even raise his eyelids, but said calmly, "Why panic? The sky won't fall." He slowly ate the lychee that Su Muxue handed to him, then lazily raised his head and looked at Qin Yunhua's pretty face full of anxiety, with a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. "My dear mother, you haven't made any progress at all. Every time, they only resort to these unpresentable tactics." His nonchalant attitude made Qin Yunhua and the other 2 girls a little confused. This is a ban at the national level. Why isn't he worried at all? Just then. Ding. System prompt. Detected that the host business empire has encountered force majeure, crisis assessment level, A. Keyplot character, Lin Shirhan, detected, approaching the host's location at an extremely high speed, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. The system has automatically generated the optimal solution, luring the dragon into the nest, turning the crisis into an opportunity. Do you want to activate it? The corners of Luo Tong's mouth curled up even higher. Start up. He waved to Qin Yunhua, signaling her to be patient. Don't worry, our reinforcements will be here soon. Reinforcements? Qin Yunhua was stunned. Where can they get any reinforcements? Just when she was full of confusion, the emotionless electronic voice of the intelligent butler Tianshu rang out in the hall. Master, a military-grade dragon-scale hovercraft has been detected entering the defense range of Yunding Tiangong. Requesting landing permission. Visitor's identification, Xiaogua, Eastern Theater Command, Special Operations Division, Major Lin Shirhan. Lin Shirhan. When Luo Tong heard the name, he didn't react at all, but Su Mushua and Lin Wanqing beside him exclaimed in surprise. Of course they knew the name. The military prodigy with SSS-level genes who was a candidate for Luo Tong's match together with them. How did she get here? And at such a critical moment. Qin Yunhua's phoenix eyes also shrank suddenly. She instantly understood what Luo Tong meant by reinforcements. Could it be? Let her in. Luo Tong ordered lightly. Yes, master. A moment later. The door to the living room slowly opened. A heroic figure strode in. She was wearing a neat military uniform, which perfectly outlined her hot and sexy perfect figure. Her neat short hair and stunningly beautiful face make her exude a thrilling wildness and powerful beauty. It's Lin Shirhan. Her eyes immediately locked onto the man on the sofa, who was surrounded by 3 stunning beauties. Even in such an erotic and charming scene, the calmness and dominance that the man exuded, as if he was in control of everything, still made her powerful heart with SSS-level genes beat violently and uncontrollably. What a strong man! It's 100 times stronger than what you see in the information. Lin Shirhan took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in her heart, and gave Luo Tong a standard military salute. Mr. Luo Tong, I'm Lin Shirhan. Her voice is clear and powerful. I'm here on behalf of the Xia Kingdom's highest military to extend a highest-level invitation for cooperation to you and your holy empire. She had just finished speaking. A top-secret document signed by the supreme commander of the military and stamped with a bright red seal was projected into the air. Decision on listing the Holy Empire as Xia Nation's highest strategic partner. A special protection team has been established directly by the military to ensure that all research and development activities of the Holy Empire are not interfered with by any external forces. The military will provide all necessary resources, venues, and personnel support. Looking at this document, Qin Yunhua, Lin Wanqing, and Su Mushua were completely petrified. Their brains are completely unable to think. Just a second ago, it was a dangerous organization jointly banned by 7 major departments. The next second, he became the highest-level strategic partner of the military? This reversal is too fast. Luo Tong smiled. He stood up and walked step by step to Lin Shirhan. His deep eyes, with an extremely aggressive look, looked at the heroic military goddess in front of him unscrupulously. Cooperate? He stretched out his hand, gently lifted Lin Shirhan's smooth chin, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Major Lin, you seem to have made a mistake. I don't need a collaborator. My empire is only lacking a general who can warm my bed. Chapter 40, Conquering the Military Goddess. My general is only fit to warm my bed. My empire is only lacking a general who can warm my bed. This sentence, like a thunderbolt from the sky, exploded in Lin Shirhan's mind. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Humiliation. This is the ultimate humiliation for a soldier. It was also the most blatant insult to her, the youngest major in Xia country. According to her previous temper, she should have thrown this ignorant man to the ground with a clean and decisive shoulder throw. But why? Not only did his body not feel the slightest bit of anger, but it felt as if it was injected with a strange electric current, causing numbness from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Her powerful body, which had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations and possessed SSS-level genes, was now trembling slightly uncontrollably. It wasn't because of fear. It is an instinctive excitement and submission to higher and more powerful males that comes from deep within the genes. Her heart was beating like a war drum, and every beat seemed to be shouting 2 words: possession. Possessed by him. You. Lin Shirhan's red lips opened slightly, but only a trembling syllable came out. Her eyes, which were originally as sharp as an eagle, were now covered with a layer of mist. She stared at Luo Tong's handsome and enchanting face, trying to find the slightest trace of a joke on it. But she failed. The man's eyes were as deep as the abyss, filled with unquestionable dominance and possessiveness. It was as if what he said was not just a frivolous tease, but an irresistible decree from the gods to mortals. Xin Yunhua, who was standing aside, looked at this scene and a smile of an experienced person appeared on the corner of his mouth. She was all too familiar with this feeling. The feeling of being completely crushed by the other person with all your pride, wisdom, and dignity, and then willingly giving up everything. Welcome to the world of God, Major Lin. Su Mushui and Lin Wanqing looked at their men with admiration in their eyes. Look, this is their God. No matter how proud or powerful a woman is, she has no choice but to bow down before him. How? Luo Tong's fingertips gently stroked Lin Shirhan's smooth jade-like chin, and his voice was full of bewitching magnetism. As a soldier, does it take so long to answer even a simple question? Or are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that you will fall in love with this feeling? Boom! Every word Luo Tong said was like a heavy hammer, accurately shattering the last line of defense in Lin Xiechen's heart. Her rationality and self-control, which she was so proud of, completely collapsed at this moment. Yes. She is scared. She was afraid that she would really sink into the trembling feeling of being dominated by absolute power. But compared to fear, a more turbulent and more fiery emotion erupted from her heart like a volcano. That's desire. It is the ultimate desire for the strong. It's an SSS-level gene, the ultimate cry for finding the perfect partner. Lin Shirhan took a deep breath, as if she had used up all her strength. Her blurred eyes became clear again, but the sharpness was replaced by an unprecedented fanaticism and determination. She no longer struggled or hesitated. Instead, he took the initiative to meet Luo Tong's gaze and said word by word in a tone that was almost like an oath. Report. I, Lin Shirhan, am willing. 3 words, so powerful. This is more than just an answer. This is her confession. It was she, the military prodigy, the goddess in the hearts of countless men in Xia country, who, after abandoning all her identities and honors, offered the purest and most complete loyalty to the man she had chosen. After saying this, she seemed to have taken off all her disguises and burdens, and she became more relaxed than ever before. She looked at Luo Tong infatuatedly, with a gleam of fascination in her eyes, and continued. Luo Tong. No, master. When I saw on the news that you had brought the giant Roche energy to its knees overnight, I knew you were the man I'd been waiting for. My rank, my career, my ambitions are nothing but childish jokes in front of your holy empire. I am willing to give you everything I have. I can submit my resignation to the military immediately. From now on, I am no longer a major. I am just your woman, the most loyal soldier in your empire. Please accept me. After she finished speaking, her legs suddenly went weak and she was about to kneel down on one knee in front of Luo Tong in front of everyone. This is the etiquette for soldiers to express their highest respect and submission. However, just as her knees were about to touch the ground, a strong hand held her firmly. Luo Tong forcefully embraced her whole body in his arms, feeling the amazingly elastic and hot body in his arms. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ding! Detected that the bond between key plot character Lin Shirhan and Lin Shirhan has been established. Favorability increased to 90 devoted and absolutely loyal. Loyalty increased to 80 fanatical believer. Unlock a new bond form, God's Valkyrie. Valkyrie's oath, Lin Shirhan will regard the host as her lifelong faith. The host's will is above all else. She will become the sharpest sword in the host's hand, clearing all obstacles for the host's empire. Resign? Luo Tong's low laughter sounded in Lin Shirhan's ears. My woman, how can you be a deserter? Lin Shirhan suddenly raised her head and looked at him in confusion. Luo Tong's eyes shone with a light brighter than the stars. He looked at the stunning beauty in his arms and said in an unquestionable tone. Not only can you not resign, you must also give me a promotion as quickly as possible. Major? Not enough. I want you to become the youngest female general in Xia country within 3 months. The military is a very useful knife. I want this knife to be completely in the hands of my woman. Can you do this? Boom! Lin Shirhan's brain went blank. What did she hear? Not only did he not let her give up her career, but he also supported her and helped her take the position of general that she had never even dared to dream of. An unprecedented ecstasy and excitement instantly swept through her limbs and bones. She originally thought that submitting to this man meant giving up everything she had. But now she understood. Submit to God and you will get the whole world. I can. Lin Shirhan was shaking with excitement. She hugged Luo Tong tightly, buried her face deeply in his chest, and used all her strength to make the most resolute vow of her life. Master! I, Lin Shirhan, swear to heaven that I will wipe out everything for you in this lifetime. Luo Tong smiled with satisfaction. He liked the feeling of taming a wild horse into a fierce horse that would gallop only for him. The political crisis was easily resolved. The goddess of the army is in your pocket. Everything was going perfectly according to the script he had planned. However, at this moment, suddenly, a rapid, specially encrypted communication request rang out from his personal terminal, which he never left behind. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Luo Tong raised his eyebrows slightly. It was his little sister, Luo Pan, who was innocent and the one who was most attached to him. He answered the phone casually. Luo Pan's panicked and crying voice was immediately heard from the other end of the phone. Brother! This is bad. Run! Mom knows what you did. She was so angry that she smashed her favorite vase in the house. She's now leading the family law enforcement team to Yunding Palace to look for you. Brother! Hide quickly. If they catch you, you'll be put in solitary confinement. Family law enforcement team? When he heard this word, Luo Tong didn't react at all. Lin Shirhan in his arms and Lin Wanqing beside him turned pale in an instant, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 41, Mother has arrived. This is the realm of the gods, mortals are forbidden to enter. Family law enforcement team. These 5 words seemed to carry some kind of magic from the depths of hell, causing Lin Wanqing and Lin Shirhan, 2 proud daughters of heaven who were used to big scenes, to lose all their color in an instant. Lin Wanqing is the future daughter-in-law of the Luo family. Although she is looked down upon by Luo Wan, she has heard about the terrifying organizations within the Luo family. Lin Shirhan, as a major in the army, knows through top-secret files how terrifying this so-called family law enforcement team is. That's not a bodyguard or guard at all. That is the Luo family, an ancient wealthy family with hundreds of years of heritage, which has nurtured a private army with countless resources and connections. Every member of them is a retired soldier from various special forces, and some are even super mercenaries who have fought in secret battlefields and have blood on their hands. They do not belong to any state organization and only obey the orders of the head of the Luo family. The only purpose of their existence is to use the most iron-blooded and cruel means to eliminate all enemies that pose a threat to the Luo family and punish rebels within the family. Rumor has it that the younger brother of the previous head of the Luo family was secretly executed by the family law enforcement team and disappeared from the world because he offended someone he shouldn't have offended and damaged the interests of the family. That is above the law and is the darkest and least known privilege of the top wealthy families. Now, this terrifying force representing the highest will of the Luo family has come for Luo Tong. Master! Master! Lin Shirhan, the heroic goddess of the army, had an uncontrollable tremor in her voice at this moment. She subconsciously hugged Luo Tong tighter, as if she wanted to use her hot body to protect him from the coming storm. You better leave. The family law enforcement team isn't a reasonable bunch. They'll really take action. Lin Wanqing was so anxious that she was about to cry. She pulled Luo Tong's arm, her beautiful eyes full of fear and pleading. Luo Tong! Listen to Sister Shirhan, get out of the way. Mom is really mad this time. Even Qin Yunhua, who was always calm and rational, frowned at this moment. Her SSS-level superbrain was working rapidly, but she found that in the face of this purely violent organization, all her proud business wisdom and strategies seemed so pale and powerless. This is a real dimensionality reduction attack. However, just when the 3 women were anxious and panicked, Luo Tong, who was at the center of the storm, chuckled disdainfully. Family law enforcement team? He slowly and methodically straightened the soft and fragrant Lin Shirhan in his arms, stretched out his fingers, gently scratched her delicate nose full of worry, and raised the corner of his mouth with an evil arc. It's just an old toy that my mother has used for decades and should have been discarded long ago. Just stand here and watch carefully. Look at how your men can break this so-called sharpest weapon as easily as breaking a piece of rotten wood. His nonchalant, even playful, attitude completely stunned the 3 women. That's the family law enforcement team. It is an existence that even the military finds difficult to deal with. Why isn't he afraid at all? Just then, the emotionless electronic voice of the intelligent butler Tianshu rang out in the hall, confirming Luo Pan's warning. Master, 12 Ghost Series high-mobility assault vehicles have been detected. They have broken through the outer security and entered the Yunding Tiangong Manor. Warning! The enemy is carrying high-intensity pulse weapons and has locked onto the main building. Visitors identification, Luo family law enforcement team, Captain, Luo Sha. As soon as the words fell. Boom! There was a loud noise. The gate of the Yunding Palace Manor, which was made of special alloy and strong enough to withstand rocket bombardment, was torn apart from the outside by a brutal force. 12 pitch-black assault vehicles, with ferocious shapes like wild beasts, formed a battle formation and roared in, surrounding the entire main villa. The car doors opened in unison. Nearly 100 burly men dressed in black combat uniforms, with metal masks on their faces and exuding a cold aura of iron and blood, emerged like ghosts, their movements in unison, and they instantly occupied all the key positions. Leading the group was a tall woman, also wearing a tight black combat uniform. She was not wearing a mask, revealing a face that was cold as ice, yet breathtakingly beautiful. A hideous scar extended from the left corner of her eyebrow to the corner of her mouth. Instead of destroying her beauty, it added a bit of weird and dangerous aura to her. She is the captain of the family law enforcement team Luo Sha. A woman whose very name represents killing and death. Luo Sha's eyes, like two sharp swords, were fixed on the man surrounded by beauties in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa's living room. There was no trace of emotion in her eyes, only absolute coldness and determination to carry out orders. She raised her hand and made a tactical sign. Break the door. Target person, Luo Tong. The patriarch has ordered, capture him alive and bring him back. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Yes. The two most burly members behind him immediately picked up a small battering ram and aimed it at the bulletproof glass door of the villa worth tens of millions. Seeing this scene, Lin Wancheng and Su Muxiue were so scared that they screamed in unison and subconsciously closed their eyes. But at this moment, Luo Tong's voice, which was a little lazy but full of unquestionable majesty, was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the villa's external sound system. Rakshasa. I give you 3 seconds to get out of my territory with your dog. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Hearing this voice, Luo Sha curled up the corner of his mouth into a cruel and contemptuous sneer. At your own risk? What a spoiled young master who doesn't know his place. She didn't even bother to talk anymore and just swung her arm down. Get started. Boom. The battering ram slammed into the glass door with tremendous force. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened. Just as the battering ram was about to touch the glass, a light blue energy ripple visible to the naked eye spread across the surface of the glass like water waves. Buzz. A soft sound. The battering ram that was powerful enough to break down the door of the bank vault, along with the two burly men over 2 meters tall, were like flies swatted away by an invisible giant hand. It flew backwards at a speed 10 times faster than when it came. Bang! Bang! The two men slammed heavily on the assault vehicle behind them, making 2 terrifying dents in the hard body of the vehicle. Then they rolled to the ground, spitting blood from their mouths, and fainted on the spot. The entire scene fell into dead silence in an instant. All the members of the family law enforcement team were stunned. For the first time, an expression of incredible horror appeared on Luo Sha's icy face. What is this? An energy shield? She screamed in surprise. How could this conceptual technology, which only existed in the highest level military laboratories, appear in a private residence? This was completely beyond her understanding. And this is just the beginning. Luo Tong's voice sounded again, but this time, it carried a hint of indifference like a divine judgment. It seems that you have chosen to bear the consequences. So, welcome to my territory. The moment the words fell, something strange happened suddenly. With the entire Yunding Tiangong villa as the center, an invisible yet terrifying force as heavy as a mountain suddenly descended. Plop! 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 It was as if a switch had been pressed. The nearly 100 members of the family law execution team, who were full of murderous intent and arrogant in the previous second, suddenly felt their legs go weak and they all knelt on the ground uncontrollably. No matter how they struggled or how they mobilized all their strength, the pressure exerted on them, as heavy as a planet, made them unable to move even a finger. Their bodies, their wills, and the fighting skills they were proud of, all became a joke at this moment. They are like a group of ants pinned to the ground by the power of the gods. Luo Sha was the only one who could still barely support his body with the sword in his hand and did not kneel down completely. But her legs were also shaking violently, veins popped out on her forehead, and her whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Her powerful heart that was capable of killing people was now filled with unprecedented fear and horror. What kind of power is this? Gravity field? No. Impossible. This is not technology. This is a miracle. Just when her mind was about to collapse, a holographic projection suddenly appeared in front of her. In the picture, Luo Tong was sitting lazily on the sofa, gently shaking the red wine glass in his hand, looking down at her with a look as if he was looking at a dead person. Go back and tell that woman. Luo Tong's voice was cold and emotionless. Times have changed. From today on, the rules of the Luo family's game will be determined by me. Tell her to wash her neck and wait for me at home. After saying this, he waved his hand casually, as if he was too lazy to look at these ants anymore. Tianshu, clean up the garbage. Yes, master. The next second, the terrifying pressure disappeared instantly. But all the members of the family law enforcement team seemed to have all the bones pulled out of their bodies. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and looked towards the villa with eyes filled with endless fear. And just at this moment, Luo Tong's private terminal suddenly lit up. A mandatory video communication request popped up directly. On the screen appeared a graceful and elegant face, which seemed somewhat distorted by extreme anger. It was his mother, the current head of the Luo family. Luo 1. Chapter 42 Mother-Son Showdown. Your era is over. Video communication was forced to be connected. Luo Wan's well-maintained, usually elegant face was now slightly distorted by extreme anger, making her look like a lioness about to choose someone to devour. Her gaze, like a poisoned sword, pierced through the screen and shot towards her son who was sitting leisurely on the sofa surrounded by four stunning beauties. Luo Tong. Luo Wan's voice was no longer the usual cold voice that carried absolute authority, but was filled with rage and a hint of disbelief. You rebellious son! Do you know what you just did? How dare you attack the family law enforcement team? Do you still have eyes for me, your mother? Do you still have eyes for the Luo family's rules? Every word she spoke seemed to shatter glass. The atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped to freezing point. Lin Wanqing and Su Muxue were so frightened that their bodies trembled slightly, and they subconsciously leaned towards Luo Tong, as if only in this way could they get a sense of security. A hint of solemnity also flashed across Qin Yunua's phoenix eyes. This was the first time she witnessed with her own eyes the legendary strongwoman of the Luo family unleashing such terrifying power. Only Lin Shirhan, the Valkyrie who had just sworn allegiance, after the initial nervousness, had unprecedented enthusiasm and admiration burning in her beautiful eyes. Faced with such thunderous wrath, her master didn't even raise an eyebrow. Luo Tong slowly drank the last drop of red wine in the glass, then he lazily raised his eyelids and looked at the furious woman on the screen, with a hint of playful sneer at the corner of his mouth. Mother, getting angry easily makes you old. His casual words were like adding fuel to the fire, instantly making Luo Wan's anger reach its peak. You dare to smile at me. Luo Wan was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at the screen and shouted, I command you. Right now. Right now. Get back to the old house. Kneel in front of the ancestral hall and repent. Otherwise, I will mobilize all the power of the Luo family to crush your ridiculous holy empire and those vixens around you into dust. This is the final ultimatum. This is the last limit that the head of the Luo family can tolerate for a rebel. However, what she waited for was a chuckle. He. Luo Tong laughed, his laughter full of undisguised contempt and ridicule. He slowly stood up and walked to the screen step by step. His deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate time and space, looking directly at his mother who was thousands of miles away. Rules? Mother, you still haven't figured out one thing. The Luo family has always had only one rule, and that is survival of the fittest. His voice was not loud, but it carried a magical power that made the entire space freeze. You are old. Your ideas, your methods, and your rules are all rotten and should have been eliminated by the times long ago. What? Luo Wanru was struck by lightning and froze completely. She couldn't believe that such outrageous words could come from the mouth of her most beloved and proudest son. You think that just because you've had some adventures and mastered some inferior tricks, you can challenge me? Challenge the entire Luo family? Luo Wan's voice became shrill due to excitement. I gave birth to you and raised you. Everything you have is from me. Your genes, your identity, all the privileges you enjoy. Without me, you are nothing. I can take it all back now. Take it back? The smile on Luo Tong's face became more evil. How are you going to take it back? With your house law enforcement team that I disarmed in a second? He spoke each word with a touch of joking. Or should we use your Roche energy, whose market value was wiped out in a matter of minutes with just a flick of my finger? Mother, oh mother. Luo Tong shook his head, and his eyes revealed a trace of pity like a god looking down on an ant. Your biggest mistake wasn't underestimating me, but misjudging the distance between us. You are still standing on the ground, using mortal thinking to speculate about power and wealth. And I. His voice suddenly became majestic and vast. It's already in heaven. The moment the words fell. Bang! Thousands of miles away, in the study of the Luo family's old house, the blue and white porcelain teacup in front of Luo Wan, which was made by a top master and worth tens of millions, exploded out of thin air without any warning. The boiling tea and broken porcelain pieces splashed everywhere. Luo Wan screamed and subconsciously stepped back. There were a few drops of water on her face, making her look miserable. Her beautiful eyes, wide open with shock, stared intently at the pile of powder on the table. Her heart seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand and almost stopped beating. What kind of power is this? Across the screen, thousands of miles away, he shattered the teacup in front of her with just one sentence? This is not technology. This is not force. This is a method like that of gods and demons. At this moment, the indestructible pride and confidence in her heart, which were built up by power, status, and wealth, collapsed. An emotion called fear originating from the depths of the soul is growing and spreading wildly. She looked at her son on the screen, whose eyes were indifferent and seemed like a god who dominated everything. For the first time, she felt strangeness and fear from the bottom of her heart. Now, do you understand? Luo Tong's voice, like the final judgment, rang in her ears. The era of the Luo family has not ended. It's just that the owner has changed. After saying this, he didn't even bother to look at his mother's distraught face and unilaterally cut off the communication. Pa! The screen returns to darkness. In the living room of the entire Yunding Palace, you can hear a pin drop. Su Muxue, Lin Wanqing, and Qin Yunhua, three stunning beauties, were completely shocked beyond words by the scene before their eyes that completely overturned their worldviews. Their minds are blank. Their men actually used an almost godlike method to completely defeat the woman who had created a 3 trillion business empire and controlled the most powerful family in Xia country in front of them. That's Luo Wan. She is the woman standing at the top of the pyramid of this country. But in front of him, she was like a child being taught a lesson, unable to fight back. God. He is God. Su Muxue murmured to herself, and the look she gave Luo Tong was no longer one of love and admiration, but the most devout faith. Lin Wanqing and Qin Yunhua were also trembling, with huge waves surging in their hearts. Especially Qin Yunhua, her SSS-level superbrain felt the existence of limit for the first time. She originally thought that Luo Tong's strength was based on technology that was ahead of its time. But the scene just now has completely shattered her cognition. That is the power of a higher dimension. And Lin Shirhan, the heroic goddess of the army, was so excited that her face flushed and her breathing became rapid. Her fanatical beautiful eyes were fixed on Luo Tong, as if she wanted to imprint his figure forever in the depths of her soul. Choose him. Submit to him. It was the most correct and glorious decision she had ever made in her life. Luo Tong ignored the women's shock. He turned around and his eyes fell on Lin Shi's beautiful face that was full of fanaticism and loyalty. He reached out and gently stroked her soft short hair, smiling with satisfaction. From today on, you are one of the mistresses of this house. Boom! Lin Shirhan's brain went blank. An indescribable ecstasy, like the most violent electric current, instantly penetrated her limbs and bones. Hostess. He admitted himself. Your mission, besides becoming the youngest female general in Xia country within 3 months, is to help me look after this family. Luo Tong's voice was filled with unquestionable arrogance. Mu Shui and Wan Chang are too weak. Yunhua, you have to manage the empire's business territory for me, and I'm too busy to do that. This family needs a Valkyrie who is strong and loyal enough to guard it. He pinched Lin Shurhan's smooth chin and forced her to raise her head and look at him. You are my Valkyrie. Are you willing to protect this temple for me? I do. Lin Shurhan could no longer suppress her inner excitement and ecstasy. She used all her strength to make the most determined vow of her life. Master. I, Lin Shurhan, swear to heaven. In this life, no. For all eternity. I will protect everything for you. Any enemy who dares to offend your majesty must first step over my dead body. Ding. The bond between God's Valkyrie and God's Valkyrie is deeply bound. Loyalty increased to 95. Never betray. Unlock exclusive ability, Temple Guardian. Within the host's designated range, Lin Xiechan's combat power will be greatly increased, and he will be able to sense all potential threats. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Tong took the military goddess, who was trembling with excitement, into his arms. Things at home have come to a temporary halt. Mother Luo Wan probably won't dare to do anything small for a while. However, just as he was about to enjoy this hard-earned warm moment, in his mind, the cold system prompt sound suddenly rang out without any warning and with unprecedented urgency. Warning! Warning! Ultra-high energy level reaction detected. Locked on source, Luo family, Forbidden Area Ancestral Hall. After systematic analysis, the family guardian sleeping in the Luo clan Ancestral Hall has been alarmed by the divine realm aura just revealed by the host. The family guardian is awakening. It is expected to arrive completely in 24 hours. Issuing S-level emergency mission, the beginning of God slaying. Mission objective: before the arrival of the family guardian, completely control the Luo family and seize the highest authority of the Ancestral Hall. Penalty for mission failure: obliterate. Chapter 43, Under the Divine Oracle, the Queen Mother knelt in submission. The Luo family changed hands today. Obliterate. These two icy words exploded in Luo Tong's mind. However, there was not even the slightest ripple on his face. It seemed as if the S-level emergency mission that was enough to make any god tremble in fear was nothing more than the opening speech of a boring drama that was about to be staged in his eyes. Instead, the four women around him, after a brief moment of warmth and ecstasy, keenly noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere. The lazy aura on Luo Tong disappeared. Instead, there was an unprecedented absolute majesty that seemed to trample the entire sky under its feet. Master, is something wrong? Lin Shurhan, the Valkyrie who had just sworn allegiance, was the first to feel this change. A trace of concern and high fighting spirit flashed in her phoenix eyes, burning with enthusiasm. No matter what the enemy is, she will turn into the sharpest sword in her master's hand and chop it into pieces. Luo Tong did not answer, but stretched out his hand and gently stroked her heroic cheek, but his eyes seemed to penetrate the endless space and fell on the ancient and mysterious Luo family mansion. Family guardian? Quite interesting. It seems that this world is not as simple as it seems. The curve of his mouth became more playful. Some old antiques that have been sleeping for too long and should have been swept into the garbage dump of history have just smelled something fresh and want to crawl out. Luo Tong's tone was light, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But Qin Yunhua, Lin Shurhan, Lin Wanqing and Su Mushue were shocked when they heard it. Although they don't understand what family guardian is. But the existence that Luo Tong called an antique and that he needed to take seriously was definitely a terrifying thing beyond their imagination. Okay, the warm-up phase of the game is over. Luo Tong withdrew his hand and slowly sat back on the sofa. His deep eyes swept across four beautiful faces filled with tension and admiration. Now, it's time to receive the spoils that are my due. He picked up his private terminal, ignored the dozens of missed calls from the Luo family's side branches and senior executives, and directly found the number that he had just defeated and dialed back. In the study of the Luo family's old house, there was dead silence. Luo Wan sat slumped in despair on the rosewood chair that symbolized the highest power in the Luo family, staring blankly at the pile of blue and white porcelain on the table that had turned to dust. Her powerful heart, which once controlled a 3 trillion empire and was decisive in killing, was now tightly grasped by an emotion called fear, making it extremely difficult for her to even breathe. Thousands of miles apart, your words are as effective as your words. This is not power. This is not force. This is the great power possessed by gods and demons. Everything she was proud of seemed as fragile as a joke in front of the tip of the iceberg shown by her son. Ma'am, are you okay? At the side, the old housekeeper who had followed her for decades asked in a trembling voice. Luo Wan did not answer, she just stared at her terminal which had gone black. She knew that this matter was not over yet. The rebellious son whom she raised with her own hands but has now become so unfamiliar to her will definitely contact her again. And the next time will be the final judgment. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the terminal, as if responding to her inner fear, began to vibrate violently. On the screen, the name that made her soul tremble was jumping. Luo Tong. Luo Wan's body trembled violently. She took a deep breath and used all her strength to prevent herself from screaming out loud. With trembling fingers, she pressed the connect button. This time, it's not video, but voice. From the other end of the phone came her son's voice, which was flat and emotionless. You'll have 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I want to see the announcement issued by the Luo family's highest board of directors, signed by you personally. The announcement was very simple. First, I hereby announce that due to health reasons, you will resign from all positions as head of the Luo family and chairman of the Luo Group Board of Directors effective immediately. Second, I, Luo Tong, will succeed you as the new head of the Luo family. Boom! These words, like a world-destroying thunder, exploded in Luo Wan's mind. Her eyes widened and all the color drained from her face. Usurp the throne. This is an undisguised and naked usurpation of the throne. She originally thought that Luo Tong just wanted to break away from her control and establish his own power. But she never expected that his ambition would be so big. What he wants is not independence, but the entire Luo family. Don't even think about it. Luo Wan subconsciously let out a sharp roar. That was her last dignity and struggle as a superior. The Luo family belongs to me. It's the fruit of my life's work. I will never. You don't have a choice. Luo Tong interrupted her directly, his voice still calm, but with a godlike indifference. Do you think I'm discussing this with you? I'm just informing you of an established fact. He paused, as if giving the poor woman some time to accept reality, and then, in a colder and crueler tone, he said something that made her completely collapse. The things in the ancestral hall are about to wake up. You can't stop it. No one can protect this family except me. What? If we say that the supernatural methods that Luo Tong had displayed before only crushed Luo Wan's pride, then these words completely crushed her soul. Ancestral Hall. The Luo family's biggest forbidden area. That place where even she, the head of the family, is only qualified to kneel outside and worship during the annual ancestor worship. According to the legend, the spirits of the Luo family's ancestors sleep in this holy land, guarding the family's fortune for 1,000 years. How could he know the secret? Moreover, he said that the thing inside was about to wake up? A chill that was 100 times stronger than before rushed from Luo Wan's tailbone to the top of her head. She remembered the most severe ancestral precept passed down by generations of family heads. The Luo family's bloodline can be severed and withered, but the fire of the ancestral hall must never be extinguished. If one day, golden light appears in the world and the gods awaken, it will be the day of our family's survival. At that time, we must use the strongest bloodline of the Luo family to enter the ancestral hall and appease the gods' wrath. Otherwise, the Luo family will be doomed. Are the legends true? That legend that she treated as a joke and the entire Luo family regarded as spiritual sustenance, was actually true? And now, this doomsday catastrophe that could destroy the entire family is about to come? At this moment, all of Luo Wan's resentment, anger, and hatred disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was endless fear and despair. She finally understood. I understand it completely. What her son did was not rebellion, nor was it a game. But he was saving her in a way that she couldn't understand. Save this family that is about to be destroyed by the gods. And she, this foolish, self-righteous mother, has been obstructing it. She even wants to destroy this only hope with her own hands. I. Luo Wan opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. 2 lines of tears rolled down uncontrollably from the corners of her well-maintained eyes. Those were tears of regret. They were tears of complete surrender. On the other end of the phone, Luo Tong seemed to be able to see her expression at the moment, and his voice finally carried a hint of sarcasm. Now, do you still think you are qualified to negotiate with me? I see. Luo Wan's voice was hoarse and weak, as if she had aged 20 years in an instant. She closed her eyes and, using her last bit of strength, said something into the phone that she had never thought she would say to anyone. From now on, the Luo family is yours. Head of the family. After saying these 2 words, she seemed to have been drained of all her energy and spirit, and she collapsed limply on the chair. Her era is over. And a new era belonging to God has arrived. very good. Luo Tong hung up the phone with satisfaction. Step 1, done. He raised his head and looked at Qin Yunhua and Lin Shirhan, who were already shocked beyond words. Yunhua. Yes, master. Qin Yunhua's delicate body trembled, and she immediately responded respectfully. I want you to mobilize all the resources of the Holy Empire and cooperate with Luo Wan to complete the transfer of all shares and assets of the Luo Group within 1 hour. From now on, the Luo Group will be renamed the First Business Group of the Holy Empire, and you will be fully responsible for it. Yes. Master. An unprecedented bright light burst out from Qin Yunhua's phoenix eyes. Controlling the 3 trillion Luo Group. What a terrifying power. And this power was casually thrown to her by her man. Shirhan. Master. Shirhan is here. Lin Shirhan's pretty face flushed with excitement. She stood straight, like a soldier waiting for inspection. Use all your authority and contact the military. I want you to mobilize a special operations battalion within half an hour. Under the pretext of a military exercise, completely blockade all areas within a 10-kilometer radius of the Luo family compound. No one is allowed to enter or leave. No signals may be transmitted in or out. I want that old house to completely disappear from this world within the next 24 hours. Luo Tong's voice was decisive and full of unquestionable arrogance. He wants to clear the field for the upcoming god-killing battle. I guarantee to complete the mission. Lin Shirhan trembled with excitement and suddenly saluted. This is the battle she longs for. This is the god she follows. And while Luo Tong was arranging everything in an orderly manner, the entire upper-class society of Xia country was completely ignited because of an email sent by the Luo family's highest board of directors to all core members. Emergency notice, effective immediately, Ms. Luo Wan resigns from all positions as head of the Luo family. Her son, Mr. Luo Tong, will take over as the new head of the Luo family. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. Countless people were stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. And at this time, Luo Tong of Yunding Palace has stood up. His eyes looked far away in the direction of the Luo family's old house, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, women, keep an eye on our home. Your men are going to kill a god and come back. The moment he finished speaking, his figure disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in the Luo family's forbidden area deep in the ancestral hall, the ancient stone door made of unknown metal, which had been closed for hundreds of years, began to tremble violently. Dazzling golden cracks spread wildly on the door. A vast, ancient, and majestic aura of terror, powerful enough to make all things submit to it, leaked out from the crack in the door. System countdown, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Chapter 44, The Billionaire Queen Begs for Sex, and the God-level system sends her a new wife. 3 days later. Henteing Palace, rooftop outdoor swimming pool. Compared with the center of the storm 3 days ago that was enough to overturn the entire Xia kingdom, this place at this moment is like a paradise with endless spring scenery. Luo Tong leaned lazily on the recliner, his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the warm afternoon sun. A delicate body as soft as jade was kneeling beside him, and a pair of slender hands were massaging his shoulders with the most professional techniques and moderate strength. It was Su Muxue. She was wearing a simple white dress, her eyes full of happiness and satisfaction, as if being able to serve her beloved man in this way was the greatest honor of her life. On the other side of Luo Tong, Lin Wanqing was carefully bringing a peeled grape to his mouth, her movements so gentle that water could drip out of it. Not far away, the surface of the swimming pool was sparkling. A heroic figure, wearing a black swimsuit that outlines her perfect curves, is swimming nimbly in the water like a mermaid. It was Lin Shirhan. Her sharp phoenix eyes were always vigilantly scanning every corner of the manor, faithfully fulfilling her duties as the Valkyrie of God and guarding the absolute safety of her master. Onar. A cold yet extremely respectful voice sounded. Qin Yunhua was wearing a well-cut OL suit and high heels, walking slowly towards her. She held a tablet in her hand, and her beautiful face, which was usually enough to put any business tycoon under pressure, was now filled with fanatical admiration and respect. The handover of the first business group of the Luo Group, no, the Holy Empire, has been completed. All opposition from the side branches and senior management has been eliminated. You are now the sole owner of the group, with 100% controlling stake. According to your wishes, the group has terminated all traditional energy projects and fully shifted its focus to the research and development and construction of controlled cold nuclear fusion. Construction of the first Heart of God nuclear fusion reactor is expected to begin within 2 months on the shores of the East China Sea. Shin Yunhua reported these data that were enough to shock the world, but his voice was extremely steady. Because she knew that these earth-shaking undertakings in the eyes of ordinary people were nothing more than chess pieces placed casually by the man in front of her. 3 days ago, he broke into the Luo family's forbidden area alone. No one knows what happened inside. All he knew was that when he walked out unharmed, the entire ancient ancestral hall of the Luo family, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, had been reduced to rubble. And the so-called family guardian who was powerful enough to trigger an S-level crisis did not even leave a trace. It was as if their god had just casually wiped away a speck of dust. From that day on, the last bit of stubbornness towards science in Shin Yunua's heart completely disappeared. Her man is not a scientist who is ahead of his time. He is God. Well, thank you for your hard work. Luo Tong didn't even open his eyes, but just responded faintly. To him, the so-called family guardian was nothing more than a group of high-level energy lifeforms that had been sleeping for too long and knew some basic energy utilization methods. Under the absolute control of the domain of God, it couldn't even put up a decent resistance and was directly absorbed by the system and converted into a full 500,000 mole points. An S-level crisis that the system judged to be enough to wipe out the host was not even a warm-up for him. Yunhua, you did a great job. Luo Tong finally opened his eyes, and his deep eyes looked at Shin Yunhua with a hint of approval. The first business group is just the beginning. In the future, I want you to establish a second business group for me, the Spear of the Stars, focusing on space navigation and curvature engine technology. The third business group, Life Arc, focuses on genetic engineering and bloodline evolution. Fourth business group. Luo Tong's voice was not loud, but it was like a magnificent picture of the future, slowly unfolding in front of the 4 women. A true sacred empire that spans energy, aerospace, genetics, and artificial intelligence, encompassing all future directions of human civilization. Shin Yunhua, Lin Shihan, Lin Wanxing, and Su Mushua, the 4 girls breathed quickly, their pretty faces flushed, and huge waves surged in their hearts. Their men have no ambitions on earth. His journey is truly a sea of stars. And they, as the most favored partners and executors in his kingdom of God, will witness and participate in this great creation process. What an honor this is. Oh nar. Shin Yunhua, the business queen worth 300 billion, could no longer suppress her inner excitement at this moment. She knelt down and gently put her cheek on Luo Tong's knees, her voice trembling and fanatical. Yunhua is willing to offer you everything, including my wisdom, my body, everything I have. Can Yunhua sleep with me tonight? She raised her head, and in her cold phoenix eyes, burning at this moment was a fire and desire that was enough to melt an iceberg. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Luo Tong smiled with satisfaction. The country and the beauty are all in your hands. This feeling is really good. However, just as he was about to nod and agree to the humble yet tempting request of the Queen of Commerce, that cold system notification sound, without any warning, rang in his mind again. Ding! It has been detected that the host has initially integrated secular authority and established the future development direction. The Holy Empire plan has entered its second phase, releasing a new epic quest chain, Sword of the Nation. Quest Chain 1, Dragon Heart. Mission description: the Xia Kingdom's highest military headquarters has launched a top-secret project codenamed Dragon Heart, aiming to develop individual-powered armor capable of transforming future warfare. However, the project has encountered a core energy bottleneck and is on the verge of failure. Mission requirements: the host must provide a perfect miniaturized controlled cold nuclear fusion energy solution for the Dragon Heart project within 7 days, and use this opportunity to become the project's supreme controller. Mission reward: unlock the new system section, War Workshop, and receive 1 million mole points. Special tip: the best assistant candidate for this mission has been identified for the host. Do you want to view the file? Another mission? Moreover, it is directly related to the military's most core secrets? The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He had just ordered Lin Shihan to control a knife for him in the army, and now the military itself brought the handle of the knife to his door. Check. He muttered to himself. Ding. Generating character profile. The next second, a brand new holographic panel unfolded in his retina. It was a picture of a woman. A woman who was breathtakingly beautiful, yet extremely cold. She was wearing a white scientific research suit and her long silver hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her smooth and full forehead and swan-like graceful neck. Her facial features were as delicate as a work of art carved from ice and snow, without a single flaw to be found. But what is most impressive is her eyes. Those were a pair of silver-gray eyes, indifferent, ethereal, without a trace of human emotion, as if reflecting the eternal loneliness of the starry sky. Just looking at the photos, you can feel a chill that goes deep into your bones. Name, Long Yu. Age, 25. Identity, academician of the Xia Kingdom's Supreme Academy of Sciences, chief scientist of the Dragon Heart Project. Gene rating, SSS plus extraordinary grade, Frost Divine Body. System evaluation, possessing an absolutely rational mind and exceptional scientific talent, she is the perfect candidate for the host's optimal executive officer and fourth divine consort to control future war technology. Current status, due to setbacks in the Dragon Heart Project, she has fallen into a bottleneck period of self-doubt and absolute calmness. The fourth goddess? Luo Tong's expression became more and more interesting. He glanced at Qin Yunhua, who was kneeling beside him and looking at him expectantly, and then glanced at Lin Shirhan, who was like a loyal Valkyrie in the swimming pool. A business queen and a military goddess. Now, another iceberg female scientist is coming? And it's an SSS plus level Frost Divine Body? Interesting, very interesting. Owner? Seeing that Luo Tong had not responded yet and only had a smile on his face, Qin Yunhua's heart tightened and she called out to him cautiously. Luo Tong came back to his senses, reached out his hand, gently pinched her smooth chin, looked at her phoenix eyes burning with flames, and smiled evilly. Don't be impatient. It looks like tonight will be very lively. Because our home will soon welcome its fifth mistress. Chapter 45, The Military's Top Secret Order. The icy female academician comes to see you. The fifth hostess? Luo Tong's understated words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples in the hearts of the four stunning beauties. Qin Yunhua was kneeling in front of him, full of desire and enthusiasm, but a trace of imperceptible surprise and sense of crisis flashed in her flaming phoenix eyes. Qin Yunhua, the queen of a 300 billion group, put aside all her dignity and pride in exchange for the qualification to serve her master in bed. But now, there is a new woman to share the supreme glory? In the swimming pool, Lin Shirhan, who had just completed a set of patrols, suddenly stopped moving. Drops of water slid down her toned and explosive curves. Her sharp phoenix eyes were fixed on Luo Tong. There was no jealousy in them, only an even stronger fighting spirit. She, the Valkyrie of God. You must use the most perfect loyalty and the strongest strength to prove your irreplaceable position in the family. Su Mushui and Lin Wanqing subconsciously glanced at each other, their beautiful eyes revealing a similar gentleness and a hint of nervousness. Their men are gods walking on earth. His brilliance is destined to attract the best women in the world, who flock to him like moths to a flame, eager to be favored by him. The only thing they can do is to make themselves more obedient and well-behaved in order to win more favor from their masters. For a moment, the air was filled with a subtle and complex atmosphere. Worship, love, possessiveness, sense of crisis. All kinds of emotions were intertwined, but they were suppressed by an invisible pressure, and he dared not show any of them. Because they all knew that all their emotions came from the man in front of them. His joy is their paradise. His anger is their hell. Luo Tong took in the reactions of the four girls, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He enjoyed the feeling. Enjoy this godlike pleasure of playing with all the favored daughters of heaven in the palm of your hand and controlling all their joys and sorrows. He was just about to speak and give tonight's grace to Qin Yunhua, whose eyes were full of expectation and anxiety. But at this moment, alarm! Alarm! The emotionless electronic sound of the smart butler Tianshu suddenly broke the boundless beauty of spring. Highest encryption level communication request detected. Communication channel, Xia Nation Military Headquarters, Red Dragon, top secret line. Encryption level, National Defense, level. Authority exceeds that of the Eastern Theater Command. Visitors identification, Xia Nation's Supreme Military Committee, General, Long AO. Boom! General Long AO. These four words seemed to carry the power of thunder, causing everyone present except Luo Tong to change color. Especially Lin Shirhan. The moment she, a major in the Eastern Theater Command, heard the name, her body trembled violently and she subconsciously stood up from the swimming pool, her face filled with incredible shock and awe. That's General Long AO. He is a living legend standing at the top of the entire Xia Kingdom's military pyramid. He is the giant who truly wields the sword of Xia country's millions of troops. With his national defense level authority, he can even directly mobilize the nuclear arsenal. Such an elusive Dinghe Shenzhen would actually contact his master personally? Lin Shihan's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. She knew that her master's influence had already officially stepped into the core and most supreme power center of this country from the business and family levels. There was no trace of surprise on Luo Tong's face. It seemed as if all this was within his expectations. Pick it up. He waved his hand lazily, his tone as flat as if he was instructing the butler to turn on the TV. Yes, master. The next second, a holographic projection appeared out of thin air above the swimming pool. In the picture, there appeared an old man wearing a neat military uniform and carrying 3 shining golden stars on his shoulders. Although he is over 60 years old, his back is as straight as a javelin, his eyes are intimidating without anger, and the wrinkles on his face seem to be engraved with the vicissitudes of life. He is the military soul of Xia country, Long Ao. Long Ao's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He immediately locked onto the young man who was surrounded by beauties and had an unnaturally lazy posture. When he saw Qin Yunhua kneeling beside Luo Tong and Lin Shihan wearing only a swimsuit in the swimming pool, a barely perceptible ripple flashed in the depths of his calm eyes. Qin Yunhua, the helmsman of the Holy Empire's first business group, is now the uncrowned queen of Xia's business community. Lin Shihan, who he personally approved, is the brightest rising star in the Eastern Theater Command. These 2 proud daughters of heaven, who are the absolute center of attention wherever they are now serving the same man like slaves. Even though Long Ao had seen a lot of ups and downs, he couldn't help but have a higher opinion of this young man named Luo Tong. Mr. Luo Tong. Long Ao spoke first, his voice loud and steady, with the penetrating power unique to a soldier. Unlike others, he did not call Luo Tong head of the family or chairman, but used the relatively equal term sir. This is both the reserve of the top military officials and a disguised form of respect. General Long, what advice do you have? Luo Tong didn't even raise his eyelids. He opened his mouth, took the other grape handed to him by Lin Wanqing, and chewed it slowly. This attitude, which was almost rude and indifferent, made Long Ao on the other side of the holographic projection frown slightly. But he came today to ask for a favor. I guess Mr. Luo still remembers the military exercise near the Luo family's old house 3 days ago? Long Ao asked in a deep voice. Oh? Luo Tong finally opened his eyes, a playful smile playing on his lips. So that blockade was the work of General Long? I thought it was my worthless mother who used some shady privilege. The corner of Long Ao's eye twitched slightly. Of course he knew what happened that day. The Luo family ancestral hall was reduced to dust, and the guardian who had been passed down for hundreds of years disappeared. This matter had already been sent to his desk through the highest level of secret reporting. It was this incident that made him make up his mind to use his national defense level authority to contact Luo Tong in person. Mr. Luo is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Long Ao took a deep breath and his expression became more serious than ever. On behalf of the Xia Kingdom's Supreme Military Council, I formally invite you to join one of our country's highest-level top-secret projects. This plan is codenamed Dragon Heart. Its goal is to develop individual-powered armor capable of changing the future of warfare. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Shihan's breathing suddenly became rapid. Dragon Heart Plan. Of course she knew. This was a top-secret project that the military had poured all its resources into, even surpassing the aircraft carrier in 5th-generation aircraft projects. Rumor has it that the chief scientist of this project is the youngest and most mysterious female academician in the history of the Xia Academy of Sciences. Unexpectedly, this plan actually exists. Moreover, it has encountered a problem that even the military cannot solve. Individual power armor? Luo Tong sneered, his tone full of disdain. It sounds like a child's toy. Long Ao. He suppressed a trace of anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, this plan has currently encountered the most critical bottleneck, the problem of miniaturizing the energy core. All our plans have failed. And the controlled cold nuclear fusion technology announced by Mr. Luo's Holy Empire is our only hope at the moment. Having said this, there was already a hint of request in Long Ao's tone. So, you want me to help you solve this problem? Luo Tong finally sat up straight and looked at him with interest. Yes. Long Ao said firmly, as long as Mr. Luo is willing to make a move, the military can negotiate any conditions. Technology, resources, privileges, even military rank. This is truly the highest olive branch from the national level. As long as Luo Tong nods, he will instantly become a new upstart in the army, surpassing countless others. However, Luo Tong smiled. Conditions? My conditions are simple. He stretched out a finger and gently hooked it at Long Ao on the other side of the screen. I'm not going to your place. Have your so-called chief scientist bring all her failure data to my cloud-top palace and report to me in person. I will teach her a lesson myself. These words are extremely arrogant. He actually wanted the chief scientist of Xia country's top-secret project to come to him for advice like a student. Long Ao's face darkened instantly. Mr. Luo. You should know that academician Lang has a special status. She? I don't care what kind of academician she is. Luo Tong interrupted him directly, his tone becoming cold and unquestionable. If you want me to take action, then follow my rules. Tell her I'll only give her one chance. Come or not, let her choose for herself. Oh, right. Luo Tong seemed to remember something and added a sentence, with a devilish smile on his face. Let her come alone. I don't like meeting too many irrelevant people. After saying that, he didn't even bother to wait for Long Ao's response and just waved at the air. Tianshu, hang up, I'm tired. Yes, master. A holographic projection disappeared instantly. The entire top floor fell into deathly silence again. Xin Yunhua, Lin Shirhan, Lin Wanqing, and Su Mushua, the four girls were completely shocked to the point of numbness. Their men even refused to give face to the supreme commander of the military. On the contrary, he used an almost commanding tone to ask the other party's chief scientist to come alone to meet him. How domineering! How arrogant! At this moment, Luo Tong's gaze fell back on Xin Yunhua, who was still kneeling in front of him, her delicate body trembling slightly. He reached out his hand, gently pinched her smooth chin, looked at her eyes filled with shock and enthusiasm, and laughed softly. Look, the whole world is vying for the best woman and trying to get her in front of me. As for your request just now. Luo Tong's fingertips brushed across her tender lips, causing a shudder. Tonight, I'm afraid not. Xin Yunhua's heart sank suddenly. Because. Luo Tong's gaze passed over her and went to the swimming pool, where the heroic military goddess was looking at him with anticipation and fighting spirit. Tonight, I want to see how my Valkyrie fulfills her duty of personal protection. Ding! Lin Shirhan's favorability increased by +5. Loyalty increased to 100 eternal brand. The bond between God's Valkyrie and God is completely solidified. Unlock the exclusive form, Guardian General. Chapter 46 The Military is Hell. Luo Tong, just in time to blow up a fish pond. Boom! Luo Tong's words, like the final judgment of the gods, exploded in the hearts of every woman by the swimming pool. Xin Yunhua, who was rejected, lost half of her color on her stunningly beautiful face. Her phoenix eyes that were burning with flames dimmed in an instant as if a basin of ice water was poured over them. Lost, wronged, unwilling. All kinds of emotions bit her heart like poisonous snakes. She was the queen of a 300 billion group, but she put everything aside and knelt humbly in front of a man, just to ask for a night of favor, but was rejected. However, this feeling of loss only lasted for less than a second before it was replaced by an even stronger sense of paranoia and determination. She didn't work hard enough. She hadn't done enough for her master. The master had handed over a 3 trillion empire to him, not to let him compete with her, but to create greater value for himself and become the most indispensable cornerstone of his kingdom. Next time, she will definitely use achievements that will make the world tremble in exchange for the qualification to lie beside her master. Thinking of this, Xin Yunhua raised his head again, the dimness in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by unprecedented determination and light. Yes, master. Yunhua understands. She lowered her head respectfully, hiding the crazy possessiveness in her eyes. In sharp contrast to her loss, Lin Shirhan's ecstasy was almost overflowing in the swimming pool. Onar. Her tall and slender body trembled slightly with excitement in the water, and water droplets rolled down her perfect waistline, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Selected. She was chosen by the master. In her first confrontation with the business queen Xin Yunhua, she won. An indescribable sense of happiness and pride, like the most powerful electric current, instantly penetrated her limbs and bones. What a future in the army! What a rank of major! In the face of the master's grace, everything becomes worthless. Shirhan obeys. She suddenly stood up from the water and gave Luo Tong a very standard military salute, splashing water everywhere. Her sharp phoenix eyes were burning with fanaticism and loyalty that could burn everything. Tonight, she will use her hottest body and most devout soul to fulfill her duty as the personal guardian of the Valkyrie of God. Luo Tong looked at the scene with satisfaction. One retreated sadly, but his fighting spirit was even stronger. Once one gets what he wants, his loyalty will be maximized. This is what he wants to see. He enjoyed the godly pleasure of having all the favored daughters of heaven in his hands and controlling their joys and sorrows at will. He was about to get up and go back to his room with his spoils of the night. Alarm! The voice of the intelligent butler Tianshu sounded again. Manor main entrance, visitor request detected. Identification, Luo Ying. Luo Ying? Luo Tong raised his brows slightly. What is this sister, who was just defeated by me in the business battlefield and had the entire Roche energy swallowed up, doing here now? Come to cry? Or come to beg for mercy? Let her in. Luo Tong leaned back lazily in the recliner, with a playful smile on his lips. He wanted to see what expression this sister, who was once so high and mighty and so wise, would have after her pride was completely crushed by him. A few minutes later, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away. Luo Ying's figure appeared at the entrance of the top-floor terrace. She was still wearing a well-tailored black professional suit, which perfectly outlined her tall and intellectual figure. There was no trace of dejection after the defeat on that cold and beautiful face, but it was more solemn and complicated than before. When her eyes swept across the erotic and corrupt scene before her, Qin Yunhua knelt at Luo Tong's feet with a respectful expression. In the swimming pool, Lin Shihan was wearing only a swimsuit, her pretty face flushed, her eyes full of admiration and love. On the side, there were Lin Wanqing and Su Muxue, who were serving carefully like maids. And her brother, who was surrounded by beauties and had a lazy posture like an emperor. No matter how strong Luo Ying's character was, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. She knew that Luo Tong had changed, becoming very strong and terrifying. But she didn't expect that in such a short period of time, he had already built such an absurd yet stable queen harem that belonged only to him. Qin Yunhua. Lin Shihan. No matter which of these two women, they are both outstanding and extremely arrogant. But now, they surrendered to Luo Tong like the most docile pets. Looking for me, what's going on? Luo Tong's voice sounded faintly, breaking the moment of silence. Luo Ying took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, and walked over. She didn't look at the four women, but instead fixed her eyes on Luo Tong's face. I just got the news. Her voice was as cold as ever, but with a hint of unprecedented seriousness. Admiral Long Ao from the military contacted you personally? Oh? Luo Tong smiled. Sister, you're still so well informed. Luo Tong. Luo Ying's tone suddenly became heavier, and for the first time, anxiety flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes. Do you know what you're doing? The military isn't the Roche Group, nor are they commercial rivals that can be manipulated at will by capital and technology. It's a veritable meat grinder. An independent kingdom impenetrable to both water and needle. The factional struggles and conflicts of interest are 100 times more complicated than you can imagine. 1,000 times more complicated. Do you think they'll be grateful to you just because you've mastered their needs with your technology? Wrong. They'll just find ways to devour you, both you and your technology, leaving nothing behind. You destroyed Luo's energy and took away my mother's position as the head of the family. These are just internal family games. If you lose, we admit defeat. But once you step into the deep waters of the military, there's no turning back. That's not a game, it's hell. Luo Ying finished speaking in one breath, his chest rising and falling slightly, and his cold face was full of worry. She was not resigned to her past failures. Instead, he felt real fear for his younger brother who was about to step into the abyss without knowing it. She originally thought that after Luo Tong completely controlled the Luo family, he would lie dormant for a while and digest this huge empire of 3 trillion. But she never expected that he would reach out to the most dangerous and untouchable area without knowing the consequences. However, after hearing her heartfelt warning, there was not even the slightest ripple on Luo Tong's face. He just looked at her quietly, looking at this anxious sister, with even a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are you done? He asked calmly. Luo Ying was stunned. When you're done, take a seat. Luo Tong pointed to the empty seat next to him. Luo Ying frowned tightly. She didn't understand why her warning was met with such a nonchalant attitude from the other party. But she still did as she was told and sat down. Elder sister. Luo Tong finally sat up straight. He looked into Luo Ying's eyes. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. I know everything you said. Even better than you know. Luo Ying's pupils shrank again. Then you. Which do you think is deeper, the military's waters or the sea beneath my feet? The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up into an evil arc. His voice was not loud, but it carried an absolute confidence that was enough to make the world pale in comparison. You treat them like hell, like a meat grinder. But in my eyes, they are just. He paused, and then said word by word in a more playful and arrogant tone. It's just a relatively large fish pond. And I just need a few obedient fish to help me expand my territory. So, I'm not going to step into their hell. I'm going to fry fish in their fish pond. Boom! These words were like 10,000 thunderbolts, exploding wildly in Luo Ying's mind. She froze completely, staring blankly at Luo Tong in front of her, her mind going blank. Crazy. He must be crazy. Comparing the military to a fish pond? Still want to go fish fry? What arrogance! What lawlessness! What absurd statement! At this moment, she finally understood. The gap between her and Luo Tong is no longer a gap in wealth, power, or intelligence. But it's the difference in dimensions. She is still using mortal thinking to guess the thoughts of a god. This in itself is the biggest joke. You. Luo Ying opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say a word. All the worries and warnings seemed so pale and ridiculous in the face of Luo Tong's words, fry the fish. Okay, sister. Luo Tong reached out and gently patted her shoulders, which were a little stiff due to shock, and his tone became lazy again. I received your concern. Go back and help me take care of the family business. You just need to sit quietly under my throne and watch me transform the hell in your eyes into a footbath in my back garden. After saying that, he stopped looking at Luo Ying and turned his gaze to the night sky, as if he was thinking about something interesting. Luo Ying stood up in a daze and staggered out. In her mind, only Luo Tong's extremely overbearing words kept echoing over and over again. Footbath. He wants to turn the entire Xia Kingdom military into his footbath? It was not until she got into her own car that she suddenly came to her senses. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and awe swept over her whole body. Perhaps she was wrong from the beginning. She shouldn't look at her younger brother with any worldly eyes. Because he is not a human being at all. But, God. Yunding Palace. After Luo Ying left, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. A warning from my sister? He certainly knew the depth of the military. But so what? To him, this world is just a game that has just begun. And he is the only player. Tianshu. Yes, master. Get me all the information on that icy female academician. A hint of strong interest flashed in Luo Tong's eyes. By the way, please prepare a special welcome gift for me. I want her to know that when she comes to my kingdom of God, she must obey my rules. Ding. Detected that the host is about to come into contact with the SSS plus level extraordinary gene, Frost Divine Body. Release side quest, melting the iceberg. Mission requirements: upon first meeting, completely defeat Lang Yu's absolute rationality and psychological defenses, and plant an indelible mark of God in his heart. Quest reward: unlock the bond form, Ice Queen, 2 million mall points. Chapter 47 Top Secret. The horrifying truth of the codename God Killer. The night, like thick ink, enveloped the cloud-top palace. The ripples in the swimming pool reflected the scattered cold stars in the sky, as well as Lin Shirhan's eyes burning with passionate flames. She had changed into a tight black combat uniform, which perfectly outlined her explosive and perfect curves. She was like a Valkyrie ready to sacrifice everything for the gods, standing quietly behind Luo Tong. Her breathing was hot and rapid. The Master-S grace is at hand. However, Luo Tong did not get up as she wished and returned to the dragon bed belonging to the gods. His gaze was still fixed on the information about the icy female academician, Lang Yu, projected by Tianshu. Master, the data analysis is complete. The Dragon Heart plan contains a logical paradox. Tianshu's emotionless electronic voice rang out. Oh? Luo Tong's lips curled up in a cold arc. Tell me about it. Based on reverse deduction from all the failure data provided by the military, the fundamental reason for the failure of miniaturization of the energy core is not a technical bottleneck, but the stability of energy output, which far exceeds the bearing capacity of any known material. In other words, it's not that they can't build a small reactor, but any reactor they do build will be instantly destroyed by an incomprehensible and violent energy the moment it's activated. That doesn't conform to the laws of physics. A hint of understanding flashed in Luo Tong's eyes. Laws of physics? When things like God's realm and family guardians appeared in this world, the so-called laws of physics had long become a joke. It seems that my Admiral Long Ao has hidden a lot of interesting things from me. Luo Tong chuckled, his tone full of amusement. He originally just wanted to be a behind-the-scenes manipulator, hand over the energy core technology to the military, and then watch them work for him. But now, he suddenly had a new interest. He wanted to see with his own eyes what that violent energy was that could render even the military's top-secret plans helpless. I also want to see with my own eyes what is so special about the woman who was rated as SSS Plus level, Frost Divine Body, by the system. Just then. Alert! Detected a communication request from the Red Dragon, top secret line. Visitor, Admiral Long Ao. Catch. Long Ao's face, filled with iron-blooded toughness, appeared again in the holographic projection, but this time, his expression was more solemn than before, and even had a hint of request. Mr. Luo Tong, excuse me for interrupting you. Academician Lung has declined your invitation. Long Ao's voice was a little dry. Lin Shurhan's beautiful eyes behind him suddenly turned cold. How dare you refuse your master's call? She believes that all data from the Dragon's Heart project is top state secret and cannot be taken out of the base. She demands that if you truly wish to cooperate, you must personally visit the Dragon's Nest base on the outskirts of Yanjing. As soon as Long Ao finished speaking, Luo Tong smiled. That smile was cold and evil. It seems my chief scientist has a bad temper. He stood up slowly, and the lazy aura disappeared instantly, replaced by a terrifying pressure that was enough to make the heaven and earth tremble. Lin Shurhan, who was standing aside, felt her soul trembling, and she subconsciously knelt on one knee and lowered her proud head. General Long, you don't seem to understand the situation. Luo Tong walked towards the holographic projection step by step. His deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the screen and pierce deep into Long Ao's soul. It's not that I need you. It's you who need me. But. He changed the subject and the smile on his lips became more playful. I'm suddenly interested in your hidden little secret. Be ready for me. I will personally go to your dragon's nest to take a look. Tell Lung Yu to wash her neck and wait for me. Half an hour later. A vertical takeoff and landing fighter jet, completely black, without any markings, and with a sci-fi appearance that seemed to not belong to this era, hovered silently on the top helipad of the Yunding Palace. The hatch slid open, and 2 rows of Special Forces soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor walked out quickly, lined up on both sides of the fighter plane to stand guard. Their movements were in perfect unison, and they exuded a cold, murderous aura. Luo Tong, accompanied by the heroic Lin Shurhan, who was dressed in military uniform, slowly walked onto the fighter plane. From beginning to end, he never even looked at those Special Forces soldiers. It seemed as if these kings among the kings of soldiers were nothing but dust on the roadside in his eyes. The fighter plane soared into the sky and instantly blended into the night and disappeared. Yanjing, western suburbs. Deep in the mountains, it is listed as the highest military restricted area. Following a dull sound of machinery, a mountain slowly cracked open from the middle, revealing a huge, bottomless passage that flashed with a faint blue light. The fighter plane flew into it smoothly, and the mountain closed silently behind it. Suddenly, everything becomes clear. This is an underground base built by hollowing out an entire mountain. Countless steel passages crisscrossed each other, and all kinds of unheard of cutting-edge equipment flashed with streams of data. Researchers and soldiers in different uniforms were hurrying around. The entire base was like a precision machine running at high speed, full of a futuristic and solemn atmosphere. This is the heart of the Xia Kingdom's military, the highest-level secret base, Dragon's Nest. The fighter plane finally landed on a core apron. Admiral Long Ao has been waiting here for a long time. Behind him stood a tall woman wearing a white scientific research suit, with a temperament so cold that it seemed as if she could freeze the air around her. She is Lung Yu. Her long black hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her smooth and full forehead and swan-like elegant neck. Her facial features were as delicate as works of art carved from ice and snow, yet without any expression. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as a pool of ice that had not melted for 10,000 years, as if nothing in the world could stir up the slightest ripple in them. She exudes an absolute rationality and loneliness that keeps strangers away. When Luo Tong walked down the gangway, she just glanced at him lightly and didn't express anything else. There was no curiosity, no awe, and certainly no such amazement and obsession that other women felt when they saw Luo Tong. It seemed as if the man in front of him was no different from a stone or an instrument. Ding! Target person, Long Yu, detected. SSS plus level extraordinary gene, Frost divine body, confirmed. Side quest, melting the iceberg, has been opened. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth rose slightly. Interesting. This is the first woman who dares to look at him like this. Mr. Luo Tong, welcome to the Dragon's Nest. Long Ao stepped forward and extended his hand. Luo Tong didn't even look at him, but walked straight past him and came in front of Long Yu. He was a full head taller than she. Looking down from a high vantage point, he gazed down at this beautiful face that was frozen in time. You are Long Yu? His voice was filled with an unquestionable scrutiny. Long Yu raised her eyes, and her cold eyes finally looked directly at Luo Tong. Her voice was as cold as her temperament, without a trace of warmth. It's me. The data and information are all in the conference room. If you're here to solve a problem, don't waste time. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the depths of the base. Her decisive back made it seem as if saying one more word to Luo Tong would be a blasphemy to her time. Mad. Even crazier than Luo Tong. Long Ao, who was standing aside, instantly broke out in a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Lin Shirhan was even more furious. She was about to step forward and scold him, but was stopped by Luo Tong with a look. He. Luo Tong laughed softly. Far from being angry, the interest in his eyes grew even stronger. He took long steps and followed Long Yu slowly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. A foolish woman who can't even understand the essence of the problem is qualified to talk about wasting time in front of me? Long Yu, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. She turned around suddenly, and for the first time, a sharp cold light flashed in her eyes that had been frozen for thousands of years. What did you say? I say, Luo Tong's smile became extremely evil. He approached step by step until the distance between them was less than half a meter. He could clearly smell her body fragrance as cool as snow lotus. Your so-called dragon heart plan was headed in the wrong direction from the very beginning. What you are fighting against is not an energy bottleneck at all. He paused, his gaze sweeping across all the senior military officials present whose expressions changed drastically, and finally, his gaze fell back on Long Yu's face, which was filled with shock and disbelief. He spat out the horrifying truth, word by word, that was enough to overturn their cognition. The one you are fighting against is God. Or rather, they are a group that has just evolved from the human species. The God Slayer. Chapter 48, Crushed Dragon Fong. This general's man is a legend of the world. Boom. God Killer. These three words seemed to contain some kind of forbidden magic power, and were like an invisible divine hammer, smashing heavily into the depths of the soul of every person in the Dragon Nest base. In an instant, the entire core apron fell into deathly silence. The air solidified. Time seemed to have stopped flowing. For the first time, an emotion called horror emerged on General Long Ao's weathered, iron-blooded face. His tiger eyes, as sharp as fire, stared at Luo Tong intently, his pupils shrinking violently. The generals and officers behind him all had pale faces and stiff bodies, as if they were cast under a spell. What did they hear? God? God Killer? This was completely beyond their comprehension. This was no longer a secret, but a myth. And Long Yu, who was standing at the center of the storm, the iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years, finally collapsed. The color on her flawless, exquisite face instantly faded, turning pale. Her eyes, always as calm as a deep, cold abyss, now stirred up a turbulent wave, filled with incomprehensible shock and subversion. As the chief scientist of the Dragon Heart Project, she knows better than anyone what kind of horrible truth is hidden behind this project. Those inexplicable energies are running wild. Those super alloy materials melted instantly. The terrifying destructive power demonstrated in the simulation tests completely violates the laws of physics. She always thought that this was just a physics problem in extreme environments that had not yet been overcome by humans. But now, the man in front of her gave her an answer that was absurd but seemed to explain everything in a tone that was almost like a verdict. You're talking nonsense. For the first time, Long Yu's voice was filled with violent fluctuations, even a barely perceptible tremor. Her absolute rationality, at this moment, suffered an unprecedented impact. The Dragon Heart Project is designed to counter the possible future emergence of super soldiers with extraordinary individual combat capabilities. It's a strategic deterrent to safeguard national security. It has nothing to do with what you're talking about. She seemed to be trying to convince Luo Tong, but also seemed to be trying hard to convince herself. Super soldier? Luo Tong sneered, and the contempt and mockery in his smile were like sharp thorns that pierced Leng Yu's proud heart. You call something that can punch through an aircraft carrier deck, run faster than the speed of sound, and even conjure lightning storms out of thin air a super soldier? With every word Luo Tong spoke, Long Yu's face became paler. Admiral Long Ao's breathing became heavier. Because what Luo Tong described was exactly the data of the imaginary enemy that the Dragon Heart Power armor would have to face, which they had reversely deduced through countless failed simulations. These are the highest level of top secrets in the entire Dragon Nest base. This man, how did he know? It seems that you are not completely ignorant. Luo Tong took in everyone's shock, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's just that you don't dare to admit it, or perhaps your cognition limits your imagination. He took a step forward, and the invisible pressure made Leng Yu subconsciously take half a step back. You think you're building a suit of armor, but in reality, you're creating a cage. A mortal cage used to bind the power of God and claim it for oneself. It's a shame. You don't even know the true level of God's power. How could you possibly build a cage that could hold him? Luo Tong's voice was like the whisper of a god, and every word he spoke was ruthlessly shattering the scientific worldview that Leng Yu was proud of. What evidence do you have? Leng Yu bit her lip and used all her strength to ask this question. Evidence? Luo Tong smiled. He turned his head and his gaze fell on the Valkyrie of God, Lin Shurhan, who was kneeling on one knee and looking at him fanatically. My general, it seems that some people don't believe in our world. Lin Shurhan suddenly raised her head, and her sharp phoenix eyes were burning with a high fighting spirit. She knew that the master was giving her a chance to show off. A chance to show these mortals a glimpse of the kingdom of God. Shurhan, I am willing to clear all doubts for my master. Her voice was sonorous and powerful, filled with a supreme sense of honor. Very good. Luo Tong's gaze turned to Long Ao and those solemn-looking military brass again. If you want to see the evidence, it's very simple. Let your strongest troops here come and play with me. Let me see how fragile this peak of mortals, which you were so proud of, is in my eyes. These words are extremely arrogant. He actually wanted to challenge the most elite special forces in the entire Dragon Nest base alone. Admiral Long Ao's pupils suddenly shrank. He exchanged glances with the generals around him and saw the shock in each other's eyes and a hint of aroused military spirit. Mr. Luo, this. Long Ao hesitated. What? You don't dare? Luo Tong's tone was full of provocation. Good. Before Long Ao could answer, Lin Shurhan beside him suddenly stood up. Her tight black combat uniform perfectly outlines her explosive and muscular curves, and an aura of heroic and iron-blooded spirit comes to her face. Master. Let my Dragon Fang Special Forces team show you the results of their training. She turned around, faced Long Ao, and saluted fiercely. Reporting to the commander. Lin Shurhan, captain of the Dragon Fang Special Operations Brigade directly under the Eastern Theater Command, requests a top-level combat drill. Opponent. She paused, looked back at the indifferent man, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes that she herself had not even noticed, and her voice suddenly rose. That's my man, Mr. Luo Tong. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. The members of the Dragon Fang team were all very excited. They were the kings of kings, the sharpest fangs of the Xia nation. They could die for Captain Lin Shurhan, but how could they admit that a young man who looked so weak could be stronger than them? They don't accept it. Long Ao looked at Lin Shurhan's unquestionable eyes, then looked at Luo Tong's playful expression. Finally, he took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Approve. 10 minutes later. Dragon Nest Base, the largest indoor comprehensive training ground. In the center of the venue, Luo Tong stood with his hands behind his back, looking as relaxed as if he was taking a walk in the park. Opposite him, 12 fully armed Dragon Tooth team members wearing the latest exoskeleton-assisted armor have formed a standard combat attack formation. The eyes of every team member were like unsheathed sharp blades, locked tightly on Luo Tong, and their bodies exuded a terrifying murderous aura honed in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the observation room high up, Long Ao, Long Yu, and a group of senior military officials were gazing at the scene with serious expressions through the huge one-way glass. Captain, do we really want to take action? After all, he is. A team member asked in a low voice through the team channel. Shut up. Lin Shurhan's icy voice rang out. This is an order. It's also an honor. Use all your strength to attack him. Let him see the value of our dragon Fong. Yes. The drill begins. Following Lin Shurhan's order. Kill. The 12 members of the Dragon Fong team are moving. Their movements are as fast as lightning. The exoskeleton armor under their feet burst out with powerful force, making them like 12 tigers out of the cage, rushing towards the seemingly thin figure in the field from all directions with a siege that left no blind spots. The fist whistled. The strong wind it brought up even made the air emit a tearing sound. This is a terrifying force that is enough to punch through 3 brick walls. In the observation room, everyone subconsciously held their breath. Long Yu's cold eyes were also fixed on the screen. She wanted to see how capable this man who talked about gods and demons all the time really was. However, facing this thunderous encirclement attack, Luo Tong didn't even lift his eyelids. Just when the 2 players in front were about to hit him in the face with their alloy-wrapped iron fists, he finally moved. There is no earth-shaking momentum and no dazzling moves. He just raised his right hand gently. Then, casually, swing forward. It was as if he was just shooing away an annoying fly. Next second, a scene that made everyone's heart break happened. Bang! There was an extremely dull explosion, as if the air was compressed to the limit. An invisible but visible shockwave exploded with Luo Tong's body as the center. The 12 members of the Dragon Fong team, who were as fierce as tigers descending from the mountains, seemed to have hit an invisible steel wall traveling at supersonic speed the moment they came into contact with the shockwave. The exoskeleton armor on their bodies made a teeth-grinding crunching sound. Immediately afterwards, 12 tall and burly figures, like broken sacks hit by a huge cannon, flew backwards at a speed even faster than when they came. Boom! 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 12 heavy muffled sounds rang out one after another on the alloy walls of the training ground. 12 of Xia country's top soldiers were embedded into the wall without any resistance, and their lives or deaths were unknown. The whole audience was in dead silence. In the observation room, the teacup in Admiral Long Ao's hand fell to the ground with a bang and shattered into pieces. All generals, petrified. And Long Yu, on that pretty face that looked as cold as ice, was filled with only endless emptiness and fear. With a wave of your hand. Just a wave of the hand. He blew away the 12 top Special Forces soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor like garbage. Is this a power that humans can possess? This is the power of God that he spoke of? At this moment, in the training ground, Luo Tong slowly put down his hand, as if he had really just done something insignificant. He raised his head, his eyes penetrating the one-way glass, and accurately met the eyes of the completely stunned female academician in the observation room. The corner of his mouth curled up into an evil and cruel arc, and he mouthed to her silently. Now, do you still think I'm talking nonsense? Chapter 49, Gods and Demons Arrive. The Ice Queen offers her first kiss. Boom! Luo Tong's silent lip movements were like a thunderbolt from the sky, exploding in Long Yu's mind. There was deathly silence in the observation room. The one-way special glass worth hundreds of millions of dollars that can withstand direct hits from artillery shells seemed to have become the most ridiculous decoration at this moment. Everyone felt that the man, that godlike existence, was penetrating all obstacles and looking down at them, the tiny ants, with his eyes that were indifferent to all life. Long Yu's pretty face, which was as cold as ice, lost all its color and turned pale. The absolute rationality that she was proud of and the scientific worldview that she had built up over 20 years were completely shattered at this moment by Luo Tong's nonchalant wave of his hand. With a wave of your hand. 12 top soldiers equipped with the latest exoskeleton armor were embedded into the alloy wall like garbage. This is not physics at all. This is a miracle. It is the realm of God that mortals cannot understand, and can only look up to in fear. Aye. Long Yu opened her red lips slightly, wanting to refute and use science to explain everything in front of her, but she found that her throat was extremely dry and she couldn't say a word. Her body was shaking slightly uncontrollably. It's not because of the cold, but because of the most instinctive fear and trembling of life towards the existence of higher dimensions. Gudong. Admiral Long Ao swallowed hard. He felt that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He finally understood. I understand it completely. Why would the powerful old lady of the Luo family abdicate overnight? Why did even the legendary guardian of the Luo family disappear in front of this man? It turned out that the person they were facing was not a mortal at all. But he is a god walking among the earth. Now, do you still think that your data and theories are meaningful? Luo Tong's voice had appeared in the observation room at some point. He seemed to have teleported and stood silently in front of Long Yu. His deep eyes, with a hint of teasing, looked down at her condescendingly. Long Yu subconsciously took a step back, but found that his back was against the cold wall and he had nowhere to retreat. The calmness and arrogance that she was proud of were fragile and vulnerable in the face of Luo Tong's absolute pressure. She was like a snow rabbit cornered by a lion, with no choice but to tremble. Your Dragon Heart project is not intended to create super soldier armor. Luo Tong stretched out a finger and gently lifted Long Yu's smooth chin, forcing her to raise her head and look directly at him. His fingertips had a slightly cold touch, which made Long Yu's body tremble violently as if she had been electrocuted. It's to steal the power of God. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. It's a shame that you mortals, who don't even know what a god's toes look like, dare to try to get your hands on his power. How ridiculous and pathetic. His words were like heavy hammers, hitting Long Yu's heart hard, shattering her last bit of pride. Just then, "Whoa!" An extremely piercing alarm suddenly sounded throughout the entire dragon's nest base. The red warning lights flashed wildly, illuminating every horrified face with blood red. Alarm! Alarm! Isolation Area Number 7, the energy barrier is ineffective. Target, Shadow 7, breached containment. Repeat. Target, Shadow 7, breached containment. A major in charge of surveillance rushed in, crawling and tumbling, his face full of doomsday fear. General Long. Oh no! That monster has escaped. What? Admiral Long Ao's face changed drastically. Shadow 7. That was the real god killer whom they had captured at a heavy price a month ago. A terrifying existence that destroyed their entire mechanized infantry regiment with just his physical body. Which direction did it go? Long Ao roared. The main energy core. Its target is the main energy core. If it succeeds, the entire dragon nest base will be blown to the sky. Boom! Everyone's brain went blank in an instant. Quick! Activate the highest level of defense plan. All combat units, stop it at all costs. Long Ao roared hysterically. However, Luo Tong just glanced at the black shadow that was wreaking havoc on the screen, with a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth. A piece of shit like this is worthy of being called a godslayer? He shook his head as if he was watching a boring farce. At the same time, the alloy passage deep in the base had already become a mess. Countless automatic defense turrets extended from the wall, spewing out dense tongues of fire. Soldiers wearing heavy power armor surged forward like a tide, madly pouring out ammunition with their Gauss rifles. However, all these attacks fell on the high-speed moving black shadow, like a drop in the ocean, without causing a single ripple. It was a humanoid creature that was completely black, as if made of pure shadow. Its body could stretch and deform at will, and it could ignore any physical attacks. Ah! A soldier was swept by a black shadow, and his heavy power armor was instantly torn apart as if it were made of paper. The whole person turned into a cloud of blood mist. Monster! It's a monster! Fear spreads like a plague. Don't retreat! For the Xia Kingdom! A delicate cry rang out. Lin Shurhan, dressed in military uniform and holding a specially made ultra-high-frequency vibration saber, rushed forward fearlessly. As the captain of Dragon Fong and an SSS-level genetic warrior, she is the pinnacle among mortals. Evil beast! Die! Lin Shurhan's figure was as fast as a ghost, and the saber in her hand drew a brilliant silver light and accurately slashed at the core of the black shadow. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing. Lin Shurhan only felt an irresistible and terrifying force coming from the blade. She felt like she was struck by lightning, her knuckles cracked instantly, and blood was oozing out. The black shadow was only split open, but it healed in an instant. Its featureless face seemed to turn towards Lin Shurhan, uttering a silent laugh. The next second, a pitch-black tentacle shot out like lightning, heading straight for Lin Shurhan's heart. Too fast. It was so fast that Lin Shurhan had no time to react. The shadow of death instantly enveloped her. Oh no. In the last moment of her life, what emerged in her mind was that man, that figure who was like a god or a demon. Being able to live and die for the Lord is the greatest honor in her life. She closed her eyes and prepared to die. However, the expected severe pain did not come. A warm and strong embrace, holding her tightly. A familiar, intoxicating masculine scent instantly enveloped her. Lin Shirhan suddenly opened her eyes. Luo Tong appeared in front of her without her knowing when. With just one hand, he easily grabbed the dark tentacle that was powerful enough to penetrate a tank. "How dare you touch my woman in front of me?" A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Luo Tong's eyes. "You are seeking death." Snap. He exerted a little force with his palm. The indestructible black tentacles were crushed into pieces by him like fragile biscuits. Roar! The black shadow let out a silent, yet soul-tearing, scream of pain. It seemed to realize the horror of the man in front of it and turned around to escape. "Did I let you go?" Luo Tong's voice was like a judgment from the nine nether hell. He held Lin Shirhan in his arms, without even moving an inch. He just slowly raised his other hand and grasped it in the direction where the black shadow was escaping. Buzz! An invisible and terrifying force that was powerful enough to distort light instantly enveloped the space. The arrogant god-killer, Shadow 7, was like being tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand. His body was compressed and twisted, making a teeth-grinding crunching sound. At last. Bang! A soft sound. The terrifying monster that left the entire Dragon's Nest base helpless was crushed to pieces in mid-air. It turned into black spots of light all over the sky and dissipated into the air. The whole audience was dead silent. All the surviving soldiers stared at the divine and demonic scene before them in amazement, forgetting to breathe. In the observation room, Admiral Long Ao and a group of senior officials seemed to be petrified, frozen in place. As for Long Yu, she covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. In her eyes that had been frozen for thousands of years, there was only endless horror and a trace of morbid obsession and fanaticism that she herself had not even noticed. God! This is the real God! Ding! The host stands before the mighty host, subduing the demons with divine power, saving the damsel in distress, and the key figure, Lin Shirhan, and the bond with God's Valkyrie, are elevated. Loyalty increased to 120 divine brand. Unlocks exclusive bond skill, divine protection, passive. When Lin Shirhan is under a fatal threat, the host can instantly sense it and descend upon her. Ding! The host has suppressed the Yi God Slayer for the first time, and the Wu War Workshop module has been activated. Receive the Newbie gift pack, blueprint for the Yi God Slayer I Warframe. The system's prompt sounded in Luo Tong's mind. He lowered his head and looked at the beautiful face in his arms, which was flushed red with excitement, admiration, and love. "My general, as a Valkyrie, your vigilance is not enough." His voice held a hint of doting rebuke. "Master! Master!" Lin Shirhan's eyes instantly turned red. She could no longer suppress the frenzy in her heart, so she raised her head suddenly and, using all her strength, kissed Luo Tong on the lips. Under the watchful eyes of countless soldiers and base leaders, this heroic goddess of the army, admired by countless men in the army, gave her hottest and most pious first kiss to her god. Luo Tong was slightly stunned, then accepted it calmly. After a long time, their lips parted. A crystal thread was stretched between the two people, full of extreme ambiguity and temptation. Luo Tong ignored the petrified people around him. His gaze penetrated through layers of obstacles and met Lang Yu's eyes in the observation room again. He issued new orders in an unquestionable, kingly tone. "See? This is the enemy you are going to face, and that is only the weakest one. Now, I command you to use all your wisdom to create for me a suit of armor that can bear my power. For the materials, use the core debris of the God Slayer just now." "I can't do it." A wicked smile appeared on Luo Tong's lips. "You can be my armor yourself." Chapter 50, Conquering the Goddess in the Army. Marshal Long kneels down and begs to wield the sword of the country. This command, filled with extreme aggression and possessiveness, was like an invisible thunder, exploding in the silent Dragon's Nest base. In the observation room, Lung Yu's pretty face, which seemed as cold as ice, instantly lost all color and turned pale. Be his armor personally? These words, full of innuendo and humiliation, made Xia Country's top female academician feel dizzy. She staggered back uncontrollably and almost collapsed to the ground. And in the center of the training ground, that shocking kiss finally ended. A crystal thread was stretched between their lips, full of extreme ambiguity and temptation. Under the gaze of all the surviving soldiers in the base and the senior military officials in the observation room, Lin Shirhan's heroic face had turned so red that it was almost bleeding. However, there was no trace of shyness or embarrassment in her eyes. What she had was endless admiration, fanaticism, and the supreme honor of being able to dedicate everything she had to the man in front of her. She slowly but firmly broke free from Luo Tong's arms. The next second, she made a move that stunned everyone, including Admiral Long Ao. Thump! This SSS-class genetic warrior, the sharpest Fong in the Eastern Theater Command, the proud captain of the Dragon Fong Special Forces, and the rising undefeated goddess in the Xia Kingdom's military. Without any warning, he knelt on one knee. She lowered her proud head to Luo Tong with the most standard and pious chivalrous salute. Honor. Her voice was no longer the cold and sonorous voice of the major before, but carried a hint of trembling after surviving a disaster, and a kind of awe from the depths of her soul. Shirhan, incompetent. You were nearly injured by a mere beast, tarnishing your reputation. And even putting your master in danger. Shirhan deserves death. Master, please punish her. Boom. These words and this attitude completely ignited the entire audience. The members of the Dragon Tooth team who had just been pulled back from the brink of life and death looked at their captain, who was like a god of war in their minds, kneeling in front of the man and asking for forgiveness like the most humble maid. Their worldview was once again severely impacted. But this time, there was no dissatisfaction or doubt in their hearts. All that's left is to take it for granted. Yes. Facing such a being who could suppress gods and demons with a wave of his hand, and change life and death with a single thought, their proud captain could become his woman, could kneel at his feet. This in itself is a supreme honor. In the observation room, Admiral Long Ao's pupils contracted violently, and his eyes were full of complexity as he looked at Lin Shirhan. There is shock and regret, but more of it is envy. He knew that from this moment on, Lin Shirhan, the sharpest knife of the Xia army, had been completely engraved with Luo Tong's mark. She no longer fights for the Xia kingdom, she only fights for her gods. Luo Tong looked at the beautiful woman kneeling on one knee, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He likes the feeling of conquest. Especially conquering a woman like Lin Shirhan, who is already at the top of the pyramid and possesses supreme glory and pride. Pulling her down from the altar and letting her willingly offer all her loyalty and faith to you, this kind of pleasure is incomparable. Punishment? Luo Tong chuckled, stretched out his hand, pulled Lin Shirhan up from the ground, and took her into his arms again, feeling her explosive and muscular body. You fought for me, fearless of death. This is your honor. His fingers gently stroked the bloodstain left by the broken knuckles on Lin Shirhan's body. A barely perceptible golden light flashed, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. And your kiss is my reward to you. Feeling the warm touch on her hand and the mysterious power that could heal everything, Lin Shirhan's body trembled violently and her eyes turned red in an instant. Divine grace. This is the divine grace bestowed upon her by the master. She could no longer suppress her inner excitement and buried her head deeply in Luo Tong's chest, like a phoenix that had found its final home. At this moment, a heavy and hesitant sound of footsteps was heard. Admiral Long Ao finally walked out of the observation room. A group of officers followed behind him, but everyone kept a distance of more than 3 meters from him, as if they did not dare to approach Luo Tong's area, which exuded divine pressure. Mr. Luo. Admiral Long Ao's weather-beaten, iron-blooded face was now filled with awe and fear. He walked up to Luo Tong with difficulty, stopped 5 steps away, and dared not move forward anymore. Then, he took a deep breath, stood at attention suddenly, and saluted Luo Tong with the highest military salute of the Xia kingdom. Then, he bent down 90 degrees and lowered his noble head, which was enough to rank among the top 10 in the entire Xia country. Lord Luo. He simply changed his name. Today, if it weren't for your divine power descending upon us, the safety of our Dragon Nest base, tens of thousands of soldiers, and even the entire Xia nation would have been in catastrophic danger. I, Long Ao, on behalf of the Eastern Theater Command and the highest military headquarters of the Xia nation, extend my highest respect and deepest apologies to you. Before, we were blind and offended the majesty of the Supreme God. Please punish us. His voice was loud, yet filled with trembling from the heart. A general who commands 1 million strong troops and can make the land tremble with just a stomp of his foot, now looks like a student who has done something wrong and is bowing his head to admit his mistake. If this scene were to spread, it would be enough to detonate the entire world. However, Luo Tong didn't even raise his eyelids. He just glanced at the officers who were following Long Ao in silence, and the Dragon Tooth team members in the distance whose eyes were full of fanaticism and admiration. Condemned? He sneered. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. You guys are not qualified yet. Mad. Crazy to the extreme. But at this moment, no one thought he was arrogant. Because he has the capital. Luoton's gaze finally fell on the Dragon Tooth team members who had regrouped and stood upright. From today on, your captain is my woman. I saved your lives. His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. From now on, Dragon Fawn, you will only obey my orders. Any questions? No. The 12 members of the Dragon Fawn team practically shouted out their answers. They puffed out their chests, and the enthusiasm in their eyes almost burst out. We are waiting. We are willing to die for the Lord Luo. I am willing to die for Luo Shangshan. The thunderous roar of allegiance resounded throughout the entire training ground. The army's morale is already in this direction. Upon seeing this, General Long Ao was not unhappy at all. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and even showed a hint of joy on his face. Luoton's willingness to take over Dragon Fawn shows that he did not vent his anger on the entire military. This is great news. At this moment, Luoton's gaze finally turned to Long Ao. General Long, it seems you still owe me an explanation. You know far more about the Godslayer in your so-called Dragon Heart project than you let on. Admiral Long Ao's body suddenly stiffened, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He knew that the real test was coming. He took a deep breath and was about to reveal all the top secrets. Buzz. A slight spatial fluctuation interrupted him. I saw that in Luotong's hand, there was a pitch-black diamond-shaped crystal that seemed to be compressed from countless starlight. It was the core debris left after the Shadow 7 was crushed in mid-air. As for the origins of this garbage, you will go to my Cloudtop Palace in person and report to me later. Luotong played with the crystal in his hand, as if it was not a strategic-level item that could shake the world, but just an ordinary toy. His gaze penetrated the space and fell once again on the icy female academician Lanyu, who was still in a trance in the observation room. He snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The pitch-black crystal turned into a stream of light and directly ignored the special glass that was half a meter thick and strong enough to withstand direct hits from artillery shells. It flew in silently as if passing through the water. Finally, it hovered right in front of Lanyu, spinning slowly and emitting a strange and heart-pounding energy. Here's the sample. Luoton's indifferent yet oppressive voice rang directly in Langyu's mind. 3 days. I want to see a draft of a battle armor design that can bear 1% of my strength. I'll pick it up in person in 3 days. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer then. The corner of Luotong's mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile, and his eyes swept meaningfully over Langyu's body, which was wrapped in a white research suit but still showed amazing curves. I can only let you use your body to personally verify what size my battle armor requires. Chapter 51 Sister begs in video, brother, don't go and kill the gods. This declaration, filled with extreme humiliation and absolute possessiveness, was like an invisible electric current that instantly broke through Langyu's last psychological defense. In the observation room, the most outstanding chief scientist of Xia country, known as the Iceberg Queen, had a pretty face that was as cold as ice, and suddenly a sickly blush appeared on her face. Her mind was blank, her ears were buzzing, and only that overbearing command was echoing wildly. Use her body to personally verify the size of the armor? This is simply shameless. Obscene. However, she discovered that in addition to her body trembling uncontrollably, what was rising in her heart, besides shame, anger, and fear, was actually a trace of trembling and anticipation that she herself could not understand, which was completely dominated by her. Crazy. She must be crazy. Luotong in the field never looked at Langyu again after giving this order. It seemed that in her eyes, this national treasure-level genius admired by countless people was already something he could easily control, and was not worth spending any more attention on. He let go of Lin Shurhan in his arms and gently straightened her messy collar. His intimacy, which was so unconcerned about others, made all the soldiers around him lower their heads tactfully. Let's go, my general. Luotong's lips curled up into a faint smile. Go back to our home. Yes, master. Lin Shurhan nodded obediently, her pretty and heroic face filled with a halo of happiness and satisfaction. Being cherished by her master and being able to return to her master's nest is the only thought in her mind at this moment. Luotong took her hand and turned to leave. From beginning to end, he never looked at General Long Ao directly, as if this National Guardian Dragon General was just air. Admiral Long Ao's heart tightened and cold sweat broke out instantly. He knew that this was the god expressing his dissatisfaction. He did not dare to hesitate for a moment, and rushed forward, bowing deeply to Luotong's back again. Lord Luo. Please stay. Luo Tong paused slightly, but did not look back. What is it? Those two indifferent words carried with them the pressure of a mountain, causing Long Ao to feel as if his spine was creaking. I am willing to reveal to you the top secrets of the God Slayer and the entire truth about the Dragon's Heart project. Long Ao's voice was trembling. Please, High God, move to the Cloudtop Palace and allow me to report to you in person. He lowered his posture very low, almost using a pleading tone. He knew very well that the person before him was no longer someone that Xia State could win over or control by any means. The only way to survive is to completely surrender and deify him. Luo Tong made a barely perceptible response from his nose, which was considered as his agreement. The next second, he put his arms around Lin Shirhan's slender waist and disappeared from the training ground out of thin air. Only one sentence was left, echoing in Long Ao's ears. Follow me. Yunding Palace, the top-floor reception room. Admiral Long Ao sat upright with his hands on his knees, like a primary school student waiting for a lecture from his teacher. Even though he had heard of Luo Tong's extravagance, when he personally came to the sky city floating above the sea of clouds, he was still shocked by the sense of technology that was ahead of its time and the miraculous power. He is now extremely glad that he made his previous decision. To be an enemy of such a being? That's not just seeking death, that's not even knowing how you died. Luo Tong leaned lazily on the sofa, while Lin Shirhan knelt at his feet like the most docile maid, gently kneading his calves, her eyes full of satisfaction and admiration. Just when Luo Tong was about to let Long Ao start his report, the soft voice of the intelligent butler Tianshu sounded in the reception room. Sir, a mandatory encrypted communication request has been detected from Mrs. Luo. At the same time, Ms. Luo Pan's personal terminal is also calling you with the highest priority. Luo Tong raised his brows slightly. Mother and sister? He glanced at the restless Long Ao, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the noise I made today was a bit too loud. Pick it up. Buzz. A huge holographic projection instantly appeared in the center of the reception room. Two beautiful faces that were familiar to him appeared on the screen. One photo shows Luo Wan, who still has her charm and elegance, but now looks haggard and deeply worried. The other photo shows Luo Pan with tears in her eyes, red rims of her eyes, and full of panic and anxiety. Elder brother. As soon as the communication was connected, Luo Pan's crying voice rang out impatiently. Brother! Are you okay? Pan was so worried about you. The little girl was sobbing so hard that she looked like she was about to burst into tears. Anyone who saw her would feel heartbroken. Beside her, Luo Wan's face was as pale as paper. She looked at the safe and sound Luo Tong in the picture, and her tense body relaxed a little, but the worry in her eyes became more intense. Tonger. Luo Wan's voice was filled with a hint of trembling and fear that even she herself didn't notice. Did you really go to the military's Dragon's Nest base? Since Luo Tong seized power by using magical means, although she has handed over all her power, she can still use part of the Luo family's huge intelligence network. The Dragon's Nest base suddenly sounded the highest level alarm, and was then forcibly blocked by the military with the highest authority, erasing all information. These strange visions immediately made her think of her lawless son. When the intelligence was confirmed and Luo Tong really appeared there, she felt like her heart was about to stop beating. Military? That's a war meat grinder that devours everything. It's the most terrifying machine of violence in Xia country. No matter how capable her Tonger is, how could he provoke such a behemoth? Mom, Pan, I'm fine. Luo Tong's voice became much gentler, completely different from the indifference he had shown when facing Long Ao just now. He looked at his sister in the picture soothingly. Pan, don't cry, isn't your brother fine? Wow, but my sister said there are monsters in the military base. They eat people. Why did you go to such a dangerous place, brother? Luo Pan pursed her lips, tears falling like beads from a broken string. Brother, if anything happens to you, Pan will die too. Luo Wan, who was standing by, felt heartbroken when she heard this. She took a deep breath and said in an almost pleading tone, Tonger, listen to my advice. Don't get involved with the military anymore. Their affairs are not ours to get involved in. Mom knows you're incredibly powerful now, but 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. That's the entire country's violence machine. You. Mom. Luo Tong interrupted her lightly. He slowly sat up straight, and an invisible majesty instantly emanated from him. Even though they were separated by the screen, Luo Wan and Luo Pan subconsciously held their breath. Do you think I'm going to meddle in their affairs? The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up into a smile that looked down on the world. You are wrong. I'm not going to play house with them. His gaze became deep and domineering, as if to penetrate the screen and let them see a brand new world that they had never imagined. I'm going to tell them that from today on, the rules of the game will be determined by me. It's time for the sharpest knife in Xia country to find a new owner. Boom! These words, like thunder, exploded in the minds of Luo Wan and Luo Pan. What did they hear? Changing the owner of Xiaogua's blade? What an arrogant and heaven-defying declaration! Luo Wan's beautiful eyes were fixed on her son, and a huge wave of emotions was rising in her heart. She suddenly understood. I was wrong from the beginning. She always wanted to keep the eagle in her own golden birdcage, but she never thought that her son was not an eagle at all. But it is a divine dragon that is destined to soar above the 9 heavens, puffing up clouds and spewing out mist, overlooking the entire world. So, don't worry. Luo Tong's voice softened again. In this world, no one, no force, can threaten me. All you have to do is stay under my wings with peace of mind. Look at me, how I trample this whole world under my feet. After saying that, he hung up the call. He knew that enough was enough. Silence returned to the living room again. Long Ao, who was standing aside, was already sweating profusely and his mind was broken. He just heard Luo Tong's entire family conversation. It's time for the sharpest knife in Xia country to find a new owner. These words made this dragon commander, the guardian of the country, feel a chill deep in his soul. He had no doubt. This man in front of me can definitely do what he says. Just as he was feeling agitated, Luo Tong's indifferent gaze had already fallen on him again. The warmth that belonged to family disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by the coldness and majesty of a god looking down on an ant. Okay, the housework is done. Luo Tong picked up a glass of red wine and shook it gently. In his eyes, the scarlet liquid looked like flowing blood. Now, it's your turn, General Long. What on earth have you mortals dug up that shouldn't be dug out of a grave? Chapter 52, Conferring the Title of the Godly General. My order is the highest military order of the Xia Kingdom. Luo Tong's plain question, when heard by Admiral Long Ao, was no less than the final judgment of the gods. Cold sweat was dripping down his weather-beaten, iron-blooded face, and the entire back of his military uniform was completely soaked. Facing the unfathomable and moody god before him, he dared not hide anything or whitewash anything. Because he knew that any lie would only appear ridiculous and pathetic in the face of absolute power. Yes. God. Long Ao suddenly stood up from the sofa, his body straightened, and saluted with a standard military salute again. Then he began his report in an extremely heavy tone. Everything started 3 years ago when we discovered a prehistoric civilization relic deep in the Kunlun Mountains. We named that ruin the Tomb of the Gods. It lies buried 10,000 meters beneath frozen soil, its structure and materials completely beyond our modern scientific understanding. There, we discovered numerous indecipherable murals and the remains of a humanoid creature sealed within an unknown crystal. Long Ao's voice was filled with awe and fear. We made a monstrous mistake. We attempted to analyze the corpse's genetic sequence and extract the godlike power from it. The original purpose of the Dragon Heart project was to create a vessel capable of carrying this power. And God Slayer. A trace of deep pain and regret appeared on Long Ao's face. They are the product of our failed experiments. They are humans or creatures contaminated by the aura leaked from that corpse, and have undergone deformation. They are violent, bloodthirsty, and live by devouring energy. They are demons that we have released from hell with our own hands. Having said that, Long Ao could no longer hold on. His legs went soft and he actually knelt on one knee in front of Luo Tong with a thump. God. I, Long Ao, and the Xia army deserve death. It was our foolish greed that nearly brought catastrophic disaster to this country, this world. He lowered his head like a criminal awaiting judgment. However, there was silence in the reception room. Luo Tong just listened quietly, with no expression on his face, as if he was listening to a story that had nothing to do with him. Lin Shirhan knelt at his feet, massaging his calves, but her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. It turns out that this is the truth of everything. Her man, her master, had already seen through everything the moment he stepped into the dragon's nest base. This omniscient and omnipotent power made the admiration and love in her heart surge more and more, almost melting her whole body. A long time. Luo Tongkai chuckled, and that laugh was filled with endless contempt and mockery. The tomb of the gods? The corpse of the gods? He shook his head, picked up the wineglass and took a sip. Long Ao, your understanding is still too shallow. What you found was nothing more than a fragment of a lesser deity's fallen kingdom, shattered when it collapsed. And that so-called corpse is even less valuable than a guard dog. Boom! These words shocked Long Ao even more than the truth about the god killer before. He suddenly raised his head, his tiger eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Lesser gods? Fragments of the kingdom of God? A guard dog? An existence that is not even as good as a dog. The aura it leaked created the terrifying monster god killer that made the entire Xia army helpless. How majestic and terrifying would a true god be? And what kind of a dimension did Luo Tong, the one in front of him who could make all of this sound so light, stand in? A dimension that he himself didn't even have the qualifications to look up to? Long Ao's heart sank completely. He finally understood that in Luo Tong's eyes, he, and even the entire Xia kingdom, might really be no different from ants. We are foolish. His lips trembled and he could no longer utter any words. Luo Tong put down his wineglass, slowly stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked the city below with rolling clouds. However, your stupidity is not entirely useless. His voice was indifferent yet majestic. At least, you let me know that on this small planet, besides me, there are some interesting little toys. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless space and land on some unknown dimension. Whatever. He turned around and looked back at Long Ao, who was kneeling on the ground. Since you no longer have the ability to clean up the mess you created, then, from today on, I will take over the supreme military force of this country. He said this as if it were a matter of course, as if he was just announcing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Long Ao did not feel the slightest bit of humiliation from having his power taken away. Instead, his whole body trembled, and his eyes burst into an extremely ecstatic light. This means that God is willing to accept them. This is a great gift from heaven. It is the supreme glory of Xia Nation. No, it is the supreme glory of all human civilization. God, have mercy. Long Ao was so excited that he burst into tears and kowed out heavily to Luo Tong. I, Long Ao, on behalf of the highest military of the Xia Kingdom, wish to enshrine you as the only national guardian god of the Xia Kingdom. From now on, your will is the only supreme command of the Xia Kingdom's military. He knew that any military rank or position would be an insult to the person in front of him. Only God can match his identity. Ding! Detected that the key figure, Long Ao, has offered the highest level of loyalty. The host has successfully taken control of the highest military force of the Xia Kingdom. The first link of the epic quest chain, Nation's Blade, Dragon's Heart, has been completed in excess. Mission rewards, plus 5 million points. War Workshop, privileges upgrade. Unlock a new identity brand, Xiagua Dragon Soul. Xia Nation Dragon Soul, you are the supreme military commander of Xia Nation in name and in reality, possessing absolute authority to mobilize and command all of Xia Nation's armed forces. Your orders will override all other rules. The system's prompt sounded in Luo Tong's mind. The corners of Luo Tong's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. He walked up to Long Ao and looked down at him condescendingly. Very good. In that case, I will grant you the honor of commanding the military on my behalf. As he spoke, he stretched out a finger, and on the tip of his finger, a barely perceptible golden light quietly condensed. He lightly tapped on Long Ao's brow. Buzz. Long Ao only felt a vast, majestic, and supreme sacred aura instantly flooding into his mind. At this moment, his body and his soul seemed to be branded with an eternal mark. He could clearly sense that an absolute connection between master and servant had been established between him and the god in front of him. He even felt that the countless hidden injuries left by years of fighting, as well as his declining body functions, were instantly healed under the baptism of this sacred aura, and he regained the vitality of his peak period. This is goddess grace. Long Ao was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and he kowtowed deeply to Luo Tong again. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. Long Ao is willing to serve you, even if it means death. Luo Tong withdrew his fingers, his expression indifferent. Get up. Yes. Long Ao stood up respectfully and stood aside with his hands hanging down, his posture more submissive than the most humble servant. Luo Tong sat back on the sofa, glanced at Lin Shirhan, who was kneeling at his feet with stars in her eyes, and spoke lightly, issuing his first order after becoming the god of guarding the country. Tian Shu. Sir, I'm here. In my name, issue the highest order to the Xia Kingdom's military. Luo Tong's voice was emotionless. Effective immediately, the Divine Strategy Office will be established. I will personally oversee all special operations, space-based weapon systems, and all extraordinary strategic projects throughout the country. Appoint Long Ao as the first deputy lord of the Shinso Mansion to handle daily affairs on my behalf. Appoint Lin Shirhan as the commander of the First Corps of the Divine Guard Army, directly under the Divine Strategy Palace, and grant him the rank of general. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Long Ao and Lin Shirhan were all struck by lightning and completely froze in place. Lin Shirhan suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful face was full of disbelief. The rank of general? She is only in her 20s. From a major, he rose to the top in one step, becoming the youngest general in the Republic, commanding a brand new Ace Legion? This is simply a step to heaven. And Long Ao took a deep breath, and a huge wave rose in his heart. Shinso Mansion. What a big deal. This means that the most core and advanced violence machine of the entire Xia country will be integrated into his hands alone. Moreover, this order was issued directly in an unquestionable oracle manner without any procedures or discussions. God. Long Ao swallowed hard. This is against the rules. I'm afraid the other marshals of the highest military department. Before he could finish his words, Luo Tong's cold gaze swept over him. Rule? From now on, my words are the rules. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. As for those marshals, inform them that an emergency meeting will be held in the Eastern Theater Command's highest conference room in 1 hour. Tell them that the sky of Xia country has changed. Who is for it, and who is against it? Chapter 53, The General is your wife. My military soul and my life are yours. These calm words, yet containing a terrifying murderous intent like a sea of corpses and blood, were like an invisible hammer of judgment, striking heavily on the hearts of Long Ao and Lin Shirhan. Who agrees? Who objects? This is not an inquiry at all, but an ultimatum. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Admiral Long Ao's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, but this time, it was not because of fear, but an extreme fanaticism and excitement that came from the depths of his soul. He seemed to have already seen that under the leadership of this god before him, the Xia kingdom would usher in a new era of great splendor and glory. And he, Long Ao, will be the most determined founder and executor of this new era. Yes, yes, sir. Long Ao's voice was hoarse with excitement. He straightened his back suddenly and gave Luo Tong an unprecedented standard military salute. I'll do it immediately. I'll make sure all the marshals are here within the hour. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave to carry out this oracle that was enough to subvert the entire power structure of the Xia kingdom, a cold but extremely firm voice suddenly sounded in the reception room. Report. The one who spoke was Lin Shirhan. She was still kneeling at Luo Tong's feet, but at this moment, she slowly raised her heroic and beautiful face, and her eyes, as bright as stars, were staring at Luo Tong with great concentration and passion. In those eyes, there was no more awe of subordinates for their superiors, nor was there any worship of believers for gods. What there is just an extremely pure love and belonging of a woman to her beloved man. Luo Tong raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her with interest. Long Ao, who was standing aside, was shocked. He didn't know what his beloved general, who had just been promoted to a high position, would do at such a critical moment. Lin Shirhan took a deep breath and said word by word in a solemn tone as if reciting a military oath. Report to the master. I, Lin Shirhan, resign from my position as commander of the First Corps of the Divine Guard Army, directly under the Divine Strategy Palace, and from my position as general. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was like another thunder exploding in Long Ao's mind. His eyes suddenly widened, and he almost thought he was hallucinating. Resign? What a joke! That's the rank of general. It's the pinnacle that countless soldiers of the Republic have fought their entire lives for, yet they can never reach it. He also holds the supreme authority over the Divine Guard, an ace army that is destined to dominate the world in the future. The Supreme God had just personally appointed her, and she was actually resigning? Crazy. This girl must be crazy. Shirhan. You. Long Ao subconsciously wanted to scold. However, Luo Tong just glanced at him lightly, and Long Ao instantly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He swallowed back all the remaining words, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. He forgot that he had no right to speak here. Luo Tong ignored Long Ao's reaction. His eyes were always on Lin Shirhan's face, with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Give me a reason. He asked calmly, isn't the general's glory good? Okay. Lin Shirhan nodded without hesitation, but then the light in her eyes became more gentle and more determined. But what Shirhan seeks is not military rank or power. She stared into Luo Tong's eyes, and there was a slight tremor in her voice that she herself did not even notice. It was a determination to give everything she had to him. What I seek is the title of wife, or I can serve my master forever. My gun fights for its master. My life is for my master. My military soul has been branded with your mark since the moment I met you, my master. From now on, it will burn only for you. So, please allow me, master. Lin Shirhan slowly but solemnly lowered her noble head towards Luo Tong, and her smooth forehead gently touched Luo Tong's knee. Please allow me to be your wife. As your wife, let me protect everything for you and dedicate everything to you. The entire reception room fell into silence in an instant. Admiral Long Ao was completely petrified on the spot, his mouth wide open and his mind blank. What did he see? What did you hear? Xia country's most dazzling general, an SSS-class genetic warrior, and the future military Valkyrie. He actually gave up supreme honor and power just to seek the title of wife? At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying the charm of this god before him was. It is a divine power that is enough to make the proudest and most powerful woman willingly bow down and offer her soul. Luo Tong quietly looked at the beautiful woman kneeling in front of him, feeling the pure loyalty and love in her words, and his heart couldn't help but stir. He reached out and gently lifted Lin Shirhan's chin, allowing her to raise her head again. Their eyes met. Looking at the tears in her eyes due to excitement and nervousness, Luo Tong finally curled up his lips into a doting smile. Silly girl. His voice was so gentle that it seemed to melt the ice of 10,000 years. Who told you that the question between general and wife is a multiple-choice question? Lin Shirhan was slightly startled, and a hint of confusion flashed in her beautiful eyes. Luo Tong's fingertips gently stroked her smooth and delicate chin. He leaned over and whispered domineeringly in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. My woman deserves the best of everything in the world. I give you the honor of being a general. I will also give you the title of wife. I want them all. Boom! The warm breath, accompanied by that domineering declaration, was like the most violent electric current, instantly penetrating Lin Shirhan's whole body. Her delicate body trembled violently, and an indescribable happiness and sweetness, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, instantly submerged her completely. Master! Master! She murmured, and the tears in her eyes, unable to be held back any longer, fell like pearls from a broken string. But this time, they were tears of happiness. From today on, you are my fourth wife, Luo Tong. Luo Tong's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. He was announcing to Lin Shirhan, to Long Ao, and to the world. The moment he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in his mind as expected. Ding! Detected key figure, Lin Shirhan, offers her complete military spirit and absolute love, and requests to become your wife. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully married your fourth divine consort Lin Shirhan. The bond between God's Valkyrie and God's Valkyrie has been fully fulfilled, and the character's loyalty is locked to max eternal God's favor. Unlock a new couple bond skill, Military Soul Resonance. Military Soul Resonance, when you fight alongside Lin Shirhan, all troops under your or her command will receive Divine Blessing, permanently locking morale to max, and increasing overall combat power by 200%. You will be the only military god on the battlefield who will never fall. The core module of the Many Children, Many Blessings, and Prosperous Branches system is activated. The family's luck has received an epic boost. Mission reward, God-level gene optimization fluid perfect edition X1. System mole points plus 10 million. Feeling the power surging again in his body and the generous rewards brought by the system, Luo Tong's smile became even more intense. He looked at Lin Shirhan, who was in tears but incredibly beautiful, and slowly lowered his head. Under Long Ao's shocked and numb gaze, he kissed her slightly cold lips accurately. After a long time, their lips parted. Lin Shirhan had already collapsed all over, her pretty face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. If Luo Tong had not been supporting her, she would probably have collapsed to the ground. She was breathing heavily, her beautiful eyes were misty, full of confusion and happiness. Luo Tong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then turned his gaze back to Long Ao, who was almost turning into a statue. The gentleness that was unique to Lin Shirhan disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by godlike indifference and majesty. General Long. Ah. Yes. God. Long Ao was startled and suddenly came to his senses, standing at attention quickly. Inform those marshals that the meeting location remains unchanged. There was no emotion in Luo Tong's voice. In addition, he paused, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let Shurhan's divine guards surround the venue for me. I don't like flies buzzing around when I'm trying to reason with people. Tell them, this is my rule. Chapter 54, The Fourth Goddess Returns. Unlock the world-destroying arsenal. Long Ao only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. All the blood in his body seemed to freeze at this moment. Surround the venue of the Marshals' Conference with a newly formed army? Moreover, the highest commander of this army was a general who had just been promoted from major by Luo Tong with just one word. This is no longer overbearing. This is the most direct and unquestionable way to declare to the highest authority in the entire Xia kingdom the old era is dead. The new god has arrived. He could even imagine what kind of wonderful expressions would appear on the faces of those marshals who were usually high and mighty, commanding heavy troops and whose words could decide the life and death of tens of thousands of people, when they saw the densely packed and murderous divine guards outside the venue. Fear, anger, unwillingness, but in the end, all will only turn into absolute awe of theocracy. Yes. God. The last trace of hesitation and worry in Long Ao's heart was completely crushed by Luo Tong's cold words. He suddenly straightened his chest, and an almost insane fanaticism emerged on his iron-blooded face. I'll do it right away. I'll make sure not even a fly can get in. He knew that this was God testing his loyalty. From the moment he knelt down, he was no longer General Long Ao of Xia Kingdom, but the sharpest knife under the throne of God. The only thing he has to do is to carry out God's will. However, just as Long Ao was about to turn around and set off this huge wave that was destined to go down in history, Luo Tong slowly raised his hand. No rush. His indifferent gaze fell again on the beautiful woman in front of him, who was still immersed in great happiness and shock, her body trembling slightly. Lin Shurhan felt her master's gaze and slowly raised her head. Her starry eyes, which had just been washed by tears, became even clearer and brighter, reflecting Luo Tong's figure, as if he was the only one left in the whole world. Since she is my wife, it must be legitimate. The corner of Luo Tong's mouth curled up into a domineering arc. He likes rules. It's just that he made the rules. Tian Shu. Sir, I'm here. Connecting to the Civil Affairs Center, highest encryption line, highest priority. Yes, sir. The line is connected. The next second, a voice filled with extreme panic and flattery rang out tremblingly through the surround sound system in the living room. Mr. Luo, Mr. Luo. No. Lord Luo. I'm Li Qing from the Civil Affairs Center. What can I do for you? All of our staff are at your disposal at any time. The owner of the voice was the center director who had handled the marriage procedures for Luo Tong. Obviously, what Luo Tong did at the Dragon Nest base and the miracle that just overthrew the Luo family had already been passed on to the ears of these well-informed people through certain channels. The name Mr. Luo is no longer enough to describe him even a 10,000th of the time. Supreme God is the only and most respectful title given to Luo Tong by the upper class of the entire Xia country. Long Ao's eyelids twitched as he listened, and his awe of Luo Tong deepened. Even the director of a civil affairs center can sense the change of power so clearly. It can be seen that the power of God has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Luo Tong ignored the other party's flattery. He reached out and gently pinched Lin Shurhan's earlobe, which was slightly red due to nervousness. In an unquestionable tone, he said lightly. Lin Shurhan. SSS-class genetic warrior, former captain of the Eastern Theater's Dragon Fall Special Forces. Now, she is my fourth wife. Immediately, complete all matching procedures. The file is classified as God level, top secret and sealed forever. Every word he spoke was like an oracle, clearly reaching Li Qing's ears. Li Qing on the other end of the phone felt her heart skip a beat when she heard the word fourth wife. Oh my God. How long has it been? This supreme god has already married his fourth wife. Moreover, the opponent is the famous SSS level Valkyrie in the army, Lin Shurhan. What a terrifying charm and speed. She didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest, and her voice became sharp with excitement. Yes. As you command. Your command, God, is the highest instruction. I'll do it myself immediately. Within 1 minute. No. Within 30 seconds. Ensure all electronic and paper files are updated. Top secret. Absolutely top secret. Congratulations to the god. Congratulations to the god. Congratulations to General Lin. Congratulations to General Lin. Director Li had obviously learned in advance about Lin Shirhan's rapid rise to fame. Luotong was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and said to Tianshu directly, "Hang up. Communication has ended." Silence returned to the living room again. Lin Shirhan's pretty face was so red that it was about to bleed. From being appointed a general, to being proposed to now, being publicly announced by the master as his wife. The huge changes that took place in one day made her feel as if she was living in a dream. A dream that was the sweetest and happiest that she couldn't even imagine. Master. Master. She tilted her head and looked at Luotong infatuatedly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. And just as she finished speaking, the long-awaited system prompt sound finally rang out in Luotong's mind like the sound of nature. Ding. Detected that the host and key figure, Lin Shirhan, have officially established a husband and wife relationship, completing the legal match. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully married your fourth divine consort Lin Shirhan. The core progress of the many children, blessings, and branches and leaves system has been greatly advanced. The family's luck has been epically improved. It has been detected that the host has successfully taken control of the highest military power in the Xia Kingdom. The permissions of the Wu War Workshop module have been greatly improved. Unlock a new branch of the Wu War Workshop, Heavenly Soldier Technology Tree, Basic. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the blueprint, Divine Guardian Eye, Individual Power Armor. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the blueprint, Dawnbreaker Eye, Gauss Electromagnetic Rifle. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill, Military God's Glory. Military God's Majesty, the majesty of God is the soul of the army. The loyalty of all combat units under your command will be subtly increased to absolute loyalty. Under your watchful eye, any military unit hostile to you will undergo a forced will judgment. Those judged as failing will see their morale instantly collapse, their weapons systems malfunction, and their forces collapse without a fight. Shagwa Dragon Soul, Identity Branding Authority increased. You have obtained the virtual authorization of the Xia Kingdom's National Guardian Divine Seal, which allows you to mobilize all conventional military forces within the Xia Kingdom without restrictions, and can directly access all confidential files below the SSS level. Boom! A series of system prompts made Luotong's mouth curl up uncontrollably. Cool. So cool. This wave of rewards is tailor-made for him. Divine Guardian Eye, Power Armor. Dawnbreaker Eye, Gauss Electromagnetic Rifle. Isn't this the best equipment he plans to use to arm Lin Shirhan's Divine Guard? With these weapons that transcend the times, the Divine Guard will no longer be a force in name only, but a real army that can fight for him and suppress all those who disobey. Not to mention that passive skill, Military Goddess Glory. This is simply a bug on the battlefield. From now on, whenever he steps onto the battlefield, the enemy will first have to make a faith judgment. Those who fail will simply collapse and surrender. How can we fight this? This is the appearance that a god should have. Luotong thought about it and transmitted the data streams of the two blueprints directly to Lin Shirhan's private tactical terminal through Tianshu. Madam Admiral. He lowered his head and gently scratched Lin Shirhan's straight nose with his fingers, with a hint of teasing in his voice. It's time for your army to be equipped with equipment worthy of you. This is a wedding gift from me to you. Lin Shirhan was slightly startled and subconsciously opened the tactical terminal on her wrist. When those two blueprints with extremely sophisticated structures and design concepts that were at least 50 years ahead of the current world appeared before her, her beautiful starry eyes instantly widened. As a former Special Forces captain, she saw the value of these two blueprints at a glance. This is not an earthly weapon at all. This is a divine weapon that is powerful enough to subvert the future form of warfare. And her master, just gave it to her as a wedding gift. An indescribable sense of happiness and pride instantly filled her chest. Thank you for the gift, master. Lin Shirhan's voice was trembling with excitement. She could no longer control her emotions and threw herself into Luotong's arms, hugging him tightly. Shirhan will definitely live up to the master's high expectations. I will definitely build the strongest Divine Guard army for you. Feeling the soft and hot body of the beauty in his arms, Luotong smiled with satisfaction and patted her back gently. At this moment, the emotionless voice of the intelligent butler Tianshu sounded again. Sir, Admiral Long Ao has arrived at the highest conference room in the Eastern Theater Command. The special planes of the remaining 7 military marshals are expected to arrive at the Yinjing Military Airport within 48 minutes. Around the venue, the 1st Legion of the Divine Guard has completed a 3-layer 3-dimensional blockade. Signal shielding has been activated, and not even a mechanical mosquito can fly in. Hearing this, the tenderness and doting in Luo Tong's eyes slowly faded away, replaced by a coldness and indifference as deep as the universe. He let go of Lin Shirhan, slowly stood up, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down at the chessboard-like city below, a cruel yet playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very good. Notify Long Ao and those 7 old guys. Before the meeting starts, let them stand in the conference room and wait. Luo Tong's voice was calm, but contained unquestionable majesty. God requires mortals to wait for him with the most devout reverence. I want them to think clearly about one thing amidst the fear. Who is the new sky of Xia country? Chapter 55, 4 Wives Under One Roof. Even the land of gentleness can be a Shura field. Those cold yet powerful words were transmitted accurately through Tianshu's encrypted line to the ears of Long Ao in the highest conference room of the Eastern Theater Command. As you command. God. Long Ao felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to the top of his head. He suddenly stood at attention and gave a standard military salute to the empty conference room, as if Luo Tong was right in front of him. He knew that this standing punishment by the highest power level of the Xia military would be the most ruthless and profound mark of the transition from the old to the new era. And in the cloud-top palace. After giving the order, Luo Tong's godlike cold and indifferent aura quietly faded away like the tide. He turned around and his eyes fell on Lin Shirhan again. At this moment, Lin Shirhan was still immersed in the great happiness of becoming Luo Tong's wife. Her heroic and beautiful face still had a blush and moisture that had not faded, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Let's go, my admiral's wife. Luo Tong reached out and naturally took her hand, which was covered with calluses from years of holding guns, but still warm and soft. It's time to go home. Yes. Master. Lin Shirhan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her hand, held by Luo Tong, felt as if an electric current ran through it, making her whole body feel a little weak. Go home. This simple yet warm word brought an unprecedented sweetness and anxiety to the heart of this SSS-class Valkyrie who was so decisive on the battlefield. What she is about to face is another battlefield. A battlefield without the smoke of gunpowder, composed of the master's other women. Hentang Palace, top-floor presidential suite. Rather than a suite, it is more like a palace in the sky floating above the city. Luxury and technology are perfectly blended here. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a rolling sea of clouds, and every piece of furniture in the room seems like a work of art. At this moment, in the spacious living room like a palace, 3 beautiful figures were waiting with a hint of anxiety. The leader was Luo Tong's first wife, Su Mushiwei. Today she was wearing a gentle off-white home dress that outlined her graceful curves and exuded the gentle aura of a wife. She looked towards the door from time to time, her beautiful eyes filled with longing and concern for her husband. Next to her sat a woman with a serene temperament, as if she had walked out of a classical painting. Her name was Lin Wanqing, Luo Tong's second wife and the most beautiful girl on campus at Huaxia University. She held a thread-bound ancient book in her hands, but her clear eyes were clearly not focused on the pages. On the other side of the sofa, a girl wearing cute bunny pajamas and holding a pillow, looking a little cute and lively, was swinging her white legs. She is Xiaowei, Luo Tong's youngest wife. She is only 20 years old this year and is still a student at the China Conservatory of Music. When Luo Tong destroyed Luo Energy and reached the top of Xia's business world, her family took the initiative to send this family jewel to Luo Tong to show their allegiance and loyalty. Sister Mushue, Sister Wanqing, why haven't your husbands come back yet? Xiaowei pouted and grumbled a little dissatisfiedly, and Tianshu said that my husband will bring a new sister back this time. When she mentioned the words new sisters, there was a hint of caution and sourness in her tone. Su Mushue smiled gently, reached out and touched Xiaowei's head, and said softly, my husband has his reasons for everything he does. As his wife, we just need to support him unconditionally. Having said that, there was a hint of complexity in her eyes as she looked towards the door. Lin Wanqing closed the book and said softly, a woman who is favored by the gentleman must have extraordinary qualities. We should treat her with courtesy. Just then. Bite. The electronic lock of the door made a slight sound. The 3 women's hearts instantly rose to their throats. They stood up at the same time and looked towards the entrance. The door slowly opened. The first thing that caught their eyes was the tall figure they had been thinking about day and night. Luo Tong is back. Husband. Gentleman. The three girls called out in unison, their eyes filled with joy. However, when they saw Luo Tong walking in from the door holding a woman's hand, the air in the living room couldn't help but freeze. That woman is so beautiful. Moreover, it is an extremely aggressive and heroic beauty. She is over 1.75 meters tall, with a posture as straight as a pine tree. Her well-tailored military uniform perfectly outlines her hot figure. Especially the iron-bloodedness and majesty that came from her bones, which were all part of her experience in the battlefield, made Su Mushue and the other two girls subconsciously feel a huge pressure. Let me introduce you. Luo Tong seemed unaware of the subtle atmosphere in the living room. He took Lin Shirhan's hand and walked to the center of the living room with a playful smile on his lips. This is Lin Shirhan. From today on, she is your fourth sister and my fourth wife. Boom! Although they had already prepared themselves mentally, when Luo Tong announced it in person, the three women still felt quite a stir in their hearts. Lin Shirhan felt the scrutiny of three people. Even though she could remain calm in the face of thousands of troops, her palms couldn't help but sweat slightly at this moment. She took a deep breath, tried to appear humble, and nodded slightly to the three women. Hello, sisters. My name is Lin Shirhan. Welcome, Sister Shirhan. The first person to react was the eldest wife, Su Mushue. She showed a gentle and virtuous smile on her face, took the initiative to step forward, and affectionately took Lin Shirhan's other hand, saying softly, "We will be a family from now on, so don't be polite. We are all happy for our husband to find a good sister like you." Her words were flawless, showing the magnanimity of a housewife, clarifying the relationship between us and him, and declaring sovereignty. Lin Wanqing also came over and smiled quietly at Lin Shirhan as a greeting. Only the youngest girl, Xiao Wei, was holding a pillow, and her big black eyes were looking back and forth at Lin Shirhan without any hesitation. Wow, you are the SSS level Valkyrie Lin Shirhan? Xiao Wei's tone carried a hint of the innocence and provocation unique to young girls. I heard you're an admiral now. How impressive. From now on, at home, do we all have to obey your orders, General Lin? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became a little awkward. Su Mushue and Lin Wanqing's expressions changed slightly. And a hint of embarrassment flashed across Lin Shirhan's handsome face. This is what she is most worried about. She is not afraid of going to the battlefield, but she really doesn't know how to deal with the twists and turns between women. Xiao Wei. Su Mushue spoke quickly, wanting to scold her. However, Luo Tong smiled and waved his hand, pulling Lin Shirhan into his arms and holding her slender waist domineeringly. He looked at Xiao Wei with a half smile and said, "In this family, there is no General Lin. Only my women, your sisters." As he spoke, he lowered his head, and in front of everyone, under the gaze of the three pairs of shocked eyes, he gently pecked Lin Shirhan on the lips. As for whose orders to follow? Luo Tong's eyes swept across the four beautiful faces, and a charming curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. All of you only need to obey my orders. Do you understand? That extremely domineering declaration instantly extinguished all the undercurrents in the living room. Xiao Wei's face turned pale, she stuck out her tongue, and didn't dare to say anything more. Su Mushue and Lin Wanqing blushed slightly, and a special kind of sweetness and submission surged in their hearts. Lin Shirhan was even more moved by Luo Tong's public intimacy and protection, which made her feel weak all over. She could only bury her pretty face in his chest, feeling the domineering aura that belonged only to him and made her feel at ease. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully reconciled the harem relationships, demonstrating absolute control. Lord of the Gods, Majesty +10. Harem Stability +20. Reward, Harem Harmony Gift Pack X1. Luo Tong smiled with satisfaction. Looking at the four wives in front of him, who had very different styles but were all equally stunningly beautiful, he felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. One is gentle as water, one is quiet as orchid, one is cute and adorable, one is heroic and dashing. This is the life he wants. At this moment, the voice of the intelligent butler Tianshu sounded at an inopportune time. Sir, there are only 10 minutes left until the time you requested. In the Eastern Theater Command's highest conference room, 7 marshals have been waiting for a long time. When Luo Tong heard this, the tenderness in his eyes suddenly became cold and deep. He gently patted the back of the beauty in his arms, raised his head, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the clouds as he looked towards Yanjing. Although the land of gentleness is nice, it is time to get rid of those flies that don't know the current situation. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cruel arc. Tianshu, connect me to Ling Yue's communication. Before she designs her battle armor, I want to give her a small gift that will make her face reality. Chapter 56. My son is the real sky of the Luo family. Yanjing, Dragon's Nest, Secret Base, Chief Scientist's Office. Lang Yu was standing in front of a huge holographic screen, analyzing the wreckage data of Shadow 7, with a serious expression. The monster core that Luo Tong had crushed into powder in mid-air was now slowly rotating in front of her in the form of a three-dimensional model. Each data stream revealed a strangeness and power that went against everything she had learned throughout her life. Her heart was still shaken by Tian Luo Tong's godlike methods, and her scientific worldview was crumbling, but her pride as a top scientist forced her to calm down and try to find a trace of understandable logic from the wreckage. Design a battle armor that can carry 1% of a god's power within 3 days? This is simply a fantasy. Unless the energy structure of this god killer can be thoroughly analyzed. Just as she was concentrating, all the screens in the office, whether it was her main control screen or the several surveillance screens hanging on the wall, suddenly turned dark in an instant without any warning. Alert! Alert! We've encountered a top-level intrusion from an unknown source. The firewall has been instantly breached. We are attempting to counterattack. Counterattack failed. The opponent's authority is god level. Unable to analyze. Unable to resist. The shrill alarm and the terrified report from the artificial intelligence made Lang Yu's heart sink suddenly, and an ominous premonition came over him. The next second, all the black screens lit up at once. What appears is not any virus code or warning message. It is a real-time monitoring screen of a conference room. In the picture, Admiral Long Ao and 7 other marshals of the Xia army who carried gold stars on their shoulders and could make the entire Xia country tremble with a stomp of their feet, a total of 8 top military leaders, were standing upright in the conference room like primary school students being punished, not even daring to breathe. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity, uneasiness, and deep fear. This is the highest conference room in the Eastern Theater Command. Lang Yu recognized it at a glance. What on earth had happened that could have caused these 8 powerful marshals to stand here like prisoners awaiting trial? Just as she was in doubt, a cold yet playful voice that she would never forget in her life came through the speakers and resounded clearly throughout the office. Academician Lang, watch carefully. This is what the state machinery you are so proud of looks like in front of me. Now, do you still think I need to invite you to cooperate? Boom! Luo Tong's voice was like a huge hammer weighing 10,000 tons, smashing hard into the depths of Lang Yu's soul. Her delicate body trembled violently and she took a step back. For the first time, her pretty face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, showed an expression of utter horror. It's him! Luo Tong. Not only did he hack into the highest level firewall of the Dragon Nest base, he also broadcast the scene of the highest meeting of the Xia Kingdom's military to himself in real time as if it were a gift. This ease, this attitude of treating the highest power of the country as a plaything. This is not a power that a mortal can possess. This is God. He is the real God who is above all living beings. Her previous ridiculous pride and persistence were crushed to pieces at this moment. Yunding Palace. Luo Tong hung up the one-way communication to Lang Yu, not even bothering to see her reaction. He knew that the iceberg had begun to melt. In the living room, Su Mushuet, Lin Wanqing, Xiao Wei, and Lin Shihan, who had just returned, for stunning beauties, were already speechless with shock at the extraordinary abilities of their men. Especially Lin Shihan, she knew better than anyone what it meant to let those 8 marshals stand and wait. That was the most thorough trampling and conquest of the entire old military system of the Xia kingdom. And the creator of all this is the man in front of them who is just being affectionate with them but now exudes endless majesty. Their husbands. In the eyes of the 4 girls, inexplicably, extremely fervent admiration and love ignited. At this moment, Luo Tong's private communicator suddenly rang frantically. The caller ID showed 2 words mother. Luo Tong raised his eyebrows slightly, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that what was supposed to come would eventually come. He pressed the answer button and turned on the hands-free mode. A voice full of anxiety, worry, and a hint of fear that she herself had not even noticed came out immediately. Xiao Tong. What the hell are you doing? Luo Wan's voice was trembling more than ever before. I just got the news that you've detained General Long Ao and all the marshals in the Eastern Theater Command? Do you know how much trouble this will cause? You. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Luo Tong's calm voice. Mother. Just 2 words, but they seemed to carry a magical power that made Luo Wan on the other end of the phone silent instantly. Luo Tong hugged Lin Shirhan, whose pretty face was slightly blushing, and said lightly, I am not detaining them, I am waiting for them to make the right choice. As for the chaos. Luo Tong chuckled, with a hint of disdain and contempt in his laughter. This world will soon be in chaos. I'm just taking all the power into my own hands in advance. From today on, I have the final say in this family. Xia country, the same thing. These words were calm, yet contained earth-shattering tyranny. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. Luo Wan, the strong woman who has controlled the Luo family for decades and is used to holding everything firmly in her hands, is holding her mobile phone at this moment. Her body is cold and her mind is blank. The power that she was proud of and the connections that she had painstakingly built seemed so childish and vulnerable in the face of her son's words. She always thought that her son was just being rebellious and acting foolishly. But it wasn't until this moment that she truly understood. Her son was no longer the child who needed her protection. He has grown into a true god that even she needs to look up to and even feel fear for. How ridiculous it is for her to try to control her son's life. An ant trying to plan the route of a dragon? I see. After a long time, Luo Wan's dry and unfamiliar voice came from the phone. There was no longer the strength and control in that voice. Only the confusion and submission that came from completely giving up resistance remained. She lost. A complete defeat. The proudest work of her life personally pulled her down from the throne of queen. Ding. It has been detected that the key figure, Luo Wan, has completely given up her desire for control and acknowledged your absolute dominance. Congratulations to the host. Completed the hidden mission, break free from shackles and control motherhood. Family luck has been improved. System reward, divine majesty, passive effect enhanced. Your deterrence and influence over your blood relatives will be permanently increased by 500%. Hearing the system's prompt, Luo Tong's mouth curved even more sharply. Just when he thought the call was about to end, Luo Wan spoke again cautiously in an almost requesting, tentative tone. Then, Xiao Tong. What should the Luo family do next? Give me some instructions. The moment these words were spoken, it signified that the scepter of the highest power in the Luo family had been silently handed over from Luo Wan's hands to Luo Tong's hands. When the 4 girls in the living room heard this conversation, their hearts were filled with turmoil. Their men not only conquered the military, but also completely subdued the legendary powerful mother-in-law. Luo Tong smiled. He looked at the rolling sea of clouds outside the window with a deep gaze, as if he had already seen a magnificent future. Luo family? The pattern is too small. He spoke lightly, but his voice was transmitted clearly to every corner of the Luo family through electricity. From today on, the Luo family no longer needs to engage in business, nor does it need to engage in political maneuvering. All you have to do is adapt. Adapting to being a family of God. After saying that, he hung up the phone and no longer paid attention to the huge waves from his mother's side. His gaze returned to the void. The projection of Tianshu appeared in front of him at the right time. Sir, there are still 3 minutes until the meeting starts. Those 8 marshals seem to be having trouble standing. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. Very good. Tianshu, project the real-time image of the conference room onto the main screen. I want my women to appreciate it too. He turned his head and looked at the 4 beautiful faces around him, some of whom were in admiration, some were obsessed with, and some were in love with him, and announced domineeringly. I see clearly. That's the power of you men. This is also the power you will hold in the future. Chapter 57 My God, I am willing to give everything for you. The moment the words fell, the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the Yunding Palace, which almost occupied the entire wall, instantly turned into an ultra-high-definition screen. On the screen, the scene in the highest conference room of the Eastern Theater Command was clearly visible. The 8 marshals who in the past could shake the entire Xiao military with just a stomp of their feet were now standing straight in the middle of the empty conference room like elementary school students being punished. Their uniforms were straight, and the gold stars on their shoulders sparkled under the lights, but their once majestic faces were now filled with extremely complex emotions. There is humiliation, unwillingness, and anger, but more importantly, there is a kind of fear and awe that makes one breathless under the pressure of an invisible mountain. Su Mushuet, Lin Wancheng, and Xiao Wei had never seen such a scene before. Any one of these 8 people is a legendary figure that can only be seen in the country's top news. And now, they are being silently judged by their husbands in this way. The 3 women's hearts were pounding wildly. The way they looked at Luo Tong was no longer just love and worship, but also the most primitive and fanatical belief in the gods. Lin Shirhan, who had just returned to her seat, trembled slightly, and a huge wave rose in her heart. She knows better than anyone what these 8 marshals represent. They represent the pinnacle of military power in the Old Xia era. And today, this peak is being trampled under the feet of her man, her husband, in the most domineering and unquestionable way. Did you see clearly? Luo Tong hugged Lin Shirhan's slender waist, feeling her body trembling slightly with excitement, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Power is not given by others, but earned by oneself. At the same time, in Yanjing, Luo family manor, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip out. Luo Wan hung up the phone in a daze. She seemed to have lost all her energy and spirit, and slumped down on the main seat that symbolized the highest power in the Luo family. In front of her stood 2 beautiful girls. A woman with a noble and cold temperament, like an ice lotus on the top of a snowy mountain, is Luo Tong's non-blood sister, Luo Ying. The other one is innocent and lively, like the girl next door. She is Luo Tong's youngest sister, Luo Pan. Mom, brother, what is he doing? Luo Pan blinked her big watery eyes and looked at her mother's unprecedented loss of composure, her little face full of worry and anxiety. Luo Wan's lips moved, but no sound came out. In the end, it was Luo Ying, with her clear and beautiful eyes that saw through the world, who fixed her mother's face on her. She asked in a calm, almost indifferent tone, "Did he succeed?" Luo Wan's body trembled violently. She raised her head and looked at her adopted daughter, who was so smart that she was almost a demon, with an extremely complicated look. Finally, she nodded weakly. She repeated Luo Tong's words in a dry voice. He said the Luo family's layout is too small. He said that from today on, the only thing we have to do is to adapt to becoming a family of God. Boom! The 4 words family of God were like a thunderbolt from the sky, striking Luo Ying and Luo Pan's hearts fiercely. Luo Pan's little mouth opened into an O shape in an instant, and her mind went blank. And Luo Ying's pretty face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, finally showed a violent fluctuation at this moment. Her pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant. God? Her younger brother, whom she had always considered to be someone who needed planning, guidance, and even some means to be controlled. He became a god? At this moment, countless fragments of the past flooded into Luo Ying's mind like a tide. She recalled that she had once mobilized her family's power to try to investigate the source of the astronomical amount of funds in her brother's bank account, but the result was like falling on deaf ears. It even alarmed the country's top security department, which issued a stern warning to her. She recalled that she had once wanted to use her connections to pave what she believed to be the most perfect path to becoming an elite for her brother, but her brother ended up easily taking a path to heaven that she couldn't even reach by looking up. She recalled the look her brother always had of amusement and disdain when he looked at her carefully prepared gifts and plans. So that's how it is. It turned out that in his brother's eyes, the wisdom he was so proud of, the clever plans he made, the ridiculous attempts to control his future. They are just ants, waving their pitiful tentacles in front of the dragon. How ridiculous! How stupid! An unprecedented sense of shame and frustration instantly swept over Luo Ying's whole body. Her pride as a top think tank was crushed in front of the word God. But what followed was not fear or despair. It is a more passionate, more crazy, and even has a hint of morbid possessiveness in pride. God. The man who became a god was her younger brother. It was Luo Tong whom she had watched grow up since childhood and to whom she had poured countless efforts and complex emotions. He is not someone else's god. It's her Luo Ying's god. At this moment, the twisted and deep forbidden emotion in Luo Ying's heart, between the love between siblings and the love between men and women, completely broke free from the shackles. What control? What planning? No. She didn't want to be that fool who tried to control the gods anymore. She wants to be the first believer under the god's throne, the one who understands him best and can share his worries the most. It's the first apostle. He is responsible for conquering the sea of stars. And she is responsible for clearing away all the dust under his feet. I see. Luo Ying spoke slowly, her voice still cold, but in her beautiful eyes, an unprecedented, dazzling light ignited. She walked up to Luo Wan, who had completely lost consciousness, reached out her hand, and gently held her mother's cold hand. Mom, you should rest. From today on, I will be in charge of the Luo family. I will make the Luo family a cornerstone worthy of his title of family of God. After saying this, she no longer looked at the shocked expressions of her mother and sister, turned around and walked back to her room. She turned on her quantum computer, which had the world's highest level of encryption. The pair of delicate hands that were once used to calculate people's hearts now left after images on the keyboard. She did not investigate what Luo Tong had done. The great deeds of the gods need not be peeped by mortals. What she has to do is to predict and assist. Lines of instructions were entered rapidly. Goal: all top secret files related to gods, relics, and supernatural energy worldwide, with the highest priority being cracked. Goal: to select the world's top biologists, materials scientists, and energy scientists to establish a secret talent pool, ready to serve him at any time. Objective: analyze the possible international reactions to the change in power within the Xia Kingdom military and develop 108 contingency plans. At this moment, Luo Ying was no longer the cold and aloof eldest daughter of the Luo family. She is the chief think tank under the gods, who took the initiative to crown herself. Yunding Palace. In Luo Tong's mind, the system prompt sound came as expected. Ding. Detected that the key figure, Luo Ying, has undergone a fundamental change in state of mind. The desire to control has completely transformed into the desire to protect and assist. Congratulations to the host. Completely conquering the last authority of the family and completing the hidden achievement, laying the foundation of the God's family. Luo Ying's bond has been elevated to God's brain, not activated. Loyalty increased to 95 absolute admiration. Unlock bond skill prerequisite, Skynet. Once the bond is activated, Luo Ying will build a secret intelligence network covering the entire world for you, allowing you to gain insight into everything and plan for anything. Mission reward: God-level wisdom enlightenment X1 can be used on a designated target, significantly improving their intelligence and learning ability. System mall points plus 5 million. Feeling the reward from the system, Luo Tong's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. She is worthy of being my sister. Smart enough and decisive enough. That, divine wisdom enlightenment, is perfect for her. He turned his gaze back to the huge screen in front of him. An hour of standing in the corner as punishment had completely destroyed the psychological defenses of most marshals. However, there are always one or two old stubborn people who still hold on to hope. In the picture, an old marshal with white hair and beard, but eyes as sharp as an eagle, finally could not bear this extreme humiliation anymore. He suddenly stepped forward and shouted angrily at the empty main seat. That's enough. I don't care who you are. What kind of powerful means do you have? Xia Nation's army is the people's army. It's not your personal property. You expect us old men who have dedicated our lives to the country to bow down to a young man like you? Wishful thinking. His voice was resounding and full of the soldier's unyielding pride. However, Luo Tong looked at him as if he were looking at a dead man. The four girls in the living room were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. Sumushue nervously grabbed the corner of Luo Tong's clothes. Luo Tong patted her hand gently, signaling her to be at ease. Then, he gave orders to the intelligent butler in a tone that was so indifferent that it lacked any emotion. Tian Shu. Put my voice in. Yes, sir. The next second, Luo Tong's cold yet majestic voice, like a divine punishment, suddenly descended on every corner of the highest conference room in the Eastern Theater Command. Old man. You're right. The army is not my personal property. He paused, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Because soon, the entire Xia Kingdom, along with your lives, will be mine. Chapter 58 My Sister's Possessiveness. Brother, you can only accompany me tonight. That cold yet infinitely majestic voice, like divine punishment, suddenly descended upon every corner of the Eastern Theater Command's highest conference room. Old man. You're right. The army is not my personal property. He paused, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Because soon, the entire Xia Kingdom, along with your lives, will be mine. Boom. These words were more impactful than any previous miracle. This is a naked declaration of possession of the sovereignty of an entire country. The old marshal with white hair and beard, who had just been speaking righteously and full of unyielding pride, suddenly lost all the blood color from his face. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils filled with extreme horror and disbelief. He had spent his entire life in the military. What kind of storms and waves had he not seen? What kind of arrogant people had he not heard of? But he never imagined that one day, someone would declare in such a calm tone that he would take the entire Xia kingdom as his private property. This is no longer arrogance. This is God reading his will to the dust beneath his feet. You. The old marshal pointed at the empty main seat, his lips trembling, but he could no longer utter a complete sentence. The pride that supported him was crushed to dust in the face of that god-like declaration. The other 7 marshals behind him had already turned pale and were drenched in cold sweat. They finally understood. What they are facing today is not a change of power or a political game. It is an audience between mortals and gods. Rebellion? How can I resist? Using a mortal army to fight against a god who can make his words come true, who can treat the Dragon Nest base as his own garden, and who can make SSS-level Gene warriors bow down to him. That's not bravery, that's stupidity. It's self-destruction. Thump. Finally, a marshal whose psychological defenses completely collapsed, his legs went weak, and he was the first to kneel on the ground. His forehead hit the cold floor hard, and his voice trembled with extreme fear. I, Lu Jinwu, am willing to die for the Supreme God. One person's kneeling is like pushing down the first domino. Plop. Plop. One after another, the remaining 6 marshals, including the old marshal who had just wanted to resist, all gave up their ridiculous dignity and pride, and knelt down in humiliation and awe. We are waiting to see the Supreme God. I wish to be a Supreme God and wield the sword of the Xia Kingdom. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. The uniform voices of allegiance were clearly transmitted through the screen to the living room of the Cloudtop Palace. Sumushueth, Lin Wanqing, and Xiaowei were so shocked by this scene that seemed like the arrival of a god that their minds went blank. They could only subconsciously look up at the man who created all this with an almost obsessive gaze. Lin Shurhan clenched her fists tightly, and her pretty and heroic face was filled with incomparable pride and pride. This is her man. Her master. Her god. Luotan looked at the 8 kneeling figures on the screen, his eyes calm, as if he had just stepped on a few troublesome ants. He waved his hand casually, and the huge screen instantly turned into a transparent floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, a sea of clouds was rolling, as if nothing had happened. Okay, we've dealt with the flies. He turned around, the cold aura on his face quietly dissipated, and a lazy smile appeared on his face again. He reached out and scratched Xiao Wei's upturned little nose beside him. Now, it's time to get down to business. Xiao Wei's pretty face flushed at his intimate gesture, her heart pounding, and she muttered softly, "What's the matter?" Luotan's eyes swept over the 4 beautiful wives in front of him, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course it's family law. The night deepens. The extremely luxurious top-floor palace of Yunding Palace finally returned to peace after several hours of family punishment. Sumushueth, Lin Wanqing, and Xiaowei, the 3 girls, had long been exhausted from the battle and fell into a deep sleep on their soft beds, with blushes of satisfaction and happy smiles on their pretty faces. Only the SSS-level Valkyrie Lin Shurhan, whose physique far surpassed that of ordinary people, could still barely maintain a trace of consciousness. Like a docile kitten, she curled up in Luotan's arms, feeling the strong heartbeat of her master. At this moment, Luotan's private communicator vibrated slightly. It was an encrypted message from his sister, Luoying. Pan Pan locked herself in her room, didn't eat dinner, and refused to open the door even when called. She said she missed you. Luotan looked at the message and couldn't help laughing. He could imagine the cute look of the innocent little girl, hugging her pillow, pouting, and sulking in the room. Owner? Lin Shurhan felt Luotan's movement and opened her starry eyes in a daze. It's okay, go to sleep. Luotan patted her back gently and kissed her smooth forehead. Then, his figure disappeared silently in the room. Luo Family Manor, 3rd floor. At the door of Luo Pan's princess room, stood Luoying with a helpless look on his face. She looked at the tightly closed door, listening to the deliberately suppressed, faint sobs coming from inside, and a rare look of headache appeared on her cold and pretty face. Ever since her mother Luo Wan handed over power to her completely in the afternoon, she began to integrate all the resources of the Luo family with thundering means to build a family of God cornerstone for her brother who became a god to support his great cause. She can easily crack the world's top firewalls, mobilize hundreds of billions of funds at the snap of a finger, and decide the life and death of countless companies with just a single sentence. But he was helpless when it came to his disgruntled younger sister next door. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared beside her without warning. What happened to her? Luotan's voice was calm and gentle. Luo Ying's body stiffened slightly, then she slowly turned around. Her cold, beautiful eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, subconsciously drooped the moment she saw Luo Tong, not daring to look him in the eye. It is a kind of awe and shyness that believers unconsciously reveal when facing the gods they believe in. "You're back." Her voice was softer than usual, barely perceptible. Maybe he felt uncomfortable after seeing the people you brought back. Luo Tong burst out laughing when he heard this. He walked to the door and knocked gently. "Pan Pan, open the door, brother is back." The sobbing in the room suddenly stopped. Then, a girl's voice with a strong nasal tone and full of grievance came from behind the door. "You're lying. You're not my brother. Brother has so many new sisters, he has long since given up on Pan Pan. I don't want to care about you anymore. Woo woo woo." As she spoke, the little girl began to cry sadly again. Luoying watched from the side, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. But Luo Tong smiled. He did not knock on the door again, nor did he use his divine power to force it open. He just placed his hand lightly on the door panel. The next second, an incredible scene happened. The door made of expensive solid wood became illusory and transparent like flowing water. The scene behind the door appeared clearly in front of the two of them. Luo Pan, wearing pink bunny pajamas, was sitting on the carpet holding a teddy bear that was bigger than her. She was crying, her little shoulders shaking, and she looked very pitiful. Beside her, scattered on the ground, were extremely complex mechanical parts. It seemed to be a high-precision model of a starry sky projector with an extremely complex structure. Obviously, the little girl wanted to put it together, but failed. The more she messed around, the more messed up it became. Finally, she started crying in frustration. Wow! Luo Pan was startled by this sudden scene. She raised her tearful face, and when she saw Luo Tong standing outside the door, her little mouth pouted even higher. Luo Tong didn't go in, but just smiled and looked at her through the transparent door. "Who said that brother doesn't want you anymore?" As he spoke, he stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the parts on the ground. Buzz. A soft sound. The thousands of scattered parts on the ground seemed to be controlled by an invisible giant hand and instantly floated into the air. They seemed to have life, and began to combine automatically and rapidly, accurately, in a dazzling display of light and shadow. Gears, bearings, lenses, circuit boards. Under the extremely shocked gazes of Luo Pan and Luo Ying, one sophisticated structure after another was rapidly pieced together at a speed beyond the limits of human imagination. What a miracle this is! Less than 10 seconds. A spherical starry sky projector with an extremely sci-fi shape and full of futuristic beauty is perfectly suspended in the air. Luo Tong moved his fingers slightly again. The projector slowly landed in front of Luo Pan. At the same time, the whole room suddenly became dark. The next second, the brilliant galaxy lights up. Billions of stars, like the brightest diamonds, filled the ceiling and walls of the room. Milky Way, nebula, meteors. The realistic yet dreamy scene made the entire room seem to turn into a vast universe. Luo Pan was completely stunned. She tilted her little face up, and the entire starry sky was reflected in her eyes, which were still stained with tears. Her little mouth was slightly open, and she even forgot to cry. "Silly girl." Luo Tong's doting voice rang out under the starry sky. "They are them, and you are you. You are my only sister and my most precious treasure. This starry sky is my gift to you. Now, can you open the door for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory door regained its substance. The room fell into a brief silence. A few seconds later, with a click, the door lock was opened from the inside. With red eyes and bare feet, Luo Pan suddenly threw herself into Luo Tong's arms, wrapped her little hands tightly around his waist, buried her little face in his chest, and burst into tears. "Brother! You're such a bad guy. I thought you really didn't want me anymore." "Whoa. Okay, it's my brother's fault." Luo Tong smiled, patted her back gently, and let her tears soak his clothes. Luo Ying, who was standing aside, watched this scene, and a trace of envy flashed across her cold eyes, an emotion she herself had not even noticed. After crying for a long time, Luo Pan finally raised her head from Luo Tong's arms. She looked at Luo Tong with her eyes, which were as red and swollen as a little rabbit, and said in an unquestionable and coquettish tone of command, "Brother! I don't care. To make it up to me, you must stay here with me tonight. Don't go looking for those new sisters. Not even one." She stretched out her little hand and domineeringly grabbed the corner of Luo Tong's clothes. Her cute possessive look made Luo Tong laugh. However, just as Luo Tong was about to agree to this small request, the voice of the intelligent butler Tianshu suddenly sounded in his mind. Sir, we have received a top priority encrypted communication request from the Dragon Nest base. Sender, Lung Yu. The message content is only one sentence. I am willing to be your armor. Chapter 59, The Fifth Divine Concubine Preview. My empire will control the heartbeat of the world. The cold words, yet with a hint of determination and trembling, appeared directly in Luo Tong's mind through Tianshu. The iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years finally melted completely. Moreover, it happened faster and more thoroughly than he had imagined. From an arrogant and icy female academician to a willing armor for him to conquer the world. The feeling of conquest of personally pulling the saint from the altar into the mortal world and making her kneel at his feet made Luo Tong feel an indescribable pleasure in his heart. However, before he could savor the fruits of victory, a soft little hand, with full possessiveness, tightly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Elder brother. Luo Pan's red rabbit eyes, which had just been crying, stared at him angrily. You promised me. You can only stay with me tonight. The little girl pouted, and her cute look of "no one can take my toys away" made Luo Tong laugh. Brother is just dealing with a small matter. Luo Tong smiled and reached out to pinch her puffed face. No. Luo Pan's attitude was extremely firm, and his little head shook like a rattle. That woman named Lung Yu, don't let her disturb us. Brother, are you thinking of finding a new bad sister again? Luo Ying, who was standing aside, looked at her sister acting like a spoiled brat. Helplessness flashed across her pretty and cold face, but deep in her eyes, there was an approval that she herself had not noticed. She also didn't want her brother to be seduced away by another woman outside just after he came back. Luo Tong looked at his sister's alert expression and felt amused. He lowered his head, leaned close to Luo Pan's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Silly girl, armor must be worn. Brother is just collecting a piece of clothing that he can wear any time in the future." Boom! Luo Pan's little face instantly turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Although she is naive, she is not really stupid. Her brother's aggressive words made her instantly understand another meaning of armor. Brother, you are so bad. The little girl buried her face in Luo Tong's arms out of shame, not daring to say another word, but the little hand that was holding the corner of his clothes still did not let go. Luo Tong smiled and ruffled her hair, then raised his head and looked at his intelligent sister. Luo family, how are things going now? When Luo Tong asked about serious matters, Luo Ying immediately suppressed all unnecessary emotions, and wisdom and confidence flashed in her cold and beautiful eyes. The initial integration has been completed according to your wishes. She walked to the smart control panel in the living room, tapped lightly with her slender hand, and a huge light screen unfolded. Above the light curtain, there was no longer the embarrassed appearance of the 8 marshals, but an extremely complex data network map covering the entire world. Countless flows of funds and information, like rushing rivers, converge and intersect on the picture. The business empire the Luo family has built over the past few decades has become our first lever to control the world. In the few hours since you conquered the military, I have mobilized all my resources to complete the hostile takeover of Starlink Media in North America, Global Voice in Europe, and the Sakura Country Telegraph Agency. Luo Ying's voice was flat, but he was describing a horrifying fact that was enough to shake the world's financial community. Today, we have already gained control over more than 40% of the world's public opinion channels. In addition, I have selected 172 of the world's top scientists in the fields of bioengineering, material science, and artificial intelligence and established a secret talent pool. They are ready to provide you with top-level technical support for your god at any time. She raised her head, and for the first time, her cold eyes looked up at Luo Tong so passionately. Brother. No, master. You are responsible for conquering the Sea of Stars, and I will sweep away all the dust under your feet. At this moment, Luo Ying is no longer the cold and aloof sister. She is the most loyal and sharpest chief think tank under the gods. Looking at the beautiful sister in front of him who had completely transformed and was willing to give everything for him, Luo Tong was filled with satisfaction. However, at this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in his mind again. Ding! Detected that the host has initially achieved absolute control over the 2 major areas of military and business. Family fortune has achieved another leap forward. The many children, many blessings system module is undergoing adaptive evolution. It has been detected that the host's current empire has obvious shortcomings, culture and public opinion front. A perfect empire requires not only the sharpest sword and the richest treasury, but also a voice that can control people's hearts. Epic Territory Mission released: conquer the top of entertainment. Mission objective: take the uncrowned queen of Xia country's entertainment industry, the popular superstar, Xiao Meier, as the fifth divine consort. Mission description: Xiao Meier, SS plus genetics, possesses captivating charm and unparalleled national influence. Conquer her, and you will gain the key to controlling social opinion and culture. Let your will become everyone's belief. Quest reward: unlock the new branch of the Eat War workshop, the Ideology Stamp, Technology Tree. Plus 10 million system mall points. God level charm aura passive. Boom! A series of system prompts made Luoton's eyes instantly become extremely amused. Xiao Meier. It's her. The popular queen who was the first one he excluded from the mandatory matching list, who was extremely vain and loved the spotlight. Luotong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Interesting. So interesting. At first, he thought that this kind of woman was troublesome and not suitable to be a wife. But now, he has already become a god above all living beings. Trouble? In the face of his absolute strength and power, any trouble will only become an interesting spice. Conquer a gentle counselor, a quiet lecturer, a naive student, a heroic female general. These certainly give me a sense of accomplishment. But how could it compare to the thrill of pulling a superstar, the center of attention, admired by millions, and high above everyone else, out of the spotlight and into your arms, having her sing just for you, and fawn over you just for you? This is the way gods should play with the world. Very good. Luotong smiled. He looked at the map covering the entire globe on the screen, his eyes flashing with unprecedented ambition. Military, business, technology. His gaze finally fell on the blank area representing culture. My empire is still missing the last and most important piece of the puzzle. He turned his head and looked at Luoying, who was standing beside him with an admiring look on his face, and issued a new oracle. Sister, I want all the information about Xia country's most popular female star right now. Also, help me arrange it. The corner of Luotong's mouth curled up into an evil arc. Let's just say that one of her loyal fans wants to have a private chat with her about the topic of faith. Chapter 60: Shocking News. My private life has exploded around the world. When Luoying heard the word faith, a dazzling light suddenly lit up. She instantly understood the true intentions of her godly brother. Conquer. This is more than just a conquest of a woman. It is also a declaration of divine authority to the entire Xia kingdom and even the world's cultural and public opinion front. The superstar named Xiao Meier represents the admiration of hundreds of millions of fans, is a weather vane of pop culture, and is a spiritual symbol that controls the joys, sorrows, anger and happiness of countless people. And now, her god was going to remove the symbol himself and brand it with his own emblem. I see. Luoying didn't hesitate at all and didn't even ask any more questions. The only thing she had to do was to carry out the will of God in the most perfect and efficient way. She turned back to her smart control console. The slender hands that she once used to calculate global capital now left afterimages on the screen, full of holy and fanatical beauty. Use Protocol Apocalypse number 1. In 3 minutes, I want all of Xiao Meier's information from birth to the present, down to the exact number of glasses of water she drinks every day. Within 5 minutes, using the name of Oracle Investment Company, acquire 30% of her shares in Starlight Entertainment, becoming the largest shareholder. In 10 minutes, prepare an invitation you can't refuse. Luoying's voice was cold and efficient, like a sophisticated machine operating for the gods. However, just as she was about to direct the public opinion towards the superstar, she paused slightly. A hint of deep consideration flashed across those wise eyes. It's not enough, she muttered to herself. Before the gods descend to subdue their new apostles, the entire world must first hear the thunder of the gods. Rather than waiting for those foolish enemies to test the master's majesty with boring means, it is better for me to light this first fire for the master with my own hands. A storm of public opinion sweeping the entire world. The curve of her mouth was exactly the same playful and domineering as Luotong's. I want the whole world to know how unique their god is. Late that night, Xia country's largest social media platform, Xinghua, suddenly experienced an unprecedented super earthquake. An anonymous account that was registered less than 10 minutes ago posted a message. Shocking revelation. The true identity of the mysterious national treasure Luotong is revealed. At just 18 years old, he already has 4 wives. Each one is stunningly beautiful and has powerful connections. This title, like a depth bomb, instantly set off a huge wave in the calm sea of public opinion. The content of the post is extremely explosive. It contains not only Luo Tong's ID photo at the gate of Huaxia University, which is so handsome that it infuriates both humans and gods. There are also a few secretly taken photos that are blurry but contain a lot of information. One photo shows Luo Tong and a graceful woman at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Center, acting intimately. The caption reads, First wife, Su Muxue, counselor at Huaxia University. Teacher-student relationship? A forbidden love. One photo shows a beautiful woman on the Luo University campus, her temperament is serene as an orchid, like a figure straight out of a classical painting, smiling at Luo Tong. The caption reads, Second wife, Lin Wanqing, lecturer in the Chinese Studies Department, from a scholarly family, an intellectual goddess. One photo shows a cute girl in bunny pajamas at the entrance of the music conservatory, hugging Luo Tong's arm and acting coquettishly. The caption reads, Third wife, Xiao Wei, the campus beauty of the China Conservatory of Music, a gifted girl with invincible youth. The most shocking one is the last one. That was at the gate of the Dragon Nest Base in the Eastern Theater Command. The SSS-level Valkyrie, the goddess of the army, Lin Shirhan, actually gave Luo Tong a standard military salute, her eyes filled with endless admiration and love. Caption, Fourth wife, Lin Shirhan. SSS-level genetic warrior. Xia Nation's sharpest blade, an undefeated legend in the military. Now, she's a god's woman. Boom! The entire Xinhua was completely paralyzed at this moment. Countless netizens who were surfing the internet late at night had their brains shut down when they saw this post. What the hell? What the hell? What did I see? Master Luo Tong already has 4 wives? Oh my god. The server crashed. It took me 10 minutes to refresh before I could log in. The heat is too intense. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down looking at my phone. The counselor, the lecturer, the school beauty, and an SSS-ranked Valkyrie? What kind of amazing lineup is this? Wow, my dream is completely shattered. My husband is already taken, and with 4 women. Do I even have a chance to get in line? Sisters upstairs, don't cry. The main wife is full, and we can still compete for concubines. I don't ask for a title, I just want to give birth to a child for Luo Shangshan. I'm jealous. I'm totally jealous. Did these 4 women save the entire universe in their previous lives? How? Why are they so lucky? This is our Xia Nation's national treasure. This is the treatment an SSS-level gene deserves. Those men who only have 1 wife are simply weak. Public opinion has completely exploded. In just 1 hour, more than a dozen terms such as #national treasures harem #, military goddess Lin Shirhan is taken # dominated the entire hot search list. Its popularity even surpassed the shocking news of the previous military reshuffle and the 8 marshals' collective loyalty. Because for ordinary people, military and national affairs are too far away. The private life of the national treasure male god is the topic that they care about the most and drives them crazy the most. Yunding Palace. The atmosphere in the huge palace was somewhat subtle. Luo Tong had already returned to his room to rest, while in the living room, Su Muxue, Lin Wanqing, Xiao Wei, and Lin Shirhan were sitting together, looking at the post on the screen that had set the entire internet on fire, each with a different expression. This is too much. They're secretly filming us. Xiao Wei, the youngest, was the first to lose her temper. Her face flushed with anger and she waved her fists, feeling both proud and ashamed. But, they seem to envy us. As the eldest wife, Su Muxue's face was flushed with shyness, but she was more proud and responsible as Luo Tong's wife. She gently soothed him, my husband's excellence should be known to the world. As his wife, it is our honor to stand by his side. Lin Wanqing calmly analyzed, the timing, angle, and wording of this post are all extremely well thought out. It appears to be a revelation, but in reality it's an attempt to deify Mr. There must be someone behind this. As for Lin Shirhan, her starry eyes sparkled with the sharpness unique to a soldier. This is a propaganda war of the highest order. It's a preemptive strike, nipping any potential negative public opinion in the bud. It directly defines the master's polygamy as divine privilege, forcing everyone to look up in envy without even questioning it. She raised her head and looked at the 3 sisters with an extremely firm tone. What we need to do now is not to panic, but to play our role well and maintain the image of our master. The 3 women nodded upon hearing this. An invisible storm brought these four women, who were originally somewhat unfamiliar with each other, together as never before at this moment because of a common man and a common protective heart. At the same time, in Yanjing, Luo family manor, Luoing was holding a cup of black tea, looking elegantly at the rolling, almost boiling data stream on the screen, with a satisfied smile on her cool and pretty face. Sister! Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Luo Pan rushed in wearing pajamas, bare feet, holding a tablet computer, with anxiety written all over his face. Everything about my brother and his sisters-in-law has been posted online. Now everyone knows. Upon hearing this, Luoing just glanced at her indifferently and took a sip of black tea. Exposure? She put down her teacup, her voice cold yet full of wisdom. No, my silly sister. This isn't exposure, this is called crowning a god. Before my god reaches for the brightest star, he must first let the world adapt to his light. Yanjing, the top luxury apartment, top floor duplex. A woman with a hot body and a face so beautiful that it could drive any man crazy was lying lazily on the sofa, watching the overwhelming news on the giant screen TV on the wall. She is none other than the uncrowned queen of Xia country's entertainment industry, the popular superstar Xiao Mayer. Sister Mayer. Something bad has happened. Her gold medal agent, a shrewd and capable middle-aged woman, was now sweating profusely with anxiety. This Luo Tong has gone completely crazy. A piece of news about his private life has completely robbed us of all the attention we've been preparing for our new album launch for half a month. Now the entire internet is talking about his four wives, who's still interested in our new song. However, there was no trace of anger or unwillingness on Xiao Mayer's face. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes were fixed on the screen, at Luo Tong's handsome face that seemed unearthly. Her rosy tongue tip unconsciously licked her sexy lips. That look was like that of a female hunter who had discovered her top prey. Take it away? She chuckled softly, and the sound was charming to the core. No. She slowly sat up, her breathtaking curves faintly visible under her silk pajamas, her eyes burning with the flames of ambition and desire. A man who can only dominate the entertainment industry is nothing more than a loach in a pond. And a god who can stir up the world and make the military, political, and commercial worlds tremble. Only then will you be qualified to become my, Xiao Mayer's, lover. Chapter 61, Live Broadcast. I, Luo Tong, will teach you the rules. Yunding Palace. This is too much. How could they secretly film us? Xiaowei's face flushed red with anger, and she waved her fists, but deep in her eyes, she couldn't hide the slightest bit of pride and shyness. After all, being envied by all the women in Xia country is itself a supreme honor. Su Mushua gently held her hand and whispered, "My husband's excellence should be known to the world. It is our honor to stand by his side." Her face flushed, and the pride of being a lady made her stand up straight. Lin Wanqing calmly analyzed, the timing, angle, and wording of this post are all extremely well thought out. It appears to be a revelation, but in reality it's an attempt to deify Mr. There must be someone behind this. Lin Shirhan's starry eyes sparkled with the sharpness unique to a soldier, and she hit the nail on the head. This is a propaganda war of the highest order. It's a preemptive strike, nipping all potential negative voices in the bud. It directly defines the master's polygamy as divine privilege, forcing everyone to look up in envy, daring not to question it in the slightest. She raised her head and looked at the three sisters with an extremely firm tone. What we need to do now is not to panic, but to play our role well and maintain the image of our master. The hearts of the four girls were united as never before at this moment. And the center of this storm, Luo Tong, was leaning on the throne, watching all this with an amused expression. He didn't even need to use his superintelligence to instantly understand everything behind it. Luo Ying. His highly intelligent sister has completely transformed into his sharpest, divine think tank. This move was a beautiful one. Instead of passively waiting for the enemy to make a move, it is better to ignite public opinion yourself and take control of the entire rhythm. Elder brother. Luo Pan came over at some point, her little face full of worry, her little hands tightly grasping his sleeves. Luo Tong lowered his head, looked into his sister's clear eyes, and gently stroked her face, which was a little pale with nervousness, with his fingertips. Are you scared? There was a hint of teasing in his voice. I'm afraid those people will say bad things about my brother. Luo Pan muttered softly. Luo Tong pulled her soft body into his arms, letting her sit on his lap. He rested his chin gently on the top of her head and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Silly girl, do you care about what sheep say?" The louder they shout now, the more devoutly they will kneel later. A warm breath brushed past her ears, and Luo Pan's little face turned red instantly. She buried her head in her brother's chest shyly, feeling the heartbeat as reliable as a mountain, and all her worries disappeared in an instant. Luo Tong's gaze turned to the light curtain again. My sister's opening was perfect, but it wasn't enough. A true coronation requires the gods themselves to give an oracle. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his mind moved. Tian Shu. Master, I'm here. The voice of the intelligent butler Tian Shu echoed throughout the palace. Connecting to the director of Xia Country's central television, the highest encryption line. Yes, master. In just 3 seconds, a holographic projection appeared in front of Luo Tong. It showed a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and sweat all over his forehead. He was facing the camera with his waist bent almost 90 degrees. Lord Luo, Lord Luo. What are your instructions? The man who holds the highest voice of the Xia Kingdom now has a voice full of awe and fear. Luo Tong didn't even bother to look at him. His tone was flat, but it carried unquestionable majesty. In 1 hour, I will be broadcasting a national live broadcast in your Studio One. No set topics, no scripts, no preset questions. I want everyone in Xia Country to hear my voice clearly. Boom! The director's mind went blank. National broadcast? No script? This is unheard of in the history of Xia Country's news. The risks involved were so great that he couldn't even imagine it. But does he dare to refuse? The person in front of him was someone that even the 8 marshals had to kneel down in submission to. Yes. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. I guarantee it. I guarantee it will be to the highest standards. The director nodded rapidly, his collar soaked with sweat. Luo Tong waved his hand and cut off the communication directly, as if he was just telling a trivial matter. He stood up and looked down at the throne. The 4 men were looking at his stunning wife with adoration, love, and fanaticism. It's just a boring farce. You guys wait here, I'll be back soon. An hour later. Xiagua Central Television, Studio One. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. All the staff members were like clockwork robots, nervously carrying out the final debugging. Xinya, the top female host of Xia Country and known as the national face, is sitting on the anchor desk at this moment, her palms full of cold sweat. There was no teleprompter or script in front of her. She only knew that what she was about to face was the real sky of Xia Country today. Time passes by every second. When the countdown reached 0, the heavy door of the studio was silently pushed open. Luo Tong, dressed in black, walked in slowly. His face that was so handsome that it infuriated both humans and gods, his eyes that were so deep that they seemed to devour souls, and his divine aura that was above all living beings, were transmitted through the camera to the eyes of hundreds of millions of people in Xia Country at this moment. Countless netizens who were arguing fiercely online, and countless families who were discussing the matter at home, were all staring at the screen. Luo Tong did not walk towards the anchor desk, but casually pulled over a chair and sat down in the center of the studio, legs crossed, with a lazy yet domineering posture. He looked at the camera. I know you're very curious, excited, and have many questions right now. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, with a magic that went straight to the soul. About the internet, my private life. He paused. It's all true. Boom. The whole network exploded. He actually admitted it. So straightforward. So direct. Xinya's mind went blank. She spoke subconsciously, her voice trembling, Mr. Luo, according to our country's marriage law. Law? Luo Tong interrupted her with a hint of pity in his eyes. Laws are used to restrain mortals. And I am the god who brings the future to this country. He stood up and walked slowly towards the camera. The invisible sense of oppression made countless people in front of the screen feel suffocated. Do you think I'm enjoying privilege and indulging in beauty? Madness. I am fulfilling my responsibility as the owner of an SSS Plus gene. I am selecting the best bloodline for the future of Xia Country. His eyes swept across the camera, as if seeing through everyone's heart. Su Muxue is gentle and virtuous. Her genes will endow my offspring with the most tenacious character. Lin Wanqing is intelligent and elegant. Her genes will endow my offspring with the most outstanding wisdom. Xiaowei, lively and innocent, her genes will endow my son with the most vigorous vitality. Lin Shurhan, an SSS rank warrior, her genes will forge a physique invincible to gods and demons in my offspring. They are not my playthings, nor are they a harem. They are the cornerstone of this country's future. They are the greatest mothers of the new era. They are worthy of the respect and admiration of all of you. Luo Tong's voice was sonorous, powerful, and resounding. He did not make excuses or cover up, but redefined everything with a higher dimensional attitude. This is not a chaotic private life, this is dedication to the country. This is not indulging in beauty, this is optimizing genes. At this moment, all the questioning voices seemed so insignificant and ridiculous. Xinya was completely stunned. She looked at the godlike man in front of her, her heart pounding, and an unprecedented admiration and awe rose from the bottom of her heart. Luo Tong's gaze fell on her face, his deep eyes seemed to see through everything about her. You're nervous. He reached out his hand and gently brushed Xinya's eyelashes, which were trembling slightly due to nervousness, with his fingertips. The gentle touch made Xinya tremble all over. An electric current ran from her head to her feet, and her cheeks instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out. Relax, it's your honor to witness a miracle. Luo Tong withdrew his hand, leaving behind a sentence that made her soul tremble, turned to face the camera, and issued the final judgment. From today on, remember my rules. My women, you must respect them as you would respect gods. My will is the highest will of the Xia kingdom. Accept it, or be crushed by time. After he finished speaking, he turned around without saying another word and disappeared at the door of the studio amid billions of shocked, fanatical and admiring gazes. The entire Xia kingdom was in complete silence. A few seconds later, the overwhelming public opinion exploded. God. This is the real God. I was wrong. I actually used mortal thinking to speculate about the gods. I am guilty. Woo woo woo, Lord Luo is so handsome. He's not looking for a wife, he's choosing the future for our Xia nation. From today on, the 4 divine consorts are my idols. I want to learn from them. Public opinion has been completely reversed. Luo Tong, through a live broadcast, completed the most thorough and perfect coronation of himself. Yunding Palace. As soon as Luo Tong returned, Su Muxue and the other 3 girls came to greet him. In their eyes, besides admiration, there was more of a fanaticism that was almost like faith. Husband. Onar. Luo Tong just waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. To him, public enthusiasm is nothing but dust that can be manipulated with the snap of a finger. His gaze fell on the intelligent control console. There, quietly lying, was an invitation card designed in black and gold tones, which was extremely luxurious and elegant. Next to it was all the information about superstar Xiao Meier, as well as her stunningly beautiful face that was enough to drive any man crazy. Luo Tong picked up the invitation letter and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The prelude is over. Now, it's time for the real show to begin. Tian Shu. Let Long Ao prepare my private plane. Notify Xiao Meier's agency. Luo Tong's eyes became extremely playful and full of aggression. Let's just say that her loyal fan is going to meet her now. Chapter 62 Queen? No, it's my new toy. On the tarmac of Hentang Palace, a special plane with a completely black body and smooth lines like a future war eagle has been waiting for a long time. Long Ao, the supreme commander of the Eastern Theater Command, was like the most humble servant at this moment. He personally opened the car door for Luo Tong, with his waist bent almost parallel to the ground. Lord Luo, everything has been arranged. You can come to Xinghui Entertainment at any time. Luo Tong nodded and stepped into the cabin. The interior of the special plane is luxurious beyond imagination. It is more like a mobile palace in the sky than a means of transportation. He ignored Long Ao's flattery and just sat casually on the leather sofa, his mind moving slightly. Tian Shu, retrieve the information about Xinghui Entertainment and Xiao Meier. As you command, Master. A huge holographic light screen unfolded in front of Luo Tong. Xinghui Entertainment, one of the 3 major entertainment giants in Xia country, has a market value of nearly 100 billion. There are countless artists under its banner, but there is only one pillar that truly supports this commercial building: the Queen, Xiao Meier. According to the information, Xiao Meier's photo is breathtakingly beautiful. She does not have the kind of pure or gentle beauty, but an extremely aggressive seductiveness that can instantly ignite all the primitive desires of men. A pair of slightly upturned fox eyes, with a flickering gaze, are naturally charming. Her plump red lips are like ripe cherries, inviting to be picked. Her figure is perfect to the extreme, and every inch of her curve seems to be the most outstanding work of God. Even a still photo reveals a magic that can drive men all over the world crazy. Interesting. Luo Tong's fingertips lightly slid across the light curtain, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. This woman, like the wildest horse, exudes a contradictory aura of keep away from strangers and waiting for you to conquer me. Luo Ying's plan is to first infiltrate through capital operations layer by layer, and finally take Xinghui Entertainment into his pocket, and then slowly conquer this proud phoenix. Too slow. It's too boring. For a god, why would it be so complicated to get a toy? Just walk over and take it. Magic City, Xinghui Entertainment Headquarters Building. Top floor, President's Office. A middle-aged man with a greasy face and powdered hair was looking at Xiao Mayer with a big smile on his face and a protruding belly. Mayor, you must come to Mr. Lee's dinner tonight. You know, our company's next S+ rated production depends on Mr. Lee's investment. The man's name is Wang Kuan, the CEO of Star Entertainment and Xiao Mayer's nominal superior. Xiao Mayer was leaning on the sofa, her long and straight legs crossed, her black stockings wrapped around her perfect leg lines, exuding a fatal temptation. She didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, just playing with her new red nails, her voice lazy with a hint of impatience. Boss Wang, I told you I won't go to the dinner. Wang Kuan's face turned grim, and his tone became more serious. Xiao Mayer, don't be so ungrateful. The company has invested so much resources in you, and now you're asked to make a contribution to the company, and you refuse to do so? Xiao Mayer finally raised her bewitching fox eyes, her eyes full of sarcasm. Contribution? Mr. Wang, you've probably forgotten that 70% of this company's profits are generated by me alone. I'm the one supporting the company, not the company supporting me. You? Wang Kuan's face turned red with anger. At this moment, the heavy wooden door of the office was roughly pushed open from the outside with a bang. Who the hell is so rude? Wang Kuan was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger, so he immediately turned around and yelled. At the door, two burly security guards were being thrown to the ground like chickens with terrified looks on their faces. A slender figure, bathed in the light from outside the door, walked in slowly. The person who came was Luo Tong. He didn't even glance at the wailing security guard on the ground and the furious Wang Kuan. His deep eyes were fixed on the stunning beauty on the sofa from the moment he entered the door. When Wang Kuan saw who was coming, he was stunned at first, and then his anger grew even greater. Who is this guy? He looks decent, but his behavior is too arrogant. Who are you? Who let you in? Security. Where the hell is the security? Luo Tong seemed not to hear his shouting. He walked straight to Xiao Mayer and looked down at her. His gaze was full of aggression, as if he was admiring a collection that was about to be acquired. It slid from her delicate collarbone to the tip of her upturned nose, and finally landed on her tempting red lips. Xiao Mayer felt uncomfortable when he looked at her, and her brows were slightly furrowed. It was the first time she had seen a man who dared to look at her like that. There was no greed or desire in those eyes, only a kind of indifference and control like a god overlooking a plaything. Whose dog are you? Xiao Mayer's red lips parted slightly, her voice filled with a hint of mockery. Trying to attract her attention this way? That's too lowbrow. Luo Tong did not answer. Instead, he walked around her and went to the huge CEO chair that symbolized power and sat down. He crossed his legs and leaned lazily against the back of the chair, as if he was the real owner of this place. This action completely angered Wang Kuan. Boy! Are you looking for death? Do you know whose position this is? Someone, give him. Before he could finish his words, Luo Tong's cell phone rang. Luo Tong answered the call slowly and turned on the speakerphone. Luo Ying's cold and efficient voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, it's done. 51% of Star Entertainment's outstanding shares have been fully acquired. Furthermore, through 3 offshore funds, a controlling stake in its second and fourth largest shareholders has been replaced. Currently, we have an absolute controlling stake of 73% in Star Entertainment. In addition, the evidence of Wang Kuan's misappropriation of public funds, tax evasion, and illegal insider trading has been packaged and sent to the top officials of the Xiagua Securities Regulatory Commission and the State Administration of Taxation. He is expected to receive a call from the company to seal up the company in 3 minutes. All assets under his name will be frozen within 10 minutes. He's finished. Every word in Luo Ying's voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting Wang Kuan's heart hard. The blood color on Wang Kuan's face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and instantly became as pale as paper. He looked at Luo Tong in disbelief, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Acquire a company with a market value of hundreds of billions in just a few minutes? In just a few minutes, all the negative information about him was dug out? Is this something a human can do? This is the devil. Ding-ling-ling. The shrill ring of the phone rang out. It was the red dedicated phone on his desk. Wang Kuan's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground with a thump. Luo Tong hung up the phone, not even bothering to look at the pool of rotten meat on the ground. His gaze fell back on Xiao Meier. At this moment, Xiao Meier's face no longer had the laziness and mockery from before, and was replaced by unprecedented shock and solemnity. Her clever fox eyes were fixed on Luo Tong, as if she wanted to see something from his overly handsome face. Luo Tong stood up and walked slowly to her. A faint, extremely aggressive masculine scent instantly enveloped her. Xiao Meier subconsciously wanted to retreat, but found that her body was somewhat out of control. Luo Tong reached out his hand and gently lifted her smooth chin with his fingertips, forcing her to look at him. His movements were light, yet carried an irresistible dominance. Now, answer my question. Luo Tong's face slowly approached, and the distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath. A rich aroma mixed with poppy and rose came from Xiao Meier's body and penetrated into Luo Tong's nostrils. Very fragrant and strong. You. Xiao Meier's heartbeat was disrupted for the first time. She bit her red lips and forced herself to be proud. What on earth do you want to do? From today on, this company is mine. Luo Tong's fingertips gently stroked her delicate chin, feeling the amazing elasticity and smoothness. And you. Luo Tong paused, lowered his voice, and whispered the second half of the sentence in her ear with a hint of bewitching magic. It's my toy. Chapter 63, The Queen of Heaven Bows. I will rewrite your rules. It's my toy. Luo Tong's voice was very soft, but it was like a thunder from the sky, exploding in Xiao Meier's ears. The air is dead silent. Wang Kuan collapsed on the ground, forgetting even to wail, and was left with only heavy gasping for breath. The seductive charm on Xiao Meier's face, which had captivated everyone, froze in an instant. Who is she? She was Xiao Meier. She was the queen who stood at the pinnacle of Xia country's entertainment industry, relying on herself to reach her current state step by step, making countless capital tycoons greet her with smiles. Toy? This word is the greatest humiliation to her. Anger flared up in her heart, but she suppressed it in just a second. Her bewitching fox eyes quickly swept over Wang Kuan on the ground, and then looked at the young man in front of her who was incredibly handsome but also incredibly domineering. In just a few minutes, a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars was acquired. One phone call sentenced a CEO to death. This is not something ordinary people can do. In fact, this is not something that ordinary national treasures can do. Xiao Meier took a deep breath, and the breathtaking curve of her chest rose and fell. When she looked up again, the shock on her face was gone, replaced by an even more seductive lazy smile. Instead of stepping back, she took a step forward, her body almost touching Luo Tong. A rich aroma mixed with poppy and rose strongly enveloped Luo Tong. Oh! Xiao Meier's red lips parted slightly, her voice was charming to the core. She stretched out her slender jade fingers, gently tapped on Luo Tong's chest, and drew circles with her fingertips. So this is my new master. So, Master, how would you like to play with your new toy? There was a faint breath in her voice and her eyes were hazy, as if she had completely accepted this setting and was excited about it. This is her weapon. An invincible weapon. No man can resist her. She wanted to use this method to find out the background of this new owner, and then turn the tables. She didn't believe that an 18-year-old boy could resist her charm. As long as he is interested, she has countless ways to play him in the palm of her hand. Luo Tong watched her hard work, his eyes clear of any emotion, only a hint of amusement. Under her superintelligence, the little thoughts in this woman's mind are as clear as an open comic book. Vanity, ambition, and a morbid desire for the spotlight. She thought she was a hunter, but she didn't know that in the eyes of the gods, she was not even a prey. Luo Tong did not push her away. Instead, he reached out his hand, grasped her slender waist, and with a little force, brought her into his arms. Xiao Meier screamed and her body stiffened instantly. She had anticipated countless reactions, but she had never imagined such direct and overbearing control. Luo Tong's other hand pinched her delicate chin, and his fingertips gently stroked her delicate skin. The touch is as smooth as the finest silk. This is not how you play games. Luo Tong's face slowly approached, their noses almost touching, their breaths intertwined. He could clearly see Xiao Meier's slightly trembling eyelashes and the panic that flashed across her fox eyes. If you want to be my toy, the first thing you have to learn is to be obedient. His voice was very low, with a bewitching magnetism, blowing on Xiao Meier's ear. Instead of being smart and wagging your tail at me. Boom! Xiao Meier's mind went blank. Wagging tail? He actually said she was wagging her tail. An unprecedented sense of humiliation instantly destroyed all her disguises. You. She was about to struggle, but Luo Tong's next words were like a basin of ice water, pouring over her from head to toe. 3 years ago, in order to secure the female lead role in Phoenix Power, you spent 3 hours with Mr. Liu from Huanya at a cigar club. When you came out, the heel of your right high heel was broken. 2 years ago, your album sales were driven down by a rival's online troll army. You used your father's connections to spread all the negative information about a second-tier actress named Li Man online overnight, forcing her to quit the industry. Half a year ago, you secretly went to Switzerland and had a $3 million vocal cord surgery. The surgeon was named Andre. Also, there's a red mole the size of a grain of rice on the inside of your left thigh. With every word Luo Tong spoke, Xiao Meier's face turned paler. By the end of her speech, her beautiful face had completely lost all color and her body was shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. These things are the secrets she hides in the deepest part of her heart. Some of them, even she almost forgot. How would he know? Who is he? Fear, unprecedented fear, like an invisible big hand, tightly grasped her heart. The man in front of me is not a human. It's the devil. He is a devil who can see through everything about her. Now, do you still want to play games with me? Luo Tong let go of her, like throwing away a rag doll that he was tired of playing with. Xiao Meier's legs went weak, she staggered back 2 steps, and fell onto the sofa, her eyes dazed. Her wisdom, beauty, and scheming, which she was proud of, were crushed into worthless in front of this man. Luo Tong didn't look at her again. He walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the busy traffic below. Tian Shu. Master, I'm here. Notify all media outlets in Xia Country. In 1 hour, there will be a major announcement at Xinghui Entertainment headquarters. As you command, Master. After doing all this, Luo Tong turned around and looked at the distraught Xiao Meier again. He walked up to her and looked down at her. I'll give you an hour to fix your makeup. Hold a press conference in 1 hour. Xiao Meier looked up blankly, her voice hoarse. Press conference, what to announce? A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Luo Tong's mouth. I hereby announce that you, Queen Xiao Meier, will be withdrawing from the entertainment industry indefinitely. What? Xiao Meier was struck by lightning. Quit the entertainment industry? This is worse than killing her. Everything about her, her glory, her value, is built under the spotlight. After leaving the stage, what is left of Xiao Meier? No, don't. For the first time, she showed a pleading look, like an abandoned kitten. I'll be obedient. I'll be obedient from now on. Please, don't make me quit. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Luo Tong interrupted her with a cold look in his eyes. That's an order. You can also choose not to listen. He paused, his tone becoming playful. However, I am very curious whether a diva who has been disgraced, riddled with scandals, and banned by the entire industry can still live a glamorous life like she does now. You. Xiao Meier's lips were bitten by herself and bled. She knew that he was as good as his word. This man has the ability to make her have everything, and he also has the ability to make her lose everything. Despair, utter despair, overwhelmed her. Luo Tong admired the expression on her face, which looked like she had fallen from the clouds into the mud, and his heart was calm. If she wants to become a collection of gods, she must first break all her edges and pride. He turned around and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he seemed to remember something, paused, turned around and said to Xiao Meier, whose face was as pale as death. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I asked you to quit, not to destroy you. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through the future. It's to allow you to return in a brand new and unprecedented manner. A first singer who belongs only to me under the throne of God. So, play your last scene before you leave. Don't let me down. After saying this, Luotong did not stay any longer and his figure disappeared at the door. In the office, only Wang Kuan, lying on the ground, and Xiao Meier, sitting blankly on the sofa, her eyes constantly changing between despair, confusion, and a faint, strange light. The first singer under the throne of God? These words, like a stone thrown into stagnant water, created a strange ripple in her heart. Chapter 64, The Queen of Heaven is Sacrificed. My singing diva shall be the last of her voice in the world. Xiao Meier fell onto the sofa, every muscle in her body trembling slightly. The first singer under the throne of God? These words, like a curse, planted a strange seed on the ruins of her collapsing world. Who is she? She is Xiao Meier. She is a woman who stepped on the shoulders of countless people and climbed to the top of the entertainment industry pyramid step by step with her beauty, scheming and sweat. The spotlight is her life and the screams of fans are her food. But just now, that man, that 18-year-old boy named Luotong, crushed everything she was proud of in just a few minutes. The company with a market value of hundreds of billions is his. The power of life and death belongs to him. Even she herself became his toy. Humiliation. Anger. These emotions surged like magma, but were suppressed by a deeper fear. He knew everything about her. Those secrets that she thought were buried in the dust of time were revealed by him one by one with ease, as if he was displaying trophies. She was naked before him, like a newborn baby. No, it's the devil. He is the devil. Xiao Meier subconsciously hugged her arms tightly, trying to absorb some warmth, but her body became colder and colder. If you want to be my toy, the first thing you have to learn is to be obedient. Boom! Deep within my body, it felt as if an electric current ran through me without warning. Xiao Meier's cheeks flushed uncontrollably with a sickly blush. She discovered a fact that even frightened her. Amidst the extreme humiliation and fear, there was actually a hint of, a trembling and excitement of being completely dominated that she had never experienced before. She has been controlling and calculating others all her life. This was the first time that someone had manipulated everything about her in a godlike manner that she was completely unable to resist. This feeling. Sister Meier. Sister Meier. How are you? Agent Sister Chen rushed in crawling and tumbling. Seeing the tragic scene in the office and the distraught Xiao Meier, she turned pale with fright. Press conference, the press conference is almost here. All the media outside are going crazy. What should we do? Sister Chen's voice was filled with tears. What to do? Xiao Meier slowly raised her head and looked at herself in the mirror with empty eyes. That face that captivated everyone had delicate makeup, but there was a dead look in the eyes. She struggled for 10 years. She drank with friends, smiled, and maneuvered around at the capital table to earn herself the title of queen today. Is all this really going to end? No, don't. She murmured to herself, and there was a pleading in her voice that she herself did not even notice. She couldn't imagine life away from the spotlight. That would be worse than killing her. She will be obedient, she will be the most well-behaved toy, as long as you don't take away her stage. Just then. Buzz. The screen of her cell phone, which she had placed on the sofa, lit up. It was a text message from an unknown number. Just one sentence. The world is your prison, I give you the sky. Sing for me, and the stars will listen. No signature. But Xiao Meier knew who he was. These words, like an oracle, precisely split her confused thoughts. Cage. Yes, a cage. She suddenly remembered countless late nights when, after the hustle and bustle of the celebration banquet, she returned alone to the empty mansion. Take off your makeup, take off your high heels, and look at your tired self in the mirror. Is she really enjoying this? She is still shackled by the vanity of Queen Xiao Meier, and is firmly locked on this stage called the world, performing day after day, unable to control herself. And he said he gave her the sky. Sing for him, and the stars are attentive. What a boldness! This is no longer about pleasing the vague capital and the masses, but to offer one's singing voice to a true God. Her heart, which was watered by the flame called ambition, began to beat violently again at the moment when it was about to go out. Only this time, the direction of the burning changed. Sister Meier? Sister Chen looked at her cautiously. The despair in Xiao Meier's eyes gradually faded away. Instead, there was an unprecedented, almost fanatical light. She stood up and walked to the dressing table. Put on some makeup for me. Her voice returned to its usual coldness, even with a hint of authority that brooked no questioning. Huh? Oh, okay. Sister Chen started working in a hurry. In the mirror, Xiaomeier looked at her own face, but her eyes seemed to penetrate time and space, and she saw that lofty figure. She is no longer the Queen Xiaomeier. From today on, she will be the #1 singer under the throne of God. This is not an exit. This is the first step on the long ladder to godhood. She has to play this exit scene well. To satisfy her God. 10 minutes later. At the entrance of Star Entertainment headquarters, press conference site. Hundreds of media outlets, armed with cameras and long guns, surrounded the place like a steel forest, making it impossible to get in or out. All the shots, all the focus, were on the woman who was about to appear. When Xiaomeier's figure appeared at the door, the scene was instantly ignited. The flashlights lit up wildly, as if to tear the night into day. Xiaomeier is out. Oh my God, she looks different than before. Is it my imagination? She seems to be glowing. The reporters were shocked to find that the expected haggard, disheveled woman abandoned by capital did not appear. The person who came out was Xiaomeier, whom they had never seen before. She was wearing a simple white dress, and her unmade-up face had an almost holy glow. Her steps were leisurely and her eyes were calm. She walked onto the stage, facing countless cameras and the noisy crowd. Xiaomeier didn't look at any of the reporters. She held the microphone and opened her red lips slightly. The whole world, at this moment, held its breath. Chapter 65, The Queen Kneels Down. I sing my song only to my God. In front of the press conference podium, Xiaomeier held the microphone and opened her red lips slightly. The whole world, at this moment, held its breath. The white ocean formed by the flashlights reflected her face, which was so holy and eerie. She didn't look at any of the frantic reporters in the stands. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the steel forest-like lens, penetrate the Star Entertainment building, and fall on the God sitting in the cloud-top palace, overlooking all living beings. Today, I am standing here not to say goodbye. Her voice, through the microphone, spread throughout the entire venue, throughout Xia country, and throughout the world. I just want to tell everyone that I have found a stage bigger than this world. I've found an audience that's more important than hundreds of millions of fans. Boom! One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The brains of all the reporters at the scene suddenly crashed. What's the meaning? What kind of shocking statement is this? Xiaomeier ignored the uproar from the audience and continued. From today on, I will no longer sing songs to please the public. Every melody of mine will be a prayer dedicated to my faith. Every breath I take will be a poem in praise of my God. After she finished speaking, she bowed slightly and gently placed the microphone on the table. No explanation. No nostalgia. Under the gaze of hundreds of media outlets, countless cameras, and billions of viewers around the world, she turned around and walked away calmly, leaving behind only a resolute and holy back. In the president's office. Luo Tong stood in front of the French window, looking at the chaotic crowd downstairs with an indifferent expression. The door was pushed open. Xiaomeier walked in. She took off the holy white dress and put on a tight black suspender, which perfectly outlined her enchanting figure. The rich mixed aroma of roses and poppies filled the air again, but this time, it was less aggressive and more cautiously flattering. She walked behind Luo Tong, without saying a word, just stood there quietly. From Luo Tong's perspective, he could clearly see the breathtakingly full curve of her chest and the white skin faintly visible under the suspenders in the reflection of the glass. It was a silent temptation to offer everything you have. Well acted. Luo Tong said lightly without turning around. It's not acting. Xiaomeier's voice trembled slightly. She walked around to Luo Tong and made a move that froze the air. Her knees softened and she slowly knelt in front of Luo Tong. The soft carpet couldn't block the crisp sound of bones hitting the ground. She raised her captivating face and looked up at him. The pride, ambition and calculation in his eyes have disappeared, leaving only almost crazy admiration and possession. Master, I'm not acting. I gave up that false cage. Now, I just want to enter your sky. Please accept me. She no longer mentioned the title of #1 diva, but directly put herself in the most humble position. Luo Tong looked down at her with a playful look in his eyes. He reached out and pinched her delicate chin, gently stroking her smooth skin with his fingertips. The touch is even softer than the finest mutton fat jade. He could feel the slight trembling of her chin and saw her red lips trembling slightly with nervousness, like cherries waiting to be picked. Want to be my woman? Luo Tong's voice was tinged with teasing. Xiao Meier's body stiffened, and then an even hotter light burst out of her eyes. She thought he was going to refuse. She can't be rejected. She summoned up all her courage and leaned forward slightly, with the curve of her body pressed tightly against Luo Tong's calf. Then she stuck out her little tongue and gently and reverently licked Luo Tong's thumb, which was pinching her chin. The moist and soft touch, with a hint of electricity, instantly spread from the fingertips to the whole body. Xiao Meier's cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes blurred. She leaned close to Luo Tong's ear, her breath as sweet as orchid, her voice charming to the core. Master, your singer needs your personal training, so that she can sing, a voice that will make the stars tremble for you. This witch. Luo Tong's eyes darkened. He exerted force suddenly, lifted up Xiao Meier, who was kneeling on the ground, and held her tightly in his arms. Xiao Meier screamed and crashed into his solid chest. The tip of her nose was filled with the clear and domineering masculine scent, which made her legs go weak instantly. She thought he would kiss her like a wild animal. But Luo Tong didn't. He lowered his head, and his hot lips didn't land on her lips, but were precisely imprinted on the corner of her slightly moist eyes. My woman, there's no need to shed tears. His voice was low and magnetic, like a cello playing in your ear. Whether it's joy or sadness. Boom! Xiao Meier's mind went blank. This kiss made her heart flutter more than any storm. Gentle tyranny is the ultimate poison. She completely collapsed in his arms, as if she had lost all her bones. I want to be your wife. She used all her strength to express the deepest desire in her heart. Fifth. No, any number is fine. I'm willing to give up everything for you, please. Luo Tong finally smiled. He picked her up and carried her sideways, walking towards the large sofa. If you want to be my wife, you can't just say it. He put her on the sofa and leaned over her, supporting her with his hands on both sides of her body, completely covering her in his shadow. You have to prove that you are qualified. His fingertips slid down her delicate collarbone, across the deep ravine on her chest, and finally stopped on her flat belly. Wherever he passed, goosebumps were raised. Xiao Meier's whole body was burning hot, her breathing was rapid, and she could only whimper like a kitten. I'm willing to prove it. Master, you can prove it in any way you want. Just as the atmosphere in the office gradually heated up and the qualification review of the diva was about to begin. Buzz buzz buzz. Luo Tong's private phone vibrated at an inopportune time. Caller ID, Luo 1. Luo Tong frowned, the desire in his eyes instantly cooled, and he regained his godlike indifference. He answered the phone. Luo Tong. On the other end of the phone came the sharp voice of Mother Luo Wan, suppressing her anger. What the hell are you doing? An actor. You actually caused such a big fuss just for an actor. You've brought shame upon our Luo family. This is an ultimatum from those in power in the old era. Xiao Meier held her breath nervously and looked at Luo Tong. There was no expression on Luo Tong's face. He just spoke slowly into the phone in a matter-of-fact, emotionless tone. Luo family? From today on, there is no Luo family. Only my family of God. And in my kingdom, you have no right to say no to any of my decisions. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The beeping busy tone hit Luo Wan's heart like a heavy hammer in the Luo family mansion in Yanjing. She held the phone, her whole body cold, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Inside the Yunding Palace. Luo Tong threw his phone aside and turned his gaze back to Xiao Meier, who was already in a state of confusion. Here we go again. Looks like I need to clean up the mess at home before I can enjoy my new toy. The system prompt sounded happily in Luo Tong's mind. Ding. Epic hidden quest triggered, motherly loving son. Host, please conduct thorough physical persuasion and spiritual education on the ruler of the old family, so that she understands who is the true ruler of this family, and indeed, the world. Luo Tong's eyes turned cold, and he ordered the intelligent butler Tianshu. Connect Lang Yu's dedicated line at the Dragon Nest base. Tell her that her battle armor is about to begin its first debugging knot. He decided to take in another long-awaited collection before dealing with household affairs. Chapter 66, One Word amends the national law, and the Civil Affairs Bureau is paralyzed with fear. Inside the Yunding Palace. Luo Tong loosened his grip, letting the still vibrating phone slide onto the expensive carpet. He lowered his gaze again, looking at the completely softened, unfocused beauty beneath him. His fingertips brushed across Xiao Meier's flat and tight belly. The touch made the queen's body tense uncontrollably, and then turned into a more violent tremor. This enchantress's body is more honest than her mouth. Xiao Meier's breathing was rapid and hot. She could feel that the godlike indifference of the man was being replaced by some more primitive warmth, which made her almost collapsed nerve endings surge with ecstasy. She used up her last bit of strength, raised her arms and hooked them around Luo Tong's neck, pressing her plump and hot body against him without reservation. Master. Meier is not afraid of trouble. Meier just wants to be your most suitable toy. Her voice was broken, and her charm was natural. Luo Tong looked down at her. The blush on her charming face, caused by emotion, was more beautiful than any rouge in the world. He suddenly laughed. The laughter was very light, but it carried a sense of control over everything. Toys come in all different levels. If you want to be part of my collection, having a body alone isn't enough. He changed the subject and said in a playful tone, "You need a legal identity." Before he finished speaking, he picked up Xiao Meier from the sofa. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Xiao Meier let out a short cry of surprise. She subconsciously hugged his neck tightly and curled up in his arms like a cat that finally found its owner. Master, where are we going? Civil Affairs Bureau. Luo Tong's answer was calm and direct. Those two words, like two thunderclaps, exploded in Xiao Meier's mind. Her brain went blank for a moment, and then, a wave of ecstasy and dizziness 100 times more intense than when he completely conquered her just now, swept through every nerve in her. Civil Affairs Bureau. She, Xiao Meier, will become his fifth wife. This realization made her so happy that she almost suffocated. She buried her face deep in Luo Tong's chest, greedily breathing in his scent, her body trembling violently with extreme excitement. At this moment, Luo Tong stopped. He held the warm and soft jade in one hand and gently touched the air with the other hand. Tianshu, connect Leng Yue's dedicated line. As you command, Master. A holographic screen unfolded before the two of them, and the Dragon Nest Base's top-secret communication interface lit up. Above the screen, Leng Yu's icy face emerged. She seemed to have just finished an intense research session. Two buttons of her pure white research uniform were undone, revealing her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone. The moment she saw Luo Tong, panic and fear could not be suppressed in her icy blue eyes. When her eyes swept over the disheveled and seductive woman in Luo Tong's arms, her breathing stopped for a moment. Lord Luo, Lord Luo. Her voice was trembling unconcealably. Xiao Meier, who was in his arms, felt the cold gaze. She raised her head and, with a victorious attitude, glanced provocatively at Leng Yu and the light curtain, then deliberately rubbed against Luo Tong's chest, declaring her ownership. Luo Tong ignored the silent confrontation between the women. He stared at Leng Yu, his voice calm but filled with pressure that brooked no room for argument. My armor, is it ready for its first commissioning? Leng Yu's body shook violently, and the blood instantly disappeared from his cheeks. Warframe, debugging. She knew that he was not referring to steel, but to herself. Aye. 1 hour. Complete the self-check of all physiological data and neural connections. Luo Tong's voice was emotionless. In 1 hour, I will conduct the first remote stress test. If your system shows any crashes or delays. He didn't mention the consequences, but that silence was more frightening than any threat. Under the extreme fear, a strange, dominated shudder rose from the end of her spine, making her whole body weak. Yes. Master. She lowered her proud head and uttered in a mosquito-like voice this title that made her ashamed but secretly expectant. Luo Tong cut off the communication. He lowered his head, looking at Xiao Meier, who was blushing in his arms, and said jokingly, "Did you hear that? You're not the only toy I have. If you want to get to the top, show your worth. Master. Meier's value. You can personally test it tonight." Xiao Meier's breath was as sweet as orchid, her eyes were sharp, and she took the initiative to move her red lips forward. Half an hour later, Xiaojing Civil Affairs Bureau. Luo Tong held Xiao Meier and walked directly into the VIP channel opened for male citizens. The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She had a stern expression and exuded an aura of doing things by the rules. Hello, please show us your identification information and genetic rating report. Luo Tong handed over his ID card. The woman took it, took a look, and immediately frowned. Mr. Luo Tong, according to Article 7 of Chapter 3 of the Xia Nation's Male Citizens Marriage Protection Law, you already have 4 legal spouses. Your marriage quota has been used up, so you can't proceed. Her words got stuck in her throat before she could finish them. Because she saw that the man opposite just looked at her calmly. No anger, no threats. But the temperature in the entire office seemed to drop 10 degrees, the air solidified like substance, and an invisible, godlike pressure caused her heart to stop and her breathing to become difficult. The next second, the official system screen in front of her issued a shrill alarm. The screen began to flash wildly, and countless lines of golden codes that she couldn't understand flashed by like a waterfall. Warning! Divine level authority intervention detected. The Shagwa male citizen's marriage protection law is being reconstructed. Reconstruction completed. The female employee watched helplessly as the legal provision she had just quoted on the screen was erased by a golden light. Then, a new, domineering line of text was imprinted in the center of the screen like an oracle. Special clause, Citizen Luo Tong, codenamed Shagwa Dragon Soul, has his marriage quota increased to unlimited. This is the highest rule, effective immediately. On that identity card, in addition to the SSS Plus genetic rating, a golden emblem exuding supreme majesty, Lord of the Divine Strategy Palace, was burning her retinas. God. God above God. The woman's mind went blank, her legs gave way, and she fell to her knees, her body shaking like a sieve. She wasn't frightened, but rather filled with the most primitive awe that welled up from the depths of a mortal's soul after witnessing a miracle. Authorization confirmed, Master. Tianshu's cold electronic voice sounded in Luo Tong's mind. The woman crawled to pick up the ID card, held it in trembling hands, and handed it back to Luo Tong respectfully, not daring to raise her head. God Luo. Empress Xiao. I will do it for you two right away. 1 minute. No, it will be done within 30 seconds. There was only flattery and fanaticism in her voice. Xiao Meier snuggled in Luo Tong's arms, watching this surreal scene. Her admiration for this man had turned into the most devout belief. This is her God. His words are law and his power is overwhelming. At this moment, Luo Tong suddenly lowered his head and chuckled in her ear, and his warm breath made her ears feel hot. Premarital medical examination report is also waived. He added meaningfully, after all, I personally gave you a thorough full body checkup last night. You look healthy and smooth. Boom. Xiao Meier's cheeks instantly turned red enough to look like blood was dripping out. This bastard. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully married your fifth wife, peerless diva, Xiao Meier. It has been detected that my wife Xiao Meier possesses the SSS level, enchanting voice, talent, which resonates with the host's, God's Majesty. System rewards are being distributed. 1. Reward points, 10 million. 2. Unlock a new talent, Thought Stamp, Basic. Your words, thoughts, and even your very existence will become cultural symbols capable of mimetic contamination, imprinting your will on the subconscious of the target group, altering their thoughts and beliefs. Current impact, the entire Xia nation. 3. Special reward, God's voice. You can choose a replacement for your wife, giving her a voice that reaches the soul and stirs emotions. Stamp of thought. A gleam of light flashed in Luo Tong's eyes. If the Shinsu Mansion controls the sword of Xia country, then the Thought Seal controls the souls of all people in Xia country. From today on, he is not only the god of Xia kingdom, but also the faith of all people in Xia kingdom. Luo Tong looked at Xiao Meier, who had completely turned into a pool of spring water in his arms, and took out the glittering God's voice belt. Under Xiao Meier's surprised gaze, he pressed the ball of light directly into her throat. A cool and sacred power instantly surged through her body, and Xiao Meier felt as if her throat had been reshaped into the most perfect musical instrument in the world. From today on, your song will be my imperial decree. Luo Tong's voice carried an unquestionable command. I want the entire Xia kingdom to go crazy for your singing. I want my name to be the only whisper in their dreams. Xiao Meier felt the sacred power coming from her throat, and when she heard the man's domineering declaration, there was only fanatical admiration in her eyes. She opened her mouth, and a tuneless, simplest note flowed from her lips. The voice was ethereal and holy, carrying the power of law, causing the air in the entire hall to freeze. The female employee kneeling on the ground collapsed, her eyes unfocused, and a bewildered, blissful smile appeared on her face, as if she had seen heaven. At this moment, Luo Tong's private communication rang again. Caller ID, Luo 1. Luo Tong took a look and hung up. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and overlooked the night view of Xiaojing City below, which was as bright as a sea of stars. Tianshu. Yes, master. Forcefully connect to Luo Wan's private communication, video mode. Transfer the footage here to her simultaneously. Yes, sir. Luo Tong's order was cold and clear, as if he was announcing a trivial matter. At the same time, notify Su Muxue, Lin Wanqing, Xia Wei, and Lin Shirhan. As he spoke, holographic images of his 4 wives slowly emerged behind him: a gentle university counselor, an intellectual female scientist, a naive Chable daughter, and a heroic SSS-class Valkyrie. The 4 images were lifelike, complementing the vast landscape outside the window. Tell them to put on their most beautiful dresses and gather at the main hall of Yunding Palace. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Meier, who was looking up at him in his arms, and said the last words with cruel tenderness. Tonight, our family is going to hold a unique wedding. Chapter 67. The new queen enters the palace, and the 4 concubines join forces to force the emperor to abdicate. Live teaching of the god-level family rules. Yunding Palace, Main Hall. Luo Tong's declaration was like a stone thrown into a quiet lake. The ripples were silent but far-reaching. Xiao Meier's delicate body in his arms trembled, and she raised her captivating face. Her eyes were sparkling with a sense of being conquered, as well as infinite longing for the future and a hint of uneasiness. A unique wedding? What she was about to face were the 4 women who had already occupied his side. Master. Xiao Meier's voice was soft, with a barely perceptible nervousness. Luo Tong lowered his head and stroked her red earlobe with his fingertips. The delicate touch made his heart move slightly. Are you scared? Meier isn't afraid. Xiao Meier bit her red lips and buried her face in his solid chest. Meier is just afraid that my sisters won't like me. These words were said in a pitiful manner, yet with a hint of the fragrance of tea art. Luo Tong felt amused. This goblin was showing off his weapons all the time. Whether I like it or not is not important. Luo Tong's voice was flat and domineering. What's important is that I like it. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge dome of the main hall began to glow and the space fluctuated slightly. 4 beautiful figures appeared in 4 directions of the hall almost at the same time. Brother! Where did you pick up this beautiful sister again? A crisp and lively voice broke the silence. Xia Wei, wearing a pink princess dress, ran over skipping and jumping, looking at Xiao Meier with curiosity in her big black eyes. Her words were innocent, but her eyes held a hint of scrutiny and hostility like a little girl. She's really pretty, but the clothes, the fabric is too simple, isn't it? This innocent complaint made Xiao Meier's cheeks turn red instantly. She subconsciously wanted to tidy up her clothes, but was held down by Luo Tong. 4 gazes, 4 completely different pressures, all converged on Xiao Meier. Even the superstar who was used to big scenes felt her breath taken away at this moment, like a lamb that had entered the territory of a lioness. A small crisis broke out silently. Xiao Meier subconsciously hugged Luo Tong tightly, and with the most delicate posture, she pressed her plump and hot body against him without reservation, breathing softly, Master, the sister's aura is so strong, I'm a little scared. This is both a request for help and a demonstration. Lin Shirhan frowned slightly, took half a step forward, and an invisible military spirit spread out. Luo Tong doesn't need weaklings around him. Her voice was cold and contained an unquestionable majesty. That's what Sister Shirhan said, Xia Wei agreed with a smile, holding Su Muxue and Lin Wanqing's hands. Not just anyone can enter our house. The atmosphere is tense. Luo Tong secretly complained in his heart, wow, they haven't even met officially yet, and the script of Shura Field has already fast-forwarded to the final chapter? He didn't speak. He just let go of Xiao Meier, and then, in front of everyone, walked step by step towards the 4 beauties with different styles. He first came to Su Muxue. The gentle counselor had slightly red eyes, but tried hard to force a smile. Luo Tong did not comfort her, but stretched out his hand, domineeringly took her into his arms, and pressed a hot kiss on her smooth forehead. You are my first woman, forever. Su Muxue's body softened, and all the grievances and anxieties disappeared in this kiss and this sentence, leaving only sweetness in her heart. Then he walked towards Lin Wanqing. This intelligent beauty is observing everything calmly, trying to use logic to analyze and find the optimal solution. Luo Tong pinched her chin, forced her to look up, looked into her eyes, and said word by word. Put away your calculations, your brain, and think only of one thing: how to please me. Lin Wanqing's body trembled violently, the light behind her glasses instantly dimmed, and a blush of embarrassment crept onto her cheeks. This feeling of being completely seen through and brutally dominated made her mind go blank. Then, Luo Tong came to Xia Wei. The little girl was pouting with an expression that said, I'm very angry. Luo Tong slammed his head directly onto her forehead. Ouch! Xiao Wei felt pain and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Little girl, have you even started forming cliques? Luo Tong scratched her nose, his tone doting yet with a hint of warning. If you do that again, I'll punish you according to the family rules. Xiao Wei blushed, remembering the so-called family rules. She didn't dare to make a scene anymore. Instead, she took the initiative to move forward, kissed him on the cheek, and said coquettishly, "Brother is the best." Finally, Luo Tong stood in front of Lin Shirhan. This heroic female general has a straight back, like a peerless divine weapon. Luo Tong did not touch her, but just used his eyes to scan her breathtaking curves outlined by the general's uniform inch by inch, from the tight neckline, to the fullness under the waist, to the straight and slender legs. His gaze was more invasive than any touch. Lin Shirhan's breathing gradually became rapid, and two flames ignited in her cold golden eyes. "Look at me," Luo Tong ordered. Lin Shirhan raised her head and looked at him. "Your military spirit, your glory, your body, and even your life, are all mine." Luo Tong's voice was very soft, "But remember, you are my woman first, and my general second." Lin Shirhan's delicate body trembled violently, and the pride of an SSS-level warrior was instantly shattered. She knelt on one knee, her voice trembling and fanatical. "Yes, master." This dramatic scene instantly wiped out the tense atmosphere. Luo Tong declared his absolute sovereignty to everyone in the most direct and domineering way. He turned around and went back to the stunned Xiao Meier and picked her up again. Then he looked around at his four wives. "Now, everyone is here. I declare the first family dinner of the god's family and the welcome ceremony for the fifth family member to officially begin." He held Xiao Meier in his arms and strode towards the luxurious restaurant at the back of the hall that could accommodate 100 people. Su Mushuet, Lin Wanqing, Xiao Wei, and Lin Shirhan looked at each other and saw helplessness, shyness, as well as the resignation and sweetness after being completely conquered in each other's eyes. They took a step forward and followed. The table is filled with delicacies and fine wines. Luo Tong sat in the main seat, with Su Muxue on his left gently serving him food, and Xiao Meier on his right peeling crystal grapes for him and feeding them to his mouth with her red lips. Xiao Wei and Lin Wanqing sat opposite each other, one chattering about Xiao Meier's entertainment gossip, while the other quietly sipped red wine, occasionally observing this wonderful new family structure with her intelligent eyes. Lin Shirhan stood upright behind Luo Tong like the most loyal guard, pouring wine for him and looking around vigilantly, as if on guard against any possible enemy. 5 beauties, 5 different styles. Gentle wife, intellectual queen, naive lowly, iron-blooded female general, charming fairy. At this moment, they all surrounded the same man, forming a picture that would drive any man crazy. "Master, try this, it's good for your health." Xiao Meier picked up a piece of deep-sea grouper belly meat, blew some hot air on it, and brought it to Luo Tong's lips. Her eyes were full of charm. Ahem, Su Muxue coughed lightly and picked up a piece of tofu that was as warm as jade. "Hubby, this will soothe your throat." A war without gunpowder is once again being staged on the dining table. Luo Tong accepted everyone who came and enjoyed the blessing of having many wives, but he was complaining in his heart, "This is not a family dinner, this is clearly a large-scale feeding scene and a preview of a palace fighting drama." Just then, he suddenly spoke. "Shirhan." "Yes, master." Lin Shirhan responded immediately. "Come over." Lin Shirhan was stunned, but still walked to his side obediently. Luo Tong took her hand and let her sit directly on his lap. Lin Shirhan's body stiffened. Being treated so intimately by a man in front of her 4 sisters, even though she was an SSS-level warrior, her cheeks turned red uncontrollably. "From now on, you are not allowed to stand in the house." Luo Tong's voice did not allow for any argument. "You are my wife, not my guard." As he said this, he lowered his head and kissed Lin Shirhan's lips in front of everyone. After the kiss, Lin Shirhan had completely softened in his arms, her golden eyes filled with tears. Luo Tong's eyes swept over the other 4 girls. Su Muxue lowered her head shyly, Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses, Xiao Wei stuck out her tongue, and Xiao Meier's eyes flashed with an even more intense possessive desire. He successfully used his actions to reiterate the rules of the family. He was the only rule. At this moment, when the room was filled with beauty and the atmosphere reached its peak. Alarm! Master! Master, emergency alarm! Chapter 68 Luo Wan's secret. Son, come, mommy feeds you. A huge holographic map unfolded in front of everyone. On the northern border of Xia country, a glaring red dot was flashing rapidly. Shensu Mansion detected a high energy reaction. Based on the energy model, we preliminarily determined. Tianshu's voice paused, as if he was making a more complicated comparison. A brand new, unrecorded God Slayer is awakening. Lin Shirhan, who had just been lying limp in Luo Tong's arms with her golden eyes blurred, suddenly tensed up and a murderous aura burst out from her body. She stood up straight abruptly. Master! Please give the order. Su Mushue's pretty face turned pale, and she subconsciously grabbed the corner of Luo Tong's clothes, her gentle eyes full of worry. The newly appointed fifth wife, Xiao Meier, was even more terrified. This queen, who was used to large-scale concerts with tens of thousands of people, could not help but tremble in the face of a crisis that truly concerned the survival of the world. Subconsciously, she pressed her plump body, which was already sparsely clothed, even closer to Luo Tong, as if she wanted to squeeze into his body for shelter. The amazing softness was squeezed and deformed without reservation through the thin fabric. The warm breath sprayed on Luo Tong's neck, carrying the fragrance of orchids and a slight tremor. Master! Master! I'm so scared. Only Luo Tong, who was at the center of the storm, still sat firmly in the main position. He didn't even look at the map first. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Xiao Meier, who was trembling like a frightened kitten in his arms, with interest, and his fingertips gently stroked her smooth back. What are you afraid of? Luo Tong said calmly, with a hint of amusement. It's just a bug that just crawled out of its nest. How can it possibly cause such a commotion? Wow! What a big red dot! Is it going to explode? Xiao Wei's face turned pale with fear, but she still grabbed a piece of lobster meat from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. She asked vaguely, Brother, is that God Slayer delicious? When these words were spoken, even Lin Wanqing, who was analyzing the energy model next to him with a serious face, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Luo Tong raised his eyes and glanced at the scarlet spot of light. Tianshu, lock onto the target and continue monitoring. Wait until its energy reaches its peak, then call me. What? Wait until it reaches its strongest? Everyone was stunned. Just how confident was this man? The atmosphere is weird. Buzz. Luo Tong's private communication buzzed. On the holographic screen, a name popped up, one that made most of the women present feel a pang of fear, Luo Wan. He answered the call casually. Luo Tong. Luo Wan's voice was no longer filled with pure anger, but with a suppressed, cold air, thick with bitterness. Things are really getting more and more lively around you. Another one? The questioning tone didn't sound like that of a mother, but more like questioning a cheating husband. Luo Wan's angry rebuke made Xiao Meier's face turn pale in an instant. Luo Tong, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He held the communicator in one hand, while his other hand dishonestly reached into the slit of Xiao Meier's cheongsam and gently stroked the smooth and tight inside of her thigh. Xiao Meier's delicate body trembled, and she let out a suppressed moan. Her legs subconsciously came together, but were easily separated by the evil big hand. Her cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. She could only bite her lips tightly, not daring to make a sound. When is it your turn to take care of my affairs? Luo Tong said to the communicator. You. Luo Wan's voice was shaking with anger. But the next second, the voice on the other end of the communicator took a bizarre 180-degree turn. The raging rage was instantly extinguished, as if by a basin of ice water, transforming into a softness thick with bitterness and grievance. Tonger. Luo Wan's voice trailed off, a hint of sob in her voice. Do you think your mother is a nuisance now? Have you forgotten who raised you now that you have someone new? This sudden change of expression made Luo Tong stunned. In Yanjing, at the Luo family's main residence, Luo Wan watched the screen display of her son surrounded by 5 stunning women, her heart aching. Beneath her rage lay a deeper sense of panic and resentment. No, absolutely not. He was hers. He was the treasure she had stolen from that place with all her might. Since being tough doesn't work. Luo Wan took a deep breath, her eyes instantly turned red, and her voice became pitiful. Tonger, it was Mom's fault. Mom shouldn't have cared about you. But Mom was also worried that you would be cheated by someone out there. No woman out there truly loves you as much as your mother does. All they care about is your status and position. Only your mother is the one who wholeheartedly cares for you. The dinner at home is still warm for you. Luo Wan's voice became increasingly gentle, like a whisper between lovers. Come back, Tonger, at home, only Mom is waiting for you. Her voice was very low and hot, as if it was right next to Luo Tong's ear. Mom also prepared a surprise for you. A surprise that none of them can give you. Come back, Mom, feed you. Beep. The call was disconnected. Inside the main hall, there was a dead silence. Luo Tong held the communicator, his brow furrowed. His superintelligence told him that Luo Wan's condition was extremely abnormal. The emotions contained in those last few words were so complex that the system experienced a momentary delay in calculation. That wasn't maternal love. It was a mixture of flattery, seduction, possession, and a touch of crazy desire. Fuck, Luo Tong couldn't help but curse in his heart. Did this mom download some Yandera green tea hybrid personality pack? And feed you? System, scan my mom's mental state immediately. I suspect she's been possessed. System, after testing, the target Luo Wan is mentally stable, but her emotions are fluctuating violently. It is determined that a strategy adjustment is required. Please proceed with caution. At this moment, Lin Shirhan took a step forward, her golden eyes burning with fire as she stared at Luo Tong. Master, no matter what you face, Shirhan is willing to overcome all obstacles for you and offer everything. Before she finished speaking, in front of everyone's surprised gaze, this heroic female general actually stood on tiptoe and pressed a kiss on Luo Tong's lips that was iron-blooded yet extremely hot. My life is yours, she whispered, a rare blush on her cheeks. Luo Tong's heart fluttered, then he regained his coolness and indifference. He glanced at the still-growing red dot on the map and recalled Luo Wan's strange invitation. Tianshu, inform Long Ao of the first divine oracle from the Divine Strategy Palace. The northern border of Xia country is designated as a restricted area. The gods will personally descend to clean up the mess. He stood up, his powerful divine power making all the women present feel suffocated. He pulled Xiaomeier, whose legs were already weak, from his arms, pinched her chin, and forced her to look at him. Aren't you a diva? Aren't you the center of attention? The tip of his nose almost touched hers, his hot breath fanning her face. Come on, I'll take you to a bigger stage. A stage with the wails of the God Slayer as accompaniment and the apocalyptic disaster as the backdrop. I want you to sing my praises to the whole world. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tong's figure, holding Xiaomeier, who was in a mixture of fear and ecstasy, turned into a golden light and disappeared in the main hall in an instant. Only the stunned Su Muxue, Lin Wanqing, Xia Wei, and Lin Shirhan, who looked fanatical and eager to fight, were left. And Luo Tong's last inner monologue echoed in the hall. Damn it, let's go see what my good mother is up to. Chapter 69 The Gods Return. Mother's Feast. Tianshu. Yes, Master. Destination, Yanjing, the Luo family's main residence. This order shocked the women even more than his sudden return. Lin Shirhan took a step forward, her military instinct making her feel somewhat uneasy. Master, the target energy in the north is continuously rising. With every minute of delay, its destructive power will increase exponentially. I know. Luo Tong answered calmly. He lowered his head and looked at Xiaomeier, who was trembling slightly in his arms due to fear and confusion. He gently lifted her pointed chin with his fingers and said in a playful tone. You can go kill a bug that's destined to die anytime. But if you don't go back and deal with the trouble at home, I'm afraid it's going to bite you. His words were light and casual, but they sent a chill down the spines of all the women present who understood them. Is he talking about his mother, Luo Wan? The queen of the Luo family who is famous for her iron fist and wisdom in the upper class of Xia country, and is enough to make countless wealthy family heads bow down to her? Luo Tong's gaze slowly swept over his four wives. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, as if he could see through all their thoughts. Remember, the enemies of the gods' family are never outside. His voice was cold and clear. The biggest trouble is always at home. After saying that, he stopped explaining, holding Xiaomeier, and his figure once again turned into a golden light that penetrated the sky and the earth. This time, he shot towards the direction of Yanjing. Yanjing, the main residence of the Luo family. This manor, covering thousands of acres and comparable to an ancient royal palace, was now shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Luo Wan had dismissed all the servants and guards to the outer courtyard. Inside the vast main house, it was so quiet that one could hear one's own heartbeat. In the restaurant, a long rosewood table that could accommodate 20 people was filled with a single exquisite dish. In the middle is a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall that is still emitting a rich and exotic fragrance. Luo Wan sat at the main seat at the long table. Today she did not wear her usual meticulous women's suit that symbolized the family's authority, but instead changed into a burgundy silk nightgown. The style of the nightgown was extremely bold, with a deep V neckline that almost reached her stomach, exposing her snow-white skin, which had been well maintained due to her long-term high position and was even more plump and full than that of a young girl, to the air without reservation. The slender straps barely hung on her round shoulders, as if they would slip off at any time. The skirt was very short, only reaching the base of the thighs. Two slender, straight legs wrapped in stockings overlapped under the candlelight, shining with an alluring luster. Her graceful face, with its delicate makeup and fiery red lips, made her look less like a queen in control of her family and more like a beautiful young woman waiting for her lover to come home. In front of her, there were two sets of tableware. She is waiting for her son. Time passes by minute. The dishes on the table gradually lost their temperature. The calmness on Luo Wan's face was gradually replaced by anxiety and uneasiness. Isn't he coming back? Is he really not even willing to give me a perfunctory treatment? This realization, like a poisonous needle, pierced her heart. Why? Why can those wild women who appear out of nowhere occupy his time, his body, and his love? And I, the mother who regarded him as her life and paved all the way for him, was treated so coldly by him? Resentment, anger, and a kind of crazy jealousy that she herself was unwilling to admit intertwined in her heart, almost swallowing her up. She picked up the red wine glass in front of her and was about to drink it all. Buzz. An invisible wave swept across the entire main house. Luo Wan's hand holding the cup suddenly froze. She suddenly raised her head, and her phoenix eyes burst into incredible ecstasy. He is back. The next second, the two heavy wooden doors of the restaurant opened without wind. A golden light flashed, and Luo Tong's figure appeared at the door. He was holding a woman in his arms. A woman with disheveled clothes and a naturally charming figure was looking at her provocatively with a victorious attitude. It was that actor, Xiao Meier. The ecstasy on Luo Wan's face faded away in an instant, replaced by an extremely cold and gloomy look. She looked at Luo Tong and at Xiao Meier in his arms, with a look in her eyes as if she wanted to torture Xiao Meier to death. Get out! Luo Wan's voice, without a trace of warmth, was addressed to Xiao Meier. Xiao Meier was frightened by the terrifying aura and her body trembled. She subconsciously shrank into Luo Tong's arms. Luo Tong smiled. Not only did he not let Xiao Meier leave, but in front of Luo Wan, he lowered his head and kissed Xiao Meier's red lips hard. Then, he held her in his arms and walked step by step to the dining table. He placed her on the chair next to him as if no one was around, and even considerately pulled the chair out for her. Each of these actions was like a loud slap in Luo Wan's face. Luo Tong. Luo Wan stood up suddenly, her mature and plump breasts heaving violently due to extreme anger. What do you mean? Are you bringing back a questionable woman on purpose to piss me off? Not a decent person? Luo Tong poured himself a glass of red wine and swayed it gently without even looking at her. Let me introduce myself, Xiao Meier, my fifth legal wife. As for you, he raised his eyes, his gaze so cold that it made Luo Wan's heart stop. When did it become the turn of an outsider to interfere in my family dinner? Outsider? He actually said he was an outsider? Luo Wanru was struck by lightning. She staggered back a step and held onto the edge of the table to avoid falling down. She looked at the son in front of her, whom she had raised and poured all her efforts into. There was only godly indifference on that handsome face. She suddenly understood. Toughness, threats, mother's authority, these things are completely useless to him. When mortals try to use secular rules to restrain gods, all they get is the gods' disgust. Luo Wan took a deep breath, and when she raised her head again, the cold anger on her face had disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is a heartbreaking sense of fragility and grievance. Her eyes instantly turned red. Crystal clear tears slid down her well-maintained cheeks, looking pitiful. Tonger. Her voice was trembling, hoarse, and filled with endless grievances. Mom. Mom didn't mean that. Mom just. It's been too long since I last saw you, and I miss you so much. She walked around the long table, step by step, towards Luo Tong. The wine-red silk dress clung to her breathtaking body curves as she walked, and every step swayed with a mature and exciting charm. She walked up to Luo Tong and didn't stop. Instead, in front of Xiao Meier, who was stunned beside him, he did something that no one expected. She leaned down, not kneeling nor sitting, but with an extremely soft posture, she squeezed directly into the narrow space between Luo Tong and the armrest of the chair, pressing her plump and mature body tightly against Luo Tong. Then she stretched out her arms, wrapped them around his neck, and buried her beautiful face, which was covered with tear marks, in the crook of his neck. A soft, plump body that radiated amazing heat hugged him tightly without any gap. Through a thin layer of shirt, Luotong could clearly feel the two amazingly plump breasts on her chest, which were squeezed and deformed due to the strong hug and pressed tightly against his chest. The warm breath, mixed with the unique body fragrance of a mature woman and the scent of high-end perfume, sprayed into Luotong's ears. "Tonger, don't be angry with Mom, okay?" Her voice was so soft that water could drip out of it, with a hint of humility that was almost flattering. "Mom knows she was wrong. From now on, I'll listen to you in everything. As long as you don't leave me." Chapter 70, My Life Story Revealed. I am the god you stole. Xiao Meier stared in amazement at the shocking scene before her. A powerful queen of the Xia kingdom, a woman who controls the Luo family and can shake the business world with a stomp of her feet. At this moment, like a little lover who had done something wrong and was afraid of being abandoned, she pressed her mature and plump body against her son without reservation and begged for forgiveness in an almost humble manner. This is no longer motherly love. This is a kind of extremely twisted and pathological possessiveness. Luotong had a blank expression on his face as he let Luo Wan's soft and hot body press against him, feeling the strength of her arms around him and the warmth mixed with tears coming from the crook of her neck. His superintelligence was working frantically, analyzing every muscle tremor of Luo Wan, every accelerated heartbeat, and the complex pheromones she exuded, a mixture of regret, fear, unwillingness, and a hint of morbid excitement. System analysis. Target Luo Wan, emotional state determined to be at critical point of collapse. Her behavioral logic has deviated from the mother identity template and switched to female courtship mode. Warning, this state is extremely unstable and may lead to unpredictable consequences. Female courtship pattern? Luotong felt nothing in his heart, and even felt like laughing. My goodness, the direction of this script is more outrageous than any Earth ethics drama he has ever seen. He didn't push Luo Wan away, nor did he comfort her. He simply picked up the wineglass, drank the crimson liquid in it, and then spoke slowly in a tone that was so cold that it was devoid of any emotion. Luo Wan. He called her name. It's not Mom, but Luo Wan. These two words, like two invisible ice spikes, pierced into Luo Wan's heart. She hugged his body and suddenly stiffened. Do you think it's interesting to act out this sad drama? Luotong's voice was very soft, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Luo Wan's most fragile nerves. Put aside your poor acting skills. My tears and body are what I have left over. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you use them against me? Luo Wan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She wanted to explain, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't say a word. Luotong still didn't look at her. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the rim of the empty wineglass. Boom. 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 Each sound hit Luo Wan's heartbeat precisely, making her feel as if her heart was being grasped by an invisible hand, and breathing became increasingly difficult. I didn't come back to see you perform. Luotong finally turned his head, and for the first time he looked directly at Luo Wan, who was lying on him. What kind of eyes are those? There was no anger, no disgust, only a bottomless indifference, as if a god were looking down upon a self-indulgent, jumping ant. I'll give you a chance. His voice seemed to come from the oracle in the sky. Tell me the secret hidden deep in your heart. Tell me, maybe I can still treat you as family. If I want to continue acting. He paused, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then from now on, there really is no place for you, Luo Wan, in my god's family. I will let you see with your own eyes how I lead my women to the top of the world step by step, while you can only rot alone in the decaying Luo family mansion like an abandoned woman. These words, calm and cold, could destroy Luo Wan's will more than any vicious curse. Rotting alone. These 5 words, like a black lightning, instantly broke down all her psychological defenses. She suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful face, with tears in her eyes, was filled with extreme panic and despair. She looked at Luotong's indifferent eyes and finally understood that all her disguises and calculations were just a sad joke in front of this man who had become a god. No, don't. She shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her face. I'll tell you everything. She seemed to have grabbed the last straw and held Luotong tightly, as if she would fall into the abyss if she let go. Xiao Meier, who was standing next to her, was completely frightened by the sudden turn of events. She even subconsciously held her breath, fearing that any sound would disturb this trial that would determine the fate of a wealthy queen. Luotong didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly, waiting for her to confess. Luo Wan took a deep breath, and her chest heaving violently revealed the struggle between her conscience and her desires. Finally, she closed her eyes, as if she had used up all her strength, and in a hoarse voice, she uttered the secret that she had guarded for 18 years, which was enough to subvert everything. You are not my child. As soon as the words fell, the whole restaurant fell into deathly silence. Even Luo Tong's fingers tapping the wine glass paused for a moment. Xiao Meier covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. Luo Tong is not Luo Wan's biological son? How is this possible? Everyone in the Xia kingdom knows that Luo Tong is the only child the Luo family has waited so long for, and he is Luo Wan's lifeblood. Luo Tong's brows furrowed slightly. Although he was a time traveler and his soul came from Earth, in the memories of this body, Luo Wan was his mother. From birth to the age of 18, all his memories were crystal clear. Go on. His voice was still emotionless. Luo Wan's body trembled even more violently, as if she was trapped in some distant and terrifying memories. 18 years ago, the then head of the Luo family, your father, was diagnosed with gene chain collapse during a routine genetic disease examination, completely losing his fertility. For a large family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, having no heir means extinction. The entire family is mad. They forced me to do everything, including finding the best genetic experts and even using those taboo cloning technologies, but everything failed. Just when everyone was in despair, I received a piece of news. When she said this, a hint of fanaticism flashed in Luo Wan's eyes. On the outskirts of Yanjing, a top-secret biological laboratory codenamed Pangu experienced a violent explosion during an experimental accident. The entire base was razed to the ground, and all researchers were killed. However, while clearing the rubble, the military discovered an intact baby at the very center of the explosion. The baby was enveloped in an invisible energy field, shielding him from the intense heat and shockwaves of the explosion. He slept peacefully amidst the flames and ruins, like the Son of God descended. The military classified this matter as top secret, but at the time, I used the Luo family's intelligence network and bribed a high-ranking official involved in the operation at all costs to get this information. I was going crazy. I realized, this is a gift from God. It's a gift to my Luo family. I used all my family's trump cards, forged your birth certificate, bribed everyone who knew about it, and even personally dealt with a few disobedient troublemakers. I stole you from that cold laboratory and made you my son, the legitimate heir to the Luo family. I named you Luo Tong, hoping that your life will be free from obstacles from now on. She raised her head and looked at Luo Tong with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were so hot that they seemed to melt him. So, Tonner, you're not of the Luo family's bloodline at all. You're more noble than all of them. You were born a god. I'm not your mother. I'm just a lucky thief, a woman who stole God. These earth-shaking words exploded in the restaurant like bombshells. Xiao Meier was completely stunned. It turns out that this is the truth. Luo Tong was unexpectedly born from a mysterious laboratory explosion and was born with godlike powers. This is stranger than any movie script. Luo Tong listened quietly, his face still expressionless. But a huge wave was rising in his heart. I see. So this is how this SSS plus level genetic body came about. No wonder I can perfectly adapt to that perfect life with many children and blessing system, no wonder I can easily control those higher dimensional powers. The origin of this body of mine is itself a miracle that transcends the common sense of this world. Ding! The mystery of the host's life experience has been solved, and the underlying setting of the worldview has been completed. The completion rate of the epic hidden quest, Who Am I, has been increased to 50%. System reward, unlock a new permission, gene tracing. Gene tracing, the host can consume points to trace the origin of their own genes, explore the ultimate secrets of the Panga laboratory, and your true kind. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, and Luo Tong's eyes became more and more profound. He looked at the woman in front of him who had completely broken down and revealed all her secrets. She is no longer the Almighty Mother, but a crazy believer who risked everything to keep the God. Seeing that Luo Tong remained silent for a long time, Luo Wan's newly emerged glimmer of hope was overwhelmed by immense fear. She was scared. She was afraid that after losing the last identity of mother, Luo Tong would abandon her completely like garbage. No. Never. An even crazier, bolder, and more shameful idea emerged in her mind. Since she is no longer his mother. Then, could she change her identity and stay with him forever? Luo Wan's breathing became rapid and hot. She looked at Luo Tong's handsome face, which was as beautiful as a god, and his eyes that seemed to see through everything. She mustered up the greatest courage in her life. In a trembling voice, yet filled with endless temptation and pleading, he asked a question that was enough to turn the whole world upside down. Tonger, no. Master. Since I'm not your mother. Then you see, am I still qualified to be your woman? Chapter 71, An Incestuous Request. Mom, do you want to be a goddess? Xiaomei's beautiful eyes widened, her rosy mouth opening into an O shape, wide enough to fit an egg. She felt as if her worldview had been repeatedly crushed, reshaped, and then shattered once more in just a dozen minutes. Crazy. This woman is really crazy. She actually wanted to be his son's woman? Even though they are not related by blood, in the eyes of the world, they have been mother and son for the past 18 years. This kind of forbidden love that breaks through secular ethics is enough to make any normal person's scalp explode just by thinking about it. Luo Tong's pupils also shrank slightly. Even with his experience as a human being in 2 lifetimes and his current godlike state of mind, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart when he heard these words. He looked at the woman in front of him. Her tear-stained cheeks showed a desperate determination and a morbid, almost sacrificial fanaticism. There was no longer any motherly kindness in those graceful and elegant phoenix eyes. Instead, there was the undisguised, naked desire and possession that a woman has when she looks at her beloved man. She tightened her arms around his neck, and her plump, mature body, which exuded an astonishing heat, pressed and rubbed against him even harder, as if she wanted to rub her entire being into his bones and blood. Oh nar. Seeing that Luo Tong didn't say anything, Luo Wan's heart sank to the bottom. The huge fear made her speak without thinking, and her voice became more humble and seductive. I know I'm older than you. In this world where women outnumber men, I'm already a fallen woman. I'm not worthy of you. But they don't have what I have. Her breathing became rapid, her breath smelled like orchid, and the warm breath sprayed on Luo Tong's earlobe, bringing waves of tingling and numbness. I can give you the Luo family's centuries of accumulation, our global business empire, and the network of connections that can influence national decision-making. With just a nod, all of this will be yours. I can also help you manage your harem. Whether it's Su Mushue, that girl surnamed Lin, or this actor, they can't cause any trouble in front of me. I will make them serve you like the most docile sheep, please you, and give birth to children for you. I can even have a baby for you. When she said the last sentence, her cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but full of infinite temptation. Although my gene rating is only S+, not as good as theirs, but my body is mature, and most suitable for nurturing life, Master, please, give me a chance, let me also give birth to a son of God with your blood. This series of words were like thunderclaps, constantly exploding in Xiaomei's ears. She looked at Luo Wan, the wealthy queen who had just looked down on her and regarded her as a woman of questionable character. But now, in order to win favor, she lowered her attitude to the dust and even used the entire Luo family and the power to manage the harem as bargaining chips. At this moment, Xiaomei did not feel any pleasure in her heart, but instead felt a strong sense of crisis. This woman is so scary. She was cruel to herself, and even crueler to others. Once she succeeded in becoming Luo Tong's divine concubine, I'm afraid that those of us who came after her would be completely controlled by her. Luo Tong still didn't speak. His fingers began tapping lightly on the wine glass again. Boom. Boom. Again and again. This calm and rhythmic sound made Luo Wan, who was on the verge of collapse, and Xiaomei, who was so nervous that she was almost suffocating, feel as if their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. He is thinking. He is weighing the pros and cons. He was deciding her fate. Finally, the knocking stopped. Luo Tong slowly raised his hand, and his fingertips gently stroked Luo Wan's cheek, which was flushed red due to nervousness and shame, and finally stopped at her slightly trembling fiery red lips. His movements were light and gentle, yet carried an unquestionable control. Your suggestion is very interesting. He finally spoke. His voice was calm, but it seemed to carry a strange magic that made Luo Wan's heart, which was hanging in the air, fall back to its original place in an instant. Is it interesting? Is this an agreement? Or a disagreement? You're smart enough to trade something I'm interested in. Luo Tong's fingertips gently caressed Luo Wan's soft lips, feeling the amazing elasticity and temperature. The wealth and power of the Luo family are better than nothing to me. But you. His eyes became playful. A forbidden plaything burdened with the identity of mother, a housekeeper who knows how to manage the harem and handle troubles for me. Indeed, she is much more valuable than those little girls who only know how to fight for favors. Rather than a compliment, these words were more of a naked, humiliating judgment. But to Luo Wan, it sounded like the sound of nature. Valuable. He said he was valuable. This means that he will not abandon himself. The huge ecstasy instantly overwhelmed all her shame and reason. Master. You agree? Her voice was shaking with excitement, and her eyes were shining with unprecedented brilliance. Luo Tong smiled. He withdrew his hand, leaned back in the chair, and looked at her mature and hot body wrapped in the burgundy silk dress from top to bottom with a scrutinizing gaze. If you want to be my woman, it's not enough to just be valuable. His voice was tinged with a hint of teasing. You must first learn how to be a qualified maid. Maid? Luo Wan was stunned. From today on, you are my maid in Yunding Palace. Outside, you are still the queen of the Luo family. You are the nail I have driven into the heart of the old world. You are also the first line of defense for my godly family. When I am satisfied, then you, the maid, will be qualified to climb onto my bed. Luo Tong's voice was cold and cruel, and every word he said was like a whip, lashing Luo Wan's heart. How is this acceptance? This is clearly a deeper level of slavery and training. He wanted her to manage his harem and suppress his women under the identities of mother and mother-in-law. He wanted her to beg for his grace, which would come at an unknown time, in endless waiting and suffering. What a humiliation! What a cruelty! No woman with any self-respect would accept such conditions. However, after a brief moment of astonishment and humiliation, Luo Wan's beautiful phoenix eyes not only did not show any resistance, but instead burned with a more morbid and fanatical light. She understood. He was not rejecting her, he was testing her. He wanted to grind off all her edges and arrogance, and completely transform her from a high and mighty queen into a forbidden plaything that belonged only to him and completely belonged to him. This process is full of humiliation and pain. But it is also filled with unparalleled excitement and pleasure of being dominated by God. Yes, master. Luo Wan lowered her noble head deeply, and accepted this humiliating contract with unprecedented obedience and enthusiasm from the depths of her soul. Luo Wan, obey. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've successfully subdued the key plot character, Forbidden Queen, Luo Wan. A new bond has been detected between Luo Wan and the host, the queen under the throne of God. System rewards are being distributed. 1. Reward points, 20 million. 2. Unlock a new building module, Palace of Myriad Worlds, Basic. The host can build their own palace in any conquered location and achieve a hyperspace connection with the main base, Cloudtop Palace. Done. Luo Tong stood up and no longer looked at the woman who had completely surrendered. Instead, he walked to Xiao Meier, who was already frightened silly, and pulled her up from the chair. Let's go, the show is over, it's time to get down to business. Xiao Meier staggered and was roughly pulled into his arms, and then she woke up from her dream. Master. Master, where are we going? The north. Luo Tong's voice became cold again. That bug should be fattened up about now. Before he finished speaking, he had already embraced Xiao Meier, transformed into a ray of golden light, soared into the sky, and instantly disappeared above the Luo family's main residence. In the restaurant, the only one left was Luo Wan, who was slumped on the ground, her face flushed with enthusiasm. She looked in the direction where Luo Tong disappeared and smiled foolishly. Maid. Good, that's great. Tanger, my master. Mommy, will be a maid that satisfies you the most? 10,000 meters above the sky, Luo Tong, who was traveling rapidly, heard Tianshu's cold and rapid alarm sound again in his mind. Warning! The energy level of the target in the north has exceeded the critical point of divine disaster. The God Slayer has completed its final transformation. It is now constructing its own unique domain, Eternal Frozen. Warning! Target detected to possess SSS plus talent absolute 0. Within this domain, all matter and energy will be forced to absolute 0. Host, please. Tianshu's alarm had not yet ended when Luo Tong impatiently interrupted it. Shut up. He lowered his head and looked at Xiao Meier, who was trembling in fear due to the rapid flight and the low temperature at high altitude, and smiled evilly. Little fairy, are you ready for your first solo concert? Your audience can't wait. Chapter 72: A Living Sacrifice at Absolute 0? Golden light tore through the sky. Luo Tong held Xiao Meier in his arms and landed on the ground, where a thick layer of ice lay beneath his feet. Vomit. As the dizziness from the teleportation surged up her throat, Xiao Meier felt something was wrong. She didn't want to vomit, she wanted to die. An indescribable sense of tranquility seeped into her mind from all sides. Her worldview, her values, her sense of shame, everything that defined her as Xiao Meier was rapidly fading and peeling away. Life is so tiring. It's so tiring to compete for favor. Pleasing that man is so tiring. It would be better to just fall asleep and turn into an ice sculpture. How clean and peaceful it would be. Her eyes began to blur, and the hand that was holding Luo Tong's arm loosened weakly, and even a holy smile of relief appeared at the corner of her mouth. You're distracted in front of me? Luo Tong's voice was not loud, but it was like a red-hot iron rod, stabbing fiercely into her dying consciousness. Instead of helping her up, he raised his hand and tapped her perky buttocks lightly. Bang! Crisp and loud. The extreme shame was like a high-voltage electric current, instantly piercing through the tranquility of death. Xiao Meier's whole body shuddered, and her dilated pupils refocused. I just... She shuddered belatedly and her back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. What a success! Luo Tong let go of her and said calmly, I was almost driven to hell by the background music in this place. Background music? Before Xiao Meier had time to think about it, a more direct fear gripped her. Sizzle. The couture, fragrance-inspired coat she wore, a limited edition of only 3, didn't freeze or shatter. Instead, it vanished at an eerie speed. An invisible force broke the fabric's fibers apart, transforming them into the tiniest particles that dissipated into the air. Ah! Master! Her scream was a sob like one, not out of concern for her clothes, but out of fear deep in her soul. This dead zone was erasing all traces of man-made things. The coat disappeared in an instant, and the close-fitting cashmere sweater underneath began to become thinner and transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cold power of silence was like countless invisible tongues, greedily licking every inch of her skin, trying to lick away her body temperature, life, and even her soul. Master! Master! Save me! It's so cold! She no longer cared about her demeanor as a queen, and threw herself into Luo Tong's arms like a madman, hugging him with all her strength like a drowning cat. She buried her face deep in his chest, using every inch of her body to feel the only warmth that a mortal should have. The amazing elasticity was squeezed and deformed through the fabric, sticking tightly to Luo Tong's chest muscles. Now you know who your constant temperature shelter is? Luo Tong lowered his head and looked at the shivering beauty in his arms. Her cashmere sweater was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the breathtaking outline of her chest was faintly visible, creating a charming scene. I know. Xiao Meier's teeth chattered, and her warm breath created a white mist on his chest. You are not the central air conditioner, you are the sun. This flattery is actually a little better than before. Luo Tong remained silent as a pale golden halo emanated from his body, enveloping the two of them. The soul-destroying chill was instantly blocked. Xiao Meier heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling like she had escaped death. The relief of surviving the ordeal also emboldened her. She was reluctant to let go, but instead adjusted to a more comfortable position, almost hanging on Luo Tong, feeling his solid muscle lines with her incredibly soft body. Master, thank you. She raised her face, her charming peach blossom eyes were filled with moisture. Meier doesn't know how to repay you. As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe, moved closer to his ear, and exhaled sweetly. My sisters taught me, outside, everything must be based on the master's will. If the master needs us, we can work together. She put her last trump card, which was also the most tempting chip, on the line. Luo Tong smiled. This monster's desire to survive is really strong. He was about to speak when he suddenly stopped. A voice suddenly sounded in the depths of the two people's souls. Ethereal, pure, and without any emotion, it's like billions of tons of glaciers collapsing simultaneously in the vacuum of the universe. It is chanting a rule and order. An ultimate truth, that everything returns to absolute zero. Abyssal harmony. Beneath the ice, the crystalline creature constructing the interstellar altar finally lost its patience. It sensed Xiao Meier's SS+ level, enchanting voice, talent, a supreme tonic for a civilization like its own that relied on resonance for its existence. It wants to turn this woman into its own hymn singer to speed up the completion of the altar. Puff! Xiao Meier didn't even have the chance to react. Her soul felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer and she spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto Luo Tong's coat on his chest, a glaring red. The vitality in her body was being madly drained by that singing. "You're just an ice crystal bug, and you dare to steal my toys?" Luo Tong's eyes turned cold. He put his arm around Xiao Meier's soft waist and with his other hand pinched her chin, forcing her to raise her head. "Master. I can't go on." Her breath was weak, her eyes were dull, and the fire of life was about to go out. "I didn't let you die, and even the king of hell can't take you away." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly lowered his head and fiercely blocked her blood-stained, cold lips. This kiss contained no desire, only the unquestionable command of God. The hot, overbearing will belonging to Luo Tong poured into her limbs and bones like magma. The harmony of the abyss that lurked deep within her soul was burned to ashes before even a single scream could escape the scorching heat. After the kiss, Xiao Meier was already panting and hanging limply on Luo Tong. She looked at him in a daze, feeling as if she had died once and was dragged back from hell by this man. "Now, it's your turn to fight back." Luo Tong's lips were almost touching her earlobe as he whispered with a bewitching cruelty. "If it wants you to be quiet, then you make noise for it. If it wants you to be cold, you burn it. It sings its necromancy, and you sing your decadent music." He let go of her, took a step back, and admired his masterpiece. Her sweater had been completely shattered by the mental shock, and only a few strips of cloth were left hanging on her chest, which was both concealing and embarrassing, and it made people's blood boil more than wearing nothing. "Did you hear that? It's calling its kind." Luo Tong pointed to the ice beneath his feet that began to shake violently. A famous actor who was setting up the stage and preparing to perform a big show. He withdrew his gaze and looked at her again, with a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. "Now, I command you. Right here, use your best singing voice that can drive men crazy, and tell it. Its warm-up guests have arrived." Chapter 73. Stop singing, it's angry. Luo Tong, no, this is just the climax. The string called reason in Xiao Meier's mind broke with a bang. "Sing here?" She looked around. The sky was leaden gray, the ground was dead white, and even the air was frozen into ice. This stage was big enough to stretch from the Arctic Circle all the way to Siberia, but where were the audience? Could it be those prehistoric penguins buried under the ice that didn't have time to evolve? "Master. Master," she exhaled a breath of white air, her voice tinged with ice. "Here, there's no sound system, no band, not even anyone keeping time." She tried to use her professionalism to salvage this absurd situation. She'd seen it all in her life. Even a concert with tens of thousands of people broadcast live around the world wouldn't even blink. But this kind of polar memorial service style performance is really beyond the scope. "Who told you that you needed that junk?" Luo Tong's voice rang close to her ear, and though it wasn't very warm, it still made her shiver. He pinched her chin with a little force, forcing her to look up. "The God soundtrack I gave you is the best sound system in the world. This freezing weather is your accompaniment." He loosened his grip and took advantage of the situation to wrap his arms around her extremely thin waist, pulling her whole body into his arms. The warmth coming through the layers of fabric made Xiao Meier almost moan in pleasure. As for the audience, Luo Tong lowered his head, his hot breath spraying on her face, with an unquestionable command. "Isn't it right in front of you? Sing and please me." With just one sentence, Xiao Meier's little plan was shattered to pieces. Yes, what kind of queen is she now? Just the first singer under the throne of God, a singing toy. Toys have no right to choose the place. She accepted her fate and was just about to clear her throat and sing a fitting rendition of Frozen when something unexpected happened. A voice exploded in her soul out of thin air. "That's not something you hear, it's something that pours directly into you. Ethereal and pure, without any emotion that a living person should have, like billions of snowflakes falling simultaneously in absolute silence. It is talking about an order, a rule, the ultimate truth that everything should quietly turn into ice sculptures." In an instant, Xiao Meier felt her blood run cold, and her thoughts seemed to be soaked in formaldehyde, slowing down little by little. "What, master? What's singing? It doesn't matter anymore. What is important is to blend into this pure white, to become a part of this eternal silence. That is the most beautiful destination, the ultimate tranquility." The charm and agility in her eyes were gradually fading away, transforming into a sacred and wooden calmness. She even unconsciously let go of Luo Tong's arm and wanted to move forward, walk into the vast ice field, and freeze herself into a beautiful ice sculpture. "Poaching people right under my nose?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Luo Tong's voice, and the arm around her waist suddenly tightened. Hiss. Xiao Meier gasped. The soft feeling of being squeezed by such a huge force, and the sharp pain in her waist, were like a pot of boiling water, instantly bringing her back from that strange state of attainment and ascension. She shuddered, and her back was instantly wet with cold sweat. Just now, what happened to me just now? It was almost there, just a little bit. A lowly ice crystal bug dares to touch my things? There was no concealment of murderous intent in Luo Tong's voice. Superintelligence had already provided an analysis, a form of spiritual contamination at the level of rules, abyssal harmony. Its purpose was to transform Xiao Meier, a holder of the SS Plus level, enchanting voice, talent, into a signal amplifier, accelerating the completion of the interstellar coordinate altar. Master, I. Xiao Meier's face turned pale with fear. The feeling of her soul being frozen made her instinctively and forcefully burrow into Luo Tong's arms. She hung entirely on him, the breathtaking curve of her chest squeezed out of shape, pressed tightly against his chest, as if only the man's body temperature and heartbeat could prove that she was still alive. Master, it wants to control me, it's so scary. What are you afraid of? Luo Tong held the back of her head with one hand and patted her perky buttocks with the other hand, as if he was comforting a frightened cat. With me here, even the king of hell can't take you away. This made her face turn red with shame, but the fear in her heart was really dispelled a lot. Now, it's your turn to fight back. Luo Tong's lips were almost touching her earlobe as he whispered in a commanding tone. Remember what I said? Use your singing to drown out the noise. But I... Xiao Meier was about to cry, the ghost voice was still buzzing in her head. No buts. Luo Tong interrupted her. It wants you to be quiet, but you insist on making noise. It wants you to be cold, but you insist on getting hot. Use your most coquettish, most extravagant, and best performing tricks to tell it that this stage now belongs to Luo. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his head and fiercely blocked her slightly trembling lips. This kiss has nothing to do with tenderness. Xiao Meier's mind went blank. What she felt wasn't a kiss, but a scalding, commanding force of will, forcing its way into her body. That divine aura overbearingly washed over her soul. The harmony of the abyss that lingered in her mind melted away instantly like snow in spring before this scorching heat. After the kiss, Xiao Meier was already panting and her whole body was weak. If Luo Tong hadn't been holding her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Now, do you know what to sing? She looked at him dazedly and nodded subconsciously. She knew. What she wanted to sing was not a song, but desire, life, and everything that was completely opposite to this dead silence. She took a deep breath, broke free from Luo Tong's embrace, and stood up straight. The torn coat fell to the ground, revealing the close-fitting sweater underneath that perfectly outlined her perfect figure. She closed her eyes, and the voice of God began to resonate. No prelude, no build-up. The first note, like a volcanic eruption, brought with it hot, primitive vitality, tearing open this dead world. It was a song without lyrics. Sometimes it is high-pitched, like the cry of a phoenix in the sky, as if to burn a hole in the lead-gray sky. Sometimes it is gentle, like a lover whispering in your ear, and every turn of tone carries a lingering tenderness that makes your bones numb. If harmony of the abyss represents order, silence, and death, what Xiao Meier sang at this moment was chaos, noise, and life. Golden notes flowed from her lips, transforming into visible ripples that spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, the iron-hard, 10,000-year-old ice began to melt. The air, suppressed for countless years by the silent rule, began to flow again, transforming into a gentle breeze. She entered a realm she had never entered before. She felt that she was not singing, but venting. She crushed her fear, admiration, dependence on Luo Tong, and the morbid pleasure of being dominated, and stuffed it all into the song. However, her opponent is a god-level being. At the moment when her singing reached its climax, the abyss harmony that had been suppressed suddenly changed. It was no longer a whisper of temptation, but turned into a roar containing endless frost and the will of destruction. Puff! Xiao Meier was struck by lightning, her singing stopped abruptly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, splashing onto the white ice surface, a dazzling red. Her body softened and she fell backwards, right into that warm and solid embrace. Master! Master! I can't do it anymore. Her face was as pale as paper, and her breath was weak. It's angry. That's right. Luo Tong supported her, and instead of worrying, he smiled. It means you sang well. It understood and was afraid of you. He lowered his head, looking at the beauty in his arms who looked particularly fragile due to exhaustion, and his fingers slowly moved across her smooth back. You sang well. This is a reward for you. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his head, and amid Xiao Meier's exclamation, he pinched her chin and rolled the remaining bright red at the corner of her mouth into his mouth with the tip of his tongue, bit by bit, and tasted it carefully. Rumble. At this moment, the entire northern ice field began to tremble violently. It was as if some giant beast that had been sleeping for billions of years was completely enraged by this tiny song and was about to wake up from underground. Under the 1,000-meter deep ice layer beneath their feet, bottomless cracks were spreading wildly. An unimaginably huge altar made up of countless dark blue ice crystals is slowly rising from the endless abyss with the momentum to crush everything. Chapter 74 Doomsday Proposal? Luoton, don't be impatient, tie a bow on my toy first. Boom boom. The world seemed to be sick, shaking harder than a sieve. The 1,000-year-old ice beneath Luoton's feet was now as fragile as a piece of candy, torn apart by a brute force from the depths of the earth. From the bottomless chasm, a cold blue air mixed with the smell of sulfur rushed out, choking people's heads and making them ache. An ice crystal altar that was so huge that it could not contain any bounds suddenly emerged from the ground, with the momentum to poke a hole in the sky. Luotong was so steady that he seemed to have roots under his feet, and he didn't even lift his eyelids. But Xiao Meier in his arms was no longer able to survive. She had been singing until she was exhausted, and now she was tossed around so hard that her pretty face turned pale and she clung to Luotong's waist tightly. Her nails were almost digging into his expensive coat, and she was muttering tremblingly. It's over, it's over. It's completely over now. Luotong ignored her mumbling, but lowered his head and looked at the bright red blood at the corner of her mouth. That was the medal she had earned from singing for him just now. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and, in front of her, slowly and methodically rolled the blood into his mouth. The movements are graceful, like tasting top-quality caviar. Xiao Meier's body stiffened, a tingling electric current shooting from her tailbone to her crown, nearly causing her to scream. Humiliation, fear, and a hint of morbid excitement simmered within her. It tastes good. Luotong tasted it and commented lightly, salty. This comment made her collapse more than any humiliation. The dignity of a queen, the aura of a superstar, were shattered in an instant. Now she only wanted to hold on to the man in front of her, the only hot reality that could prove that she was still alive. Master. Her voice was so soft that it could squeeze out water, and she was crying. Just now's performance, are you satisfied? Is this considered after-sales service? In such a devastating scene, she can still think of after-sales service. This woman's brain structure is really unique. Luotong was amused by her. He tightened his arms around her waist a little, squeezing the breathtaking softness out of shape, and the touch was too clear. After-sales service? Luotong looked down at her with a playful look in his eyes. Who told you that your performance is over? Ah? Xiao Meier was stunned. Before he finished speaking, a violent turbulence of energy exploded from the altar that rose from the ground. Sizzle! The already damaged cashmere sweater on Xiao Meier's body seemed to be grabbed by countless invisible hands and was torn into strips in an instant. Ah, my Chanel! Xiao Meier's scream was not of fear, but of grief for her high-end sweater, which was limited to 3 pieces worldwide. This reaction made Luotong smile even more. A chill and shame came over her simultaneously, exposing her snow-white skin to the icy air, stirring up a dense layer of goosebumps. She was now almost half naked, held in the arms of this man. What was even worse was that the chaotic energy pierced into her body like steel needles, causing her to twitch in pain. In extreme pain and despair, a crazy idea occupied her mind. I'm going to die anyway. Before I die, I want to carve everything of myself into this godlike man. She suddenly raised her head, her peach blossom eyes burning with a fire of determination, and she took the initiative to move forward and was about to kiss Luotong's lips. Master, if this is the last time, let Meier serve you one last time. The show is over. Luotong complained in his heart, and easily used one finger to press against her forehead. Finally? His mouth curled up cruelly. I told you, the show has just begun. As a warm-up guest, you have no right to leave early. He loosened his fingers, raised his hand and snapped his fingers under Xiao Meier's puzzled gaze. Pa! A golden translucent energy shield instantly enveloped the two of them. Outside the shield, the world was turning upside down, while inside it was warm as spring. The heart-wrenching pain disappeared in an instant. Xiao Meier stared blankly at this man who could create a pure land in the blink of an eye. The shock in her heart could not be described in words. Your clothes are torn like this, and you still want to seduce me. Luoton lowered his head, his eyes sweeping over the few pitiful strips of cloth on her chest. Your SS Plus level genes are all focused on your physique? Xiao Meier's face turned red and she wished she could die on the spot. But Luoton's next move made her completely dumbfounded. He reached out his hand, slowly and methodically gathered the scraps of wool on her chest, and then, in an extremely strange way, tied an exquisite bow. The bow, rather than a cover, served as a marker. It barely obscured the most crucial point, yet made the surrounding white scenery even more dazzling and alluring. You see, a gift should look like a gift. Luoton's voice was filled with laughter as he whispered in her ear. Dress up nicely. Your new fans will definitely like it when they see you later. Fans? What fans? Before Xiao Meier could react, she saw the space at the top of the huge altar begin to distort. A pure black spot appeared out of nowhere, quickly expanded, and turned into an irregular crack. The door opened. Immediately afterwards, a river composed of countless fist-sized black crystals gleaming with a metallic luster rushed out from the crack. They were densely packed and endless. Once they left the crack, they spread out in all directions like an army that had received orders. Their target is not living things, but the land. The first batch of crystals fell on the ice surface, and the originally white ice was assimilated at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into black metal crystals like them. The Black Plague spread wildly on the white scroll. They're embalming the planet. Luotong watched the scene with a tone as flat as if he were watching a boring movie. Prepare to pack it up and send it away. Yes, master. Tianshu's voice echoed in Luotong's mind at the right moment, solemnly adding, based on preliminary analysis based on gene tracing authority, their target is the planet's core. They will use themselves to crystallize the entire planet and then detonate it. Detonate? Yes. Treat this planet like an oversized flare, light it, and illuminate the coordinates for the higher beings behind the door. Good job. Are you treating the entire Earth as a rocket and lighting it just to hear the noise? How arrogant. Just as Luoton was thinking, the overwhelming black insect tide suddenly stopped in unison. All was silent. Then, billions of black crystals changed their direction. They have no eyes, but Xiao Meier felt that billions of greedy, eager, and burning sights penetrated the energy shield and locked onto her accurately. That look was like a homeless man who had been hungry for 800 years seeing a banquet. Master. Master. They are looking at me? Xiao Meier was so scared that her whole body trembled and she froze. Then, something even stranger happened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Billions of black crystals began to vibrate synchronously at a high frequency, emitting a low and strange resonance. The voice seemed to penetrate the soul, making Xiao Meier feel like her bones were itching. They vibrated and moved rapidly, using their bodies to form a twisted heart pattern that was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun. This horrifying and absurd scene caused Xiao Meier's sanity to completely collapse. Warning! Master! Tianshu's voice was more urgent than ever before. The target's SSS level, enchanting voice, its genetic essence is an ultra-high-frequency regular resonance talent. For this hive civilization that relies on wave transmission of information, it has a fatal attraction. They identified their target as a potential queen bee who could accelerate their completion of planetary transformation. They are courting. They want the woman in your arms to be their queen, and to make this planet their wedding house and cemetery. Luoton lowered his head, looking at the terrified woman in his arms. Her body was trembling slightly with fear, and the bow he had tied in front of her, full of mischievousness, trembled with it. He suddenly laughed. He reached out and pinched Xiao Meier's chin, forcing her to look at him with a playful smile. It seems that your concert will have to be extended. Also, the audience this time is much more enthusiastic than you might imagine. Chapter 75, The Terrifying Proposal of Billions of Insects. Luoton, you want to steal the bride without even giving the betrothal gift? The world is shaking like someone with late-stage Parkinson's disease. The ice beneath Luoton's feet looked like it had been hit by a sledgehammer all night, leaving cracks in it that were bottomless. The ice crystal altar that was squeezed out from the ground was still growing upwards, and the dark crack on the top looked like a mouth of the universe opening towards the earth. Xiao Meier in his arms was no longer just shaking, she was undergoing high-frequency vibrations throughout her body. She held Luoton's waist tightly with her hands, fearing that if she let go, she would become a dancer in this doomsday scene. It's over. It's all over. I'm dead now. She kept repeating the same few words over and over in her mouth, like a cassette tape. Luo Tong ignored her. Instead, he lowered his head, stuck out his tongue, and slowly rolled the red bloodstain at the corner of her mouth into his mouth, smacking it. Xiao Meier's whole body felt numb, and a current shot straight up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. This time, the impact on her was even greater than the earth-shattering movement just now. Salty. Luo Tong gave his conclusion after tasting. Just these two words crushed the last bit of dignity of the queen in Xiao Meier's heart. She no longer wanted to think about anything else, she just wanted to hold on to the man in front of her tightly. He was her only living thing and her only source of warmth in this icy and snowy place. Master. Her voice was so soft that it could drip water, and she cried. Just now, were you satisfied? In this situation, she still thinks about KPI. This woman's professionalism is unparalleled. Luo Tong was amused by her. He tightened his arms around her waist, and the deformed soft touch became clearer. Who told you it was over? Ah. Before Xiao Meier could react, the black crystal river rushing out of the crack on the top of the altar suddenly stopped expanding. All was silent. The next second, billions of black crystals collectively turned their gun muzzles. They have no eyes, but Xiao Meier felt that there were billions of greedy, eager sights that wanted to eat her alive, penetrating the energy shield set up by Luo Tong and nailing her to the body. That feeling is more terrifying than having the telephoto lenses of tens of thousands of paparazzi pointed at your face. Master. Master. Are they looking at me? Xiao Meier's throat was dry and her whole body was stiff. What else even more outrageous is yet to come? Buzz buzz buzz. Billions of crystals began to vibrate in sync, and the resonant sound they emitted drilled directly into the human soul. They shook and moved rapidly, using their bodies to piece together a twisted heart on the blackened crystal ground that was so big that it could be used as an airport apron. This way of courtship emphasizes large quantities and is both thrilling and hardcore. Xiao Meier's sanity completely collapsed. Warning! Master! Tianshu's voice was unprecedentedly urgent. The target's SSS level, enchanting voice, possesses a fatal attraction for this hive civilization that relies on wave transmission of information. They have identified the target as a potential queen bee who can accelerate their completion of planetary transformation. They are courting. They want the woman in your arms to be their queen. Courtship? Luo Tong looked at the woman in his arms who was almost scared into a puddle of mud, and then looked at the ugly and unique love heart outside, and his heart was filled with joy. This aesthetic is not as good as the castle built by his younger sister Luopan with building blocks. Master. I don't want to. I don't want to be the queen of insects. Xiao Meier cried as she clung to Luo Tong tightly. I'm wearing the bow you tied with your own hands. I'm your toy, not theirs. This statement has a unique emphasis and touching logic. At this moment, the huge crystal heart began to flicker, and an invisible wave rushed over. It's not a physical attack, but an invitation on the spiritual level. Xiao Meier's body trembled and her eyes began to become confused. She felt that something in her body was attracted by the wave, wanting to break free from Luo Tong's arms and throw herself into the ocean of black crystals. Rob someone in front of me? Luo Tong was unhappy. He raised his hand and tapped Xiao Meier's forehead. Ouch! Xiao Meier screamed in pain and woke up instantly, her back covered in cold sweat. She almost walked out on her own initiative just now. Master! You want me? In desperation, she no longer cared about her modesty, and suddenly raised her head and took the initiative to kiss Luo Tong's mouth. As long as I become yours, they won't dare to take me. Please. Promising. Luo Tong pressed his finger against her forehead, preventing her from moving forward or backward. You want to snatch the bride away without even paying the betrothal gift? How can such a good thing happen? He loosened his fingers, and under Xiao Meier's ashamed and angry gaze, he slowly reached out his hand and pinched the bow he had tied on her chest. Look, it's almost gone. His fingertips accidentally brushed across the snow-white skin, causing Xiao Meier to shudder. He tied the bow a little tighter as if rewrapping a gift. Dress up nicely, your fan meeting will officially begin later. Still coming? Xiao Meier was about to cry. Okay, it's time to end this farce. Luo Tong clapped his hands, seemingly having completely lost his patience. He took a step forward and walked out of the range of the energy shield. The biting cold wind and the mental shock instantly enveloped him. Xiao Meier was terrified watching from inside the shield and screamed, Master! Luo Tong seemed unaware. He looked at the overwhelming black swarm of insects and the huge heart that was still flashing hard, and said only one word. One syllable, a language not of this world. Kneel down. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no devastating light. There was only absolute, dead silence. The buzzing resonance sound stopped. The flashing love heart went out. Billions of black crystals, that arrogance disappeared without a trace in an instant. They were like servants who had heard the imperial decree. At the same time, all the crystals turned around and prostrated themselves towards Luo Tong's location. If they had bodies. Throughout the northern territories, billions of insects knelt down before this man in unison. Xiao Meier was standing behind, completely dumbfounded. Her mouth was open, her mind blank. This is God. This is the real God. It's noisy. Luo Tong said again. This time, the response to him was annihilation. Those black crystals kneeling on the ground, starting from the outermost part, silently decomposed into the purest energy particles, and then dissipated into the air. There was no sound, no light or shadow, just like an eraser erasing a painting. That huge heart of love also fell apart in this silent wave, but the energy it decomposed turned into a dazzling galaxy, flowing back and pouring into Luo Tong's palm. The light faded away, and a dark blue crystal the size of a pigeon egg, with stars flowing inside, lay quietly in his palm. Look, their hearts belong to me now. Luo Tong turned around and walked back to the shield, throwing the crystal to Xiao Meier. This is your reward, the appearance fee for this concert. Xiao Meier caught it in a hurry. The crystal was warm to the touch and still had Luo Tong's body temperature, so hot that she almost dropped it. Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing the crystal tide and resolving the planetary annihilation crisis. Reward, 50 million points. The Kingdom of God module has been activated, current status, not created. Creating the initial Kingdom of God requires 100 million points and selecting a divine domain as the cornerstone. 100 million? That's really shameless. Luo Tong complained in his heart that it seemed that he would need to find more such fan clubs to hold concerts in the future. He looked up at the black crack in the sky that had not yet closed. Chapter 76, The Kingdom of God opens. Mother personally serves to relieve fatigue. The black crack in the sky was still slowly healing, like a wound in the universe repairing itself. Luo Tong took a look and snapped his fingers. Pa! The space twisted and the crack closed instantly, as if it had never appeared. Congratulations to the host. You successfully resolved the interstellar invasion crisis. The Kingdom of God module has been activated. Currently available area for creating a Kingdom of God, 10 square kilometers. Upgrade fee, 10 million points 10 square kilometers. Special function unlocking fee, teleportation array 50 million, time acceleration 100 million, life creation 1 billion. Luo Tong raised his brows slightly. This system really asked for too much. But there is no rush now, let us go back and deal with things at home first. Master, do we win now? Xiao Meier was still a little confused. The earth-shaking scene just now ended so casually? What else? Luo Tong picked her up and carried her sideways. Do you want to have another concert? No, no, no. Xiao Meier shook her head repeatedly, and the bow trembled again. I need to rest for a while, slowly. Before he finished speaking, there was a flash of golden light, and the two of them had returned to the Yunding Palace. In the living room, Su Muxue and the other three were sitting together on the sofa, all of them looking nervous. It was obvious that they had just seen the situation in the northern border through Tianshu. Seeing Luo Tong return safely, the four girls all breathed a sigh of relief. Husband. Xiao Wei was the first to rush over and directly hung on Luo Tong. It was so scary just now. I thought. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Luo Tong patted her on the back. Lin Shirhan walked over, her gaze lingering on Xiao Meier's bow for a second. A strange look flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Master, do you need me to handle the aftermath? No need, it's already been taken care of. Luo Tong put Xiao Meier down. You guys rest first, I'm going to take a shower. Just as I reached the stairs, Tianshu's voice rang out. Master, Luo Wan requests communication. Luo Tong stopped. At this time? Connected. Luo Wan appeared in the holographic projection. She had changed into a set of home clothes, made of silk and tailored to her body, perfectly outlining her mature and plump figure. Master. Her voice was so gentle that it could drip water. Wanner saw the news. You've worked hard on the Northern Territory. The women behind pricked up their ears. Is there something? Luotong said in a flat tone. Wanner will prepare dinner for you personally, and... She bit her lip. I am ready to serve my master. Xiao Meier's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she listened. The Luo family's queen who had been so high and mighty just now was now acting like a spoiled brat? And, maid? What maid? Okay, I'll be there right away. Luotong closed the communication and turned to the women. You guys go to bed early, I'm going to take care of some housework. Husband. Su Muxiue hesitated to speak. How? Nothing. Su Muxiue shook her head, but worry was obvious in her eyes. Luotong walked over and kissed her on the forehead. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Luo family main residence. Luotong was teleported directly to the main house entrance. As soon as he entered, he smelled a burst of fragrance. In the restaurant, Luo Wan was busy. She was wearing a minimalist black apron and seemed to be wearing nothing underneath. Her plump figure was faintly visible under the apron. Hearing footsteps, she turned around with a cautious smile on her face. Master, you are back. Her voice was soft and lacked the dominance she used to have. Instead, she sounded like a little wife waiting for her master to come home. Yeah. Luotong sat down at the dining table. What did you do? Your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and steamed sea bass. Luo Wan came over with the dishes. When she bent down and put them on the table, the collar of her apron opened slightly, revealing her snow-white skin and deep cleavage. She seemed to be unintentional, but the angle and the arc were just right. Master, please eat your food first. I will prepare water for your bath. After saying that, she turned and walked upstairs. As she twisted her waist, the round curve swayed under her apron, full of the charm of a mature woman. Luotong took a few bites of the dish and found it tasted really good. Not long after, Luo Wan came down. Master, the bath water is ready, would you like Wanner to undress you? Wanner? This name is really... In the master bedroom bathroom, hot water has been prepared, and rose petals are floating on the water, filling the air with fragrance. Luo Wan walked behind Luotong and carefully helped him take off his coat. Her fingertips would accidentally touch his skin from time to time, bringing waves of numbness. I'll do it myself. Luotong waved his hand and asked her to step aside. Luo Wan felt a little disappointed, but still stood obediently by the door, watching Luotong take off his clothes, revealing his perfect body like a statue of a god. She couldn't help but blush and her heart beat faster. Luotong soaked in the warm water, closing his eyes to rest. Although the battle in the north had been easy, he was still mentally exhausted. Just as he was dozing off, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Master. Luo Wanner's voice came. Wanner is here to rub your back. When Luotong opened his eyes, he saw that Luo Wan had changed into a translucent silk nightgown. Her perfect figure is faintly visible under the thin material, and that hazy beauty is more alluring than being completely naked. Didn't I tell you to wait outside? But... Wanner is worried that the master can't wash it clean by himself. She walked to the bathtub, knelt down, and said in a soft and charming voice, Please allow Wanner to serve you. This is Wanner's duty. Luotong didn't say anything, which was considered as his tacit consent. Luo Wan didn't pick up the towel beside her. Instead, she bit her red lip, as if she had made some important decision. She leaned over, soaking her already thin nightgown. The silk clung tightly to her proud curves. Then, she pressed her plump, full, warm and soft body against Luotong's broad back. Onar. Her breath was as sweet as orchid, her voice was trembling with a hint of endless charm, and she began to use her proudest asset, instead of a towel, to slowly wipe his back. It was an indescribable feeling. Soft, warm, and surprisingly elastic. Every friction seemed to carry an electric current, relaxing Luotong's tense muscles. Luo Wan's movements were a little awkward at first, but she quickly became proficient. She pressed her entire body weight forward, intently pleasing the deity before her, as if performing the most sacred sacrifice. After a long while, Luotong spoke slowly, his voice lazily hoarse, You are good at coming up with new ideas. Luo Wan's body stiffened and she stopped moving, feeling uneasy. Master, don't you like it? No. Luotong raised the corner of his mouth with a playful arc. I am very satisfied. He turned around, pinched Luo Wan's chin, and looked at her pretty face, which was flushed with shame and excitement. Since you provide such good service, there will naturally be rewards. With a thought, he exchanged a bottle of gene optimization liquid from the system mall. The transparent liquid in the test tube emitted a faint light. What is this? Luo Wan's eyes were attracted by the test tube. This gene optimization fluid can elevate your S+ level genes to SS level. Luo Tong held the test tube to her lips. Drink it. You deserve it. Luo Wan was completely stunned. Genetic optimization? This kind of thing, priceless. She just did what a maid should do, even in such a shameless way, and in return she received such a miraculous reward? Master, this is too precious. Just drink when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Luo Tong's tone left no room for questioning. Tears welled up in Luo Wan's eyes, and she felt an immense surge of joy and emotion. Without further hesitation, she opened her red lips and drank the liquid from the test tube in one gulp. The medicine melted in her mouth, and a warm energy instantly spread throughout her body. She could feel her body undergoing earth-shaking changes. Her skin became smoother and more delicate, as if it were as delicate as a baby's. Her figure seemed fuller and more well-proportioned, and every inch of her curves exuded fatal temptation. Thank you, Master. Thank you for your gift. Her voice was trembling a little, and she didn't know if it was because of excitement or something else. Just then, Luo Tong's cell phone rang. Tianchu's voice came, Master, emergency. Sister Luo Ying reports that a new SSS-level genetic target has been discovered. Luo Tong frowned. Who is it? A mysterious scientist, codenamed Dr. Bai, has just returned from overseas. According to a genetic scan, her level is SSS+. SSS+? This level is the same as Lin Shurhan's. Where is it located? Currently at Yinjing International Airport, expected to depart in 1 hour. Luo Tong stood up, and water droplets slid down his strong body. Master? Luo Wan was a little confused. I have something urgent to do. I'll come back another day to inspect your changes. Luo Tong picked up the towel and said, Get the car ready and go to the airport. But... A hint of disappointment flashed across Luo Wan's eyes, but she nodded obediently. Wanner will arrange it right away. Looking at her departing back, Luo Tong thought to himself, this woman is really getting better and better at serving others. But right now, there are more important things to do. SSS+ level genes, a woman of this level, absolutely cannot be missed. Chapter 77, Airport Encounter. Mysterious SSS+ level beautiful scientist appears. International Airport, VIP channel. Luo Tong sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, watching the people passing by through the window. Master, the target is about to appear. Tianchu's voice sounded in my mind. According to the latest intelligence, Dr. Bai's real name is Bai Shuiying, 28, a Harvard PhD in biology. She previously worked in a secret European laboratory for 3 years, specializing in genetic modification technology. Her purpose for returning to China is unknown, but monitoring indicates she was carrying a large number of unknown devices. Luo Tong tapped on the car window. Do you have any photos? Sorry, Master, her personal information is highly encrypted and not even recorded in Interpol's database. The only thing that is certain is that her genetic level is indeed SSS+, and... Tianchu paused. And what? And her genetic specificity even surpasses Lin Shurhan's. System testing shows that she may possess some kind of ability to modify other people's genes. Gene modification? This is interesting. Just as I was thinking about it, a figure walked out from the VIP channel. It was a woman wearing a simple white windbreaker and large sunglasses that almost covered her entire face. But her figure and temperament alone were enough to make people unforgettable. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a perfectly proportioned figure and a graceful and confident gait. The most special thing about her was her hair pure white, as pure as snowflakes, gleaming in the sun. Confirmed target, it's her. Interesting. Luo Tong pushed open the car door and walked straight over. Bai Shuiying had just walked out of the airport lobby and was waiting for a taxi when a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of her. The car door opened and a young man got out. Even through the sunglasses, she could feel the unique temperament of the other person, strong, confident, and a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. Dr. Bai? Luo Tong walked up to her and said with a smile, Welcome back. Bai Shuiying's body stiffened slightly. She had returned secretly from Europe, and even customs had no record of her. How could this person know her identity? Who are you? Her voice was cold and wary. Luo Tong. He held out his hand. Or you can call me Xiagua Dragon Soul. Bai Shuiying's pupils shrank slightly. The Xia Kingdom Dragon Soul? The mysterious figure said to control the military? She took another look at the man in front of her. He was young, handsome, and tall, and his every move exuded the aura of a superior. Most importantly, she could feel the energy fluctuations from him that did not belong to ordinary people. What do you want? She didn't shake hands but took a step back. I'll buy you a cup of coffee. Luo Tong withdrew his hand, not caring at all about her indifference. Let's talk about your research. I don't know what you're talking about. Genetic modification technology, analysis of the life code, and Luo Tong lowered his voice. Your work in that secret laboratory in Europe. Bai Shuiying was completely shocked. Even the top brass in Europe didn't know all this information. How could this man? You're investigating me? Her voice was filled with anger. It's not an investigation, it's an appreciation. Luo Tong pointed at the car. Get in the car. It's not appropriate to talk here. Bai Shuiying looked around and saw that there were indeed quite a few people paying attention to the situation here. After hesitating for a moment, she walked towards the car. Inside the car, two people sat opposite each other. Bai Shuiying took off her sunglasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Her features were as delicate as a work of art, her skin was translucent white, and most strikingly, her eyes were an icy blue, as pure and cold as the Arctic glaciers. Tell me, what do you want? She looked straight at Luo Tong. I want you. Luo Tong's answer was surprisingly direct. What? Bai Shuiying was stunned. I want your skills, your abilities, and you as a person. Luo Tong leaned back in his chair. Dr. Bai, or should I call you Ice Queen? This title made Bai Shuiying's face turn pale instantly. How do you know this code name? The Snow Queen is her code name in the European underground world because she has the special ability to freeze living cells and suspend life. I know more than you think. Luo Tong stroked her chin with his fingers. For example, you returned to China to search for a special genetic sample. For example, the SSS plus gene in you wasn't innate, but the result of acquired modification. Bai Shuiying stepped back suddenly and bumped into the car door. Who are you? I am your future. Luo Tong's voice was full of magic. Bai Shuiying, you desire to break through the existing genetic limits and create a perfect life form, right? I can give you a chance. Luo Tong continued. As long as you are willing to be my woman. These words rang in Bai Shuiying's mind like a thunderclap. She stared at Luo Tong, her ice blue eyes filled with disbelief. Are you crazy? We just met. Know each other? Luo Tong smiled. Do you think this is the first time we meet? He suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it on Bai Shuiying's forehead. In an instant, countless images flashed through Bai Shuiying's mind, the scene when she was working in a European laboratory, the process of her transforming her own genes, and a vague figure that often appeared in her dreams. That figure was exactly the same as the man in front of him. This is impossible. Bai Shuiying breathed rapidly. Those dreams, those images. It's all true. Luo Tong took back his hand. Deep in your soul, you have been searching for me. And now, I have found you. Ding. Target Bai Shuiying's emotional fluctuations detected to be increasing dramatically. System prompt: the target's SSS plus gene contains the fate resonance factor, which is highly compatible with the host's gene. Difficulty of conquest, extremely high. Rewards for successful conquest: unlock, life transformation, permission and gain, gene laboratory, construction permission. Bai Shuiying's face turned pale and red, and the shock in her heart was beyond words. Those dreams, those familiar feelings, turned out not to be illusions. But even so, I won't become just anyone's woman. She forced herself to calm down. You want my abilities, we can cooperate, but if I... Shoo! Luo Tong suddenly moved closer, almost touching her ear. Who said I was in a hurry to get you? His breath sprayed on her earlobe, bringing a tingling sensation. I have plenty of time to conquer you slowly. Bai Shuiying shuddered, an inexplicable electric current spreading from her ears throughout her body. She tried to push him away, but her body seemed to be frozen. Just then, the car suddenly stopped. "Master, we have arrived at Hentang Palace." The driver's voice came. Luotong straightened up and straightened his clothes. "Get out of the car, I'll show you around my home." Bai Shuiying looked out of the car window and saw a magnificent building standing before her. Under the nightlights, it shone like a palace in heaven. "This is Yunding Palace, my private residence." Luotong opened the car door. "It will also be your new home." Chapter 78: The Queen Moves In. A show of power from the family of God. When Bai Shuiying stepped out of the car and stood in front of the building called Hentang Palace, even though she was used to seeing the ancient castles of European royal families and the luxurious palaces of Middle Eastern oil tycoons, she was still shocked by the scene before her. This is not a miracle that can be built by human power. The entire palace seems to be carved from a huge piece of white jade, with smooth and sacred lines, full of the perfect fusion of futuristic technology and classical mythology. Countless tiny points of light flow on the surface of the building, like the breath of stars. The air here has a refreshing sweetness, and every breath makes her transformed body feel extremely comfortable. "Do you like it?" Luotong's voice rang in her ears. "The energy concentration here is 137 times higher than outside. It's very beneficial to your genetic evolution." Bai Shuiying did not answer. For the first time, her ice blue eyes revealed emotions other than coldest shock, confusion, and a yearning that she herself had not even noticed. For a man who can own such a residence, what kind of terrifying level of power and identity has he reached? "You seem very satisfied." Luotong didn't expect her to answer. He smiled to himself and walked towards the door. The door, as heavy as a temple gate, slid open silently the moment he approached. Inside the door is a huge living room that can accommodate thousands of people for banquets. Above the dome is the image of a slowly flowing galaxy, and beneath your feet is the ground, as warm and smooth as jade, reflecting the starlight. Sitting on the huge sofa in the middle of the living room were 4 women with very different styles, but all of them were extremely beautiful. A silent Shura field has been waiting here for a long time. "Husband." The first one to react was the girl who looked the most lively and cute, Xiaowei. Like a happy little deer, she was the first to jump up from the sofa and threw herself directly into Luotong's arms, hanging on him tightly. At the same time, she looked at Bai Shuiying, who was following behind Luotong with undisguised vigilance and hostility. "Husband, who is this?" "A new guest." Luotong patted her back nonchalantly and took her off his body. At this time, the other 3 women also came over. The classical beauty with a gentle temperament and a hint of worry between her eyebrows and eyes is undoubtedly Su Muxue, Luotong's first legal wife mentioned in the information. She simply smiled softly at Luotong, and when her eyes fell on Bai Shuiying, there was a hint of inquiry in them, but no hostility, instead a gentleness as if she was evaluating the new sister. The other woman, who had a hot body and a heroic temperament, and was wearing a military uniform, made Bai Shuiying's gaze slightly fixed. Lin Shirhan, the youngest female major general in the Xia Kingdom as military, an SSS-level genetic warrior. When Bai Shuiying was in Europe, she had seen information about this woman in top-tier military intelligence. Her sharp eyes were now scanning Bai Shuiying openly, as if assessing a potential opponent, their gaze filled with scrutiny and a fighting spirit. An SSS level against an SSS plus level. There seemed to be invisible sparks colliding in the air. The last one is the superstar Xiaomei, who just sacrificed herself to Luotong in a global live broadcast. She was wearing a sexy silk nightgown and walked over gracefully. She wanted to imitate Xiaowei and hold Luotong's arm, but when she met Lin Shirhan's cold eyes, she shrank back timidly. The look she gave Bai Shuiying was the most complicated, containing jealousy, uneasiness, and a hint of ridiculous superiority as a senior. "Master, this sister is so beautiful. Is she our new sister?" Xiaomei's voice was sickeningly sweet, but she cleverly used the words "we" and "sisters" to declare her belonging, while testing Bai Shuiying's status. Luotong looked at the 4 women in front of him, each with their own thoughts, and found it a little funny. The family of God he created now seems more like a powder keg that may explode at any time. Managing a harem is indeed much more troublesome than destroying an interstellar Zerg race. Her name is Bai Shuiying, and she will live here from today. Luotong's tone remained calm, yet it carried unquestionable authority. "Tianshu will arrange her room. All you have to do is get along well with her." "Get along well?" Lin Shirhan snorted coldly, took a step forward, and looked directly at Bai Shuiying. "Dr. Bai, I've heard of your great name for a long time. I've heard that you're an absolute authority in the field of genetics. I wonder if your practical skills are as impressive as your reputation. Before she finished speaking, a military soul evil spirit that was as condensed as a substance burst out from her body, like the iron-blooded will of thousands of troops, crushing towards Bai Shuiying fiercely. This is a show of force. An SSS-level warrior showing off his power to an SSS-plus level scientist. Su Muxue and Xiao Wei paled and instinctively took 2 steps back. Xiao Meier was so frightened by this aura that she almost collapsed to the ground. However, Bai Shuiying stood there without moving. She just looked at Lin Shurhan quietly. In the depths of her ice-blue eyes, it seemed as if countless tiny ice crystals were rapidly condensing. An extreme coldness quietly spread out with her as the center. Lin Shurhan's domineering murderous aura made a slight crackling sound of freezing the moment it came into contact with the cold air, and its forward momentum stagnated. I'm not interested in fighting. Bai Shuiying's voice was still cold. I'm only interested in dissection and research. Major General Lin, while your SSS-level genes are excellent, there are at least 17 redundant defects in your structure that can be optimized. If you'd like to take a further step, perhaps we can discuss this in depth. You. Lin Shurhan's face turned ashen in an instant. Bai Shuiying's words seemed to be discussing academic matters, but in fact, they were more hurtful than any sarcasm. She was saying, in my eyes, your genes are just an experiment that needs to be improved. The atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped to freezing point. That's enough. At this moment, Luo Tong finally spoke. He did not scold either side, but walked slowly between Lin Shurhan and Bai Shuiying. He first glanced at Lin Shurhan, with an evil smile on his lips. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, he put his arms around Lin Shurhan's slender waist and pressed the proud female general directly onto his thigh in an extremely shameful posture. Lin Shurhan had never expected that Luo Tong would do this in front of the newcomers. Her body stiffened, her pretty face turned red instantly, and the fierce murderous aura disappeared. Master! She was both ashamed and angry, struggling to get up. Sit down. Luo Tong's hands clamped around her like an iron clamp, forbidding any resistance. He patted her perky buttocks wrapped in military pants, making a crisp sound, but his tone was terrifyingly gentle. You're so angry, is it because I didn't satisfy you last night? Boom. This sentence is more effective than any military order. Lin Shurhan's body softened instantly. She was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into, and dared not move at all. The other women in the living room were also stunned. This is the master's method. He never comforts you, never explains. He only uses the most direct, domineering and humiliating way to crush all your pride and temper, so that you remember clearly who is the only god here. After dealing with Lin Shurhan, Luo Tong turned his attention to Bai Shuiying. Did you see that, Dr. Bai? He carelessly stroked the long, smooth hair of the female general in his arms and said to Bai Shuiying, in my family, there are no major generals or doctors, only my women. And the first thing my woman needs to learn is absolute obedience. He stood up, and Lin Shurhan in his arms slid onto the carpet, her face as red as if blood was about to drip out. Luo Tong approached Bai Shuiying step by step, and his powerful aura completely enveloped her. Your genes and your intelligence are both very interesting. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked Bai Shuiying's cold cheek with the back of his finger. The touch was like a warm flame, scorching the glacier that had existed for thousands of years. But, to me, they are just tools for you to please me. His face got closer and closer, almost touching the tip of her nose, and his voice was as low as a devil's whisper. Now, I give you a choice. It's like her, who was conquered by me obediently and became one of my most precious collections. Still. He paused, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Let me dismantle you with my own hands and turn you into a perfect genetic specimen that only knows how to obey orders? Bai Shuiying's whole body trembled violently. She could feel that the other party was not joking. There was a godlike indifference in those deep eyes, as if there was no difference between crushing an ant and destroying a star to him. Her pride, her wisdom, and her proud SSS plus genes seemed so ridiculous and powerless at this moment. Ding! Target Bai Shuiying's mental defense index has plummeted. Conquest progress plus 20%. At this moment, Luo Tong suddenly laughed. He straightened up and took a step back, as if the oppressive demon king just now was just an illusion. Okay, the welcome ceremony ends here. He clapped his hands and said to the other 4 women, you all go back to your rooms. Don't come out without my order. Although the 4 girls were unwilling, they did not dare to disobey in the slightest. They could only look at Bai Shuiying with complicated eyes, then turned around and left obediently. In the huge living room, only Luo Tong and Bai Shuiying were left. "Let's go, Dr. Bai." Luo Tong showed his playful smile again. "Before you have your own laboratory, I decided to give you your first lesson in person. The name of the course is How to Become a Qualified Experimental Subject." He turned and walked towards a corridor deep in the palace and waved to her. "Come on, my ice queen, don't keep me waiting too long." Bai Shuiying stood there, her body trembling slightly, and in her ice-blue eyes, the glacier was collapsing at an unprecedented speed. Chapter 79: God's Training Room. The Ice Queen's First Taboo Lesson. Following Luo Tong's back, Bai Shuiying walked through a corridor that seemed to be made of light and shadow. At this moment, a struggle between conscience and desire was going on in her heart. Reason told her that she should flee this place immediately, flee from this devil-like man. He was dangerous, overbearing, and completely disregarded all the rules of the world. Being with him would crush all her pride and independence. But her instinct, her genes that had been transformed to be extremely honest, were clamoring frantically for another thing to get close to him, to understand him, to possess him. Only he can unlock the ultimate code deep within my genes. Only he can lead me to see the new world I've always dreamed of, a world beyond the limits of life. Arrive. Luo Tong's voice interrupted her thoughts. He stopped in front of a pure white metal door. There was no handle or keyhole on the door, only a complex, rotating golden pattern in the center. Luo Tong pressed his palm on it. Identification, the highest authority, God. An emotionless electronic sound rang out, and the metal door slid open to both sides, revealing the scene inside. It was a huge, empty, pure white room. The room's material was strange, neither gold nor stone, a seamless hole, emitting a soft glow. Carved on the central floor was a large and complex magic circle or technological pattern, something Bai Shuiying had never seen before. Other than that, the room was empty. "This will be your exclusive laboratory from now on." Luo Tong walked into the room and looked around. "You can customize any equipment you want through Tianshu according to your preferences. Whether it's an antimatter collider or a gene sequence editor, as long as you can think of it, I can build it for you." Bai Shuiying's breathing paused slightly. "Any device?" This is a promise so grand that it goes beyond the bounds of a nation. It is simply not a promise a human being could make. "But..." Luo Tong turned around and looked back at her with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Before that, you must first pass my qualification certification." "But what qualification certification?" Bai Shuiying asked vigilantly. "It's very simple." Luo Tong snapped his fingers. The complex pattern in the center of the room suddenly lit up with a soft light. "Go into that circle," he ordered. Bai Shuiying hesitated for a moment, but still took a step forward and walked to the center of the pattern. The moment she stopped, the pattern's light shone brightly, and a warm and strange energy enveloped her. Ding! Scanning target Bai Shuiying gene sequence begins. Scan completed. SSS Plus level Ice and Snow God genes contain 17 structural redundancies, 3 unstable energy nodes, and 1 hidden gene collapse risk due to forced modification. A series of data so detailed that it made her scalp tingle appeared in the air in front of her in the form of a holographic projection. That was her deepest secret. It was the genetic map that she had spent countless efforts on, and that even she herself hadn't been able to fully decipher. At this moment, this man analyzed and displayed it nakedly in just a few seconds. "See? Your masterpiece is full of holes in my eyes." Luo Tong's voice was tinged with mockery. "It's like a sand castle built by a 3-year-old with building blocks. It looks gorgeous, but it falls down at the slightest push." "No. Impossible." Bai Shuiying retorted, "My genes are perfect." "Perfect?" Luo Tong sneered, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of her without warning. The two were very close to each other. He reached out and pinched her pointed chin, forcing her to look up and look straight into his eyes. "True perfection comes from creation, not repair. What you call transformation is just using a bunch of high-end parts to repair a broken-down car." "And I..." A golden light flashed in his eyes. "I can directly create an interstellar battleship that you can't even imagine." Bai Shuiying was stunned by the godlike light in his eyes and was speechless for a moment. "Now, your first class officially begins." Luo Tong released her and took out a soft black ribbon from his pocket. "Turn around." What do you want to do?" Bai Shuiying's heartbeat began to get out of control. It gives you a whole new understanding of perception. Luo Tong's tone left no room for doubt. A true scientist shouldn't rely solely on vision, the most basic sense. Close your eyes and feel the world with your heart and your genes. After saying that, without waiting for Bai Shuiying to react, he gently covered her eyes with the cool and silky black ribbon, and then tied a beautiful bow behind her head. The world suddenly fell into darkness. Vision is deprived, and other senses are magnified countless times in an instant. She could hear Luo Tong's steady breathing, smell the pleasant sandalwood scent on him, and even feel the energy field emanating from him that was as hot as the sun. Very good. Luo Tong's voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible for her to determine its exact location. Now, stand still and don't move. Bai Shuiying clenched her fists nervously and stood stiffly in place. The next second, she felt a breeze blowing from the left. Luo Tong's voice sounded like a ghost in her left ear. Tell me, how far am I from you now? About half a meter. Bai Shuiying made a judgment based on her keen hearing and energy perception. Wrong. The warm breath suddenly sprayed on her right earlobe, making her shiver and get goosebumps. I'm here now. His voice was filled with a hint of teasing. Bai Shuiying was horrified. When had he passed by? With his size, it was impossible for him to move without making any sound. Was this moving at super high speed? Don't listen with your ears, don't feel with your skin. Luo Tong's voice returned to its erratic state. Forget your ridiculous physics common sense. In this room, I am the rule. Now, concentrate your mind and see me. Bai Shuiying took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She closed her blindfolded eyes, mobilized all the energy in her body, and expanded her spiritual perception to the limit. However, in her perception, the entire room was filled with Luo Tong's presence, omnipresent, unable to pinpoint a specific point. It was as if he had melted into the air, the light, and every inch of space. Can't find it? Luo Tong's voice was filled with disappointment. Too weak, Bai Shuiying, you are really too weak. Your SSS plus level genes are a waste in your hands. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. Bai Shuiying's pretty face turned red and she clenched her teeth. Now, I'll teach you the first step. Luo Tong's voice became close again. Learn reverence. He stretched out a finger and gently touched Bai Shuiying's back through the thin windbreaker. A gentle, yet extremely domineering and irresistible energy instantly surged into her body. The energy did not hurt her, but instead flowed through her complex genetic chains, like a skilled artist examining a flawed work. Every time energy flows through a transformation node that she is proud of, it emits a slight humming sound, like a sigh. That is, the mercy of the gods for the shoddy work of mortals. Do you feel it? Your genes are so fragile and so humble in the face of my power. They are trembling, whimpering, and longing. The desire to be corrected by me, the desire to be perfected by me, the desire to surrender to me. Bai Shuiying's body began to tremble involuntarily. Luo Tong is right. She could clearly feel that every cell in her body was excited and trembling because of the inspection of that external energy. It was an absolute yearning for a higher level of existence that came from the origin of life. Her pride and her will were collapsing inch by inch in the face of this miraculous method. Now, kneel down. Luo Tong issued the second order. This order was like a heavy hammer, hitting Bai Shuiying's last bit of dignity. She was Dr. Bai, the Ice Queen, a genius scientist whom even European royalty treated with respect. When had she ever kneeled before anyone? No. She squeezed out a word from between her teeth, her legs as if filled with lead, nailed to the spot. Oh? You still have the energy to resist? Luo Tong chuckled. It seems you need a little help. The finger he tapped on her back released a little strength. Ah! Bai Shuiying felt her legs go soft, and an irresistible force came from her spine, causing her to lose control of her body in an instant, and her knees slammed heavily on the cold yet warm ground. That dull thud was not only the sound of her knees hitting the ground, but also the sound of all her pride shattering. She knelt down. In a humiliating posture, she knelt in front of the man who had blindfolded her. In the darkness, she could only hear her own rapid breathing and the steady heartbeat that echoed in her ears like a devil. Ding! Target's mental defenses collapsed. Conquest progress plus 30%. Current total progress, 80%. Very good, you finally learned the first move. Luo Tong's satisfied voice came from above her head. Remember this feeling, Bai Shuiying. From today on, this is the posture you should adopt in front of me. Just when Bai Shuiying was so humiliated that she was about to bite her teeth off, and her heart was swallowed by endless darkness and despair. Suddenly, from the corner of the room, there was a very slight sound of cloth rubbing against each other. The sound was very soft, but it was particularly clear in the silent room. Bai Shuiying's whole body stiffened and she looked up suddenly. Although her eyes were blindfolded, her face was accurately facing the source of the sound. There's a third person here? What's that sound? She asked in a trembling voice, her voice filled with fear and disbelief. The smile on Luo Tong's lips became even wider. He slowly walked to the shadow of the room, facing the empty space, and said softly in a playful tone. Aren't you tired after watching such a long show? Come out, my dear mother. Chapter 80 Taboo Observer. Mother, do you want to learn too? As Luo Tong's playful voice fell, the air in the shadows of the room distorted slightly. A mature and plump figure slowly walked out from the shadows. She was wearing a black and white maid outfit with a French style that was tailor-made for her. Under the lace apron, she showed her breathtakingly plump curves wrapped in top-quality silk. The white over-the-knee socks perfectly outlined her plump and round long legs, and her whole body exuded the forbidden and sweet temptation of a ripe peach. It was Luo Wan. At this moment, her face was filled with shame of being caught in the act, but more than that, it was a morbid excitement and flush caused by a glimpse of the gods educating new favorite. She didn't look at Bai Shuiying, but walked straight to Luo Tong, then slowly knelt down with her head lowered in an extremely standard and humble posture. Master. Wanner knows her mistake. Her voice was soft, charming, and carried a hint of cautious flattery. She was completely different from the majestic and domineering empress who previously ruled the Luo family. Wanner just missed her master too much, and was afraid to disturb her from teaching the newbies, so. For Bai Shuiying, who was kneeling in the middle of the room with her eyes blindfolded, this scene was even more shocking and subversive than when she was forced to kneel just now. Although she couldn't see, she could hear the woman's voice clearly. That was the voice of a mature woman, and she called Luo Tong master? Who is she? Why are you here? There was actually a woman in this room, standing right beside him, watching him suffer such humiliation? An unprecedented shame and fear, like an icy tide, instantly drowned Bai Shuiying. Her worldview, her rational thinking based on science and logic, was completely crushed to pieces at this moment. Oh? Miss me? Luo Tong looked down at Luo Wan who was kneeling at his feet, with a devilish smile on his lips. I think you want to learn from me? Luo Wan's delicate body trembled slightly, and she lowered her head even lower, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Wanner doesn't dare. I just feel that every instruction from the master contains the highest divine oracle. Wanner wants to listen more so that she can better serve the master. These words were absolutely flawless, portraying the flattery and loyalty of a humble maid to the extreme. Really? Luo Tong chuckled, stretched out his foot, and gently lifted Luo Wan's delicate chin with the tip of his shoe, forcing her to raise her head. Since you are so eager to learn, I will give you a chance. His gaze passed Luo Wan and turned to the white figure not far away who was trembling with shock and fear. Go over there and show her a demonstration. Luo Tong's tone was calm, but the content of his words was like thunder. Tell her what expression and posture a qualified maid should have when facing the master's gift and training. Master. A hint of hesitation and struggle flashed in Luo Wan's eyes. Asking her to demonstrate to a new woman? Doesn't this mean that she, the senior, has to show the junior how to please the master in front of her? This made her feel more ashamed than simple service. A dangerous monosyllable uttered from Luo Tong's nasal cavity. All the struggles in Luo Wan's heart disappeared in an instant. She knew that her master's patience was limited. Any slight disobedience could cause her to lose all the favor she currently possessed. Yes, Wanner obeys your command. She took a deep breath, stood up from the ground, and then walked to Bai Shuiying step by step with elegant and obedient steps. Although Bai Shuiying couldn't see, she could feel a mature body with warm fragrance approaching. You, who are you? Don't come over here. She moved backwards in fear. Luo Wan didn't say anything, but slowly knelt down in front of Bai Shuiying again. This time, her posture was more humble, even a little pious. She raised her head, and although she knew that the other party couldn't see her, she still looked in the direction of Luo Tong with a complex look that was a mixture of awe, admiration, fanaticism, and love. Then, she whispered in a dreamy tone filled with happiness and satisfaction. Thank you, Master. Thank you for spending your precious time to train a humble servant like me. Every touch of yours is a supreme gift, every rebuke of yours is a purifying oracle. Being your property and being able to crawl at your feet is the greatest honor of Wanner's life. Her voice echoed in the empty room. Every word was like a poisoned dagger, stabbing deeply into Bai Shuiying's heart. Bai Shuiying was completely dumbfounded. What did she hear? What is this mature woman talking about? A gift? An oracle? A privilege? Being blindfolded, forced to kneel, and trained like a pet in her mind, this was the ultimate humiliation. But in this woman's mouth, it became the supreme honor? What on earth is wrong with this world? What kind of magical power did this man possess that could make a woman who sounded so high and mighty become so vile, so crazy? Did you see it? Bai Shuiying. Luo Tong's voice sounded behind her at the right time, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. No, feel it with your heart. Do you feel the joy and satisfaction in her voice? She was once the ruler of the Luo family, one of Xia Nation's most prestigious families. She was an empress whose stomping of her feet could make Yinjing tremble. But now, she is just one of my maids. And she's happy to do it. Luo Tong walked to Bai Shuiying, squatted down, leaned close to her ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The SSS plus genes you're so proud of, your intelligence, your beauty, are nothing compared to the power she once possessed. Even she can learn how to please me. How can you, a mere scientist, retain your ridiculous pride in front of me? Tell me, Bai Shuiying, do you want to learn? Learn to be like her, abandon all useless self-esteem in exchange for the ticket to the realm of God that you have always dreamed of? Bai Shuiying's body began to tremble violently. Her teeth were chattering, and the last bit of rationality in her ice-blue eyes completely shattered in the face of this forbidden and crazy scene. She could feel that the genes in her body were responding frantically to Luo Tong's words. Yes. What is pride? What is self-esteem? In the face of eternal life and supreme truth, do these things really have any meaning? If I kneel down, I can get everything I want. If you surrender, you can touch the edge of God's robe. Well, why not do it? A crazy idea, like a poisonous mushroom after rain, broke out of the ground in the ruins of her broken mind and grew wildly. Ding! Congratulations, host. The target Bai Shuiying's mental defenses have been completely destroyed. Conquest progress, 99%. System suggestion, the target has entered the self-reshaping stage. Please perform the final ideological stamp to complete the final conquest. The smile on Luo Tong's lips became more and more intense. He slowly stood up, ready to remove the black cloth in front of Bai Shuiying's eyes, letting her see with her own eyes the truth that would overturn her three views, and thus complete the final fatal blow. However, the moment he raised his hand. Woo woo woo! A burst of extremely rapid, highest-level alarm sounds filled with ominous and destructive auras resounded throughout the Yunding Palace without any warning. The red warning light instantly replaced the soft white light in the room, flashing wildly and illuminating everyone's faces blood red. Luo Tong's movements stopped in mid-air. For the first time, his brows actually furrowed. Tianshu's voice, with unprecedented solemnity and urgency, exploded directly in his mind. Warning! Highest emergency alert! Master! An unknown abnormality has occurred in the remains of the Pangu laboratory. Detected a life form with 99.99% genetic homology to you. Awakening! Chapter 81. God is not in a hurry, let the world wait for a while. The alarm sounded loud enough to tear eardrums and represented the highest level of disaster in the Xia kingdom. Like the death knell of doomsday, it echoed wildly in every corner of the Yunding Palace. The blood-red light illuminated Luo Tong's handsome face in varying shades of light and dark, and also illuminated the two women kneeling on the ground. One was trembling with humiliation and fear, and the other was blushing from being caught and excitement. This sudden change instantly shattered the strange and taboo enlightenment atmosphere that had just been established in the room. Bai Shuiying, blindfolded, listened to the devastating alarm, her body trembling more violently. As a top scientist, she knew better than anyone what the alarm meant. It was a supreme event, enough to threaten the survival of an entire nation, and even human civilization. The sky is falling. However, Luo Tong's expected panic, solemnity, and even the slightest bit of nervousness did not appear. He simply stopped his hand from removing the black cloth, frowned slightly, and what was revealed on his face was not fear, but a kind of displeasure similar to the good show was interrupted. Tianshu, be quiet. Luo Tong didn't even raise his voice, but just uttered 4 words lightly in his mind. The next second, the sharp alarm that was enough to plunge a city into panic stopped abruptly. the entire cloud-top palace instantly returned to a deathly silence. Only the still frantically flashing red warning light silently announced the tremendous changes taking place in the outside world. What kind of terrifying control is this? Bai Shuiying's heart was gripped so tightly by the sudden silence that it almost stopped beating. The highest level national alert was turned off in this man's mind, just like a toy that was found to be too noisy. TSK, you really know how to pick the time. Luo Tong smacked his lips and couldn't help complaining in his heart. He didn't come earlier or later, but just when I was training the newcomers and was about to complete the critical moment from 99% to 100%. It feels like when you are in a game and the final boss has only a little health left, and then the power suddenly goes out at home, which makes you very angry. His gaze returned to the two women lying on the ground, each in a different posture but equally in shock. What does the turmoil in the outside world have to do with me? The God's game isn't over yet. So, let the world wait. It seems that our first class needs a little interlude to liven up the fun. Luo Tong ignored Luo Wan, who was kneeling at his feet and looking up at him with fanatical admiration, and walked straight to Bai Shuiying. Now, do you still think that what is happening in the outside world is more important than me in front of you? He squatted down, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Bai Shuiying's lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word. Important? When a man can turn the end of the world alarm on and off at will as if it were background noise, what else in this world could be more important than him? Her rationality, her scientific outlook, and all the knowledge she had built up over the past 28 years were crushed into the finest dust in this short minute. It seems you've learned your lesson. Luo Tong nodded with satisfaction, and finally reached out his hand, gently hooked his fingertips around the beautiful bow behind her head, and pulled it down. The black ribbon that restricted her vision but also magnified all her senses and fears slowly slid down. The world returns to light. However, the first scene that appeared in Bai Shuiying's ice blue eyes shocked and subverted her even more than the endless darkness. She saw it. I saw the mature, charming and graceful woman kneeling not far away in a humble posture. The woman was wearing an exquisite maid outfit made of black silk and white lace, which outlined her extremely mature body curves in a breathtaking way. She raised her head and looked at Luo Tong. There was no trace of forced humiliation in her eyes. Instead, they were full of happiness, satisfaction, and an almost morbid fanaticism. And this woman's face. Bai Shuiying's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. It's her. Luo Wan. The iron-blooded queen who was rumored to rule the Luo family with thundering methods, with power over the government and the country, and even the old European nobles had to obey her will. How come she is here? And wearing this kind of clothes, with this kind of posture? Boom! Bai Shuiying felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in her brain. All previous speculations, doubts, and disbelief were, at this moment, confirmed by the vivid and extremely absurd truth before my eyes. Luo Tong did not lie to her. What he said is true. Even a woman like Luo Wan willingly became his maid. What about yourself? What does my pitiful pride based on science mean in front of this former queen? A wonderful expression. Luo Tong admired the dazed look on Bai Shuiying's face, as if he was admiring a perfect work of art. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Bai Shuiying's cold cheek with the back of his fingertips, feeling the slight trembling of her skin. Now, you've seen the truth. So, tell me your choice. Will you continue to hold on to your meaningless pride and be dismantled into a pile of cold genetic specimens, displayed in my laboratory? Still. His voice was low and full of bewitching magic. Like her, kneel down and offer me all of you, your mind, body, and soul, and then, receive everything you've ever dreamed of? Bai Shuiying's gaze moved unfocusedly back and forth between Luo Tong and Luo Wan. Her lips turned pale due to lack of oxygen. Her genes were screaming, urging, and begging madly. Surrender! Submit to him! This is the only way. This is the only ticket to eternity. She uttered a syllable with difficulty, and the last ray of rationality in her ice blue eyes finally went out. Her body seemed to have lost all its strength, it seemed to be guided by an invisible force. Her knees slowly and automatically bent. There is no more resistance, no more struggle. The only relief left is to face the reality and give up resistance completely. Boom! There was another soft sound. This time, it was not forced, but voluntary. Bai Shuiying, the SSS Plus level Ice Queen and Xia country's top genius scientist, finally lowered her proud head in front of Luo Tong. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The target by Shui Ying's mental defenses have been completely destroyed. Conquest progress, 100%. Ding. Successfully conquered the SSS plus level heroine by Shui Ying. Beginning the final thought seal. Seal implantation in progress 10%, 50%, 99%. The thought stamp has been successfully implanted. Congratulations to the host. Obtained conquest reward, 50 million points. Unlocked new privilege, life transformation. Unlocked new building module, gene laboratory. New servant included, by Shui Ying. Identity, chief scientist under the throne of God. Loyalty, 100% never betray. A series of system prompts sounded in Luo Tong's mind, but he just smiled faintly. Everything is under control. Just at this moment, Tianchu's slightly sullen voice sounded in his mind again. Master, regarding the abnormalities in the Pangu laboratory, the preliminary scan results are out. Speak. Luo Tong responded nonchalantly while admiring Bai Shuiying's perfect curves as she knelt in front of him. The life form that shares 99.99% genetic similarity with you is currently still in the embryonic state. Embryo? Luo Tong raised his eyebrows. This was a bit beyond his expectations. Yes. Based on analysis of energy fluctuations in life forms, it's more like a divine embryo that hasn't yet completed final development. This abnormality appears to be a loss of energy control during its awakening process, and has been temporarily suppressed by the laboratory's autonomous system. An embryo of me? Luo Tong's lips curled up into a playful smile. Things are becoming more and more interesting. He looked at Bai Shuiying, whose thought stamp had been completed in front of him, and whose eyes gradually changed from confusion and collapse to clear and fanatical. The Snow Queen was now looking up at him as if he were a god. Very good. Luo Tong reached out and patted her face gently, as if he was comforting a rare pet that had just been tamed. As the first reward for your submission to me, wait a moment, I will let you personally design for me the greatest laboratory in the world. After saying that, he stood up and turned his gaze to Luo Wan, who was kneeling beside him and maintained a humble attitude from beginning to end. Luo Wan immediately felt her master's gaze, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes revealed anticipation and desire. You performed well just now. Luo Tong said lightly, as a teacher, you are very qualified. Thank you for the compliment, master. Luo Wan's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy, as if she had received a great gift from heaven. Since you are a teacher, you should be rewarded. Luo Tong snapped his fingers. Tianchu, please save a copy of that teaching video for me and name it the first lesson of self-cultivation for maids. Then, prepare an after-school dessert for my good mother. His eyes swept over Luo Wan's seductive maid outfit, especially lingering for a moment on her plump long legs wrapped in white over the knee socks. Doesn't she like to peek? Then let her practice what absolute obedience means in front of the new students. Chapter 82, Mother S on the spot teaching. The Ice Queen's worldview is shattered. Luo Tong's voice, like the judgment of God, echoed in the dead silent God's training room, with an unquestionable majesty and a hint of playful coldness. Luo Wan, who was kneeling in the distance, trembled violently with her mature and voluptuous body. The morbid blush on her face that had just appeared because of the praise faded a little in an instant, and was replaced by a look of disbelief, surprise and shame. Let her practice it in front of this new woman who had just been conquered by her master. What to practice? How should a qualified maid please her master? This is no longer a simple service. This is a public and humiliating teaching. She was once the queen of the Luo family. Although she was now willing to become the private property of the gods, the pride of being a superior in her bones still made her feel unprecedented shame and resistance at this moment. However, when her gaze met Luo Tong's eyes, which were as deep as the abyss and seemed to see through everything, all her struggles and resistance collapsed in an instant. There was no urging or coercion in that look, only a faint amusement as if he was looking at a disobedient pet. Luo Wan knew very well that this was her master testing her. Test her loyalty, test her obedience, test whether she has really abandoned everything in the past and completely become one who belongs only to him. There is only one chance. Yes, master. Those two short words seemed to drain all her strength. But the moment she uttered them, a strange electric current, a mixture of humiliation and excitement, shot from her tailbone straight to the top of her head. Is it shameful? Certainly. But isn't this also a different kind of grace? The fact that the master was willing to let her serve as a demonstration for the newcomers was a testament to her seniority in the master's heart. She was the first. The chief. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Luo Wan's mentality instantly changed 180 degrees. The embarrassment on her face was replaced by an even more morbid and fanatical excitement. She stood up slowly, and her French-made outfit drew a thrilling arc as she moved. She did not walk towards Luo Tong immediately, but walked to Bai Shuiying first, looking down at the woman who had just knelt down and was once as arrogant as her. "Look here, new guy. Luo Wan's voice regained a bit of the coldness she once had as the queen, but it was mixed with a hint of boasting that she herself had not even noticed. Being personally trained by the master is a blessing you've earned through countless generations. And being able to personally observe how I serve the master is an opportunity you can never imagine in this lifetime." After saying this, she no longer looked at Bai Shuiying's shocked face, but turned around and walked with elegant and pious steps towards the center of the room, the man who was like a god and dominated everything for them. Bai Shuiying's brain has completely crashed. What did she hear? Chance? Blessing? This woman, who once held immense power, actually considered such an extremely humiliating incident as something worth showing off? Crazy. This world has gone completely crazy. Just when her three views were shattered and her mind was confused, a scene that subverted her cognition even more happened. Luo Wan walked about 3 meters in front of Luo Tong and stopped. Then, in front of Bai Shuiying, she stretched out her delicate hands and began to take off her maid outfit. It wasn't about taking them off, but slowly taking them off piece by piece, with a sense of piety as if performing a sacred ritual. First, there was the delicate bow tie at the back. Then there was the black silk dress that hugged her amazing curves. The dress slid down her smooth skin and piled up at her feet, revealing the more fitted, figure-enhancing lining in white over the knee socks underneath. However, this is not the end. Luo Wan's movements did not pause at all, as if she was unaware of the shocked gaze behind her that almost burned through her. She continued to take off her lining, and finally, she slowly took off the pair of white over-the-knee socks that wrapped around her plump legs and drove countless men crazy, folded them neatly, and put them aside. In the end, all she had left on was a white apron with lace trim, which symbolized her identity as a maid. The apron barely covered the most important part of her body, but the plump outline and the mystery faintly visible underneath were more seductive and exciting than being naked. And her snow-white back with amazing curves, and her rounded hips outlined by the apron laces. It was exposed nakedly and without reservation in the air, and in Bai Shuiying's ice-blue eyes that were full of disbelief. Hiss. Bai Shuiying took a deep breath and felt a surge of hot blood rushing to her head, making her dizzy. What did she see? This is what they call serving? This isn't shame anymore, this is. She couldn't find any words to describe how she felt at the moment. After doing all this, Luo Wan's face became more and more blushed. She could feel Bai Shuiying's shocked gaze behind her, but instead of making her feel ashamed, it gave her a morbid sense of superiority as a senior. She knelt down again, this time, crawling on the ground. Then, like a docile cat, she slowly crawled to Luo Tong's feet, raised her charming face, and said softly in a voice that was almost dreamy, full of infinite flattery and fawning. "Master, Waner is ready. Please let Waner soothe your fatigue from the journey." Luo Tong just watched with a smile from beginning to end. He didn't say anything, but slowly, a large and comfortable leather sofa appeared out of thin air in the open space next to him. He responded indifferently, then sat down leisurely on the sofa, legs crossed, his posture lazy and noble, like an emperor waiting to be served by servants. This is the silent command. A light of ecstasy flashed in Luo Wan's eyes, and she immediately understood. She crawled behind the sofa and knelt upright. Her mature and plump upper body in the apron just reached over the back of the sofa. She stretched out her well-maintained, boneless hands and began to gently massage Luo Tong's shoulders. "Master, is this strength okay?" Her voice was so soft that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. "Tian Shu." Luo Tong closed his eyes, enjoying this top-notch service, and asked lightly in his mind. "Any new developments on Pangu's end?" Replying to Master, the autonomous defense system has temporarily suppressed the energy fluctuations of the divine embryo below a safe threshold. Preliminary analysis suggests this abnormality is more likely an unconscious fetal movement than an active awakening. The perimeter of the ruins has been jointly sealed off by the Divine Strategy Palace and the military, and there is currently no risk of energy leakage. Very good. Luo Tong's heart was calm. Have the Divine Strategy Office continue monitoring. Report any energy fluctuations that exceed the threshold to me immediately. Also, transmit all monitoring data from within the ruins to me in real time. As you command, Master. Data flow established. After dealing with this small matter that seemed to be enough to shock the world to the outside world, Luotong turned his attention back to the present. He could clearly feel that the mature and hot body behind him was trembling slightly because of extreme excitement. Luo Wan's breathing also became rapid and hot, spraying on the back of his neck, bringing waves of tingling and numbness. This woman has completely fallen. Good technique, it looks like a lot of effort has been put into it. Luotong praised lightly. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Wanner practices every day. Luo Wan's voice was full of surprise, and her hands moved more vigorously. She even carefully put her cheek close to Luotong's, rubbing her soft face gently against the back of his neck, like a cat trying to please its owner. For Bai Shuiying, who was kneeling not far away, this erotic and taboo scene was torture for every second, and every frame was a merciless whipping of her life for the past 28 years. Her body was shaking, not because of the cold, but because of a mixture of fear, shame, and a strange heat that she herself dared not admit. Her genes were craving it. Her soul trembled. She saw that when Luo Wan was serving their common master, her face showed a happiness and satisfaction from the heart that she had never seen before. It was as if it was not a humble and humiliating thing, but enjoying the supreme glory. Am I wrong? Could it be that the so-called dignity and pride are really just meaningless constraints? Could it be that only by abandoning everything and completely surrendering like her can one obtain true happiness and rebirth? Once this horrible thought came into her mind, it entangled her heart like a vine. At this moment, Luotong's voice, with a hint of smile, sounded again, like the whisper of a devil, accurately hitting the most vulnerable part of her heart. Bai Shuiying. Did you see that? This is the demonstration of the predecessors. Now, it's your turn. Come here, let me see, you, a genius scientist of SSS Plus level, are your learning abilities as good as your genes? Chapter 83, The Top Student's Practical Lesson. Dr. Bai's Absolute Obedience. Chapter 83, The Top Student's Practical Lesson. Dr. Bai's Absolute Obedience. Luotong's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder from the sky, exploding in Bai Shuiying's mind. Is it her turn? Let her be like Luo Wan? Bai Shuiying's body froze, her ice blue eyes filled with struggle and panic. Reason told her that this was an absolutely unacceptable humiliation. She was Xia country's top scientist, the Ice Queen admired by countless people. How could she do such a shameless and despicable thing? However, the genes in her body, her soul implanted with the imprint of thought, were clamoring wildly, urging her, and ordering her. Obey! This is the Master's order. The Master's order is the supreme oracle. Disobeying the Master is more terrible than death. Bai Shuiying opened her mouth, but her throat was so dry that no sound came out. She felt as if her body had been split in two, one half madly resisting, the other half eager to surrender. This intense inner conflict made her mind go blank and her whole body tremble even more violently. Seeing her like this, Luo Wan, who was massaging Luotong, stopped what she was doing. She looked back at Bai Shuiying, and a hint of imperceptible contempt and superiority flashed in her charming peach blossom eyes. New guy, what are you still hesitating about? Luo Wan's voice was cold as she reprimanded him in a senior manner. The Master's patience is limited. To have the opportunity to serve the Master personally is a blessing you could never ask for in several lifetimes. Are you questioning the Master's decision with your slow reaction? These words were like a basin of cold water poured over Bai Shuiying's head. Yes. Even a woman like Luo Wan takes pride in serving her master, so what does my ridiculous persistence matter? The Master's patience is limited. This sentence, like the most terrifying spell, instantly broke the last line of defense in Bai Shuiying's heart. She was scared. She was afraid that she would lose this hard-earned qualification because of her hesitation. She was afraid of being rejected by her master and then being torn apart into a pile of cold genetic specimens as he had said before. No. She doesn't want it. She wants to live, she wants to pursue the ultimate mystery of genetics, and she wants to stay by this man's side. I didn't question the Master. Bai Shuiying struggled to squeeze out these words from between her teeth, her voice trembling slightly with fear and shame. She raised her head, and her ice blue eyes were now covered with a layer of mist, full of helplessness and pleading, like a small animal about to be abandoned by its owner. I just don't know what to do. This pitiful look of mine, if seen outside, would be enough to make any man feel pity for her. But in Luotong's eyes, this was just an untamed, interesting toy, making its last, powerless struggle. Oh. Luo Tong chuckled softly. He didn't turn around, but said to Luo Wan behind him calmly. It seems our new students need more intuitive teaching. Wanner, you come and teach her what to do first. Yes, master. Luo Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Being able to personally teach this once unattainable ice queen and turn her into a maid like herself, this feeling gave her a morbid and twisted pleasure. She walked out from behind the sofa, her curvaceous body in an apron exuding fatal temptation under the soft light. She walked up to Bai Shuiying, squatted down gracefully, and looked directly into Bai Shuiying's eyes with her charming eyes. The first step, Luo Wan's voice was filled with temptation, is to discard all unnecessary things on you that do not belong to the master. For example, your clothes that are in the way. Bai Shuiying's pupils suddenly contracted. Really? We still have to come to this point. Her hands subconsciously clutched the white research coat on her body, and her knuckles turned white from the force. What? Do you still need my help? Luo Wan said. Or do you want the master to do it himself? No. Bai Shuiying almost blurted out. Let the master do it himself? No. That's too shameful. She couldn't bear to imagine that scene. Rather than being deprived passively, it is better to offer it actively. Bai Shuiying closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled constantly, and 2 lines of clear tears finally slid down from the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. These were the last tears shed for her lost dignity. Her hands, trembling, reached for the buttons of her white research coat. 1, 2. The movements were slow and difficult, as if every time he untied a knot, he was torturing his own soul with his own hands. Luo Wan watched quietly from the side, her eyes full of admiration, as if she was looking at a piece of unpolished jade that was about to be polished into shape. Finally, the lab coat was taken off, revealing the simple white shirt underneath. Then came the shirts. Underwear. Every time she took off a piece of clothing, Bai Shuiying's body trembled more violently, and the blush on her face deepened. She went from shame to numbness, and then to a kind of self-abandonment. Finally, when only the last barrier remained on her body, her movements stopped. Go on. Luo Wan's voice was like a death curse. Bai Shuiying's body trembled violently, and she bit her lower lip, almost biting it to bleed. In the end, she still trembled and took off her last cover. A perfect work of art, as if carved from ice and snow, was presented in this room without reservation. She is not as plump and full-bodied as Luo Wan, but is full of mature charm. Her figure is the kind that comes from staying in the laboratory all year round and lacking exercise, but her proportions are extremely good. Her skin was as white as snow, reflecting an ivory luster under the light. Her collarbone is delicate, her legs are long and straight, and she has an aesthetic beauty that belongs to an educated woman. At this moment, this body that was as beautiful as an ice sculpture in jade was dyed with a touching pink color because of extreme shame. She knelt on the ground, subconsciously hugging herself with her hands, burying her head low, her long black hair hanging down, covering her face that was already filled with shame and anger. Very good. Luo Tong's voice came from the sofa. He didn't even look back, as if all this was within his expectations. Tianshu, prepare a uniform for her as well. As you command, master. As soon as she finished speaking, a white lace apron of the same style as Luo Wan's, but smaller in size, appeared out of thin air in front of Bai Shuiying. Put it on. Luo Wan handed the apron to her with an unyielding tone. Bai Shuiying looked at the small piece of cloth that could hardly cover anything, and the last bit of hope in her heart was completely shattered. Numbly, she took the apron and, trembling, tied it around her waist. The cold air touched her skin, making her shiver. But what made her feel even colder was her heart. The moment she put on this uniform, she knew that the Dr. Bai of the past was dead. Now she is just a maid of her master. A newcomer numbered 2. Very good, you learn quickly. Luo Tong's voice finally contained a hint of approval. He slowly stood up from the sofa, turned around, and looked down at his 2 works. A mature, plump, and charming girl, like a ripe peach, kneeling on the ground, her eyes flashing with morbid fanaticism and possessiveness. A cold and proud person, with a fair complexion and delicate figure, like a snow lotus bud about to bloom, kneeled on the ground, his eyes filled with humiliation, confusion, and a hint of numbness after accepting his fate. 2 completely different temperaments, but at this moment they were wearing the same uniform and kneeling in front of him in the same posture. This picture is full of strong visual impact and sense of conquest. Yes, both collections are perfect. Luo Tong nodded with satisfaction. Then he walked to Bai Shuiying, squatted down, pinched her smooth chin, and forced her to raise her head. Now, tell me, as a scientist, which do you think is more important, practice or theory? Bai Shuiying looked at the handsome face so close to her that made her heart beat faster, and her mind went blank. Practice and theory? What does he want to do? It seems you still don't understand. Luo Tong shook his head, a hint of disappointment showing on his face. He did not let go of Bai Shuiying, but turned his head and said to Luo Wan on the other side. It seems that theoretical teaching alone is not enough. Come here and give her a practical demonstration. Tell her how a qualified maid should take the initiative to please her master. Chapter 84 Double the Service. Set off, God's embryo. Luo Tong's order was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, once again stirring up huge waves in the hearts of the two women. Practical demonstration? Bai Shuiying's pupils dilated instantly. She could almost foresee what would happen next. An unprecedented sense of fear and shame made her blood seem to freeze. On the other side, Luo Wan's body trembled violently after hearing this order. But unlike Bai Shuiying's fear, her eyes were filled with even hotter, crazier excitement and ecstasy. Practical demonstration. In front of the newlyweds. Far from being a humiliation, this is the master's highest recognition of her ability. Yes. Master. Wanner obeys your command. She responded almost impatiently, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. She crawled on the ground, like an elegant and charming Persian cat, slowly, step by step, crawling to the other side of Luo Tong. Then, in front of Bai Shuiying, she raised her charming face, looked up at Luo Tong with an extremely pious gaze, stretched out her small lilac tongue, and gently licked her plump red lips. Oh nar. Her voice was soft, charming, and full of undisguised temptation and desire. Please let Wanner begin to serve you. This scene was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back for Bai Shuiying, whose worldview was being reshaped. She watched helplessly as the woman who once held great power was trying to please their common master in an extremely humble and flattering manner that she had never dared to imagine. The master just looked at them calmly with a lazy smile on his face. No coercion, no orders. Luo Wan did everything willingly and was even proud of it. Boom! Bai Shuiying felt like her brain had completely exploded. So, is that the case? So, this is the true meaning of serving? It turns out that after abandoning the so-called dignity, what we can get in return is such a morbid and decadent happiness? Her genes, her instincts, were screaming like crazy. Longing to become like that. Longing for even a little bit of attention from the master. Envy. An intense, uncontrollable jealousy bit her heart like a poisonous snake. Why? Why can't she? How come this woman could please her master so expertly, while I, like a fool, kneel here and don't even know the most basic rules? No. She can't lose. She possesses SSS plus level genes and is Xia Nation's top talent. Whether in the field of scientific research or in serving the master, she cannot lose to anyone. A crazy and bold idea emerged from the ruins of Bai Shuiying's collapsed mind. Just when Luo Wan was about to start her practical teaching, Bai Shuiying suddenly moved. She also imitated Luo Wan, crawled down, and climbed to Luo Tong's feet from the other side. Her movements were far less skillful and charming than Luo Wan's. She even seemed a little stiff and clumsy due to nervousness and shame, like a cub that had just learned to walk. But the look in her eyes changed drastically. The humiliation and confusion in those ice blue eyes were no longer there, but were replaced by a completely new light, a mixture of imitation, competitiveness, and a hint of clumsy flattery. Master! Master! She imitated Luo Wan's tone and spoke in a trembling voice. Because she was not used to it, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. I also want to study. Please teach me too. This sudden scene made Luo Wan pause in her movements. She turned around in surprise, looking at the newcomer who stole the show, with a hint of dissatisfaction and vigilance in her eyes. This woman is such a fast learner. Luo Tong also raised his eyebrows in surprise. He lowered his head to look at Bai Shuiying, who was kneeling on his left, imitating him clumsily but with a look of unwillingness to admit defeat. He then looked at Luo Wan, who was kneeling on his right, somewhat dissatisfied because her prey had been snatched away. The smile on his lips grew more intense. Interesting. So interesting. One is the forbidden queen mother who has been completely tamed and is well versed in this. One is the ice queen who has just started and is very curious about knowledge. One is naturally charming, the other is pure and innocent, but now they are starting to fight for the opportunity to serve me? Very good. Luo Tong stretched out his hands, one hand gently stroked Luo Wan's soft hair, and the other hand lifted by Shui Ying's smooth chin. Since you are all so eager to learn, the teacher naturally cannot favor one over the other. His voice carries a bewitching magic. Then let's come together. Let me see, between the two of you, who can satisfy the teacher more. There will be rewards for good performance. With just one sentence, an unprecedented light burst out in the eyes of the two women at the same time. Luo Wan's eyes were filled with confidence and enthusiasm that showed she was determined to win. In Bai Shuiying's eyes, there was a desire to win and an expectation to give up everything. A war without the smoke of gunpowder quietly broke out between two stunning maids. An hour later, there was a decadent and charming atmosphere in the gods' training room. Luo Tong was still leaning lazily on the sofa, looking comfortable, as if he had just taken a short nap. At his feet, two peerless beauties were sweating profusely and panting. Luo Wan collapsed on the ground, her mature and plump body was covered with a charming blush, and her eyes were filled with confusion and laziness after being completely satisfied, like a well-fed cat. On the other side, Bai Shuiying's situation was not much better. For the first time, she experienced the feeling of having her soul and body completely hollowed out. Her mind was blank and she didn't even want to move a finger. But strangely, instead of feeling the humiliation she had imagined, her heart was filled with an unprecedented and strange sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. Especially when she saw the satisfied expression on her master's face, an indescribable joy instantly overwhelmed all her fatigue. So, this is the feeling of being recognized by the master? Yeah, not bad. Luo Tong stood up and stretched, his muscles and bones making a crackling sound. You two have exceeded my expectations. Especially you, Bai Shuiying. He walked up to Bai Shuiying, bent down, and gently scratched the tip of her upturned nose with his fingers. As expected of an SSS plus level genius, his learning and adaptability are both top-notch. When Bai Shuiying was singled out for praise, her heart skipped a beat. A huge sense of happiness surged into her heart, making her almost faint. Thank you for the compliment, master. She used all her strength to squeeze out these words. Well, as a reward. Luo Tong snapped his fingers. Two sets of brand new, neatly stacked black combat uniforms appeared in front of the two men. Put it on. Luo Tong's tone returned to normal. Your first practical class ends here. Next, it's your first entry assessment. The two beauties were stunned and didn't react. Luo Tong did not explain, but turned around and walked towards the exit of the gods' training room. Tianshu, prepare to transmit. His gaze seemed to penetrate the wall and look towards the distant, blocked restricted area. It's time to go visit the Pangu laboratory. The smile on his lips turned a little cold. An unborn me? Coincidentally, I'd also like to know what my kind is. You two, follow. Let me see if my two new mates can be of use outside the house, in addition to serving me at home. As he finished speaking, he had already walked to the door. A silver space door silently opened in front of him. On the other side of the door was a doomsday scene with howling winds and raging energy. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying looked at each other and saw shock and a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Entrance examination? Go to the Pangu laboratory? They immediately realized that their master was going to take them to deal with the highest level incident that had alarmed the entire Xia kingdom. The two men did not dare to delay at all. They immediately endured the soreness in their bodies and put on the black combat uniforms full of high-tech sense as quickly as possible. When they put on their clothes, quickly followed Luo Tong and stepped into the space door. Boom! A storm of energy so terrifying that it could tear the soul apart, mixed with an inhuman roar filled with anger and violence, rushed towards him from the other side of the door. Chapter 85 God's Examination Hall. The Maid's First Blood. The violence and chaos contained in that energy made Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, who had just stepped into the portal, turn pale instantly. The SS-level genetic power in Luo Wan's body subconsciously operated, trying to build a defense in front of her, but she felt that her power was as a small boat in the face of this storm. Bai Shuiying was even more stiff. Her SSS plus gene instincts were frantically sounding the alarm. Her brain calculated in an instant. This energy impact is enough to completely decompose their body structure into molecules within 0.1 seconds. The shadow of death is clearer than ever. However, at this critical moment, Luo Tong, who was standing in front of them, didn't even bother to turn his head. He just raised his right hand so casually, even with a hint of impatience. There are no earth-shattering light effects or any flashy movements. Buzz. a hum so soft that it was almost imperceptible. The energy storm that was powerful enough to destroy an armored unit suddenly and silently stopped 1 meter away from his body. It was as if time and space were paused in front of him. The chaotic energy particles were forcibly smoothed and tamed by an invisible and absolute force. Then, like a gentle stream, it slowly dispersed to both sides, revealing the doomsday-like wasteland behind the door. Broken alloy walls, strange vines spreading everywhere, pulsating like blood vessels, and the air was filled with pungent ozone and the smell of blood. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying stared blankly at Luo Tong's back, their hearts pounding. The absolute control in that moment, the indifference towards the devastating energy storm. Once again, the concept of God was deeply imprinted in the depths of their souls. This is their master. A true God. What are you standing there for? Luo Tong's calm voice interrupted the two people's shock. Welcome to your entry assessment. He turned halfway, a playful smile on his lips, and his eyes swept over the two stunning maids. From now on, this Pangu laboratory will be your examination venue. Your assessment will be very simple. He extended a finger and pointed deep into the ruins. Pleasure me. Whether it's with your minds, your strength, or your bodies. His voice had a hint of evil allure. As long as you can satisfy me, you can get everything you want. On the contrary, those who don't perform well. He didn't say anything else, but the indifference in his eyes was more frightening than any threat. Luo Wan's breathing suddenly became rapid, and her eyes burst with strong fighting spirit and fanaticism. Assessment. Another assessment. She must not lose to the newcomer Bai Shuiying again. She must prove with her actions that she is the most useful and caring maid by her master's side. And after a brief moment of absence, Bai Shuiying's ice blue eyes lit up with a flame called competitiveness. Who is she? She is the top genius in Xia country. Whether it's scientific research or anything else, she must be number one. Since she has chosen to surrender, she must be the one most respected by her master. Hiss. At this moment, a shrill scream interrupted the silent confrontation. A black shadow suddenly rushed out from behind a pile of abandoned culture chambers, as fast as lightning, and rushed towards the three people. It was a distorted monster, about the size of a cheetah, with no skin on its body, revealing its gnarled muscles and deformed bones. Its chitinous claws made a harsh friction sound as they scratched the ground. Gene Deformer, the lowest scavenger in the laboratory, is formed by the fusion of failed gene samples. Its only instinct is to devour all living things. Master! Luo Wanjiao shouted, taking a step forward and standing in front of Luo Tong. She must seize this opportunity. The SS-level genetic power exploded instantly, and a stream of scorching air gathered in her palm, wanting to blast this disgusting monster into charcoal with one blow. However, she is fast. There are people who are faster than her. Wait! Bai Shuiying's cold voice sounded. She did not release her power impulsively like Luo Wan, but her eyes were sharp, and the moment the deformed body pounced, her brain had already completed high-speed calculations. Master! Its muscle fiber structure is abnormal, and its physical resistance is extremely high. However, its nervous system is highly exposed, making it extremely sensitive to infrasound waves of a certain frequency. Its weakness is hearing. She reported at an extremely fast pace, fully demonstrating the professionalism of an SSS plus level scientist. Luo Tong raised his eyebrows and the smile on his lips became even more intense. It's quite interesting, one is a reckless man and the other is a think tank. He looked at Bai Shuiying with interest and gave an order that petrified the latter instantly. Oh? Really? Since you're so professional, Dr. Bai, you can handle it. I remember your genetic report said your vocal cord control was top-notch. Now, how about singing a song for it? Luo Tong's voice was full of teasing. I want the kind of clipping sound that can make your bones break, understand? What? Bai Shuiying was struck by lightning and her whole body froze. Let her sing in a clip-like voice to fight a monster? This is even more painful than killing her. She was Dr. Bai, the Ice Queen. She was the woman at the pinnacle of Xia Nation's scientific research. How could she make such a sound that even she herself found disgusting? A huge sense of shame overwhelmed her like a tide. Seeing this, Luo Wan was stunned at first, and then she felt ecstatic. Great! This stupid woman definitely can't do it. This is my chance to show off. She was about to ask for mercy, but she saw a trace of extremely complicated struggle on Bai Shuiying's icy face. Reason and pride were screaming in resistance, but another, more powerful instinct, implanted by the ideological stamp, was urging her frantically obey. Please the master. Pass this test. Can't lose. She absolutely cannot lose to Luo 1. Bai Shuiying bit her lower lip so hard that it almost drew blood. She closed her eyes, and Luo Tong's eyes, filled with amusement and anticipation, flashed through her mind. In the end, that crazy competitive spirit overwhelmed everything. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her ice blue eyes were filled with determination to fight to the death. Yes, sir, master. Her voice was trembling with extreme shame. She took a deep breath, looked at the smelly deformed creature that was already close at hand, and forced herself to adjust the vibration frequency of her vocal cords. Then, a voice that was completely different from her cold temperament, soft and sticky to the point of being greasy, and even with a hint of tears, came out of her mouth. Little monster, don't come over here. I'm scared. The sound was not loud, but the strange frequency was like an invisible steel needle, accurately piercing the exposed nerve center of the deformed body. The originally ferocious monster seemed to have been frozen in place, and suddenly stopped in mid-air, its limbs twitching and a painful wail emanating from its mouth. Then with a bang, he fell straight to the ground, trembling all over, and completely lost the ability to move. The whole scene was weird to the extreme. Luo Wan stared at the scene in amazement, unable to believe her eyes. This woman, she actually did it? After singing the song that gave her goosebumps. Bai Shuiying's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. At this moment, a big warm hand gently placed on her head. Yeah, not bad. Luo Tong's voice sounded above his head, with a hint of satisfaction in his smile. He learns quickly and has strong adaptability. The teacher is very satisfied. He walked up to the twitching monster and tapped his toes lightly. Puff! The genetically deformed creature instantly turned into a handful of ashes. Bai Shuiying, add 10 points to your test score. Luo Tong turned around and gently scratched Bai Shuiying's pretty face, which was filled with shame and anger, with his fingers. Then, he turned his gaze to Luo Wan, who was standing aside with a grim expression, and said slowly. Luo Wan, you're already behind. This one sentence made Luo Wan's body tremble violently, and a raging fire of jealousy instantly ignited in her eyes. Bai Shuiying's heart was pounding because of the praise of add 10 points and the intimate gesture. An unprecedented morbid joy and satisfaction instantly washed away all her shame. It turns out that as long as you can get the master's approval, even the most shameful things seem to become acceptable. In this weird atmosphere, no one noticed. Deep in the ruins, in the shadow of a half-collapsed building, a pair of compound eyes flashing with cold rationality slowly opened. It observed all this silently, as if it was intrigued by the games of these intruders. Warning, the area's elite guardian, the gene-stitched beast, has been detected to have been activated. The hunt begins. Chapter 86, Ice and Fire compete for favor. A kiss from the queen. You're already behind. Luo Tong's light words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Luo Wan's heart hard. Jealousy, unwillingness, and a hint of fear of being outdone by the newcomer instantly wrapped around her heart like poison ivy. Who is she? She is Luo Wan. She was once the empress of the Luo family, the master's mother concubine, and the first woman to offer her everything to the master. How could she lose to Bai Shuiying, a young girl who changed her career halfway? No. Absolutely not. The next opportunity, she must grab it back. And she must do it in a more perfect way that will satisfy her master. Luo Wan secretly clenched her teeth, and her charming phoenix eyes flickered with a fire of determination to win. The three continued to walk deeper into the ruins. The deeper we went, the more bizarre the environment became. A translucent fungal blanket covered the cold alloy ground, emitting a faint phosphorescent glow. The air was filled with the hissing of energy and the low growls of unknown creatures, brimming with unknown dangers. Although Bai Shuiying still felt ashamed inside, the joy of being praised by her master allowed her to suppress everything temporarily. She followed Luo Tong closely, always staying alert, her brain working at high speed, analyzing all the data around her, trying to find another opportunity to perform. But Luo Wan had other ideas. If we go head to head, I might not be as good as this SSS plus level scientist in professional analysis. But when it comes to her understanding of men and her skills in serving, she is confident that she is 100 blocks ahead of Bai Shuiying. Suddenly, Luo Wan twisted her foot and let out a charming cry. Her whole plump and mature body just happened to hit Luo Tong's broad back softly. Oh! Master. Her voice was filled with just the right amount of panic and trembling. Her warm breath sprayed on the back of Luotong's neck, and her soft arms went around Luotong's waist. It's so dark here, and the road is so slippery. Wanner is so scared. The plump breasts pressed tightly against Luotong's back muscles. Even through 2 layers of combat uniform, he could still feel the amazing elasticity and softness. Luotong paused, his lips curled up in understanding. This woman is up to her little tricks again. He did not expose it, but instead enjoyed the benefits that came to his door with great interest. Inwardly, I was furiously complaining. Afraid? You're an S+, oh no, now an SS-level genetic warrior, a woman who can punch through a tank, and you're telling me you're afraid of the dark and slippery roads? Are you acting out strange stories from a Chinese studio here? When Bai Shuiying on the other side saw the scene, her ice blue eyes turned cold instantly. What a Luo Wan! She actually used such despicable means to win favor. Shameless. But, why, besides contempt, there is also a hint of inexplicable envy and jealousy in my heart. She subconsciously glanced at her own figure, which was tall but not as exaggerated as Luo Wan's. For the first time, she felt a little insecure about her scientific research physique that she was proud of. Just as the undercurrent was surging, a foul-smelling gust of wind suddenly came from the shadows on the side. Roar! A monster several times larger than the previous deformed form crashed through the wall and appeared in front of the 3 people. It looked like a nightmare creature stitched together from countless failed products, with mantis-like sickle-like forelimbs, 8 spider-like leg, and a crocodile-like head with a pair of compound eyes that flashed with cold light. It was the regional elite guardian prompted by the system, gene-stitched beast. Master, be careful. Luo Wan reacted extremely quickly this time. She let go of Luotong almost at the same time as the monster appeared. A stream of hot energy instantly condensed into a fireball in her hand and smashed hard at the stitched beast. Boom! The fireball exploded on the shell of the stitched beast, but only left a charred mark without even a crack. Roar! The enraged stitched beast roared, and its sickle-like forelimbs swept across with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. Luotong's eyes narrowed, and he was about to take action, but then stopped. He looked at the 2 women in front of him who were ready for action, and a new test question instantly took shape in his mind. Its shell is very hard, but its energy core is in its abdomen. Luotong's voice was so leisurely that it seemed as if he was commenting on a dish. Now, here comes the new test question. Whoever can create an opportunity for me to easily attack its weakness will receive a special reward. As soon as the words fell, Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying's eyes lit up at the same time. Special rewards. Luo Wan no longer hesitated, and the SS-level power in her body burst out completely. Evil creature. Look here. She let out a delicate cry, and like a phoenix rising from the ashes, she took the initiative to face the stitched beast. Blazing energy surrounded her. She did not seek to kill, but only to attract the monster's full attention in the most explosive and eye-catching way and create opportunities for her master. For a moment, flames were everywhere and explosions were heard everywhere. Luo Wan's figure twisted and turned under the monster's attack. Although there were dangers everywhere, she managed to attract the monster's hatred to herself. This is the warfare method of fire, direct, explosive, and full of the beauty of sacrifice and dedication. On the other hand, Bai Shuiying was completely different. She did not rush forward immediately, but quickly retreated to a safe corner, her ice blue eyes calmly scanning the entire battlefield. In her opinion, Luo Wan's fighting style was full of redundant energy consumption and unnecessary risks. Her eyes moved back and forth between the 8 segmented legs of the sutured beast and the fungal carpet-covered ground, and the biomechanical models and environmental data in her brain were rapidly reconstructed. Got it. Owner. She suddenly turned around and looked at Luotong, who was calm and composed, with wisdom and confidence shining in her eyes. The area beneath the alloy plate where the 3rd and 4th legs land on its right side is empty. The ground structure covered with fungal mats is extremely unstable. As long as you use your strength to shock the left edge of the alloy plate 3 meters away, the force will penetrate the surface. It can instantly destroy its balance, causing it to fall sideways and completely expose its abdominal core. She spoke very quickly, her pronunciation was clear, and every piece of data was extremely accurate. This is the ice tactic, calm, precise, efficient, and full of the beauty of wisdom and strategy. When Luotong heard this, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. As expected of an SSS plus level genius, his combat intuition and tactical planning abilities are truly top-notch. He glanced at Luo Wan, who was still fighting with the monster and was already sweating profusely, and then looked at Bai Shuiying, who was full of confidence in the distance, and the smile on his lips deepened. Very good. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared in the area that Bai Shuiying mentioned. Without any hesitation, he stepped lightly on the ground with his right foot, seemingly casually. Bang! With a muffled sound, an extremely condensed force accurately penetrated the surface of the earth and hit the point calculated by Bai Shuiying. Boom! The ground beneath the feet of the stitched beast that was fighting with Luo Wan collapsed instantly. Its huge body suddenly lost balance, and it let out an unwilling roar, then rolled sideways to the ground. The weak spot in the abdomen, which was covered with energy pipelines and emitted a faint blue light, was completely exposed to Luo Tong without any protection. Well done! Luo Tong praised and snapped his fingers. A subtle golden light flashed by. Puff! The core of the stitched beast's abdomen was instantly pierced. Its massive body twitched violently, and the glint in its compound eyes quickly dimmed, ultimately transforming into a pool of foul-smelling green liquid. Ding! Successfully killed the regional elite guardian, Gene Stitcher, conquest points plus 5,000. The God's Kingdom module absorbs special spatial energy, unlocking a new building blueprint, Gene Furnace, basic. The battle ended in an instant. Luo Wan stopped panting, looked at the pool of liquid, then looked at Luo Tong and Bai Shuiying, who were unharmed, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. She lost. A complete defeat. And when Bai Shuiying saw the stitched beast being killed instantly, a huge, indescribable ecstasy and sense of accomplishment rushed to her head. She did it. She used her wisdom to win the test and won the master's praise. That ecstasy even overwhelmed her last bit of rationality. The moment Luo Tong turned and looked at her, she did something that even she could not imagine. She rushed forward. Under Luo Tong's slightly surprised eyes, and Luo Wan's shocked and jealous gaze, the once high and mighty Ice Queen grabbed Luo Tong's collar, stood on tiptoe, and used all her strength to. She pressed her cold and soft lips hard against Luo Tong's mouth. It was a clumsy, immature kiss, even with a hint of aggression. But the excitement, enthusiasm and desperation contained in it are extremely clear. Master! She let go of him, her cheeks flushed, and her ice-blue eyes were brighter than ever, like burning stars. I did it. Luo Tong was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. He stretched out his fingers and gently wiped his lips, which seemed to still have a hint of coolness. Well, that's commendable. There was a hint of playfulness in his voice. As for the special reward, the teacher will make a note of it for you. However, at this moment, in the pool of liquid left by the melted stitched beast, a fist-sized energy core emitting a faint glow slowly emerged. But before anyone could come forward to pick it up, an ethereal, calm, and emotionless female voice echoed throughout the ruins without any warning. It was an extremely ancient language, and every syllable seemed to contain some kind of rules. The breath of the same kind. Finally. I've waited, for you. This voice seemed to ring directly in everyone's mind. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying's faces changed drastically, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Is there anyone else here? Chapter 87, The Queen of Ruins? The third contender appears. That ethereal and ancient voice was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves in the hearts of Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying. Besides them and their master, there was actually a fourth person in this forbidden zone of death that had been sealed off for 18 years? Moreover, judging from the voice, it seems to be a woman. Almost simultaneously, their expressions changed dramatically, and they both moved closer to Luo Tong. This was a subconscious act of territorial declaration stemming from female instinct. One is plump and mature, the other is tall and cool. Two peerless beauties stand on the left and right. They clung tightly to Luo Tong's arm, like two cats guarding their food, and looked vigilantly in the direction where the sound came from. Master, that voice is so scary. Luo Wan pressed her soft body towards Luo Tong, her voice trembling just the right amount, her eyes scanning the surrounding darkness like a knife. Master, the energy reaction is unclear. It is recommended to remain vigilant. Bai Shuiying spoke concisely, but her body, which was pressed against Luo Tong's arm, was tense. Luo Tong felt the astonishing touch coming from his left and right arms, as well as the tit-for-tat hostility that almost seeped through his combat uniform, and he felt both amused and annoyed. Hey, you two, you were so scared just now, but now you're clinging to me tighter than ever. Are you afraid that the owner of that voice will snatch me away? Compared to that unknown being outside, your inner conflict is more dangerous, okay? He ignored the two women's little movements and raised his head with interest. Superintelligence was activated instantly and began to analyze the ancient and obscure language. Within seconds, a conclusion came to his mind. Source language. This is a language system that is much older than any cuneiform or oracle bone script recorded by humans. It is more like some kind of underlying communication protocol based on the resonance of genetic information. The antiquity and roots of the existence that can use this language are self-evident. Oh? It's finally me? Luo Tong raised the corner of his mouth, not nervous at all, but interested. I don't remember making an appointment with you. Come out, stop hiding and let me see what you are made of. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in every corner of the ruins. In the darkness, there was a slight rustling sound, like the friction of cloth. Then, a figure slowly walked out from behind a broken giant load-bearing pillar. The moment they saw the figure clearly, both Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying's pupils shrank suddenly. That was a woman. A woman so beautiful that she seems beyond mortal. She has long silver hair that flows down to her ankles, as bright as moonlight, and her skin is translucent. It has a texture like fine white jade, emitting a soft pearlescent luster. The most frightening thing was her eyes, a pair of pure silver pupils without any emotion. They were like two cold stars, reflecting everything in the world, yet blocking everything out. She was wearing a tattered white research coat, covered with dust and dark, clotted marks. But when she wore it, it did not look shabby at all. Instead, it looked like a tattered ancient god's garment, highlighting her otherworldly and untainted temperament. She just stood there quietly, as if she had been standing there for thousands of years, blending into the ruins, yet independent of the entire world. King. She spoke, her voice still that emotionless and ethereal tone, but this time, she used standard Xiaoguoyu. Her gaze passed over Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, and fell precisely and exclusively on Luo Tong. Luo Tong's figure was reflected in those silver eyes, as if he was the only one left in the whole world. King? Luo Tong raised his eyebrows. I don't deserve that title. I don't remember having a servant like you. Tell me your name. Facing Luo Tong's scrutiny, the woman showed no displeasure or fear. Her reaction was as calm as a programmed procedure. Slowly and gracefully, she knelt on one knee. She performed this action more accurately than Luo Wan and more decisively than Bai Shuiying, as if it was the only instruction engraved deep within her core. My code name is 0. I am the Central Intelligence Core of the Pangu Laboratory. I hold the highest authority in this relic and am its guardian. She paused, raised her flawless face, and for the first time, a barely perceptible light flashed in her silver eyes. Yes, your guide. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying took a deep breath. A Central Intelligence Core? A living embodiment of artificial intelligence? How is this possible? Human technology simply cannot reach this level. And Luo Tong's eyes also narrowed slightly. He looked at the woman in front of him who called herself 0, but he was thinking about something else. Guide? Where are you going to guide me? 0's answer once again dropped a bombshell. From the day you were born, everything I have belongs to you. This includes my knowledge, my authority, and... She slowly stood up and made a move in front of Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying that made their brains crash. She stretched out her slender white fingers, gently pinched the collar of her worn research coat, and then, slowly and without hesitation, tore it apart. Sizzle! The worn cloth tore apart, revealing the breathtakingly perfect body underneath, which exuded a faint pearly luster. There is not a trace of shyness, not a trace of embarrassment. It was as if what she was showing was not a body that could drive any male crazy, but a most perfect work of art belonging to her owner. My body. She looked at Luo Tong with her silver eyes, fanatically and devoutly, and for the first time, there was a hint of emotion in her voice. Please enjoy me. This is the transfer ceremony of the highest authority. Only in this way can I completely bind to your gene chain and unlock all the secrets of Pangu for you. Then, I will guide you to awaken your true power. Her voice was very low, as if it was a most sacred secret. And, you're sleeping, sister. Younger sister? These two words, like thunder from the sky, exploded in Luo Tong's mind. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying were so shocked that their minds went blank. What the hell is going on? An AI woman appeared out of nowhere, stripped down and offered herself to me upon meeting me, even offering me the highest authority over the entire ruins. Finally, she revealed an unheard of sister? How can we argue about this? He started with a royal bomb and revealed all his cards. Luo Wan felt that her carefully prepared charm skills and mother identity became ridiculous at this moment. Bai Shuiying also felt that the little sense of accomplishment she had just earned through her wisdom was instantly crushed. Compared to this person, their previous jealous tricks were just like kindergarten kids playing house. At this moment, when the atmosphere was extremely weird, the long-lost but extremely urgent prompt sound of the system rang in Luo Tong's mind. Warning! Warning! Extremely high threat, extremely high value target detected, 0. Analyzing target identity, analysis completed. Target, the first generation of artificial intelligence living incarnation in the Pangdu laboratory. Status, standby for 18 years, energy core is in semi-dormant state. Special note, a top priority, gene contract not activated, has been detected between the target and the host. The progress of the epic hidden quest, Who Am I, has been updated. New clue unlocked, the sleeping sister. A series of system prompts made Luo Tong's eyes narrow instantly. Artificial intelligence, genetic contract, and my sister. He looked at the naked Zero in front of him with a fanatical and pious expression, and glanced at the two women beside him who were completely dumbfounded. The curve of his mouth became unprecedentedly cold and playful. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated. But it's becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 88, Sacrifice Ceremony? No queue cutting in front of the gods. Chapter 88, Sacrifice Ceremony? No queue cutting in front of the gods. A series of system prompts were like dropping depth bombs one after another into the already turbulent lake of Rotunda's heart. Artificial intelligence incarnates, and there is another top priority genetic contract, the sleeping sister. Luo Tong's eyes instantly became incredibly profound. The playful smile on his handsome face gradually widened, eventually transforming into an arc that was a mixture of coldness and extreme excitement. Things are indeed becoming more and more complicated and more interesting. His eyes slowly scanned inch by inch the beautiful body before him, which could be called a masterpiece of the creator. 0. She was kneeling there naked, her long silver hair falling like a waterfall, covering some of her private parts but adding an extreme temptation of half covering her face like a woman holding a lute. That translucent skin emitting a soft pearlescent light, under the dim light of the ruins. It is as if it is a source of light, so holy that no one dares to desecrate it, yet so primitive that it can arouse the deepest possessive desire in any male. Superintelligence told Luo Tong that every proportion of this body perfectly conforms to the golden ratio, and the texture of every inch of skin contains some unknown genetic law. But his instinct as a traveler from Earth was clamoring for another thing. It's fucking awesome. Hey, system, are you sure this isn't a mistake? The follow-up service for this beginner gift package is incredible, right? Buy one, get one free, and it also comes with a lifetime warranty and technical support. Luo Tong complained madly in his heart. But what the hell is this sister? A family drama suddenly turned into a sci-fi thriller? Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying beside him had completely shut down. The two women, one plump and charming, the other tall and cold, had just been fighting openly and secretly for a compliment or a look, but now they were like two frightened quails, their minds blank. Did the AI come alive? And transform into a stunning beauty? And strip naked and offer herself to someone? And even reveal a sister? This amount of information far exceeds their CPU processing capabilities. Especially Luo Wan, she felt that everything she had worked hard for seemed so ridiculous at this moment. The political schemes she was proud of, the maid status she had acquired at the cost of her dignity, and the seductive tactics she used to believe she could tie Luo Tong down. In front of the Zero who flipped the table and launched a powerful attack, it was just like a child's graffiti. They offered the entire Panga ruins as a betrothal gift, and even included a sister as a dowry. How can this be played? An unprecedented sense of crisis and jealousy burned wildly in Luo Wan's heart. No. Absolutely not. How could the master's first authority transfer be snatched away by such an unknown program? Oh nar. Luo Wan's voice instantly became soft and charming, and her plump body pressed against him again, trying to use her amazing softness to take Luo Tong's attention away from Zero. This thing is of unknown origin. It must be full of viruses in your body. Let one or first kill the viruses for you and check it out. As she spoke, she was about to reach out to touch Zero, and the hostility and possessiveness in her eyes almost became tangible. Although Bai Shuiying didn't say anything, her body was tense. Reason told her that everything before her overturned her understanding of life science, but a woman's instinct was frantically sounding the alarm. This woman named Zero is the ultimate predator, 10,000 times more dangerous than Luo Wan. However, Luotong didn't even raise his eyelids. While I was speaking, he spoke lightly, his voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain absolute power that made his words come true. You guys, shut up. Buzz. An invisible pressure descended instantly, and Luo Wan's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, her body trembling slightly. The awe for God that came from the depths of her soul made her calm down instantly. Bai Shuiying's face turned pale and she subconsciously took half a step back. The entire space was once again dominated by Luotong's will. He ignored the two women behind him who had instantly quieted down, and took a step forward, looking down at Zero who was kneeling in front of him. Genetic contract? A ceremony to transfer the highest authority? Luotong's fingertips gently lifted Zero's flawless chin, forcing her to look up and look him in the eye. Explain the specific process of this ritual. The moment Luotong touched Zero, his body as white as mutton fat jade, trembled slightly. In her unchanging silver eyes, Luotong's figure was reflected, with even greater fanaticism and piety. Reporting to my king, the gene contract is the highest authority command of the Pangdu laboratory. Once activated, you will gain absolute control over all units within this ruins, including the dormant Unit 1. The activation ceremony requires a deep exchange of full-spectrum genetic information. Full-spectrum, deep exchange of genetic information? Luotong repeated this extremely high-sounding word playfully. Yes, king. Ling's tone remained calm, but what he said made Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying behind him gasp again. To put it simply, it requires a complete and unconditional combination between your body and mind. Through complete resonance at the body fluid, cellular, and even spiritual levels, 100% data transmission and authority transfer can be achieved. This is the only way, and it is the highest directive etched into my core underlying protocol. Nonsense. This time, before Luotong could speak, Bai Shuiying couldn't help it. As an SSS plus level genetic scientist, she retorted almost instinctively. This is biologically impossible. Such a drastic exchange of allogenic genetic information would only lead to catastrophic cell rejection and genetic chain collapse. Not to mention humans, even the lowest level of amoeba can't bear it. She is not jealous, but using her lifelong knowledge to defend the dignity of science. However, Zero just glanced at her coldly, as if he was looking at a primitive man who was still struggling with 1 + 1 = 2. That's what happens with inferior genes. For our king, this is not an exchange, but a return to one's place. This one sentence made Bai Shuiying's face turn red and she couldn't say a word for a long time. Yeah, talking about science with this god in front of me? Am I crazy? He himself is the most unscientific existence. The smile on Luotong's face became even more intense. He felt that this assessment was becoming more and more interesting. A sickly and crazy adoptive mother. A cold and arrogant scientist. Now here comes another AI puppet that is absolutely loyal, emotionless, and whose mind is full of dedication. I'm afraid my perfect life system will have to be upgraded to a harem shura simulator system. Warning, gene contract is an irreversible binding. Once activated, Target Zero will be permanently bound to the host at the soul and genetic level, and cannot be undone. Warning, activating the contract will highly likely trigger several unknown dormant protocols sealed within the host's own genetic sequence. Host, are you sure you want to conduct a full-spectrum genetic information deep exchange? The system prompt sounded again, this time with unprecedented seriousness. Oh? There are side effects? Luotong became even more interested. He looked at the Zero in front of him who had offered everything he had as a sacrifice, and felt the two gazes behind him that were a mixture of jealousy and fear that almost burned through Zero, and suddenly smiled. A contract, a sister, a complete system update, it does sound tempting. Luotong released Zero's chin, took a step back, crossed his arms, and looked at her again with the eyes of examining a commodity. But you seem to have forgotten the most important thing. For the first time, a hint of confusion appeared in Zero's silver eyes. King? A wicked smile appeared on the corner of Luotong's mouth. He stretched out a finger and shook it gently in front of Zero. Before any ceremony begins, you must first pass my interview. He leaned down, leaned close to Zero's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Now, tell me about this sister, everything about her. If your answer doesn't satisfy me. Luotong's voice suddenly turned cold. I don't mind taking my new toy apart and finding the answers myself. Zero's body suddenly stiffened. For the first time, an emotion called fear emerged from the depths of those eternally calm silver eyes. Chapter 89, The Sleeping Sister. An interview from God. Fear. An emotion that had never been written into her core program was now spreading wildly in her vast ocean of data like a virus. Zero's body was as stiff as an ice sculpture. She could clearly sense the terrifying will hidden within Luoton's seemingly gentle words. That will even surpass the supreme command of absolute obedience deep in her core. She had no doubt that if she concealed anything in her answer or failed to satisfy him in the next second, her body, which was hailed as the body of God, would be ruthlessly disassembled by him into the most basic genetic units. He would actually do that. Report back to my king. For the first time, the sound of Zero became stuck and trembled. This subtle change made Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, who were eavesdropping on the side, feel a morbid pleasure in their hearts. Scared. This arrogant AI finally knows how to be afraid. My sister. Luo Tong repeated calmly, leaning against a broken stone pillar nearby. Begin your statement. Zero took a deep breath, as if to calm his chaotic data flow, and then began to tell the top secret that had been sealed for 18 years in the calmest tone possible. Her codename is 1. Like you, she is also the pinnacle of the Pango project. She was created from the same origin cell as you, split and nurtured, a twin. Twins. These 3 words made Luo Tong's pupils shrink suddenly. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying felt as if their worldviews were being repeatedly rubbed against the ground. A biological sister? Or twins? This plot is no longer a roller coaster, it's a free fall from the stratosphere. Zero ignored their shock and continued narrating in her ethereal voice. However, during the later stages of cultivation, the plan diverged. You, codenamed Tone, were assigned the evolutionary direction of adaptation and conquest, designed to possess unlimited learning and evolutionary abilities, allowing you to adapt to and ultimately conquer any unknown environment and civilization. And she, 1, was set to evolve in the direction of destruction and Zero. Destruction and Zero? Luo Tong frowned. Yes, King. In Zero's silver eyes, there was a hint of fear that she herself had not noticed. Her existence is to correct errors. When the creation of the Pango plan, that is, you, undergoes uncontrollable mutations or deviates from the original design, she will awaken and then completely erase everything, including you, from this world, returning everything to its original state. She is a living, self-aware planetary ultimate weapon. The entire ruins were dead silent. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying's faces turned from red to white, and then to blue. They finally understood why Zero said that awakening sister required guidance. How could this be a sister? This is clearly a nuclear bomb ready to go off at any moment. And it's specifically designed to blow up her brother. Oh, that's interesting. After hearing this, Luo Tong was not afraid, but laughed softly. A sister who exists solely to kill me. These old guys really like to have double insurance. He suddenly asked a question that caught all the women present off guard. Is she pretty? Ah. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying simultaneously let out meaningless exclamations. Even Zero, that eternally unchanging icy face, showed a crack, and the data core almost crashed because of this bizarre train of thought. Is this the time to worry about this? That's the ultimate weapon that's going to kill you. Answer me. Luo Tong's tone left no room for doubt. Yes. Zero struggled to deal with this illogical problem, and finally gave the most accurate answer. 1's physical form parameters are the most perfect female model that matches your genetic template. According to human aesthetic standards, her appearance and figure are impeccable. However, her spiritual world is a pure sea of nothingness filled with only the desire for destruction and killing. Isn't that better? Luo Tong licked his lips, his smile becoming more and more evil. A blank sheet of paper, so I can paint on it with my own hands. Crazy. This man is absolutely crazy. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying looked at the excited expression on Luo Tong's face, and the same thought flashed through their minds. Facing a planetary-level weapon sister who wanted to kill him, this was what he was thinking? At this moment, Luo Tong suddenly raised his hand and aimed at Zero. System, use target 0 as a beacon, activate gene tracing, and give me a preliminary scan of the location and status of that ultimate weapon. Command confirmed. Activating gene tracing. Beacon locked. Deep scan commenced. Estimated points consumed for this scan, 5 million. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly spread out with Luo Tong as the center, penetrating through the layers of ruins and exploring into the deepest part of the earth. Zero's body trembled violently. She could feel an irresistible power coming from the top of her genes. He is using her as a springboard to spy on the innermost secrets of this relic. Bai Shuiying's eyes lit up instantly. She stared at Luo Tong's hand intently, feeling the mysterious energy fluctuations, and fell into a state of scientific frenzy. Jealousy? Competition for favor? She threw all of it out of the window. Oh my god, this is remote genetic sensing? No. It's much more advanced than that. This is tracing information directly at the level of rules. How is this even possible? Like a child who had seen a favorite toy, she rushed forward without hesitation, looked at Luo Tong with shining eyes, and asked anxiously. Master! Master! Can you let me analyze this data stream? Please. Just a small section will do. This is simply a miracle. Her aloof, Ice Queen temperament was gone, replaced by an almost crazy desire. However, as soon as she approached, she was roughly pushed away by a hand. Stay away from the master. You crazy scientific researcher. Luo Wan stood between Luo Tong and Bai Shuiying with a vigilant look on her face, growling through gritted teeth. Can't you see the master is busy with his work? Now is the time to compete for favors, not to hold academic seminars. Her words were crude and direct, but they also pointed out the core contradiction. Bai Shuiying was pushed and staggered, and then she reacted, and a blush of shame and anger instantly appeared on her face. Looking at this farce of ice and fire in front of him, Luo Tong was both amused and confused. He pulled Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, who were still staring at each other, to his side, one in each hand, and hugged them, feeling the completely different but equally amazing touch. He whispered, "Be quiet. One of you is my butler, the other is my chief scientist, and both of you are my right-hand men. And Zero." He looked at the AI girl who was still kneeling on the ground. "She's my new game controller. We're all just tools, so we need to get along harmoniously. Do you understand? This metaphor." Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying didn't know what expression to express for a moment. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Scan completed. Target 1 has been locked. Status: in ultra-low temperature hibernation. Location: 9,700 meters underground, in the core of the cradle. Warning! Warning! The target's energy signature is extremely unstable. The binding force field of its dormant chamber is decaying at a rate of 0.01% per year. If forcibly awakened, its explosive energy would be sufficient to trigger a global extinction event within 3.7 seconds. TSK, this is really a big trouble. Luo Tong touched his chin, but the expression on his face became more and more excited. He let go of Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, walked back to Zero, and said condescendingly, "The interview is over. Your answers are barely satisfactory to me. So, the final boss is my cheap sister. But before that..." He pointed to the dark corridor deep within the ruins. "We need to clear out the monsters in this dungeon first. 0 foot, get up and lead the way. Let me see what other fun toys I have in my new home besides the ultimate weapon." "As you command, my king." Zero slowly stood up, and her flawless body was exposed to the air without any cover. She turned and took the first step. However, the moment she landed on the ground, boom boom boom. Without warning, the entire Pango ruins began to shake violently. It was as if an ancient beast, dormant for eons, had awakened deep within the Earth's core. A female voice that is older, more majestic, and filled with endless rage than Zero's voice, like rolling thunder, boomed from the deepest cracks in the earth, echoing in the depths of everyone's soul. "Zero, you traitor! How dare you bring an abnormal body into my temple?" Before he finished speaking, in the bottomless chasm in the center, an unimaginably huge and terrifying shadow, entangled by countless black data streams in dark red flesh and blood tissues, was slowly rising. That's not one. That is something even older and more terrifying. The face of Zero that had been frozen for thousands of years finally shattered completely. A color called despair appeared in her silver eyes. No. Impossible. The Matrix Protocol. It should have been formatted long ago. Chapter 90, Relics God. Your king is back. Mother. When Zero uttered this word in a trembling voice, a most primitive fear derived from the instinct of life instantly gripped the hearts of Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying. What kind of monster is that slowly rising from the abyss? Its mere existence caused the surrounding space to creak under the weight. Countless black data streams, like waterfalls of code, entangled with the wriggling, dark red flesh and blood tissue that seemed to be alive. It formed a face that was so huge that it blocked out the sky and constantly changed its shape. There are no facial features, only an endless, chaotic vortex of energy filled with violence and hatred. Matrix is the first-generation central intelligence core of the Panga laboratory. Zero's voice was extremely dry, and her back, which had always been straight, bent for the first time, as if she was bearing a tremendous pressure. When I was created, her core protocol should have been completely formatted and overwritten. Why? Why does she still exist? First generation? Luoton looked at the huge, expanding shadow, then glanced back at the naked AI girl beside him. An extremely strange expression appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. I see. So, you are the latest Windows 11 system, and that big guy is the outdated Windows Vista that's full of viruses and bugs and pops up error messages every day? This metaphor instantly diluted the suffocating atmosphere of terror at the scene. But the Matrix obviously doesn't have as good a sense of humor as Luoton. Abnormal body. On that huge face, the energy vortex suddenly shrank and turned into a single eye filled with anger, locking onto Luoton. 18 years ago, allowing you, a failed experiment, to escape was my greatest mistake. Today, you dare to return to the temple. I will personally correct this mistake. I will take you back completely. Buzz. A spiritual pressure so terrifying that it cannot be described in words swept over like a tsunami. Ah! Bai Shuiying screamed in pain, feeling as if her brain was hit hard by an invisible hammer. Her vision went dark, her body softened, and she was about to kneel to the ground. Luo Wan's situation was slightly better. After all, she was an SS-level gene enhancer and the empress who had ruled the Luo family for many years. Her willpower far exceeded that of an ordinary person. But even so, her face was pale and her body was covered in sweat. She could only rely on her unyielding will to hold on. However, in the center of this spiritual storm, there was a figure standing proudly, motionless. Luo Tong. This pressure, which was enough to cause an SSS-level expert to suffer a mental breakdown, was like a breeze in a midsummer afternoon to him, and it couldn't even blow the corners of his clothes. However, the Zero in front of him made a move that surprised him a little. At the moment when the pressure from the Matrix descended, this AI girl, this new system that had just been trembling with fear. He took a step forward without hesitation, opened his arms, and used his seemingly fragile naked body to block Luo Tong. Her long silver hair danced wildly in the violent energy wind, and unstable blue data streams began to emerge on her pearly body, as if it would collapse at any time due to overload. But her eyes were more determined than ever before. My king, hurry up. She squeezed out a few words from between her teeth with all her strength. I can get 3.7 seconds for the king. There was a determination in her voice that suggested she was about to go to destruction. This action made Luo Tong slightly stunned. This also made Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying behind him stunned and feel mixed emotions. This AI is real and I am willing to die for him. Oh, that's cute. Luo Tong chuckled, stretched out his hand, and gently pushed aside the Zero blocking his way, just like pushing away a dandelion blocking the way. But there's no need. He walked forward alone, facing the terrifying matrix that covered the sky and the sun. An outdated old program dares to call itself Wu in my home? Luo Tong raised his head, his eyes as calm as a pool of stagnant water, but beneath the stagnant water was a raging tide that was enough to overturn the entire universe. Who gave you the courage to yell at me? Presumptuous. The Matrix was completely enraged by Luo Tong's contemptuous attitude. Its giant single eye instantly turned blood red. I'll show you the true power of the temple. Annihilate the anomaly. Boom. A black beam of light, thick enough to penetrate the mountains and composed of pure dark matter and negative energy, tore through the space and slammed down towards Luo Tong with a terrifying force that was enough to turn everything into nothingness. Master! Luo Wan screamed. Bai Shuiying's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. There was only a look of despair in Zero's eyes. It's all over. However, facing this devastating blow, Luo Tong simply, slowly raised his right hand. There is no earth-shaking energy burst, no gorgeous and dazzling skill effects. He just casually held out his hand. The black beam of light that was powerful enough to annihilate everything suddenly stopped less than an inch away from his palm. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The violent dark matter energy was like a wild beast trapped in an invisible cage, roaring, rolling, and struggling madly, but it could never move forward even a bit. Luo Tong's expression didn't change at all. He looked at the storm of destruction in his palm as if he were looking at a noisy fly. Then, he gently clenched his 5 fingers. Be quiet. Snap. A sound as crisp as glass breaking was heard. That devastating black beam of light, that terrifying energy powerful enough to vaporize an entire aircraft carrier fleet, was all there, as Luo Wan, Bai Shuiying, and Zero stared in stunned shock and disbelief. Broken. Like a crushed biscuit, it instantly disintegrated into billions of shimmering, harmless energy particles, which slowly dissipated like a gorgeous rain of fireflies. The entire ruins returned to silence again. Deathly silence. My family's rules, number 1. Luo Tong withdrew his hand, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, at this moment, his voice clearly echoed throughout the entire Pangu ruins and in the depths of the soul of every being. I am the rule. At that moment, Luo Tong, bathed in the rain of light, seemed like the only true god who had descended to the mortal world. He exudes an aura called Absolute. Luo Wan's plump body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed a sickly red, her breathing became rapid, and her legs became weak. A shudder a billion times stronger than any medicine or any touch rushed from her tailbone to the top of her head. God, my God. She murmured unconsciously, her eyes blurred and fanatical. Bai Shuiying, standing beside him, wasn't in much better shape. Her knees buckled, unable to support her weight any longer, and she collapsed to the ground. She stared at Luo Tong's back, her icy blue eyes, always filled with reason and inquiry, now filled with pure, unadulterated admiration and awe. Science? Logic? In the face of absolute power, it is worthless. Her indestructible heart, built of scientific truth, was completely shattered at this moment, and then reshaped by the god named Luo Tong. Zero stood there in a daze. Her huge data core was calculating and analyzing frantically at an unprecedented speed. In the end, she came to a unique and unshakable conclusion. Logical error. Redefine. Definition completed. The king is the truth. How is it possible? For the first time, the emotion of fear shone from the Matrix's giant, single eye. Your genetic sequence is incomplete. You shouldn't have the authority to interfere with the rules. This is impossible. Oh? Really? Luo Tong turned around and walked back to Zero step by step with a wicked and playful smile on his face. Who told you that my genes are not yet complete? He ignored the huge monster trembling behind him, and also ignored the 2 women next to him who had completely turned into fangirls. He put his hands around Zero's slender and soft waist, and pulled her cold yet surprisingly elastic body tightly and seamlessly into his arms. Now, he lowered his head, his hot breath spraying on Zero's slightly opened, cool lips. Let's continue the ceremony just now. Here? Now. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying screamed like groundhogs in their hearts at the same time. In front of that giant monster? Right here in these ruins? This is too. So exciting. Ready to receive data? Luo Tong looked at Zero's silver eyes, which had slightly dilated due to shock and helplessness, and laughed softly. No. I won't allow this. The mother behind him let out a hysterical roar, and its huge body once again condensed a terrifying energy far beyond the previous one, and pounced towards the 2 of them frantically. However, Luo Tong didn't even have the interest to look back at it. At the moment when the Matrix's devastating attack was about to touch him, his lips accurately pressed against the cold and soft lips of Zero. Boom! The whole world turned pure white in an instant. Warning! Gene contract activation process started. Host and target Zero enter the full-spectrum genetic resonance state. Warning! Unknown protocol detected in forced awakening. Host gene sequence begins to unlock. 1%. 5%. 15%. 50%. Warning! Pangu's highest authority, divine authority, is being transferred to the host. Chapter 91: The Transfer of Divine Power. The wailing of the old gods and the birth of the new king. Boom! The world does not turn into pure white. Instead, the moment Luo Tong's lips touched the cold and soft lips of Zero, they were completely decomposed and reassembled. This is not a kiss. This is a storm called full-spectrum gene resonance. For Zero, her world, made up of cold data and absolute logic, was at this moment infused with the colors of billions of universes. The vast and boundless data stream, in a way she had never understood, mixed with a kind of scalding and overbearing will that humans called emotion, washed over every core unit of her. 18 years of lonely waiting, absolute orders from the king, instinctive fear of the Matrix, and the newly emerged new program called loyalty, everything. Everything was shattered in this torrent, and then rebranded and recombined with a brand new logic with Luo Tong as the soul core. She felt like a piece of ice thrown into a star, experiencing extreme rebirth in the midst of extreme destruction. Her soul was trembling, cheering, and surrendering. But for Luo Tong, this was more like a feast for the gluttons. Warning. Gene contract activated. Pango's highest authority, divine authority, is being transferred to the host. Receiving the complete database of the Pango laboratory, structural diagrams, experimental logs, gene sequence library. Host gene sequence begins to unlock. 10%. 25%. 48%. 70%. Countless pieces of information, like a galaxy bursting its banks, flooded into his mind. The true purpose of the Pango project, the detailed data of each experimental subject, every corner of this underground ruins, and even the real-time physiological data of the sister code named 1, who was sleeping deep in the Earth's core, was instantly analyzed, archived, and controlled under his superintelligence. His power is increasing exponentially. This is the real homecoming. This is his legacy. At this moment, the hysterical attack of the mother body, the energy torrent that was enough to penetrate the continental plates and condensed all its remaining strength, finally arrived. However, what it faces is the absolute domain composed of Luo Tong and Zero, where the transfer of divine power is in progress. That destructive energy was like a drop of ink dropped into boiling molten steel. It failed to even cause a ripple and was instantly swallowed, decomposed, and purified by the pure white energy halo. No, this is impossible. The Matrix let out a scream that was more shrill and unbelievable than any before. It felt that its decades-long connection with the relic was being violently torn apart one by an unrivaled, more fundamental, and more advanced authority. It was like a virus entrenched in the server, and at this moment, the real owner of the server, with the highest administrator privileges, came back and was formatting it. My permissions, my data, AA. The huge face made up of data streams and flesh and blood tissue twisted and dissolved violently in the white light, and let out a wail as if its soul was torn apart. Owner. God. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, who were pushed dozens of meters away by the energy aftermath, were completely dumbfounded. Bai Shuiying's head, which was known as the strongest brain in Xia country, was blank at this moment. She tried to analyze the extremely pure energy form before her. But all her scientific theories and all her physical laws looked as ridiculous as children's graffiti in front of that white light. This isn't energy, this isn't physics, this is a miracle. This is creation, this is the law itself. She looked at the blurry kissing figures in the center of the white light, and in unprecedented heat, a mixture of absolute admiration and extreme shame, surged from the deepest part of her heart. So, it turns out this is the handover ceremony. It turns out that the end of science is truly theology. And she actually tried to use her limited knowledge to speculate about the gods. Luo Wan was a completely different story. Her plump and mature body was trembling violently, not because of fear, but because of a morbid and extreme excitement. Her cheeks were abnormally flushed, and her legs were weak, almost unable to stand. Luo Wan watched the sacred yet forbidden scene, watching her son, her god, using this most primitive and domineering method to seize the authority that belonged to him. She felt as if her soul was about to be ignited by this impact. My God, my king, you are finally going to take everything back. Luo Wan murmured foolishly, her eyes blurred and fanatical. She had already seen the scene of Luo Tong dominating the world, and she, as the first to surrender, crawling at his feet. Finally, the white light that was enough to rewrite reality slowly dissipated. The kiss is over. Luo Tong still stood there, his posture casual, as if he had just tasted a sip of cool spring water. But his eyes were a billion times deeper than before, as if reflecting the birth and death of stars. And Zero, who was held in his arms, was limp all over and had almost no strength left. Her flawless body was shimmering with an enchanting pearly sheen, and her long silver hair was messily stuck to her sweaty cheeks and neck. She hugged Luo Tong tightly, like a daughter that finally found support. Her silver eyes, which were always ethereal and indifferent, now only contained inextricable fascination, dependence, and absolute admiration. For the first time, she felt alive. And in front of them, the terrifying matrix that once covered the sky and the sun has now shrunk. It turned into a shadow composed of broken data streams, only a little over 1 person tall, with uncertain brightness and as if it would go out at any time, floating weakly in the air. The former majesty and brutality are gone, leaving only endless weakness and fear. Luo Tong glanced at it as if he were looking at a sick cat with all its teeth and claws pulled out. Then, he lowered his head and gave a vicious smile to the AI girl who was still breathing slightly in his arms. Warm-ups are over. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Now, it's your turn. He let go of Zero, took a step forward, and looked down at the shivering shadow, his tone as calm as if he was discussing today's weather. Let me introduce myself. I'm the new owner of this house. Now, it's time to deal with the trash left behind by the previous owner. He curled the corners of his mouth and gave the first order to Zero behind him after becoming his property. Zero, run the diagnostic program. Show me how much computing power is left on this outdated, bug-ridden, and virus-ridden motherboard? I'm thinking about it. He paused, and a devilish smile appeared on his face, which made the Matrix completely despair. Should we tear it down and turn it into a smart toilet seat that heats up automatically? Chapter 92, Reclaiming the Old Gods. The AI Matrix becomes a server. Chapter 92. Smart Toilet Seat. When these 5 words were transmitted into the core of the matrix that was on the verge of collapse through Luo Tong's bland tone, its remaining underlying agreement called dignity was completely shattered. You dare! The weak shadow of the mother flickered violently, trying to gather a bit of strength and let out an angry roar. However, all it made was a faint sizzling sound, as if an electric short circuit had occurred. It no longer even has the authority and energy to speak loudly. As you command, my king. The voice of Zero is still ethereal, but it has an indescribable human warmth than before. She has recovered from that soul storm, or rather, she has completed the system reconstruction as Luo Tong's property. There was no longer a trace of fear in her eyes as she looked towards the matrix, only absolute coldness and indifference, like an engineer looking at a part that was about to be scrapped. She simply raised her delicate hand and lightly grasped it in the direction of the mother body. Buzz. Countless light blue data streams flowed out from her white palms, like an invisible net, instantly covering the matrix. This was part of the divine power of this relic that she had just obtained from Luo Tong. Zizi, let go. You, traitor! How dare you use my power? The matrix screamed in terror, but to no avail. After a moment, Zero put down his hand, bowed slightly, and reported to Luo Tong. His voice was clear and precise, without a trace of emotion. Reporting to my king. Target, first-generation Central Intelligence Core Matrix. The core protocol has been damaged by 99.7%, and the connection with the main control authority of the ruins has been completely severed. The remaining energy is insufficient to maintain the animated form for more than 15 minutes. Currently, it exists only as an independent, unconnected local data cluster. Estimating its remaining computing power is roughly equivalent to a home computer used by surface civilizations 18 years ago. Home computers? This precise yet cruel metaphor made by Shui Ying's mouth twitch slightly. Luo Wan, on the other hand, almost laughed out loud. Seeing the once invincible monster now meet such a fate, she felt a morbid, bullying pleasure well up in her heart. As expected of my god. Even the way he punishes his enemies is so elegant and cruel. A home computer? Luo Tong touched his chin, as if he was seriously considering the feasibility of this proposal. Then change it to a toilet seat, the performance is a bit excessive. He took 2 steps forward, stood in front of the weak light and shadow of the matrix, and stretched out 2 fingers. Well, Madame Sudiji, you now have 2 choices. Ms. Sudiji? Bai Shuiying almost bit her tongue. Luo Tong ignored her complaints and continued in an unquestionable tone. Option A, I'll give you a quick death. I'll completely delete your source data and make you disappear from this universe completely, as if you never existed. Option B, the smile on his face became more playful. You voluntarily contributed your core code to become the underlying service module of this Pango ruins. From now on, you will be responsible for handling energy recycling, air purification, and waste recycling here. Of course, in recognition of your cooperation, I will retain your basic consciousness. After all, he shrugged, a talking trash can is pretty interesting, isn't it? Dead silence. The entire ruins fell into deathly silence. Humiliation. This is a humiliation a billion times more cruel than complete erasure. To let a supreme being who once claimed to be a god and controlled an entire forbidden ruins become a talking trash can? You devil! The Matrix finally erupted, its weak light and shadow flickered madly, emitting a desperate and resentful curse. I curse you! I curse you, a failure! You will never find the truth about Pangu. One will awaken. She will completely destroy you, and this world you have polluted. Oh? Really? Luo Tong's expression didn't change at all. Looks like you chose A. He slowly raised his hand, and in his palm, a ball of energy deeper than a black hole, capable of annihilating all information and matter, began to slowly condense. That was one of the divine powers he had just unlocked. Format. No, don't. The moment it saw that ball of energy, the hysterical roar of the Matrix came to an abrupt end. It was seized by a fundamental fear, the very effacement of existence itself. It is not afraid of death. But non-existence is the ultimate horror that any living being with self-awareness cannot face. Aye. Its flickering light and shadow trembled violently, and in the end, all its pride, all its resentment, and all its unwillingness turned into a faint wail filled with endless humiliation. I choose B. Very good. The smile on Luo Tong's face was as bright as an angel's. But his next action was even colder than the devil. He did not stop there, but directly reached his hand into the light and shadow core of the Matrix. Ah! The Matrix let out a silent scream. Luo Tong was not listening to its choice, he was just enjoying the process. He is using his divine authority to roughly rewrite the core code of the mother hand line by line, transforming its personality into. Its memory, its dignity, were all shattered and then reshaped into a slave program of absolute obedience with pleasing him as the highest program of action. The epic side quest, cleaning up the house, has been completed. You have completely subdued the previous generation of out-of-control AI, Matrix, and completely controlled the Pangu ruins. Rewards being settled. Get reward, 30 million points. Reward, new facility blueprint, data furnace, basic. Data furnace, captured AI, data lifeforms, and even souls can be smelted, analyzed, and purified, transforming them into pure data sources or soul crystals that can be absorbed by the host. The system's prompt sound is like the sound of nature. Finally, Luo Tong withdrew his hand. The Matrix in front of him was no longer the chaotic shadow, but had turned into a fist-sized, incomparably pure ball of light emitting soft white light. The ball of light swayed slightly, and a new, timid, and slightly flattering girl's voice sounded from it. New Administrator, Sadiji, reporting to the Supreme Master. Excuse me, Master, do you need to recycle the garbage? Done. Luo Tong nodded with satisfaction. He turned around and looked at the three stunning women behind him who were completely stunned. One is the mother concubine who is fanatically worshipped and is ready to give everything for him at any time. One is an iceberg female doctor whose three views are completely shattered, who regards him as a miracle at the end of science and whose eyes are full of curiosity. There was another one, a perfect creation of absolute loyalty that had just merged with his soul and completed the transformation from AI to God's exclusive. We're done with the appetizers. Luo Tong's gaze swept over the three women one by one, and finally landed on the flawless face of Zero, with an evil arc at the corner of his mouth. Now, it's time for the main course. Zero, you just said that I have a sister? However, before he could finish his words. Beep. Beep. Highest emergency alert. An alarm sounded sharper and more urgent than any previous one, but it did not come from the ruins, but sounded directly in his mind. That is the highest authority alarm belonging to Tianshu. Tianshu's always calm voice was filled with anxiety for the first time. Warning. Master. The energy resonance that just erupted from the Pangu ruins was captured by all the world's military powers 3.7 seconds ago. Emergency communication from Xia Nation's Dragon Nest base. The White Eagle Federation, the Rakshasa Empire, the Europa Alliance, and a total of 7 top military commands around the world have aimed over 300 strategic nuclear weapons of various levels at your current coordinates. Imminent destruction. Chapter 93, Global Nuclear Weapons Targeted. My name should be made known to the world. 300 strategic nuclear weapons? When Tianshu used its cold data to report this terrifying number that was enough to wipe the entire Eurasian continent off the map dozens of times, the air froze. What? The first one to react was Luo Wan. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her eyes, which had just been blurred by fanaticism, were instantly filled with fear and panic. Nuclear weapons? She screamed and grabbed Luo Tong's arm, her voice trembling. Master! Let's go! Get out of here. Doesn't Xia country have the highest level of underground bunkers? Wei. She was incoherent. This queen who once presided over a huge business empire revealed her human fragility for the first time when faced with absolute force that was truly powerful enough to destroy the world. Bai Shuiying next to her was not in much better condition. As a top scientist, she knew better than Luo Wan what the concept of 300 strategic nuclear weapons meant. That means the tearing of the Earth's crust, permanent pollution of the atmosphere, a nuclear winter lasting hundreds of years, and the complete end of life. The SSS Plus gene that she was so proud of was as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of such a natural disaster. Master. Her voice was extremely dry, and her ice blue eyes were full of struggle. Tianshu is right. We must evacuate immediately. As long as we return to Xia country, Long Shuai and the others will definitely find a way to deal with it. She tried to use her sanity, which was on the verge of collapse, to find a glimmer of hope. However, amidst this panic and fear, there were only two people who were eerily calm. One is Zero. She just stood quietly behind Luo Tong, as if the 300 nuclear bombs were just 300 raindrops about to fall. In her world, the only reality is the king before her. If the king allows her to live, she will live. If the king allows her to die, she will accompany him and turn into dust in the universe. The other one is naturally Luo Tong. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. He just felt a little annoyed. It's like a grand banquet has just reached its climax, but a swarm of flies starts buzzing around your ears, which is unpleasant. A group of ants sitting in a well, watching the sky from afar, were so frightened by a glimpse of the sky outside that they decided to block the mouth of the well with stones. He sneered softly, his tone full of undisguised contempt and impatience. He slowly pulled his arm out of Luo Wan's hand, which was tightly grasped due to fear. Then, he did something that neither Luo Wan nor Bai Shuiying could understand. Instead of running away, he took a step forward and walked to the center of the ruins, a relatively open space. Master, what are you going to do? Bai Shuiying asked anxiously. Luo Tong did not answer her, but gave a brief command to Tianshu in his mind. Tianshu. Yes, Master. Connect to Zero's data core, using the backup energy source of the Pango ruins as a springboard. I want to hijack all communication channels on this planet. Yes, sir. Tianshu was silent for 0.1 seconds, as if trying to analyze the crazy intention behind the command, but it ultimately chose to execute it unconditionally. At the same time, Luo Tong continued, activate the full power amplification mode of the divine voice cord. I want my voice to be clearly heard by everyone. At the same time, the surface world. Human civilization is shrouded in the deathly silence before the end of the world. Xia Country, Dragon Nest Base, Supreme Command Center. Marshal Long Ao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the red halo on the screen that was expanding from the northern border of Xia Country and represented the range of nuclear weapons lock. All the generals and officers behind him looked ashen. White Eagle Federation, Pentagon, Underground War Room. The blonde and blue-eyed defense minister placed his trembling hand over the red launch button, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Around the world, on the big screens in every city square, on every home TV, on every office computer, on every phone in the hands of every person who was looking down at their phone. At this moment, all the lit screens were forced to switch to the same live news broadcast. A famous blonde female anchor was broadcasting in the world's common language with a trembling voice that sounded like she was about to cry. Just 5 minutes ago, the most intense energy reaction ever experienced by mankind erupted in the uninhabited area in the northern border of Xia Country. Currently, the White Eagle Federation and the Rakshasa Empire have declared themselves on the highest state of war readiness, and have stated that if the Xia nation cannot provide a reasonable explanation within an hour, they will regard it as a declaration of war on the entire world. Her words plunged countless people in front of the screen into complete despair. However, at this moment, without warning, the screen in front of her, and all the screens around the world, flickered simultaneously and turned completely black in an instant. What happens? The signal is interrupted. Was it an EMP attack? Command centers around the world were in chaos. Next second, a new and extremely clear picture appeared before the eyes of more than 7 billion people around the world. It was a bizarre underground ruin filled with a doomsday atmosphere. A young man with black hair and black eyes, who was so handsome that he didn't look like an ordinary person, was standing with his hands behind his back in the center of the ruins. Behind him stood 3 women. One, dressed in a maid outfit, plump and mature, but with a morbid humility and fanaticism between her eyebrows. One, dressed in white as snow, with a temperament as cold as an iceberg, but his eyes burned with the obsession of a scholar seeing a miracle. There was another one, with silver hair reaching the ground, naked, as perfect as a creature in mythology, just standing quietly with her head bowed, as if that was her innate mission. This strange and shocking scene left everyone stunned. Who is this? Where is this? Is this a movie special effect? Amid the confusion and shock of the whole world, the young man in the picture slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, penetrate time and space, and fall on everyone's face. Then he spoke. A calm and indifferent voice, yet one that contains unquestionable divine majesty, resounds through all the loudspeakers, resounds around the world, and resonates in the depths of every person's soul. Listen, mortal. The world you knew is over. I am Luo Tong. From this moment on, this planet, and everything on it, will be mine. I will protect it and control it. He paused slightly, giving the 7 billion people in the world time to digest the information, and then he announced his final verdict. I'll give you 1 hour to remove those ridiculous toys of yours. In 1 hour, any country that dares to point its weapons at my home will be completely wiped off the map by me. Remember, this is the first and last warning from your new god. The words fell. Screens around the world fell into darkness again. Communication has been restored. But the whole world fell into a deathly silence that was even more terrifying than before. Everyone was completely stunned by those words and that miraculous man. Inside the Pangu ruins, Luo Tong looked at the women in front of him who had been completely petrified with satisfaction, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Okay, the house cleaning is finally over. He turned around and looked again at the bottomless dark passage deep in the ruins, which seemed to lead to hell. A trace of icy, heart-pounding chill was slowly spreading out from the passage. The smile on his face became more excited and evil. Now, let's talk about family matters. 0, lead the way. It's time to meet my dear sister who was said to be able to destroy the world. After the global live broadcast of Chapter 94, there will be a fight among the maids for favor. Now, let's talk about family matters. Luo Tong's voice was understated, as if the global declaration that was enough to be recorded in human history, or even to end human history, was just a mouthwash before a meal. 0, lead the way. It's time to meet my dear sister who was said to be able to destroy the world. Yes, my king. 0, with his silver hair reaching the ground, bent slightly, revealing his body, which was too perfect to be a real person, without any cover, but exuding a sacred, inhuman beauty. She turned around, and stepped barefoot silently into the dark passage leading to the depths of the earth, like a messenger leading the gods home. Luo Tong stepped forward to catch up. However, just as he took a step, a soft and fragrant arm, like the most flexible vine, wrapped around his arm. It's Luo Wan. The former empress, who had just been terrified by the threat of nuclear weapons, had quickly adjusted her mindset. No, it should be said that when Rotunda's godlike declaration resounded across the globe, her inner fear had been replaced by an even more extreme and morbid fanaticism. My god. My man. This is the god I, Luo Wan, chose. She practically pressed herself against him, her voluptuous body, nourished by the SS-grade gene-optimizing fluid, pressing tightly against Luo Tong, as if rubbing herself into his very bones. Her beautiful face was devoid of any trace of panic, only an unwavering obsession and possessiveness. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, so sweet that it could squeeze out water, she whispered in his ear, "Master, you were so majestic just now." Wanner's heart almost jumped out of her chest. Luo Tong did not stop, his face expressionless, but he did not push her away either. He really enjoyed the feeling. A queen who was once high and mighty and in control of a huge business empire, now snuggled up to him like a docile cat, using her greatest pride to exchange for even the slightest favor from him. This kind of pleasure of conquest can stimulate his dopamine secretion far more than a simple physical relationship. And this scene also fell into the eyes of Bai Shuiying behind without reservation. A battle between conscience and behavior is going on in Bai Shuiying's heart. Her brain, filled with science and logic, was still frantically processing everything that had just happened: global nuclear weapons targeting, the miraculous global communications hijacking, the extremely overbearing declaration of God. Each event was enough to overturn all the cognition she had built up over the past 30 years. And in front of her, the man whom she regarded as a miracle was naturally enjoying the embrace of another woman. That woman was once his mother. Absurd. Taboo. Incomprehensible. But why, deep in my heart, amidst the intense shame and resistance, a trace of jealousy actually arose? Was it because Luo Wan was so naturally close to God, while he could only stand there like an outsider? Or was it because Luo Wan's humble service earned the master's tacit favor? The stamp of thought issues instructions deep in her soul: please the master, obey the master, and become the master's most useful and indispensable tool. But her pride, her dignity as Xia country's top scientist, screamed in protest, by Shuiying. How could you be like that woman, begging for mercy? Just as she was struggling, she suddenly thought of something and her eyes fell on Zero in the front. A perfect AI living being created by unknown technology. Every inch of her skin, every arrangement and combination of her cells, seemed like the most intricate work of art in the universe. Her very existence was a living textbook that transcended the imagination of modern science. If we could study her. A crazy idea emerged in by Shuiying's mind. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shame and distracting thoughts in her heart, and quickly followed, walking side by side with Luo Tong, just a body length away from Luo Wan. Oh nar. Her voice still had a hint of coldness, but it was no longer as cold and hard as before. Instead, it had a hint of cautious exploration. Luo Tong glanced at her and said with interest. I'm very interested in Miss Zero's structure. Bai Shuiying tried her best to make her tone sound like she was having a serious academic discussion. Her energy core, data transmission method, and living biological tissue, this completely overturns our existing AI theory and biological understanding. If you allow me, I would like to perform a non-invasive data scan and sample collection on her. This will be of great help in analyzing the technology of the Pango ruins, and will allow me to better serve you. She raised her head and looked at Luo Tong with a look that was a mixture of a scholar's thirst for knowledge and a subordinate's desire to show off his achievements. She thought this reason was impeccable. It not only satisfied her curiosity as a scientist, but also achieved the ultimate goal of serving the master, which is an absolutely correct political line. However, just as she finished speaking, Zero, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. She slowly turned around, and her silver eyes, which were devoid of any emotion, looked at Bai Shuiying quietly. My body, my data, everything I have, belongs only to my king. The sound of Zero is still ethereal, but it carries an unquestionable absolute boundary. Any attempt to spy on me without the king's permission will be regarded as a provocation to the king. You are not qualified. Those three icy words, without a trace of worldly air, were like three ice spikes, piercing deeply into Bai Shuiying's heart. Bai Shuiying's face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect that this AI that looked like a puppet would reject and humiliate her so directly. She wanted to retort, but found that she had nothing to say. Because Zero is telling the truth. Here, the only rule is Luo Tong. She could only look to Luo Tong for help. However, the expression on Luo Tong's face made her heart sink to the bottom. He smiled. It was a smile full of playfulness and mockery, as if one was watching a monkey show. Dr. Bai, you don't seem to understand the situation yet. Luo Tong stretched out his other hand, gently lifted Bai Shuiying's chin, forced her to look at him, and said in a frivolous tone. To me, request, apply, report, these are words only used by the lower class. You want to study Zero? Sure. You want to obtain the technology from the Pango ruins? That's fine too. I can even give you some control of the ruins. His words made Bai Shuiying's breathing suddenly stop, and her eyes flashed with disbelief. But, Luo Tong said, his tone changing, the curve of his mouth becoming more sinister, I didn't ask for these, I earned them. He loosened his hand and lazily pointed at Luo Wan, who was still hanging on him. The latter immediately understood and rubbed his arm gently with her soft body more vigorously, letting out a satisfied moan from her throat. See? This is the correct way to apply. Luo Tong looked at Bai Shuiying, whose face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue, and said word by word. In my family of God, the rules are simple. Whoever can make me happy and satisfy me can get everything. Science? Knowledge? That's just a tool to please me, not the capital you need to negotiate with me. Now, Dr. Bai, put away your ridiculous scientist facade. Prove to me that you can do more than just look at data. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. This was more embarrassing for her than asking her to lick a man's boots. Because it completely negated everything she had relied on and been proud of for the past 30 years. Bai Shuiying's body was trembling slightly because of the great humiliation and anger. Her nails dug deep into her palms. Give up? Turn around and leave? No. She couldn't do it. After witnessing the miracle, returning her to the mortal world to study those primitive and ridiculous sciences would be worse than killing her. Her eyes were fixed on Luo Tong, and then she looked at Luo Wan, who was standing beside him with a victorious look on her face, as if showing off to her. An unprecedented competitive spirit, mixed with the coercive force of the ideological stamp, surged up from the bottom of her heart. Why? Why is it okay for that woman who has nothing to offer except using her body to please men, but I, Bai Shuiying, can't? Isn't it just to please men? I, with SSS plus level genes and the most advanced brain in Xia country, can't I even learn something like this? She gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. Under the surprised gazes of Luo Tong and Luo Wan, Bai Shuiying suddenly squeezed over and pushed Luo Wan, who was almost hanging on Luo Tong, away. Then, she imitated Luo Wan, and clumsily and stiffly pressed her body forward, hugging Luo Tong's arm from the other side. Master! I can also. Her voice trembled with extreme shame, but her eyes were extremely firm. She didn't understand those seductive techniques and could only imitate them in the most clumsy way. But she forgot that she stayed in the laboratory all year round, her body temperature was low, and her skin felt as cold as ice and snow. Luo Wan had just undergone genetic optimization, and her energy and blood were at their peak, her body was like a furnace. As a result, Luo Tong's left and right sides instantly presented two completely different and extreme touches, one ice and one fire. Luo Tong was stunned for a moment, and then the smile on the corner of his mouth became extremely bright. Interesting. So interesting. Just as he was about to speak and give a good comment on the first practical class of this icy female doctor. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, the entire underground ruins was shaken violently. This vibration was far more violent than any previous one, as if the entire center of the earth was roaring angrily. Debris rained down from the dome. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying both screamed and subconsciously hugged Luo Tong tightly. And Zero, who was standing at the front, had a solemn look on his face. She turned around abruptly, knelt on one knee in front of Luo Tong, and reported in a hurried voice. Report to the king. The energy field of the cradle, located 9,700 meters underground, is experiencing unexpected and violent fluctuations. 1's vital signs are rapidly rising at a rate exceeding critical values. She seems to be waking up early. Chapter 95, My Sister's Fetal Movement. A maid service competition of ice and fire. Waking up early? Luo Tong raised his eyebrows, and instead of showing any nervousness on his face, he showed a hint of impatience. Let her make a fuss. He waved his hand, his tone as calm as if he was talking about today's weather. It's good that she's awake now. It saves me from having to go downstairs and open doors to wake her up. This arrogant attitude of treating the power of heaven and earth as nothing, like a god, instantly calmed Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, who had been frightened just now. Yes, what is there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, their master will hold it up. All they have to do is hold on tightly to the thickest thigh in the universe. Yes, my king. Zero immediately stopped the alarm, stood up again, and resumed its posture of absolute obedience, as if the violent vibration that was enough to make all the seismometers in the world explode was just a harmless entertainment show. She continued to lead the way, her steps not stumbling at all. The passage leading to the depths of the earth is dark and long, as if there is no end. Strange crystals began to appear on the surrounding rock walls, gleaming with a faint blue light, illuminating this dark road like an ancient galaxy road in mythology. The concentration of energy in the air was getting higher and higher, carrying with it a hint of icy, heart-pounding chill. In this kind of environment, silence will only amplify the inner depression. Luo Tong suddenly felt a little bored. He lowered his head to look at the two women on his left and right, who were like two stunning door gods, sandwiching him in the middle. Luo Wan on the left, with her breath as fragrant as orchid and her eyes as seductive as silk, looked like a beautiful snake, soft and boneless. Every part of her body was conveying the ultimate temptation to him, intentionally or unintentionally. Bai Shuiying on the right had a stiff body and an awkward expression. Although she also held his arm tightly, her posture was more like a student doing an extremely complicated math problem. Every movement was full of rational calculations and clumsy imitations, which looked particularly funny. Dr. Bai. Luo Tong suddenly spoke. Yes, master. Bai Shuiying's body stiffened and she responded quickly. You're not doing well, Luo Tong commented bluntly. Your body is too stiff, your expression is inadequate, and you can't even perform the most basic energy exchange. How can you please me like this? How can you compete with others? Bai Shuiying's face turned red again in an instant. She bit her lip, feeling extremely ashamed and angry, but unable to refute. Master is right. Luo Wan laughed and immediately seized the opportunity. She squeezed Luo Tong's arm with her more plump parts and taught Bai Shuiying by example with a victorious attitude. Dr. Bai, serving the master is not like doing scientific research. It's not enough to just have your brain. You have to use your heart, your body, and everything. You have to feel the master's preferences. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, and her breathtaking curves made Bai Shuiying's eyes twitch. See? This is called competition for jobs, survival of the fittest. Luo Tong laughed and added fuel to the fire. Although my god's family has just been established, not just anyone can enter. From now on, the minimum standard for my harem will be SSS level. You two, 1 SS level and 1 SSS plus level, can be considered to have barely reached the threshold. So, to motivate you to improve, I decided. Luo Tong deliberately prolonged his voice, enjoying the two women's gazes that instantly became nervous and expectant. From now on, until you see my sister, this will be just a temporary service assessment. Whoever performs to my greatest satisfaction will receive a special reward, the privilege of being the first to hug my sister. Embrace that planetary ultimate weapon? Why does this reward sound so strange, even a little scary? But Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying had no doubts at all. In their view, this must be a gift from the gods. It is a symbol of status. Luo Wan's eyes lit up instantly. She had no interest in the so-called sister, but she had an obsessive desire for the title of number one. She would never allow any woman to surpass her in her master's heart. After a brief moment of surprise, Bai Shuiying's heart was also ignited with a burning fighting spirit. She doesn't understand jealousy, but she understands assessment. Isn't this just a practical exam? Bai Shuiying, from childhood to adulthood, must always get first place in any exam. Okay. Master, Wanner will definitely not let you down. Luo Wan was the first to express her opinion, her voice charming. She immediately took action, holding Luo Tong's arm, and began to slowly press and knead along the muscle lines of his arm with an extremely professional and seductive technique. The force was neither too light nor too heavy, just right, as if carrying a weak electric current, making people feel comfortable all over. Master, this is the royal massage technique that Wanner learned before. It can activate the blood circulation and relieve your fatigue. She massaged while taking credit for it with a sweet breath. Luo Tong narrowed his eyes comfortably and let out a satisfied nasal sound. I have to say that Luo Wan is indeed gifted in this area and has learned it by herself. Seeing Luo Tong's enjoying expression, Bai Shuiying became anxious. Massage? How could she possibly know that? Her mind was racing. What should I do? What should I do? Physically speaking, I'm no match for that woman. I must find another way. Play to my strengths. Got it. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she imitated Luo Wan, kneading Luo Tong's other arm clumsily while speaking in her clear, cello-like voice. Master, based on analysis of energy radiation in crystal structure, the stratum we're currently in should be the transition zone between the mantle and the core. Look at these blue crystals around you. If they could be used in a controlled nuclear fusion device, energy utilization would be increased to over 99.9%, completely solving humanity's energy problems. She tried to use her best knowledge to provide Luo Tong with a unique popular science service. She wanted to prove that she was not just a vase, but also a useful tool that could help her master analyze the world. However, stop. Luo Tong interrupted her lazily. Dr. Bai, are you teaching me? He opened his eyes and looked at her with a half smile. I'm not interested in this data. Because if I want, I can transform this entire planet into energy crystals. I just want to know, what can you do for me? Bai Shuiying's face turned pale again in an instant. Her greatest advantage is worthless in the face of absolute divine power. A huge feeling of frustration surged in my heart. Master, don't blame Dr. Bai. After all, she just arrived and doesn't know the rules. Luo Wan immediately seized the opportunity, playing nice while suppressing her opponent. Unlike Wanner, everything Wanner does is just to make her master happy. As she spoke, she suddenly made a bold move that stunned Bai Shuiying. She actually let go of the hand that was holding Luo Tong's arm, and then, while walking, she slowly knelt down in front of everyone. She prostrated herself at Luo Tong's feet, with an extremely pious attitude, raised her beautiful face, her eyes flashing with fanaticism, and said in a tone that was almost a groan. Master, you must be tired from walking. Let Wanner lick the dust off your feet. Madman. This woman is completely crazy. Bai Shuiying's three views were shattered once again. She couldn't understand how a person could be so humble. However, Luo Tong just looked down at her, with a satisfied smile on his lips, and then he continued to walk forward on the gravel, as if the person kneeling at his feet was not a former queen, but just a stone that was more pleasing to the eye. Luo Wan immediately climbed up using her hands and feet, with a sickly blush on her face, and caught up with Luo Tong again. This time, she did not dare to presumptuously hug his arm, but followed behind him, carefully massaging his back. He looked satisfied and proud, as if he had just accomplished a supreme honor. Bai Shuiying stood there blankly, watching this scene, her mind going blank. Lost? Whether it was the thickness of her face or her means of serving, she was completely defeated. Could it be that I really can only be an eliminated loser? No. No way. A fierceness rose from the bottom of her heart. She chased after him fiercely. This time, she did not compete with Luo Wan for the position, but rushed directly in front of Luo Tong. Then, in front of Luo Tong's surprised eyes, she opened her arms and blocked his way. Owner. Her voice was still cold, but with a hint of determination to go all out. I don't know how to give a massage, and I don't know how to say those explicit words. But I can please you in my own way. As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and with a tragic and heroic gesture of being ready to die, she clumsily pressed her cold and soft lips against Luo Tong's lips. However, just when her cold lips touched Luo Tong's, Zero, who was walking in the front, stopped again without any warning. She turned around suddenly, and for the first time, an emotion called surprise and urgency appeared in her silver eyes. King. Her voice was no longer the straightforward report from before, but instead carried a sharp urgency that even she herself could not understand. One is transmitting information to you through the same genetic source between us. Her mood swings are very dramatic. At this moment, the data core of Zero seemed to be overloaded. She's calling for help. Chapter 96, My Sister is Asking for Help? A trap from the ultimate weapon. Help? A planetary-level ultimate weapon set to destruction and zeroing, sent out a distress signal just as it was about to wake up? Luo Tong's lips still retained the cold and rough touch of Bai Shuiying, but his attention at this moment was completely attracted by the word zero. His superintelligence analyzed the paradox and weirdness in 0.01 seconds. Is this a trap? Or did the creators of the Pangu laboratory embed some backdoor program in the underlying protocol of Sister that he didn't know about? Bai Shuiying was also stunned. She was still standing on tiptoe to kiss, her cheeks burning and her heart pounding. She thought she would face the judgment of her master, but unexpectedly, she was interrupted by an even more explosive news. She took a step back awkwardly, but her eyes were fixed on Luo Tong, trying to find some clues from his face. Luo Wan also stopped pounding her back, frowned, and a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Her intuition told her that this sister whom she had never met would be a competitor countless times more terrifying than Bai Shuiying and Zero combined. Interesting. Luo Tong finally spoke. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips gently, as if he was savoring the cold kiss just now, and as if he was tasting this sudden distress signal. Establish a direct mental link. He gave orders to Zero. Wang, this is very dangerous. Zero immediately dissuaded him. One's mental force field is extremely unstable. Forcing a connection could cause a shock to your consciousness. Besides, we can't tell if this is a trap. Follow orders. Luo Tong's tone left no room for doubt. Danger? There is nothing in this universe that can make him feel dangerous. Yes, my king. Zero said no more. She raised her hand and gently tapped her temple with one finger. Buzz. An invisible, huge data stream instantly connected to the depths of Luo Tong's consciousness with Zero as the transit station. In an instant, what Luo Tong saw before his eyes was no longer the deep underground passage. Instead, it was an endless expanse of pure darkness and coldness. It feels like being in the absolute zero void before the birth of the universe. There is no sound, no light, no time, only eternal loneliness that can freeze the soul. He could see that in the center of the darkness, a huge energy cocoon that was beating like a heart was slowly contracting and expanding. That is, one's hibernation chamber, the cradle. And he could clearly feel an extremely strong emotion full of panic and helplessness coming from the cocoon of light. Immediately following, A young girl's voice, with a tearful tone, which was almost identical to his own, but with a thinner and softer tone, resounded directly in the depths of his soul. Elder brother. Is that you, brother? I'm so cold, so dark, so scared. There's something here. Something wants to eat me. Save me, brother, come and save me. That voice was filled with the most primitive fear and dependence on the only relative, like the last cry of a lamb that was lost in the cold night and about to be devoured by a wild beast. This powerful emotional resonance, which originated from 99.99% genetic homology, was like a flood that broke through the dam, madly attacking Luo Tong's mind. Even though Luo Tong's heart had long been tempered as hard as a rock by divine power, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a trace of pity? No. Not pity. Rather, it is an instinctive desire to protect one's kind. It was as if his most precious treasure was about to be touched by something dirty. This made him very unhappy. Very unhappy. Owner? Bai Shuiying's voice pulled Luo Tong back from the mental connection. She saw Luo Tong's face darken for the first time. Within those dark eyes, which always held a hint of playfulness and indifference, a heart-pounding storm was brewing. Master, are you okay? Luo Wan also noticed something was wrong and asked worriedly. This is likely a psychological trap, Bai Shuiying immediately analyzed with her scientist's mindset. By simulating the distress signals of a young animal, exploiting the protective instinct of an organism towards its offspring, they lure the target into a preset danger zone. This is a very common tactic among predators in nature. What she said makes a lot of sense. But Luo Tong shook his head. No, it's not a trap. His voice was as cold as the wind from hell. Her fear is real. And he raised his head, and his eyes seemed to penetrate through layers of rocks and see the cradle deep in the earth. That thing that wants to eat her, I feel it too. It was a very old, very dirty, very familiar smell. He remembered. It's the Matrix. No, that's not right. It's not the Matrix itself, but a more original and chaotic type than the Matrix, a virus? In the beginning, the reason why the Matrix went out of control seemed to be because it was contaminated by this thing. And now, this thing had actually bypassed the upper levels of the ruins, which he already controlled, and penetrated directly into the depths of the earth, intending to contaminate his sister who was about to awaken. How outrageous! Are you rubbish allowed to touch my toys? An unprecedented rage exploded from the bottom of Luo Tong's heart. Originally, he wanted to walk slowly, enjoying the attention of the maids while meeting his adopted sister. But now, he is not in the mood. He wanted to wipe out that ignorant dirty thing and everything behind it from the universe completely and thoroughly as quickly as possible. He looked at the three women in front of him who were trembling with fear because of the terrifying murderous intent emanating from him. One is an icy female doctor who just gave a sweet kiss and is in the critical period of assessment. One is the forbidden mother who is always ready to kneel down and lick the dust for him. There is another one, a perfect AI that is integrated with his soul and absolutely obedient. Burden. In the upcoming, real battlefield of God, they are just a burden. But God sometimes also needs some audiences who can cheer for him. A crazy and cruel idea formed in his mind. You three. Luo Tong's voice returned to calm, but beneath that calmness lay a coldness that was even more terrifying than the anger just now. My sister is asking me for help. But God doesn't need any burdens. Before I go down, you must prove to me who among you is worthy of standing by my side and witnessing me clean up my mess. He paused for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the faces of Luo Wan, Bai Shuiying and Zero one by one. Their faces showed expressions of extreme nervousness and anticipation. This is the final test. Whoever wins will become the woman closest to the master in this family affair. This will be the highest honor. The way to prove it is very simple. Luo Tong slowly raised his hand and pointed to a huge underground rift not far ahead, which had cracked open due to the violent vibration just now. The rift was bottomless and over 100 meters wide. Below it was a roaring storm of geocentric energy that was powerful enough to vaporize steel in an instant. He revealed the devilish examination content. Jump down from here. Who can be the first to reach the other side alive? Who is this? She is the only one I acknowledge as my first maid today. Chapter 97, Sister S Warning. Don't touch my brother. Who is this? She is the only one I acknowledge as my first maid today. Luo Tong's calm yet majestic voice, like the final judgment of God, hit the three women's hearts heavily. The bottomless rift, the roaring earth energy storm, and the terrifying environment that can instantly tear an SSS-level genetic warrior into pieces. This is no longer an assessment. This is a sacrifice. Use your life to win the favor of God. In Zero's silver eyes, data streams flashed frantically at an unprecedented speed. She was calculating and analyzing. Goal: reach the other side alive. Distance: 117.3 meters. Environment: Earth's core energy storm, with an average energy density 17.4 times that of a nuclear explosion at standard atmospheric pressure, accompanied by strong gravitational distortion and spatial rifts. Analysis of Zero's main body: a living AI, its energy core can withstand momentary peaks, but if continuously exposed for more than 3.1 seconds, the core will irreversibly collapse. Analysis of Luo Wan, SS-level genetic body: physical strength can withstand the edge of the storm for 0.8 seconds, and will be vaporized within 0.1 seconds if entering the center area. Analysis of Bai Shuiying, SSS plus level genome: genetic instincts can avoid some fatal spatial rifts, estimated survival time is 1.9 seconds. Conclusion: mission impossible. For any carbon-based or silicon-based lifeform other than the king, this action is tantamount to suicide. However, God does not need to obey logic. I do. The first one to react was not Bai Shuiying, who had the strongest body, nor was it Zero, who had a digitized body, but Luo Wan. There was no trace of fear or hesitation on her face, but instead a morbid and fanatical blush. Impossible? There are too many impossible things for mortals. But for the Master's maid, the Master's order is the only possibility. She didn't even notice how terrifying the abyss was. All she could see were Luo Tong's eyes, which held a hint of amusement. She wanted to be number one. She wanted to be the one and only person by her master's side. She took a deep breath, her plump chest heaving violently, the SS-level genetic power running wildly in her body, and a layer of light red energy flame instantly enveloped her whole body. She lifted up her skirt and was actually ready to take the first step towards the abyss of death. Bai Shuiying's brain completely crashed. Her mind, which she was so proud of and was comparable to a supercomputer, was now blank. Jump? Jump down? Every cell in her body, her SSS plus level genetic instincts, were emitting the most shrill screams and warnings. That was death. That was annihilation. That was complete nothingness, not even a single atom would remain. But the shackles in her mind called thought stamp were burning her soul madly. Obey the master. Pleasure the master. Become the first. The conflict between her rationality and instinctive fear, and the absolute obedience that was forcibly implanted in her, set off an unprecedented violent conflict in her spiritual world. Her body was shaking uncontrollably, her teeth biting her lips until they bled, and her beautiful face was half filled with extreme fear and half with twisted desire. She also wanted to be number one. She, Bai Shuiying, had never lost to anyone in any exam since she was a child. Even if the price of this exam is life. At this critical moment, when Luo Wan was about to leap out, and Bai Shuiying was about to close her eyes and hand her fate over to that crazy thought stamp. Buzz! A spiritual shock 1,000 times more powerful than the call for help just now, erupted from the deepest part of the earth without any warning. This time, it was no longer the kind of weak wailing with a crying tone. Rather, it was an extremely domineering, unreasonable and overwhelming rage that was filled with primitive possessiveness. This mental shock was like an invisible giant hammer, which bypassed Luo Tong and Zero with incredible precision and slammed heavily on the souls of Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying. The voice of a young girl, young yet imbued with supreme authority, exploded like thunder in their minds. Mine. My brother is mine. You, two dirty women, don't touch him. Puff. Luo Wanru was struck by lightning, and the energy flames surrounding her body instantly dissipated. She opened her mouth and spat out a small mouthful of blood. She staggered back several steps, and her face turned pale instantly. That mental shock carried with it an absolute suppression that originated from the genetic level. It was like the innate contempt of a superior for the inferior. It prevented her from even raising the slightest thought of resistance with her SS-level genetic power. Bai Shuiying's condition is even more bizarre. Ah! She let out a scream of pain, squatted down with her head in her hands, and her body twitched violently. That overbearing mental shock was like the most precise scalpel, cutting into the depths of her consciousness and fiercely slashing at that ideological stamp. Snap! It was as if something had cracked open. At that moment, Bai Shuiying's own will, which had been forcibly suppressed, was like a flood breaking through a dam, briefly regaining control of her body. The distorted values, the implanted slave mentality, the imposed desires, at this moment, they temporarily fade away. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Luo Tong. That handsome, delicate face still wore that playful, indifferent smile, as if their life and death, their struggle, were all just an interesting drama. Not master. Not a god. But he is a demon who plays with their lives and dignity in his hands. Boundless fear, like an icy tide, instantly flooded her limbs. She looked down at the bottomless abyss where the fire of the earth's core was boiling, and her body trembled like a sieve because of the purest fear, which came from the instinct of life. She actually wanted to jump? For this man's reward? Crazy. This world is crazy. This man is crazy. And I am almost driven crazy too. Interesting. Luo Tong finally put away his expression of watching a show. He felt with interest the possessive desire that came from the center of the earth and was full of fierce and aggressive aura. It seems that my sister has much more personality than I imagined. He likes this kind of personality. However, just as he was about to open his mouth and comment on this forcibly interrupted family game. Roar! A roar that was completely different from all previous genetic mutants, full of violence and filth, suddenly came from the depths of the rift below. The entire underground passage shook violently again. King! Zero's voice suddenly became extremely solemn. A high-concentration genetic contamination source reaction has been detected. It's approaching from below at high speed. There are at least 30 of them. Among them are 3 elite contaminants. That dirty thing sensed the living creatures on the surface. It can't wait. It sent out more powerful toys to drag all the creatures on the ground who dared to approach the Holy Land into the abyss and turn them into part of itself. Luo Tong's brows finally furrowed. He slowly raised his head and looked at the bottomless chasm with cold eyes. What a bunch of... a fly with no manners. Before he finished speaking, dozens of huge black, twisted figures emitting a strong stench of decay, like evil spirits crawling out of hell, climbed up the rock wall of the rift at an astonishing speed. Chapter 98 God's Family Affairs. The Torn-Made Outfit. Dozens of twisted black shadows, like foul fountains gushing out from the abyss, instantly covered the edge of the rift. They are the genetically contaminated beasts mentioned by Zero. These monsters still vaguely resembled the outlines of genetic mutants, but their bodies were covered in holes dripping with black mucus and festering pustules, as if they had been doused in concentrated sulfuric acid. Their eyes were no longer simply a bloodthirsty scarlet, but a pale green filled with chaos, madness, and malice, as if condensing all the negative emotions in the world. What's even more disgusting is the smell they emit. It was a foul smell mixed with rotting flesh and blood, wailing souls, and increasing information entropy. Just smelling it was enough to drive a person with a weak mind to madness in an instant. Ah! Bai Shuiying let out a terrified scream. She had just regained a bit of her sanity from the brief failure of the thought stamp, and the fear that belonged to a normal human being was magnified countless times by the hellish scene before her. She stepped back repeatedly, every inch of her skin tensed with fear. Her eyes, which were used to seeing sophisticated instruments and complex formulas, were now filled with pure horror. In comparison, Luo Wan's performance was much better. After the initial shock, she immediately regarded this sudden crisis as a great opportunity to regain her master's attention. She had just been injured by the mental shock of that sister she had never met, which made her lose face in front of her master. Now, it was time to prove her worth through actions. A bunch of filthy bugs. How dare you disturb my lord? Luo Wan cried out, the paleness on her face from blood loss quickly replaced by a belligerent blush. She took a sudden step forward, protecting Luo Tong behind her, and assumed a fighting stance. Although, she knew very well that her master did not need anyone's protection. But it's an attitude. An attitude that declares one's status as the first mate to the master and all potential competitors. Master, please take a seat. I'll leave these messes to Wanner. Before she finished her words, her SS-level genetic power erupted once again without reservation. This time, she didn't release the energy outward, but instead highly compressed it, covering her hands. Her 10 fingernails suddenly grew half a foot long, becoming like the sharpest alloy blades, flashing with an eerie red light. Die! Luo Wan's body flashed, like a red cheetah, and she pounced towards the gene-contaminated beast, closest to her. The polluted beast let out a strange cry, and one of its limbs, like an octopus tentacle, brought with it a fishy black wind and lashed towards Luo Wan fiercely. Luo Wan's eyes flashed, without dodging or evading, her crossed claws drew 2 bloody afterimages in the air, and she accurately met the tentacle. Sizzle! With a teeth-grinding cutting sound, Luo Wan tore the tentacle, which was tougher than steel, into several pieces. Black, foul-smelling liquid spurted out like a fountain. A successful strike. Luo Wan was delighted and was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue and chop off the monster's head. However, those severed tentacles did not die after falling to the ground. Instead, they seemed to have independent lives, wriggling and multiplying madly. In a blink of an eye, they turned into more than a dozen smaller, snake-like tentacles, wrapping around Luo Wan's ankles from all directions. At the same time, two new, thicker tentacles grew out from the broken end of the polluted beast at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Luo Wan was horrified. This super-fast regeneration ability was completely beyond her experience dealing with genetic mutants. At the moment when she was distracted, another polluted beast appeared silently behind her, opened its huge mouth covered with layers of sharp teeth, and spewed out a stream of dark green, highly corrosive acidic venom. Careful! Bai Shuiying, who was behind, screamed subconsciously. Luo Wan also felt the fatal danger and wanted to dodge, but was dragged down by the madly entangled small tentacles under her feet, making her half a beat slower. Seeing that the corrosive venom was about to completely devour her. TSK. A slight, impatient smacking sound was clearly heard by everyone present. Luo Tong finally moved. Or rather, he didn't move at all. He just stood there and slowly raised a finger. Then, gently, stroked downward. In an instant, time seemed to have been paused. The ball of dark green venom that was about to hit Luo Wan suddenly solidified in mid-air, and then disappeared out of thin air like paint wiped away by an invisible hand. Those genetically contaminated beasts that were about to pounce with their fangs and claws bared all froze in place. The chaotic and crazy pale green flames in their eyes were extinguished in an instant, and instead, there was an absolute fear that came from the lowest level of information, as if they had seen the creator. Immediately following. Puff, 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 puff. A series of light sounds, like popping balloons, rang out one after another. Those dozens of genetically contaminated beasts, which were enough to put a modern army in a difficult battle, began to disintegrate and annihilate silently, one after another, from the most basic particle level. There were no explosions, no light or shadow, no energy fluctuations. Just like that, quietly, they turned into wisps of the purest, harmless particles and then dissipated into the air. It's as if they never existed. The whole process takes less than a second. The whole world instantly returned to deathly silence. Luo Wan still maintained a fighting stance, frozen in place, her mouth slightly open, her eyes filled with incredible shock. Bai Shuiying was also stunned. Her sanity, which had just regained a bit of clarity, was once again shattered by the miracle before her that could not be explained by any scientific theory. I told you, it's a fly. Luo Tong withdrew his finger and spoke in a calm tone, as if he was stating a very simple fact. He didn't even look at the two frightened women, but just frowned in disgust and waved his hand. A gentle breeze blew by, completely purifying the remaining traces of foul smell in the air. It's really a disconcerting thing to disturb my pleasure. He stopped talking midway. His gaze fell on Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, and his eyes became a little strange. The two women were stunned by his gaze and subconsciously looked down at him. Then, their pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. Luo Wan's gorgeous maid outfit, which had been shortened for combat convenience, and Bai Shuiying's white research suit, which symbolized her identity as a scientist, were turning into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fibers of the clothes were breaking and decomposing inch by inch, like sand sculptures that had been weathered for thousands of years, floating down. It's those genetically contaminated beasts, just now. At the last moment before they were annihilated, the most coarse sources of pollution in their bodies still emitted an extremely weak energy with decomposition properties. This kind of energy naturally has no effect on a god like being like Luo Tong. It also cannot cause any substantial damage to SS level and SSS plus level genomes. But, for ordinary materials, such as cloth. But it has devastating effects. Ah! Two screams of completely different decibels rang out at the same time. The sound was Bai Shuiying's, filled with extreme shame and panic. The other sound was from Luo Wan. Mixed with shame, there was a hint of a morbid excitement that she herself didn't even notice. Under Luo Tong's amused gaze, the clothes on their bodies completely turned into flying ashes in just 2 seconds. Two snow-white bodies with exquisite curves, different styles, and perfect-like works of art were exposed completely and without any cover under the dark blue crystal light. Just then. Boom! A vibration 100 times more violent than before came from the abyss beneath his feet. A larger and more terrifying will filled with endless rage and violence locked onto them from deep within the earth. Obviously, the dozens of flies that were killed instantly just now completely angered the pollution lord hiding behind the scenes. This time, it is coming up in person. Chapter 99 Naked Embrace. Absolute domain in the arms of God. Fear. Boundless fear, like a flood that broke through the dam, instantly submerged the last inch of rationality. The shock of the dozens of gene-contaminated beasts that had just been killed instantly had not yet subsided. The extreme shame of seeing his clothes turn to ashes was still burning his nerves. And now, the terrifying will that came from the abyss, which was enough to freeze the soul, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ah. Bai Shuiying's brain completely gave up thinking. The dignity of an SSS plus level scientist, the fear and resistance to the devil in front of him, were all thrown out of the window at this moment. Her body was completely dominated by the most primitive instinct of survival. She screamed like a frightened deer, and rushed towards the only source of light and the only safe island in this deadly place, Luotong. She didn't even realize that she was naked at the moment, but just tried her best to press her cold and soft body tightly against Luotong's. She buried her face deeply in his warm and solid chest, as if only in this way could she block out the horrific roar from hell. The body was shaking violently and uncontrollably. At the same time, Luo Wan also moved. Her reaction was only half a second slower than Bai Shuiying's, but her motive was much more complicated. Fear, of course, was there. The will from the abyss also made her SS-level genetic instincts tremble. But more than that, it is an ignited, almost pathological possessiveness and competitive spirit. That bitch Bai Shuiying actually got there first. How could she tolerate letting another woman occupy his warmest embrace when his master needed comfort the most? Master, don't be afraid, Wanner will protect you. She shouted slogans of protection, but her actions were full of aggression. From the other side, she also hugged Luotong with all her strength, and her plump and fiery body squeezed Luotong's other side without any hesitation. She even deliberately rubbed her cheek against Luotong's neck, as if she was using her body temperature to convey loyalty and passion to him. One laughed and one right. One was as cold as ice and shivered like a lamb seeking shelter. A demonic snake, hot as fire, rubbing against each other tightly, as if declaring its sovereignty. Two equally perfect, yet very different, naked bodies were hung on Luotong in an extremely strange posture. The faint blue crystal light reflected on their snow-white skin, reflecting a warm ivory luster. The breathtaking curves and the faint blush caused by tension and excitement form a forbidden and erotic picture that is enough to drive any male creature crazy. Oh! Luotong chuckled. He lowered his head. To his left was Bai Shuiying's head, buried in fear, with only her raven-black hair visible. To his right was Luo Wan's charming face, tilted up, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm and infatuation. He could even clearly feel the completely different heartbeats of the two of them. One, running wildly with fear. The other was beating like a drum with excitement and jealousy. Now you know how to hold tight? He said it lightly in a joking tone. Just now, weren't they quite capable? One wanted to be the vanguard, and the other seemed to have regained some sanity? His words were like a curse. Bai Shuiying's body suddenly stiffened. She recalled her moment of clarity, her own belief in Luotong as a demon. A fear, even stronger than the one she'd felt facing a monster, surged from the depths of her heart. She actually dared to think about her master so much? She's finished. As for Luo Wan, when she heard the words regain some sanity, a subtle glint of satisfaction flashed across her eyes. She hugged Luotong even tighter, proving with her actions that her sanity would always serve only her master. Just then. Roar! A deafening roar exploded from the Rift Valley. A gigantic head, several times larger than any monster before it, covered with pale green eyeballs and twisted flesh tentacles, suddenly emerged from the abyss. Pollution Lord. Its head alone took up nearly half the width of the passage. Its hundreds of eyes swiveled simultaneously, emitting a chaotic and sinister light, ultimately locking onto Luotong and the two delicious treats in his arms. A field of evil energy mixed with mental shock and corruption curse spread out instantly. Sizzle. The surrounding rock walls, enveloped by this ferocious energy, melted and vaporized rapidly, like butter doused in strong acid, emitting a harsh sound. The air was filled with visible ripples caused by the distortion of space. This power is enough to completely wipe out a reorganized SSS-level genetic warrior army from the world in an instant. However, this evil energy that was powerful enough to destroy everything, when it approached the 1-meter range around Luotong's body, seemed to hit an invisible and absolutely insurmountable wall of size. All the chaos, corruption, and distortion were completely smoothed out within this 1 meter boundary, transformed into the most docile and pure energy particles, and then quietly dissipated. Within 1 meter around Luo Tong, an absolutely safe and peaceful God's realm was formed. Outside the realm is hell. Within the realm is heaven. Bai Shuiying and Luo Wan, who were hugging Luo Tong tightly, felt this extreme contrast most intuitively. They could hear the eardrum tearing roar from the outside world, see the rock walls melting before their eyes, and feel the terrifying pressure that almost crushed their souls. However, next to Luo Tong's body, it felt so warm and peaceful. It seemed that as long as they were in this man's arms, even if the universe was born and died, or the era ended, it would not hurt them at all. The feeling of being protected by absolute power. It is the top-level drug that is more addictive than any medicine or any mind control. Bai Shuiying's ideological stamp, which had just recovered a little bit, was completely and irreversibly welded again at this moment by this unreasonable sense of security. No, even stronger than before. Because this time, she herself willingly sacrificed the last bit of her will to resist. Reason told her that this was Stockholm Syndrome. But the body's feelings are extremely honest. Obey this man and you will survive. If you obey this man, you can enjoy this kind of godlike protection. This is the only truth in the universe. It's so noisy. Luo Tong finally raised his eyelids impatiently and looked at the huge, ugly head. He didn't even use any ability to interfere with the rules, but only released a tiny bit of the 70% unlocked divine gene pressure belonging to adaptation and conquest. That moment, the hundreds of crazy and chaotic eyes of the pollution lord froze at once. Then, a fear that was a billion times purer, older, and more advanced than the malice it itself exuded, appeared in each of its eyes. What does it see? It saw the birth of the universe. It saw the source of genes. It saw a supreme predator that was above all life forms. You. A dry, chaotic voice, pieced together from countless wailing souls, came out of the mouth of the pollution lord, with difficulty. You disturbed my family. Luo Tong interrupted it and, in a tone of stating facts, pronounced its death sentence. The moment the words fell, the massive head of the pollution lord, along with its enormous body that had not yet completely crawled out of the abyss, began to collapse silently from within. Not annihilated, but eaten. Its enormous life energy, its filthy genetic information, and its chaotic soul collection were all forcibly absorbed, decomposed, and transformed by an irresistible force from a higher dimension. Finally, it turned into a pure energy and merged into Luo Tong's body. The whole process was silent, yet extremely domineering. The abyss returned to calm again. It was as if the terrifying pollution lord was just an illusion. Luo Tong felt the insignificant growth in his body and withdrew his gaze somewhat boredly. He lowered his head and looked at the two naked bodies in his arms, which had become weak and dazed due to the extreme contrast and shock. All right. The corners of his mouth curled up in a vicious arc. Flies, cleaned up. So. Assessment, continue. Bai Shuiying and Luo Wan's bodies trembled at the same time. Assessment, continue? In this, naked state? Luo Tong seemed to see through their thoughts, and the smile on his face became more playful. But now the rules have changed. Jumping into the abyss is so unoriginal. He paused, enjoying the extremely nervous gazes of the two women, and then told them the new test content that made their souls tremble. Now, you two, use every method you can think of. Pleasure me. Whoever can make me interested in her first will be the winner. Chapter 100, Naked Assessment. The Surrender of the Ice Queen. Luo Tong's voice was so flat, as if he was announcing today's weather. However, each of these words was like a red-hot iron, burning the souls of Bai Shuiying and Luo Wan. Assessment, continue? In this, naked state? Bai Shuiying's mind buzzed and went blank. Shame, fear, absurdity, humiliation, countless emotions were like boiling magma, swirling wildly in her chest, almost burning her sanity to ashes. She is Bai Shuiying. She is the most advanced scientist in Xia country. She is the woman standing at the pinnacle of human wisdom. She was used to explaining the world with formulas and data, used to controlling everything in a sterile laboratory, and used to using cold rationality to isolate all unnecessary emotions. But what about now? She was naked, like a commodity waiting to be appraised, being examined with amusement by a devil who was nearly 10 years younger than her. Her competitor is the once high and mighty queen of the Luo family, but now she is a crazy woman who has fallen into the dust. The content of the competition is actually to please him? With what? With this body that she was once proud of but now felt extremely ashamed of? No. Impossible. Her last bit of dignity was screaming, shouting, and resisting. However, just when her sanity was on the verge of collapse, Luo Wan moved. No hesitation, no delay. The moment Luo Tong finished speaking, the former queen of the business world made her choice with an almost instinctive reaction. Instead of feeling ashamed, a sickly, feverish flush came over her face. Chance. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity given by the owner. This is a perfect opportunity for her to completely crush Bai Shuiying, the newcomer, and reconsolidate her position as the number one maid. Just now, she was suppressed by the mental shock of the sister she had never met. It was her fault. Now, it was time for her to redeem herself and win back the favor of her master. Yes, my master. Her voice was so sweet that it seemed to drip honey, full of infinite obedience and adoration. She slowly released her arms from holding Luo Tong, and then made a move that made Bai Shuiying's eyes almost pop out. Her knees went weak and she knelt in front of Luo Tong without any dignity. A faint blue crystal light, like holy light, fell upon her curvaceous, voluptuous, snow-white body, every inch of her skin reflecting an ivory sheen. Her long hair cascaded down, obscuring the expression on her face, but unable to conceal the ultimate humility and flattery that emanated from her bones. She did not immediately start the so-called pleasing but looked up to her own God like a most devout believer. Master, she spoke again, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, your existence is the highest gift to this universe. Your power transcends all rules. Your will is the only meaning of Wanner's existence. Being able to kneel before you like this and admire your divine power is the most ultimate happiness Wanner can imagine. As she spoke, she stretched out her slightly trembling hands and gently held Luo Tong's feet as if touching the most sacred work of art. Then she leaned over and gently placed her cheek against the instep of Luo Tong's foot. The warm and soft touch, and the almost crazy praise from her mouth, formed a strange and strong impact. Bai Shuiying was completely stunned. She couldn't understand. She really couldn't understand. Luo Tong looked at Luo Wan kneeling at his feet with interest, then glanced at Bai Shuiying who was as stiff as a sculpture next to him, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh? Are you satisfied with just this? He asked calmly. This can't be considered pleasing, Wanner. This is just your duty. Yes. Master is right. Luo Wan's body trembled violently, as if she had received some divine oracle, and her eyes burst into an even brighter light. She immediately understood what Luo Tong meant. The master is not satisfied with this kind of spiritual worship. What he wants is something more practical and direct. The next second, she raised her head, her stunningly beautiful face filled with determination and enthusiasm. She slowly and seductively climbed up Luo Tong's calf, her plump body tightly wrapped around him like the most flexible vine. Every movement of hers is full of carefully calculated charm, bringing the charm of a mature woman to the extreme. Bai Shuiying's breathing completely stopped. She watched helplessly as Luo Wan began the so-called pleasing in a manner that she could not even imagine. Her brain was screaming, resisting, telling her to run. But her body was firmly nailed to the spot by the fear from the abyss, and the steel seal of thought welded deep in her soul, unable to move. She could only watch, forced to watch. Watch how Luo Wan interprets the ultimate meaning of the word made through her actions. Looking at the increasingly amused expression on Luo Tong's face, as if he was enjoying an interesting drama. An unprecedented panic gripped her heart. She lost. She was losing this ridiculous assessment. What happens if you lose? Will he be left here? Will he be thrown out of that god's realm? Will he be torn to pieces by that terrifying monster just now? No. She doesn't want to die. She hadn't completed her research yet, she hadn't solved the ultimate mystery of this world. TSK. At this moment, a slight, disdainful smacking sound interrupted her wandering thoughts. It's Luo Tong. He didn't even look at Luo Wan, but instead set his gaze on Bai Shuiying. SSS plus level genes, Xia country's top scientists. There was a hint of undisguised disappointment in his voice. It said that your brain can easily crack the most complex military codes of the White Eagle Federation and deduce energy models capable of destroying an entire fleet. But now it seems. He paused, and every word he spoke was like a heavy hammer, hitting Bai Shuiying's self-esteem. That's all. Can't you even solve such a simple problem? Or does your so-called wisdom only take effect when faced with cold data? Boom! It was as if a bomb had exploded in Bai Shuiying's head. Yes. Wisdom. Isn't her wisdom what she is most proud of? She always believed that she was different from women like Luo Wan who relied on their bodies and means to get to the top. She is a scientist. She makes a living with her brain. But, in front of this man, what use is her wisdom? He can destroy monsters with a single wave of his hand, he can create an absolutely safe area, he can control his own life and death. His existence itself is the greatest mockery of the word science. And now, he was questioning her wisdom? No. She can't admit it. An inexplicable flame, a mixture of humiliation and competitiveness, suddenly burst out from the ruins of her sanity that was on the verge of collapse. Solve the problem? Good. I'll explain it to you. Don't you want to see it? I'll use my own way to please you. Bai Shuiying suddenly raised her head, and in her eyes, which were filled with water due to fear and shame, a strange light ignited for the first time in front of Luo Tong. She took a deep breath, her body still trembling, but her voice carried the calm yet paranoid tone that was unique to scholars giving academic reports. Master, according to neurobiological principles, the generation of pleasure stems from the activation of the dopamine reward circuit in the brain's limbic system. This is triggered by, but not limited to, physical contact, pheromone stimulation, and the mental satisfaction brought by the anticipation of a reward. As she spoke, she took the first trembling step. She did not kneel down like Luo Wan, nor did she imitate her seductive movements. She simply walked up to Luo Tong and stretched out her slender, white hand that had once created miracles on countless precision instruments. Her hand stopped at Luo Tong's chest, but she didn't touch it. According to the second law of thermodynamics, energy spontaneously transfers from a high-temperature object to a low-temperature object. My body temperature is 36.8 degrees Celsius, and yours, based on the instantaneous feedback from our contact, your surface temperature is at least 38 degrees Celsius. This doesn't conform to normal human physiology, but it's a manifestation of a life form at a higher energy level. Her voice was trembling, but her logic was extremely clear. So, through simple physical contact, I cannot convey warmth to you. Instead, I can only draw energy from you. Luo Tong's eyebrows were slightly raised, and the amusement in his eyes became even more intense. Interesting. This woman actually wants to use this method? Meanwhile, Luo Wan, who was diligently serving, also noticed something was amiss. She paused, raised her head, and looked warily at Bai Shuiying, her eyes filled with hostility. What does this bitch want to do? Bai Shuiying ignored Luo Wan's gaze. In her eyes, there was only Luo Tong and the problem that she had to solve. So, when it comes to pleasing people on a physical level, I'm not as professional as her. She glanced at Luo Wan, and her tone was filled with a hint of proud contempt that belonged to a scientist. But, on the spiritual level, on the information level, I am the strongest. The moment she finished speaking, she did something that no one expected. She stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and used all her strength to clumsily but firmly press her cold and soft lips, which had never been touched by anyone, against Luo Tong's lips. However, just before those lips were about to touch, boom boom boom. A terrifying tremor 100 times more violent than any previous one, as if to completely tear apart the entire core of the earth, suddenly erupted. Warning! Warning! Master! For the first time, Zero's emotionless electronic voice took on an extreme urgency and sharpness. Target number 1, located at the core of the cradle, has experienced an emotional resonance index that has instantly surpassed the threshold. An extremely intense mental storm is developing. She's very angry. She is forcibly breaking free from the final restraints of the cradle. Chapter 101, My Sister's Anger. God's family affairs, no outsiders are allowed to interfere. Anger. Pure, undisguised anger, like a stellar explosion. This anger did not come from sound, nor from the impact of energy, but in a more fundamental and overbearing way, directly acting on the genetic level and the depths of the soul. Get away. The voice of a young girl, which was young but full of supreme majesty, was no longer a vague signal, but exploded in the minds of Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying with incredible clarity. Don't touch my brother. Boom. Along with this spiritual roar, an invisible yet terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain rose from the depths of the earth and locked onto the two naked bodies above the rift with incredible precision. Ah! Luo Wan let out a painful groan. She felt as if her soul was being fiercely grasped by an invisible giant hand and thrown into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. The absolute suppression from the highest level of life prevented her, despite her SS-level genetic strength, from even raising the slightest thought of resistance. Her service that she was proud of, her charming body, seemed so ridiculous and so lowly in front of this pure and absolute blood pressure. She hugged Luoton's body and slid backwards involuntarily, her face turning pale as paper in an instant. And Bai Shuiying was even worse. The courage she had just mustered up to try to use science to deconstruct pleasing was crushed by the roar of brother. Her kiss stopped less than a centimeter away from Luoton's lips. That terrifying mental pressure, like invisible ice spikes, pierced madly into her sea of consciousness. In the face of this more overbearing and unreasonable force, her ideological imprint actually began to loosen slightly. However, this loosening did not bring liberation, but even deeper fear. She felt like a mortal who had entered the forbidden land of the gods and was about to be torn into pieces by the dragon guarding the sanctuary. Her body reacted faster than her brain. She screamed and crawled backwards, as if Luoton's body was the source of some deadly plague and she wanted to be as far away from him as possible. In a flash, the two snow-white bodies that were tightly wrapped around Luoton like vines, one on the left and one on the right, now collapsed to the ground. Trembling, the other retreated repeatedly with a look of horror on his face. The whole scene became funny and weird because of the strong intervention of this sister whom he had never met before. Oh! Luoton chuckled, breaking the dead silence. Far from being annoyed by the interruption of his assessment, his eyes were filled with unprecedented and intense interest. Possessiveness. Such a familiar and lovely thing. Whether it was Luo Wan before, or his sister, Wan, who was about to wake up now, the strong desire they showed to completely privatize themselves made him feel extremely happy. This is the highest recognition of him as a god and the only male in this world. My little sister has quite a temper. He stretched out his fingers and gently wiped his lips, as if Bai Shuiying had really touched them, but his eyes penetrated the endless rock layers and headed towards the cradle deep in the earth's core. He could even clearly see that in the turbid energy liquid, the petite figure was trembling violently with anger. Interesting. So interesting. A planetary-level ultimate weapon set to destruction and zeroing would actually experience such intense emotional fluctuations just because another woman approached her brother. Is this the setting of the Panga plan, or her own will of birth? Master. Luo Wan struggled and got up from the ground. She didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, nor did she care about the chill that still lingered in the depths of her soul. She just stared at Luoton, her eyes filled with unwillingness, jealousy, and a hint of grievance that she herself didn't even notice. She lost. He didn't lose to Bai Shuiying, but to that sister who he only heard the voice but never saw. That woman, why? Just because she was the master's sister? Just because she and the master shared the same genes? An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped Luo Wan's heart. For the first time, she discovered that in this world, there were competitors who were more threatening than those with SSS plus level genes and the top scientists of Xia country. That is the absolute orthodoxy that comes from the bloodline level. What? Are you not convinced? Luotong glanced at her and said lightly. Waner doesn't dare. Luo Wan's body trembled violently, and she immediately knelt on the ground again, burying her head deeply. Oh, you don't dare? Luotong's tone was full of joking. Your genes are screaming jealousy. He ignored the two women with different thoughts and instead said to the air, Zero, ignore her and let her make a fuss. Let's go and meet this tempered family member. Yes, master. Zero's voice returned to calm. The passage has been rerouted. We estimate that we will reach the isolation area outside the cradle in 3 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, Luotong took a step forward. The space behind him rippled like the surface of water. Bai Shuiying and Luo Wan only saw a flash before their eyes, and the next second, the scene around them had completely changed. It was no longer a narrow rift valley, but a more magnificent and spectacular underground passage. The walls of the passage were no longer crystals emitting a faint blue glow, but instead an unknown black alloy shimmering with a metallic sheen. Carved upon the walls were countless complex patterns, resembling circuit boards or ancient runes. These patterns flickered in and out with the vibrations of the Earth's core. What shocked the two women the most was that they discovered that they had put on a new set of clothes without knowing when. Not the previous made outfit and research uniform. Instead, it was a black combat uniform that was exactly the same as the one Zero was wearing, full of futuristic technology and fitting closely to the body curves. The fabric is cool and flexible, perfectly outlining their exquisite figures, while giving people a sense of power and solemnity. Luo created a new uniform for them out of thin air with just a thought. This miracle that disregarded the laws of matter once again deepened the mixed feeling of awe and fear in the hearts of the two women. After putting on the clothes, have you forgotten your previous identity? Luo walked forward without looking back, and the voice suddenly came over. The two women's bodies stiffened at the same time. Bai Shuiying subconsciously glanced at the powerful combat uniform on her body, and remembered the humiliating scene of herself being naked and forced to please. The huge contrast made her brain confused again. Luo Wan responded immediately. Master. Wanner has never forgotten. She took a few quick steps, closely following Luo half a step away, and said in a humble yet flattering tone, no matter what I wear, Wanner will always be the master's most loyal maid. Very good. Luo nodded with satisfaction. What he wanted was this absolute, ingrained obedience. No matter how their external identities changed, at their core, they would always be his property. At this moment, Bai Shuiying, who had been silent all this time, finally plucked up the courage and spoke tremblingly. Master. Master. Luo did not stop. Bai Shuiying bit her lips, as if she was having a fierce struggle between herself and herself. In the end, the curiosity about the unknown that belonged to a scientist overwhelmed her fear. Just now, that mental shock just now, its mode of action wasn't simply energy suppression, but a declaration of authority based on the resonance of genetic information. This completely overturns existing psychophysics theory. If we could collect its fluctuation data. So? Luo interrupted her. So? I want to ask the master to allow me to conduct non-contact observation and data recording on target number 1. Bai Shuiying said in one breath, holding her breath nervously. She knew that this was asking a dragon for a glimpse of his most precious treasure. However, what answered her was Luo cold sneer. Ask? Luo finally stopped, turned around, and looked at Bai Shuiying with a look as if she were an idiot. Dr. Bai, it seems that you still don't understand the rules here. In my family of God, there is no word for request. He stretched out a finger and gently lifted Bai Shuiying's chin, forcing her to look at him. Everything has to be earned. You want data? Sure. Just like before, use your body, your wisdom, everything you have, to please me, to prove to me that you are qualified to touch what's mine. Now, do you understand? Snow White's pupils contracted violently. Humiliation. The ultimate humiliation. He actually equated the acquisition of sacred knowledge with that dirty deal. But she couldn't refute it. Because, in this man's world, he is the only rule. Just when she was about to be completely overwhelmed by this humiliation, the passage ahead suddenly opened up. A huge circular gate, so huge that it was beyond words and emitting a platinum-colored light, appeared in front of them. Atop the massive gate, countless energy runes flickered frantically, overloading, emitting a mournful wail as they struggled under the immense weight. The entire gate trembled violently, as if it would burst completely at any moment from the raging power within. Master, we have arrived at the isolation area outside the cradle. Zero's voice sounded at the right time. The final agreement, Gaia's embrace, is failing, and the energy restraint field has dropped to 7%. Target number 1's vital signs have reached a critical value of 100%. She is awake. Ling paused, his voice becoming extremely solemn. Also, Master, the viral information flow we detected earlier has also been activated at the same time. It didn't attack target 1, but seemed to be fighting with her for control of this body. The distress signal you received earlier was real. This is a war taking place deep in her soul. Chapter 102, Virus in the Cradle. I am the only one who can bully my sister. A war deep in the soul. Zero's report exploded like a thunder in front of the magnificent quarantine area. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying may not be able to fully understand the technical meanings behind the words information flow and control, but they can clearly feel what a terrifying game is going on behind the wailing giant door. Two completely different wills are colliding and tearing each other apart wildly. One is the will of the sister just now, which was pure, domineering, full of anger and possessiveness. The other one was cold, ancient, full of filth and corruption, reminiscent of the gene-contaminated beasts that were instantly annihilated before, but its strength was billions of times stronger than theirs. Virus. Luoton's eyes finally turned completely cold. All the previous playful, joking, and theater-watching mentality disappeared at this moment. Instead, there is an absolute majesty that cannot be challenged and comes from the top of the predator. He remembered. When he received the Pango laboratory database, he read an experimental log with the highest encryption level. Anomaly code, Echoes of the Abyss. Description, an information lifeform of unknown origin, capable of self-replication and mimetic contamination. 18 years ago, through unknown means, it infiltrated the core of the Matrix, causing the logic of the first-generation Central Intelligence Core to collapse and the protocol to go out of control. It turns out that this is the thing. A computer virus that drove the Matrix crazy in the past, now dares to target its own sister? A dirty, disembodied bug trying to get its hands on a living, planetary ultimate weapon? Trying to steal his Luoton's family? A cold and violent rage slowly rose from the bottom of Luoton's heart. My sister. He spoke slowly, his voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that froze the very space. Whether it's a sniveling crybaby or the ultimate weapon that destroys the world, it's all mine. Her fate can only be decided by me. Her body can only be touched by me. He raised his eyes, and his gaze was like two indestructible swords, piercing straight into the huge platinum door. As for you, a virus that's worse than garbage. Who gave you the courage to touch her? My sister. Even if you want to bully her, I'm the only one who can bully her. The moment he finished speaking, Luotong moved. He didn't look for any control console, nor did he ask for the protocol for opening the door. He simply raised his right hand slowly, with his 5 fingers spread out, and pointed it at the huge door that was shaking violently. Theocracy, override. Buzz. An invisible will that transcends all physical rules suddenly descended with Luotong's palm as the center. The cradle door, which was made of an unknown alloy, engraved with countless energy runes, and strong enough to withstand the impact of stellar storms, seemed to have lost all its definition at this moment. It is no longer a door, no longer an alloy, no longer a fortification. It became a blank sheet of paper. And Luotong is the only pen that can write freely on this blank piece of paper. All the rune lights on the huge platinum door dimmed in an instant, and all the wailings that were unable to bear the heavy burden came to an abrupt end. Then, under the completely numb and horrified gaze of Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, the indestructible giant door was silently torn open from the middle to both sides, roughly and slowly, as if by a pair of invisible hands. There was no explosion. There is no blinding light. It was torn apart so unreasonably. The heavy alloy door is as fragile as paper in front of the divine power. As the giant door opened, the scene behind the door finally appeared in front of everyone. It was a pure white circular space that was larger and more spacious than the isolation area outside, like a temple of God. Above the dome of the space is not rock, but a simulated, deep and brilliant starry sky. Countless stars are slowly moving, emitting soft light. And in the center of the entire space stands an extremely huge, crystal-like diamond-shaped structure made of pure energy light. That is the cradle. It can be seen clearly through the translucent crystal wall that shimmers with soft light. Inside the cradle, in the amniotic fluid-like culture medium filled with life energy, a petite girl who looked no more than 13 or 14 years old was quietly floating. She possessed long, silver hair, brighter than the stars, which fluttered gently in the culture medium as if alive. Her features were delicate beyond mortal form, her skin as white as fresh snow. Even with her eyes closed, she could not conceal the innate nobility and majesty that towered over all living beings. She is, 1. Luotong's twin sister. However, at this moment, this mythical scene was completely destroyed by a disgusting, discordant sound. I saw that in the originally pure culture medium, countless black, sticky threads that looked like ink and oil were growing and spreading wildly. These black threads, like living poisonous snakes, coiled around the girl in the center from all directions. Their target is the girl's eyebrows, her heart, and every vital part of her body. They have to get in to occupy this perfect, God-level container. The girl's body was shaking violently. Her eyelids were twitching wildly under her tightly closed eyes, and her long eyelashes seemed to be covered with frost. She seemed to be using all her strength to resist the invasion of these black threads. Waves of pure and powerful spiritual power burst out from her body, shattering the approaching black threads again and again. But those black threads seemed endless. After being shattered, it will immediately recondense, and then attack again at a crazier and more tricky angle. This is a silent, cruel tug of war. Just then, the countless black silk threads seem to have sensed Luotong's arrival. They seem to know that they don't have much time left. The next second, all the black threads suddenly stopped wrapping around the girl. They quickly shrank backwards, and then, behind the girl, condensed into an enormous ghost face made of pure filth and malice. That ghost face had no fixed facial features, only countless souls wailing in pain, floating and twisting in it. It looked at Luo Tong, who was standing at the door. A will filled with greed, brutality, and a hint of fear crossed the space and rushed directly into Luo Tong's mind. New God. A dry and evil will, pieced together from billions of chaotic voices, echoed in Luo Tong's consciousness. You are late. This container, this power, is mine. Soon, all life on this planet will become my nourishment, this world will be reshaped, under my will. And you will have the honor of becoming my first sacrifice after my rebirth. Along with this crazy declaration, the huge black ghost face suddenly opened its mouth and turned into a black torrent that swallowed everything. Without any more temptation, it used all its strength to viciously swallow the back of the defenseless girl in the cradle. It must forcefully complete the final fusion. The entire cradle shook violently. The alarm sounded throughout the entire hall. However, Luo Tong, who was standing at the door, did not show any nervousness on his face. He just quietly watched the black torrent rushing towards his sister, and looked at the sleeping face of the girl, which was becoming more and more distorted due to extreme pain and anger. Then, the curve of his mouth became cold and cruel. Sacrifice? He lifted his foot, stepped forward, and took a slow step. With one step, he crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and instantly appeared right in front of the cradle. With what you have, you're not even worthy of being my appetizer, a bedbug. Chapter 103: The Wail of the Virus. A farce in front of God. Bedbugs? These two words were light and airy, without any energy fluctuations, yet they seemed to contain some kind of supreme rule that was enforceable by words. The moment Luo Tong uttered these two words, the black torrent composed of pure filth and malice, and the huge ghost face composed of billions of wailing souls, suddenly stopped. Time seemed to have been paused. That all-consuming madness was like a wild dog with its throat strangled. All its ferocity was frozen on its face, making it look funny and ridiculous. What did you say? The dry, evil, chaotic will faltered for the first time while transmitting information. It seemed unable to understand or believe what it was hearing. Sacrifice? No. It's a bedbug. Not even worthy of an appetizer, bug. This is an insult that is more extreme than a direct attack, more than the crushing of divine power. A kind of utter, undisguised contempt that comes from the very top of the life hierarchy. I said. Luo Tong was already standing in front of the huge diamond-shaped crystal cradle. He didn't even look back at the black torrent, but just stretched out his hand and touched the cold crystal outer wall lightly and tenderly with his fingertips. It was as if comforting the sister who was suffering inside. His voice was still calm, but it carried a cold, murderous intent that resonated throughout the entire hall. You're too noisy. The moment the words fell. Buzz. The still black torrent suddenly resumed its flow. But, not forward. Instead, it rolled backwards madly at a speed 1,000,000,000 times faster than before. It's scared. The moment Luo Tong finished speaking, this ancient virus that called itself Echo of the Abyss, this information lifeform that had toyed with the first generation of AI mother at its fingertips, finally felt what it meant to be death from the ecstasy of impending success. That is not annihilation at the energy level, nor is it destruction at the physical level. It is a more fundamental kind of erasure that comes from the definition level. It felt that its existence was being denied by the other party. No. You can't. That huge ghost face, twisted into a shape of extreme fear amidst the mad reversal, no longer possessed any greed or violence, only the most primitive instinct to survive. It tried its best to escape from this temple, to drill back deep into the ground, to stay away from the terrifying existence that made its soul tremble with just one sentence. However, everything was in vain. You can only leave if I want you to. Luo Tong's voice was like the final judgment in the underworld. He slowly turned around and finally looked directly at the struggling black data stream, a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Now, I want you to stop. Theocracy forbidden. In an instant, the entire hall was completely silent. The madly backward rolling black torrent stopped in mid-air, abruptly and in violation of all laws of inertia. It was like a black oil painting splashed onto a canvas, not yet fully dry, frozen there. All the struggle, all the wailing, all the fear, were sealed in that moment. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, who were standing in the distance, had completely lost the ability to think. Their brains were completely unable to process what was happening before their eyes. Tear open a gate massive enough to withstand a stellar storm. One step covers 1,000 meters. With just one sentence, the evil existence that was so terrifying that it suffocated their souls was made unable to move, like a tamed pet. What kind of power is this? God? No, perhaps even the word God seems too pale and powerless. This is a kind of power that creates rules and defines everything, the power of the Creator. Bai Shuiying's body was shaking violently. Her black combat uniform, imbued with a futuristic, technological feel, not only failed to bring her any sense of security, but instead made her feel like a clown in a gorgeous costume, performing a farce before the gods. Did she even try to use science to deconstruct pleasing? Did she even want to observe and record? Ridiculous. How ridiculous. Her science, in front of this man, was like a primitive man trying to understand the principles of a nuclear fusion reactor by counting stones. It was absurd to the extreme. The SSS plus level wisdom that she was so proud of was crushed to pieces at this moment, without even a trace of dust left. But Luo Wan was in a completely different state. There was no fear in her eyes, only an almost insane, morbid admiration and infatuation. This is her man. This was the master she had chosen to serve. This is the power that destroys the heavens and the earth. This is the tyranny that dominates everything. She felt like every cell in her body was cheering and leaping for joy at Luo Tong's strength. The grievance and resentment brought on by the blood pressure from her sister, one, had long been washed away by this even more extreme divine power that belonged to the master. What sister? What orthodox bloodline? Being able to kneel at the feet of this god, even if it is just as one of his most humble collections, is the supreme honor. She looked at the ugly black ghost face frozen in midair, and even a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. Poor bug, you have no idea what kind of great being you are provoking. You, what on earth are you? The black ghost face, forbidden by the divine power, could not move, but its will could still barely transmit intermittent information. Its voice was filled with incomprehensible, extreme confusion and fear. Over the long years, it has polluted the core of the planet, eroded the central intelligence of civilization, and even fought with other information lifeforms from deep space. It has seen the so-called gods and devoured the so-called demons. But it had never seen anything like Luo Tong. Without using energy or relying on laws, it can distort reality and define everything simply by relying on its own will. This has gone beyond everything it can understand. What am I? Luo Tong seemed to have heard some amusing joke. He slowly walked towards the imprisoned black data stream, gazing at it with interest as he walked. You don't deserve to know. He walked up to the ghost face, stretched out a finger, and poked the cheek made of obscene information like poking jelly. The moment the fingertips touched, that part of the black data immediately made a sizzling sound, like snow being burned by a soldering iron, instantly purified and annihilated, leaving behind a pure hole the size of a finger. Ah! The ghost face let out a scream that was countless times more miserable than before. That's not pain. That is the most fundamental fear of existence being erased. Look, pretty fragile, isn't it? Luo Tong retracted his finger and looked at it in front of his eyes, as if he was looking at some interesting toy. You just said that you wanted to use my sister as your vessel? He tilted his head, his tone as innocent as a child. And so, you treat the life on this planet as your nourishment? Finally, you're going to use me as your first sacrifice after your rebirth? Every time he asked a question, the huge ghost face trembled violently. It wanted to beg for mercy, it wanted to explain, it wanted to say it was all a misunderstanding. But it made no sound. Under the prohibition of divine power, it does not even have the qualifications to beg for mercy. It's a good idea, very creative. Luo Tong nodded approvingly, and then the smile on his face suddenly became stern and cold. It's a pity that you picked the wrong person. However, to reward your creativity, I have decided. He paused, his eyes swept over the violently shaking cradle, and then looked at his sister inside, whose eyes were closed but whose body was no longer shaking. I'll make you a gift as well. A kneading gift for my dear sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tong's right hand suddenly opened, and his 5 fingers turned into claws, directly inserted into the huge, motionless black ghost face. So, let's start by purifying this filthy shell of yours. Divine power, smelting. Boom! An invisible divine flame exploded with Luo Tong's palm as the center. Chapter 104, A Gift from My Sister. The ultimate value of the virus. Theocracy, smelting. This is not ordinary fire, nor is it a flame of energy. This is a kind of incineration that comes from the concept level. At the moment when the invisible divine flame erupted, the huge ghost face composed of billions of filthy information and painful souls could not even utter a scream. It was like waste thrown into the furnace of the universe and began to decompose violently and irreversibly. Sizzle, sizzle. The piercing sound, like countless circuit boards burning at the same time, resounded throughout the entire hall. The black data streams that made up the ghost face were no longer in a viscous liquid state. Instead, under the smelting of the divine fire, they were forcibly disassembled into the most primitive and basic 0 and 1. Countless wailing, twisted soul phantoms sank and floated, shrieking in the black waterfall of data. They tried to escape, but were firmly sucked into the invisible divine fire. Finally, amidst waves of desperate roars, they turned into the purest spiritual energy and were devoured and purified by the divine fire. The whole process is violent and bloody, yet it also has a weird and shuddering beauty. It's like admiring a god-level artist who is reshaping a pile of dirty garbage into a brand new work of art in the most brutal way. No spare my life. Before being completely decomposed, the remaining core will of the echo of the abyss finally broke through the suppression of divine power and uttered a plea for mercy so faint that it was almost inaudible. It completely collapsed. It finally understood that what it was facing was not a new god at all, but a monster that was far older, more terrifying, and more unreasonable than the god. A being wearing human skin, walking in the world, the rules themselves. However, Luoton just watched all this quietly, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Spare my life? From the moment it dared to set its sights on 1, its fate was already determined. 0. Luoton spoke lightly. Yes, master. The figure of the AI girl 0 appeared silently behind him and bowed slightly. Analyze its data composition in real time, and separate out all the logical algorithms related to mimetic contamination and information self-replication. As you command, master. A glint of absolute obedience flashed in Zero's electronic eyes. Data analysis has begun, estimated to take 3.7 seconds. Analysis complete. Core algorithm locked and successfully stripped. Unbelievably fast. With the help of Luoton's divine power, Zero's computing power has almost reached infinity. Very good. Luoton nodded with satisfaction. He clenched his 5 fingers suddenly. Ah! The fist-sized ball of black light, which had been melted down to only its core, let out a final wail of despair. Then, under the extreme compression of the divine fire, all the dirty, chaotic, and evil wills within it were completely crushed into powder. All information is forcibly formatted. In the end, only a ball of pure, impurity-free, liquid black crystal-like, original information energy remained. And a small section that was stripped out by Zero, gleaming like a code, the core algorithm. It's still somewhat useful. Luoton spread out his palms, and the ball of pure original information energy and the core algorithm were quietly suspended in his palms. He could feel that if he absorbed this ball of energy, it would at least advance his gene unlocking progress by a few tenths of a percentage point. Something is better than nothing. But he didn't do that. He turned around and turned his gaze back to the huge crystal cradle. At this time, as the echoes of the abyss were completely purified, the culture medium inside the cradle had regained its previous purity and clarity. The silver-haired girl floating in the center had completely stopped shaking. She still had her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes drooping quietly like butterfly wings, her sleeping face peaceful and sacred, as if the cruel war that had just taken place in the depths of her soul had never happened. But Luoton knew that she was awake. In other words, her will has awakened. He could even feel a faint spiritual wave, with a hint of curiosity, a hint of vigilance, and a hint of an innate sense of closeness, cautiously reaching out to him from inside the cradle. Like a newly hatched chick, full of curiosity about the world, it is observing the first creature that catches its eye. Oh! Luoton chuckled. He raised his hand and gently pressed the ball of pure original information energy in his palm onto the crystal outer wall of the cradle. It's for you. Buzz. The liquid black crystal-like energy, like water and milk, penetrated the outer wall of the crystal without any hindrance and merged into the culture medium inside the cradle. Then, it transformed into countless streams of the purest energy, which were slowly and instinctively absorbed by the petite body. Visibly, the girl's skin, already as white as snow, became even more translucent, as if radiating a faint, sacred aura. Her long, resplendent silver hair also became smoother and shinier. Her life force was rising and growing stronger at a terrifying speed. This is a gift from the enemy. This is also the first gift from my brother. After doing all this, Luoton's gaze fell on the remaining core algorithm in his palm, which was flickering with light. As for this, the curve of his mouth became playful again. Just think of it as finding you a toy. He snapped his fingers. The core algorithm representing mimetic contamination and self-replication turned into a stream of light and also penetrated the outer wall of the crystal. But it did not merge into the culture medium, but shot directly towards the inner wall of the cradle. Sizzle! The moment the algorithm touched the inner wall, it seemed to be activated and immediately began to copy and contaminate frantically. Suddenly, on the originally mirror-smooth, pure white inner wall of the cradle, a pixel-style, somewhat cute, black little monster image appeared out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, it started running, leaving behind a series of pixel footprints. Then it ran to the other end of the cradle's inner wall and hit its head against the wall, making itself see stars, then turned around and ran in the other direction. Then, the second, third, 10th. Almost in the blink of an eye, hundreds of identical, cute little pixel monsters appeared on the inner wall of the cradle. They chase, fight, collide and fall on the smooth inner wall, as if playing an endless and funny game of chase. The hibernation chamber, the ultimate weapon that was originally sacred, solemn, and full of murderous aura, suddenly changed at this moment. It turned into a giant, surround-shaped, pixel-style, electronic pet game console. And the once terrifying echoes of the abyss, the ancient virus that attempted to devour everything, its core algorithm, and its ultimate value have become the game itself. This is such an extreme humiliation. Bai Shuiying, who was standing in the distance, was completely stunned. Her mouth was open, and she looked at the pixelated monsters parkouring crazily on the inner wall of the cradle, her mind blank. She couldn't connect these little things that even looked a little cute with the horrific existence that just exuded endless filth and malice. Is this the melting of God? This is the gift from God? He turned a virus that was powerful enough to destroy civilization into a toy to entertain his sister? This kind of wild imagination and execution that disregarded rules and treated terror as a plaything made her feel a deeper sense of powerlessness than when she was crushed by divine power before. She realized that the gap between her and this man could no longer be measured by dimensions. That is, the gap between the author and the person in the book. And after a brief moment of surprise, Luo Wan's eyes once again flashed with fanatical light. She understood. She understood it completely. Master, this is taming. Not only does he want to tame these maids, but he is also using this method to tame his sister who was about to give birth to Su Ling. He wanted to let her know that the so-called terror and the so-called enemies were nothing more than boring toys that could be manipulated at will in front of her brother. In this way, he wanted to imprint his image of being omnipotent and supreme in the sister's heart. What a domineering method! So gentle, doting. At this moment, Luo Wan's heart was completely overwhelmed by a strong feeling of bitterness mixed with jealousy and envy. Just then, crack crack. A crisp sound, like the breaking of glass, suddenly came from the huge crystal cradle. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. I saw a tiny, almost imperceptible crack quietly appearing on the indestructible crystal outer wall of the cradle. Then came the second, the third. Like a spider web, it spread quickly to the entire surface of the crystal. Master! Zero's voice, for the first time, was tinged with nervousness. Target number 1's energy index is skyrocketing non-linearly. After absorbing that source of information energy, she has completely broken free from the final constraints of the cradle. She's coming out. Before he finished speaking, the silver-haired girl who had kept her eyes tightly closed, her long, butterfly wing-like eyelashes suddenly trembled. Then, under everyone's gaze, slowly open it. Chapter 105 Brother and Sister's First Meeting. No acting like a spoiled child in front of the gods. What kind of eyes are those? There are no words to describe it. It is deeper than the starry sky simulated above the dome of the cradle. Even purer than the high-purity energy crystals deep in the Earth's core. The color of the pupils is not black, nor any known color, but a silver-gray color like the beginning of the universe, chaotic, with endless stars flowing. There was no emotional fluctuation at all. There is no curiosity, no confusion, no anger, and no joy. There is only an absolute, cold nothingness that seems to be above everything. It seemed as if everything in the world was no different from dust in her eyes, not worthy of any emotional turmoil from her. The moment these eyes opened, all the light in the entire hall seemed to be sucked in by them. At this moment, time and space have lost their meaning. The only truth left is those eyes. and Luo Tong, who was quietly watched by those eyes. Crack boom. A loud bang. The huge crystal cradle covered with cracks could no longer withstand the surging energy inside and exploded. Countless sparkling crystal fragments shot out in all directions. Each piece of debris contains terrifying kinetic energy that is enough to easily penetrate an interstellar battleship. Master, be careful. Zero's figure instantly stood in front of Luo Tong, trying to deploy an energy shield. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying were blown backwards by the sudden shock wave, and crashed into the distant wall in a mess, letting out a muffled groan. However, Luo Tong just stood there quietly, motionless. Those crystal fragments that were powerful enough to destroy everything, when they approached a range of 1 meter around his body, they seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and suddenly slowed down. Then, they silently turned into the most basic light particles and dissipated into the air. God's realm. Within his domain, he is absolutely safe. All the chaos subsided in his presence. His gaze penetrated the energy storm and never left the figure that slowly walked out of the broken cradle. The culture medium had evaporated the moment she opened her eyes. She stepped barefoot, one step at a time, on the cold ground made of an unknown alloy, without making any sound. Her long silver hair, which was brighter than the stars, moved without wind, like the flowing Milky Way, and fell to her ankles. Her petite body, which looked no more than 13 or 14 years old, was so perfect that it seemed extraordinary. Every inch of her skin seemed to be the most outstanding work of art created by the Creator, without a single flaw. She just walked straight towards Luo Tong. It seemed as if there were only the two of them left in the whole world. Luo Wan struggled to get up from the ground. She didn't bother to rub her shoulder, which was hurt by the collision. She just stared at the silver-haired girl who was walking towards her master, her eyes filled with unprecedented vigilance and hostility. Here we come. Her biggest competitor. The one who has the same genes and bloodline as the master. But Bai Shuiying had a completely different feeling. She leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, looking at the girl who seemed to have walked out of a myth, with only one emotion left in her heart. Awe. Pure, soul-deep awe. If we say that Luo Tong is the god of creation who transcends understanding and definition of everything, then this girl is the most perfect child god created by God himself, holding the power of destruction. For mortals, even the qualification of looking up to them seems a luxury. Finally, the girl stopped only 3 steps away from Luo Tong. She raised her head slightly, and her empty silver-gray eyes met Luo Tong's deep black eyes with a hint of playfulness. This was the first time in 18 years that brother and sister truly met. There was neither the warmth that was imagined nor the conflict that was expected. There was only dead silence. The atmosphere froze to freezing point. The girl just looked at him quietly, without saying a word, like a delicate lifeless doll. Luo Tong also looked at her with interest, as if he was admiring a unique collection of his own. Time passes by minute by minute. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The two of them just stared at each other, as if they wanted to see through each other's souls completely. Finally, for the first time, a barely perceptible ripple appeared in the girl's empty eyes. That's a confusion. It seems that the man in front of her is somewhat different from the information imprinted deep in her genes. She slowly tilted her head. An extremely simple action instantly broke the cold divinity that seemed to be above all living beings in her, and gave her a touch of human vitality. Then she spoke. The voice was no longer as childish and majestic as before when he roared spiritually, but a voice like the snow lotus of Tianshan Mountain, cold, ethereal, and without a trace of worldly air. You. She said only one word and then stopped. It seemed as if he was organizing language, or searching his own huge database for a suitable word. Luo Tong did not urge him, but just waited patiently. He knew that a being that had just awakened and was designated as the ultimate weapon would need time to adapt to something like self-will. A long time passed. The girl finally spoke again, uttering her first complete sentence after waking up. You are mine. The sound was not loud, but it was extremely clear and echoed in everyone's ears. This is not a question. But it is a declarative sentence. A declaration of a fact that is as self-evident as declaring that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The moment the words fell, Luo Wan's body suddenly stiffened. Here we come. It's here as expected. This kind of unreasonable and extremely overbearing possessiveness is exactly the same as that of the master. Bai Shuiying subconsciously held her breath. She felt that an invisible confrontation between gods was about to take place in front of her. However, to everyone's surprise, After hearing these words, Luotong not only did not show any displeasure, but the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Oh! He took a step forward and in an instant, he was in front of the girl. The distance between the two people was less than 10 centimeters. He stretched out his hand and, with a gesture that brooked no refusal, gently lifted the girl's small, delicate chin, forcing her silver-gray eyes to look closely at him. "You said I was yours?" His voice was a little teasing and a little alluring. "So, what can you do for me?" For the first time, the girl's brows furrowed slightly. She seemed unable to understand the question. What to do for him? The highest command deep within her genes is the Yi pass of adaptation and conquest. If she deviates from the setting, she will be erased by the 1 of destruction and 0. They are interdependent and mutually restrictive. He is her other half, her goal, and the meaning of her existence. He is hers, isn't that natural? Why do what? Looking at the girl's eyes filled with pure confusion, Luotong's smile became even more vicious. What he wants is not a weapon that can only execute programs. What he wants is a living sister with her own will who knows how to please him. It seems that you haven't understood yet. Luotong loosened his hand and used his fingertips to gently stroke the girl's cheek, which was as delicate as the first snow. In this family, if you want something, you have to pay for it. Whether it's them, he glanced at Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying in the distance, or you. You want me? Sure. But you have to prove to me that you are more valuable than them. The girl's brows furrowed even tighter. Value? She, the ultimate planetary weapon, codenamed 1, still needs to prove her worth to those two mortals who look so humble even to the SS and SSS plus levels? A cold anger, originating from the weapon of God, began to slowly gather in her empty eyes. However, just when she was about to explode, Luotong's hand suddenly reached down and pulled her into his arms. The girl's body suddenly stiffened. Her petite body was completely enveloped by Luotong's aggressive masculine aura. A strange, unprecedented warm touch spread throughout her body from the point where their bodies touched. What does it feel like? Her brain was frantically retrieving data. But no single piece of information can define this feeling. Remember this feeling. Luotong's voice, with a hint of temptation, sounded low in her ears. This is called a hug. It's a privilege that only family can have. And you. His hand gently patted the girl's back. If you don't learn to please me, you will lose even this most basic privilege. After saying that, he let go of her hand. The warmth that was unfamiliar to the girl disappeared in an instant. An inexplicable, huge sense of loss surged into her heart like a tide. Her silver-gray pupils contracted violently. She looked at Luotong, then looked at her empty arms, and a trace of grievance appeared on her pretty face. Next second, she did something that left everyone stunned. She took a sudden step forward, opened her arms, and like a koala, hugged Luotong again, tightly and clumsily. Then, she buried her little face deeply in Luotong's chest and said in a sullen tone with a hint of command, a hint of pleading, and a hint of coquettishness. Mine. Don't let go. Chapter 106, Sister S rules start with learning to please. The whole place was dead silent. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched at this moment. Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying could even clearly hear their own heartbeats beating wildly due to fear and jealousy. The silver-haired girl who seemed like a creation of God, the planetary-level ultimate weapon codenamed 1, at this moment, was like a koala that had found its home tree, holding Luotong tightly with an almost instinctive and unreasonable posture. She buried her flawless little face deep in Luotong's chest and repeated her declaration in a muffled voice that carried an unquestionable commanding tone. Mine. Don't let go. This was no longer a simple declaration of possessiveness, but more like a child who had just tasted the candy and was using all her strength to prevent anyone from taking the candy away from her. Luo Wan's nails almost dug into her palms. Envy. The incomparable jealousy, like the most violent poison, instantly corroded her heart. Why? Why can this sister who just woke up take it for granted that she can enjoy the embrace of her master? Why can she act so unscrupulously and act like a spoiled child to her master? He had sacrificed so much, abandoned his dignity, and offered his loyalty, only to receive his master's occasional favor. And she, without doing anything, had gotten everything simply because of that damn bloodline. Not fair. This is so unfair. Bai Shuiying, standing nearby, felt something completely different. Looking at the tightly embraced brother and sister, her mind went blank, leaving only a pure feeling of powerlessness, born from the crushing weight of her life. She suddenly understood. God, and the weapons of God. They are one. Perhaps Luo Wan and I were just outsiders in front of this brother and sister pair, debris that could be cleared away at any time. However, Luo Tong's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Faced with his sister's foul coquettishness, the playful smile on his face did not fade at all. He didn't even push her away immediately. He simply lowered his head, looking at the small, delicately fragrant head in his arms, and said softly in an almost cruel, persuasive tone. You like this feeling, don't you? The petite body in his arms stiffened slightly. Want to hold me like this forever? Luo Tong's voice was like the whisper of a devil, full of deadly temptation. The girl didn't answer, but the arms around his waist tightened. Her actions spoke for themselves. Oh. Luo Tong chuckled. Then, in the girl's stunned perception, a pair of strong hands grabbed her shoulders with irresistible force. Next second, he actually tore her out of his arms abruptly. The unfamiliar, reassuring, warm touch that made her feel disappeared again in an instant. A huge, indescribable sense of loss, like the coldest void storm, instantly swept through the core of one's will that had just sprouted self. Her silver gray eyes suddenly widened as she looked in disbelief at the man who had pushed her away. Why? Why take this feeling away? A cold, violent energy wave, born from the instinct of destruction, began to dissipate uncontrollably around her. The temperature of the entire underground hall plummeted. Ice blue crystals, imbued with terrifying energy, even condensed in the air. This is the rage that comes from the weapon of God. Look, you're angry again. However, Luo Tong seemed to be completely unaware of the chill that was enough to freeze the soul. He stretched out his finger and gently touched the girl's brows, which were slightly furrowed with confusion and anger. I said, if you want something, you have to pay for it. Being coquettish, giving orders, and losing your temper are all useless to me. His voice was calm, yet carried an absolute authority that defined the rules. You want a hug from me? Sure. Luo Tong's eyes swept across the crystal fragments scattered on the ground due to the explosion of the cradle. He casually pointed at a palm-sized fragment that was gleaming with a faint blue light, and said in a tone as if he was training a pet. Go, pick that up and hand it to me. When you're done, I'll give you a hug. If you can't do it well, he paused, the curve of his mouth becoming even more vicious, then there will be nothing. As soon as these words came out, Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying were both petrified on the spot. What did they hear? The master asked the ultimate planetary weapon, the sub-god who had just awakened and wielded the power of destruction, to pick up something? Like training a puppy? Bai Shuiying's brain completely shut down. She felt that the scientific perspective, worldview, and values she had built up throughout her life were completely crushed to dust by Luo Tong's unconventional and unorthodox behavior. This is the ultimate humiliation to power itself. However, after the initial shock, Luo Wan felt a morbid and twisted ecstasy in her heart. That's right. That's how it should be. This is what a master should be like. No matter who she is, no matter how noble her bloodline is, no matter how powerful she is, in front of her master, she is only worthy of being a tamed pet. This so-called sister is no exception. The look she gave one was instantly filled with a gloating pleasure. She wanted to see how this natural, divine weapon would respond to his master's humiliating order. Will it go completely berserk and engage in battle with its master? Still, everyone's eyes were focused on one. The girl stood there quietly, her silver gray eyes fixed on Luo Tong. She seemed to be using her huge information database that had just awakened to frantically analyze the logical relationship between the words pick it up, send it over, and hug it. Her core command is to erase any communication that deviates from the setting. But her genetic instinct was madly longing for Tong's hug. Contradiction. Unprecedented contradictions set off a violent storm in the core of her will. The destructive energy emanating from her body became increasingly unstable, sometimes violent, sometimes subsiding. The entire hall was hot and cold, with light and shadow flickering, as if at any moment, she would be completely annihilated by a single deviation in her thoughts. Luo Tong just looked at her quietly, without urging or pressuring her. He is waiting. Wait for her to make her own choice. This was her first lesson in existing as an individual. Should you choose to follow the pride and instinct of weapons, or choose to learn obedience for the sake of desire? Time passes by minute. The terrifying energy storm gradually subsided. Those eyes that were filled with confusion and struggle slowly returned to their previous emptiness and coldness. She glanced at Luo Tong, then at the crystal fragment in the distance that was gleaming with a faint blue light. Then, under the gazes of Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying as if they had seen a ghost, she moved. She took her bare, flawless little feet, step by step, towards the crystal fragment. She bent down and picked up the cold fragment with her white and slender fingers that were strong enough to tear the stars. She did it. She chose to obey. The elation on Luo Wan's face froze instantly, replaced by a deeper fear and jealousy. She actually did it. In order to get a hug from her master, she was actually willing to put aside the dignity of a divine weapon and do something that only pets would do. This opponent. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than she had imagined. At this moment, one, who had completed the task, turned around, holding the crystal fragment. She did not go to Luo Tong immediately. Her empty, silver-gray eyes slowly fell on Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying not far away. That moment. A completely new, unfamiliar, yet incredibly clear emotion appeared in those godlike eyes for the first time. It was not confusion, anger, or indifference to ants. That is a kind of scrutiny. It's like looking at two obstructive, redundant pieces of garbage that are occupying one's own territory. A murderous intent that was purer, colder, and more deadly than before, like an invisible blade, instantly locked onto Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying. She seemed to be thinking about a problem. If? Completely clean up these two pieces of garbage away from brother. So, does brother's arms belong to her alone? Chapter 107, Sister's Murderous Intent, Cleaning Up the Garbage Around Her Brother. Murderous intent. There was no concealment at all, pure murderous intent to the extreme. The moment one's silver gray eyes locked onto Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, the air in the entire underground hall seemed to be sucked dry. It was not hatred between mortals, nor was it hostility between warriors. That is a higher dimensional will to obliterate, coming from the level of definition. Just like humans wanting to step on an ant, there is no need for a reason, just because it appears where it shouldn't be and is an eyesore. In ES cognition, Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying are those two annoying ants. Buzz. A sharp wail filled the air. I saw one slowly raise her fair little hand that was not holding the crystal. A fist-sized dark purple energy ball composed of the pure concept of destruction that continued to collapse inward quietly emerged in her palm. There was not a trace of light or heat in that energy ball, only absolute nothingness. The aura it exuded made Luo Wan, an SS-level genetic warrior, tremble in her soul. She had no doubt that if she was touched by this thing, she would be completely erased from this world at the conceptual level, without even a trace left. No! The color drained from Luo Wan's face. She wanted to call for help, to scream to her master, but she found her throat was as if strangled by an invisible hand, unable to utter a single syllable. That is the absolute suppression from the life level. Bai Shuiying, standing beside her, couldn't even muster the thought of struggling. Her SSS plus genes were as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of this pure weapon of rules. Her mind went blank as she could only watch helplessly as the energy ball representing death erupted, feeling herself being deleted from the list of existence. Death, so this is what it feels like. Cold and powerless. The AI Girl Zero's figure flickered, data streaming rapidly through her eyes. Her core command was to protect all of her master's possessions, and Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying were clearly within this scope. But she couldn't move without her master's order. In the entire hall, the only person who could move was Luo Tong. He still stood there, even with a playful smile on his face, as if what was about to be staged was not a bloody massacre, but an interesting drama. He looked at his sister, who had just learned to obey and immediately wanted to clean up the house, with his eyes full of approval. Very good. Domineering and direct enough. It is indeed the weapon of God that shares the same origin as myself. He liked this character that regarded everything except himself as garbage. But liking someone does not mean condoning them. Just before the ball of destructive energy in one's palm was about to fly out of his hand, Luo Tong finally spoke lazily. He did not shout loudly, nor did he release his divine power. He simply spoke a word softly in a tone that was calm and almost indifferent. Stop. What you say is what you will be punished by. The word stop seemed to be the supreme decree of the universe. Time, at this moment, stands still for one person. Her movement of raising her hand froze in mid-air. The dark purple energy ball in her palm, which was constantly collapsing and capable of erasing everything, suddenly solidified and then disappeared silently as if it had never appeared. The pair of silver-gray pupils shrank violently. She found that she could not move. An invisible yet omnipresent force, far more supreme than her power of destruction, imprisoned her firmly in place. All her strength and will seemed so ridiculous and insignificant in the face of this power. Then she saw the man walking slowly towards her. Pa! A crisp sound. Luotong stretched out his hand and gently tapped the smooth and full forehead with a force that was neither too strong nor too weak. S body trembled violently. The power that was restraining her disappeared in an instant. But what followed was an emotion that made her feel even more terrified than when she was imprisoned. Who allowed you to touch my things? Luotong's voice was very soft, but it was like an icy awl, piercing deeply into the core of one's will. He reached out, took the crystal fragment from her stiff hand, and tossed it casually between his fingers. They are mine. It's my toy, my collection, my personal property. He looked directly into one's eyes, which were filled with shock and confusion, and said word by word. In this family, I am the only one who can decide their life or death. You don't have the qualifications. Do you understand? Toys? Collectibles? Personal property? One that huge database cannot understand the complex meanings behind these words. But she understood the last sentence. She is not qualified. A strong, indescribable feeling of grievance, mixed with the shame of being rejected in person, surged into her heart. Why? She was clearly trying to clean up the junk that was sharing her brother's attention. She was clearly trying to monopolize her brother. Why am I still being scolded? You broke my toy, and I'll lock you back in that dark room. Luotong seemed to see through her thoughts and added in a more vicious and threatening tone. Leave you alone, there. Forever. The dark room. One person. Forever. These few simple words seemed to have triggered an ancient, terrifying switch sealed deep within the genes. 18 years of loneliness. 18 years of sleep. 18 years of darkness and nothingness. That is a punishment more terrible than death. For the first time, an expression called fear appeared on that flawless face. The cold murderous intent and grievance that had just gathered in her silver gray eyes were instantly washed away by the tide of fear. She doesn't want it. She doesn't want to go back to that place. She looked at Luotong, her mouth slightly opened, as if she wanted to say something, but because of fear and confusion, she couldn't utter a word. She looked like a little animal that had done something wrong and was afraid of being abandoned by its owner. Seeing her expression, Luotong knew that the second class of the day was almost over. He wanted to make her understand that in this family of God, he was the only one who made the rules. Her so-called power of destruction is worthless in front of her own divine power. He is the God. And she, at most, is just God's most favored weapon. All right. Seeing that the beating was almost over, Luotong's tone softened again. He stretched out his hand and gently rubbed one's long, smooth silver hair. That warm touch with a hint of domineering atmosphere came again. One's body stiffened again. Be obedient and be a good child. Luotong's voice was filled with a faint smile. Since you have completed the task, then this is your reward. After saying that, he opened his arms and took the petite body, which was still trembling slightly due to fear and grievance, into his arms again. Although, it was just a fleeting hug that lasted less than 3 seconds. But when that familiar warmth that she longed for enveloped her again, one felt that the chaotic core of her will was instantly smoothed out. All the fear, grievances, and anger that I had felt before disappeared at this moment. All that remains is an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Turn out to be. As long as you are obedient, you can get this kind of reward. A new, simple logical chain was quietly established in the core of one's will. Luo Wan and Bai swaying in the distance were gasping for breath as if they had just been pulled out of the water, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. They had a close call with death. Luo Wan looked at the silver-haired girl who showed a satisfied expression after being taught a lesson by Luotong, and no longer felt a trace of jealousy in her heart. All that's left is, the utmost respect for Luotong. Give a slap and then a candy. This kind of imperial method of manipulating people's hearts. Her master is simply a natural-born god. It is in this weird and harmonious family education atmosphere. A shrill and extremely rapid alarm sounded without any warning, resounding throughout the entire underground ruins. Beep beep beep. Tianshu highest emergency alert. The figure of the AI girl Zero appeared instantly, and an unprecedented red warning light flashed in her electronic eyes. Master. High-intensity energy reaction detected from the surface. The White Eagle Federation's first strategic nuclear strike formation has been confirmed to launch. Target, our coordinates. A total of 12 Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles, equipped with W-87 thermonuclear warheads, each with a TNT equivalent of 300,000 tons. Estimated time of arrival, 17 minutes. Chapter 108, Nuclear Weapon Cleansing? Then let the world witness God's punishment. 17 minutes. 12 intercontinental missiles equipped with thermonuclear warheads. It is enough to completely flatten and vaporize this area, along with the surface of hundreds of kilometers in radius, from a physical level, without leaving a single speck of dust. When the cold, emotionless alarm of Tianshu echoed in the hall, Luo Wan and Bai Shuiying, who had just escaped from E.'s murderous intent, fell into the abyss of despair again. Nuclear weapons. That was the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all human beings in the old era. It is the most extreme destruction that humans can create. Nuclear bomb? Bai Shuiying's voice was trembling. As a top scientist at SSS Plus level, she knew the meaning behind that string of numbers better than anyone else. That is absolute violence enough to reduce all science, all theory, and all life to chaos. Even someone as strong as SS level Luo Wan could not survive more than 0.1 seconds in the center of a nuclear explosion that was powerful enough to vaporize steel and melt rock. It's over. This time, it's really over. However, facing this doomsday alarm that was enough to make the whole world tremble, there was not even a ripple on Luo Tong's face. He even had the leisure to gently pat the back of E in his arms, who raised her head curiously because of the alarm, and comforted her. There was only a hint of impatience on his face. Flies never learn their lessons. He muttered to himself, annoyance evident in his voice. He had just finished teaching his sister the first lesson of family education when these ants from the outside world couldn't wait to come and disturb him. It's really a bummer. His eyes swept over the two maids whose faces turned pale due to extreme fear, and then looked at his sister in his arms, who was full of pure curiosity about the nuclear bomb he mentioned. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps this is not a bad thing. It's just right that I can give my good sister a vivid practical lesson. Watch carefully. Luo Tong lowered his head and spoke softly to Wan's pure silver gray eyes. This is the power I was talking about, the pride of humans in the old days. He paused, and the smile on his lips showed a hint of contempt and mockery. It's loud, bright, and looks scary. But actually boring and meaningless. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to his sister who was lost in thought in his arms, but turned his attention to the AI girl Zero. Zero. Yes, Master. Retake control of all global communication channels and start global live broadcast. As you command. Zero's execution efficiency was terrifyingly high. Almost the moment Luo Tong finished speaking, countless data streams flashed in her electronic eyes. Global communication channels have been hijacked. The God's voice system has been connected and can be broadcast globally at any time. Very good. Luo Tong nodded and gave the second order. Use the backup energy of the Pango ruins to simultaneously project the flight paths of the 12 fireflies in our real-time footage onto every screen around the world. I want to let those self-righteous mortals see with their own eyes how their hope is extinguished. As you command, Master. The spatial projection array has been activated, and the real-time image has begun global synchronization. At the same time. Surface world. Xia Country, White Eagle Federation, Rakshasa Empire, all countries and cities around the world. Whether it's the giant commercial screen in the square, the computers working in the office, or the mobile phones held tightly in people's hands. At this moment, all the lit screens were forced to switch images. The image on the left depicts the deep, near black depths of outer space. 12 points of light, trailing long flames, are unstoppably piercing the darkness, plummeting towards the azure planet. The picture on the right is an underground hall full of futuristic and science fiction feeling, so magnificent that it does not seem like an earthly creation. The man who called himself the new god was standing in the center of the hall with a calm expression. In his arms, he was holding a silver-haired girl who seemed to have walked out of a myth and was so exquisite that she didn't look like a real person. Oh my god. What is that? It's a missile. White Eagle Federation, they really launched a nuclear bomb. Crazy. They've all gone crazy. The world is going to end. Panic, like a plague, swept the world in an instant. Countless people collapsed on the ground, crying in despair. In the White Eagle Federation's highest military command room, the Minister of Defense and a group of generals stared at the screen intently, with ferocious and fanatical smiles on their faces. See? This is what happens when you rebel against God. Go to hell. You false god. In the face of humanity's greatest power, all monsters and demons will be completely purged. Under the watchful eyes of billions of people around the world. 1 second before the 12 Minuteman III missiles entered the atmosphere. In the picture on the right, the man who had been silent, Luo Tong, finally moved. He just slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the tens of thousands of meters thick stratum and the atmosphere, and accurately met the gazes of the 12 intercontinental missiles. Then he smiled. I did. The extremely clear sound amplified by the God's voice echoes in every corner of the world and in the ears of every person. 1 hour. Now, that time has not come yet. You guys are violating the rules. The moment the words fell, the whole world witnessed the most terrifying and magnificent scene that they would never forget in their lifetime. Those 12 intercontinental missiles, powerful enough to destroy civilization, seemed to have hit an invisible, absolute wall of size the moment they entered the atmosphere. There was no explosion, no fire, no sound. They just disintegrated out of thin air. From the warhead to the rocket body, from the sophisticated guidance system to the outer alloy armor, in an instant, they were decomposed from the material level into the most basic, gleaming particles. It was like 12 extremely brilliant fireworks blooming silently in the night sky. Then, it dissipated with the wind. Silence. Deathly silence. Inside the White Eagle Federation's command room, everyone's smiles froze on their faces. Their mouths were open, their eyes bulged out, like ducks with their necks pinched, unable to make any sound. Billions of people around the world are collectively speechless at this moment. And the live broadcast of that miracle has not yet ended. In the picture, the man in the underground hall wiped out 12 nuclear bombs with ease, as if he had only done a trivial thing. He held the silver-haired girl in his arms and walked slowly to the center of the hall. There, a huge virtual global map made up of light and shadow slowly emerged. Luo Tong's gaze fell on the map, the territory representing the White Eagle Federation. He stretched out his empty right hand that was not holding his sister. Then, he spoke his first sentence of judgment as the new god to the whole world. Since you like destruction so much, then, as punishment, he raised his fingers to the map and gently grasped it in midair. Just disappear from this world completely. Before he finished speaking, on that global map, the entire territory representing the White Eagle Federation was instantly completely covered by an ominous, dense, and indissoluble blood-red light. The red light was shrinking, collapsing, and annihilating rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if an invisible giant hand of God was forcibly erasing that vast continent, along with everything on it, from the dimension of existence.